Awakening. Mother, how could you leave us like this? A piercing wail jolted Ning Pengpeng awake with a start. Born an orphan and possessing only a modest education, Ning Pengpeng was nonetheless eloquent and articulate. After 5 arduous years of diligent work at a real estate company in the city, she had managed to secure her position with trepidation and dedication. Throughout these 5 years, she had never permitted herself a single day of respite, all in the hopes of saving enough to purchase a modest apartment in the city. Regrettably, despite her relentless efforts, she had yet to accumulate the necessary down payment. Yesterday marked the end of the month and the final day for performance evaluations, coinciding with a Friday. Just as work was concluding, her boss, in a rare moment of generosity, announced that she had achieved the highest performance in the entire company. Consequently, she was appointed as the new manager, set to assume her role the following Monday. Upon hearing this news, her colleagues erupted in cheers, insisting that she treat them to drinks and a celebratory meal. Having labored for 5 years and finally receiving a promotion and raise, Ning Pengpeng could hardly refuse such a momentous occasion. Yet, the shrill voice outside continued its relentless lament. Initially, she contemplated enduring the noise, but soon after, a raucous, guttural wail joined in, creating a cacophony that resembled a duet, each voice striving to outdo the other. Or in volume and sharpness. The incessant clamor throbbed in her temples, tightening her forehead, rendering any thought of remaining in bed utterly impossible. With a sudden, forceful motion, she threw off the covers, sprang up in a fit of rage, and cursed vehemently as she stormed outside. "Why are you crying so mournfully? Do you not realize this is a disturbance? What time is it now? It's Saturday, and you should be sleeping. Do you not fear the wrath of heaven?" With Ning Pengpeng's scolding, the eerie sound of lamentation abruptly ceased. As she sat up, Ning Pengpeng instinctively reached for her phone beneath the pillow. However, after several futile attempts, her hand met only emptiness. The once hazy surroundings suddenly crystallized into sharp focus, sending beads of cold sweat trickling down her spine. The walls were made of yellow mud, and overhead loomed dark wooden beams, atop which lay what appeared to be straw, if she was not mistaken. Her mattress, which she had purchased to ensure a restful slumber, had transformed into a rigid wooden frame, and the once comfortable memory foam pillow had morphed into a rectangular slab of hard wood, slightly indented in the center. No wonder she had felt so uncomfortable lying on it earlier. But is now the moment to dwell on discomfort? As the thought of her cherished possessions, now reduced to this sorry state, struck her, Ning Pengpeng's expression shifted dramatically. Forgetting her shoes, she dashed barefoot to what appeared to be a vanity table, seizing a brass mirror perched atop it. She held it up to her face, her heart racing. Upon finally making out the indistinct visage reflected in the mirror, Ning Pengpeng felt an overwhelming urge to lament. The face she had diligently preserved, spending a fortune to keep wrinkles at bay, was now marred by numerous lines. Glancing at her hand, which gripped the mirror, the contrast to her once delicate and fair skin was stark like the difference between gnarled tree bark and tender shoots. With a resounding crash, the bronze mirror slipped from Ning Pengpeng's grasp, plummeting to the floor as her face contorted in woeful despair. After a celebratory toast to her hard-earned promotion, she had simply drifted off to sleep in her own bed, only to awaken and find herself inhabiting an entirely different vessel. Before Ning Pengpeng could even begin to unravel this bewildering predicament, the door to her chamber was forcefully breached, and a throng of individuals poured inside. "Mother, you're unharmed." The lead figure, a man sporting a thick, untamed beard, bellowed with unrestrained fervor. The auditory assault of his exclamation, coupled with the visual spectacle of the group's antiquated attire, sent a jolt through Ning Pengpeng's senses, rendering her mind blank and unresponsive. She was then unceremoniously assisted to the bedside by a flurry of hands. The bearded man, his hair disheveled and gathered into a rough topknot, fervently wiped away tears before, prostrating himself at her feet with a resounding thud. "Mother, your survival is a blessing. Rest assured, I shall immediately cast off that unfilial wife, if only to appease your wrath." Ning Yulu initially spoke with joyous relief, but his tone hardened with clenched teeth as he concluded. "Grandmother, I implore you, do not let father divorce mother. Ning Mian'er, who had been trailing her father with trepidation, was unable to contain herself upon hearing his words. She collapsed to the ground, erupting in a torrent of tears. The sight of the uncouth man, kneeling at her feet, sent a jolt of alarm through Ning Pengpeng, nearly causing her to leap back in fright. And the young girl kneeling behind him, barely more than a toddler. Surrounded by a circle of onlookers, men and women alike, Ning Pengpeng's vision swam as she struggled to take in the chaotic scene. "Stop. Stop talking. Get out. All of you leave. I wish to be alone in peace." Ning Pengpeng sensed the gravity of the situation. Thus she forcefully shut her eyes and pointed towards the door, shouting at the group before her. Remarkably, her outburst seemed to have an effect. The individuals present, taken aback by her demeanor, offered no objections and dutifully retreated outside. Ning Pengpeng felt a throbbing pain at her temples, and with each pulse, memories of this body, surged into her consciousness. Ning matriarch, at the age of 39, was the original owner of the body Ning Pengpeng now inhabited. As the sole heir of the family, she had taken in a son-in-law. Regrettably, this son-in-law was also short-lived, passing away just shy of 30. This left the young Ning matriarch with 4 sons and 1 daughter, a significant legacy for the Ning family. She had painstakingly raised these 5 children, enduring hardships that only she could truly comprehend. In this light, one could say that Ning matriarch was indeed an inspirational figure. However, despite her tireless efforts to nurture her offspring, she was also quite the character in Daweishu village. Her nephew served as the village head, which allowed Ning matriarch to take considerable advantage of the resources from the household around her, often at the expense of others. She seemed almost eager to gather all the good things into her own possession. What surprised Ning Pengpeng the most was that, although Ning matriarch had arranged marriages for her 4 sons, her utmost favoritism lay with her eldest. Thus, all the fine treasures and resources within the household are disproportionately directed towards the eldest son, Ning Yofu. The second son, Ning Yolu, who just knelt at her feet, has been indoctrinated by Old Madam Ning into becoming a simpleton. Indeed, he embodies the archetype found in novels, one who would rather endure humiliation for the sake of his wife and children, selflessly toiling like an old workhorse, enduring off blows and scorn, and exhibiting an absurd filial piety to the point of folly. Chapter 2. Your entire family is a burden. It was due to the misfortune of his wife that Ning Laodua's mother had suffered a near-fatal fall, inciting his fury and prompting him to consider divorce as a means to appease her. Contemplating this, Ning Pengpeng could not help but press her throbbing forehead. The matriarch, Ning Laodai, had given birth to 4 sons and 1 daughter, each name imbued with auspicious meanings of fortune, prosperity, longevity, wealth, and happiness, a veritable assemblage of good omens. Alas! The eldest was cunning, the second simple-minded, the third slippery, and the 4th indolent. Let us not forget the youngest daughter, Ning Yoshi, who, in both appearance and temperament, seemed to have been cast from the same mold as Ning Laodai. At such a tender age, she exhibited a selfishness that was alarming. Whenever she laid eyes on something desirable, jealousy would ignite within her, prompting her to seize it without hesitation. Reflecting on Ning Yoshi's numerous misdeeds, alongside the failings of her 4 brothers, Ning Pengpeng found herself pressing her aching forehead once more. A thought crossed her mind. Perhaps, while her time was still limited, she should contemplate a drastic end? Although the notion crossed her mind, the method of demise posed a conundrum. Whichever way she considered it, none seemed particularly appealing. Ultimately, she resolved to accept her circumstances, soothing herself with the thought, "Mother, your daughter-in-law has erred. I bow in apology. I implore you, do not compel the head of the household to cast me aside." As she continued to alleviate the pressure in her head with her fingers, a sudden shriek pierced the air, followed by the sound of repeated kowtowing. Qian clung desperately to the doorframe, her panic-fueled strength momentarily thwarting Ning Laodua's attempts to pull her away. "Oh, dear brother," Ning Pengpeng thought, "must you not exert yourself a bit more? Who are you trying to impress with this charade?" Wang, the wife of the 3rd son, stood at the threshold of her home, her face etched with disdain. The recollection of the previous night surged within her when Hongo approached her with innocent curiosity, inquiring about the meaning of the derogatory term uttered by heir aunt. Gazing into her daughter's naive eyes, Wang felt a fiery indignation welling up within her. She longed to confront Qian, that foul-mouthed woman, and silence her once and for all. Despite her usual disdain for Qian, she had always treated Mianer and her sisters as if they were her own nieces. Yet, to her dismay, Qian had audaciously spoken ill in front of her cherished daughter. Wang had little regard for the actions of her second brother. Even though his wife was not the most admirable, she had borne him 4 daughters. It was unacceptable to simply abandon her, regardless of circumstances. However, given that his wife had caused their own mother to faint, and as a man, he felt it unnecessary to intervene further. The best course of action, he believed, was to remain uninvolved. Unbeknownst to Qian, the 3rd family would strike her when she was down, and despair engulfed her, intensifying her wailing. Even in death, she vowed to become a ghost of the Ning family. Ning Mianer and her sisters watched as their mother clutched the doorframe, helplessly as their father pried her fingers loose, while they encircled him, pulling at his trousers and weeping. The cacophony of children's cries and women's lamentations filled the courtyard, each sound jarring to the ears. "Everyone, be quiet. How much longer will this go on?" Ning Pengpeng erupted, pressing her hand against her almost exploding forehead, directing her ire at Ning Er. Ning Er, who had been gripping his wife's hand, froze momentarily, straightening himself with a sense of unease. "Mother, please do not be angry. I shall immediately drag this woman out, ensuring that you are not disturbed." After speaking, he intended to pry the hand of the Qian family, but to his surprise, she swiftly rose and charged towards Ning Pengpeng. Upon discerning the words of Qian, she looked at her rather foolish daughter-in-law, who knelt at the slightest provocation and felt an inexplicable discomfort. Bah! What nonsense about birthing charms. Those bald-headed monks merely seek to enrich themselves. Moreover, you are not incapable of bearing children. With 4 granddaughters, are they not human? Qian was taken aback by her mother-in-law's words, shrinking her neck, her lips moving silently for a while before she muttered, "But they are all burdens." Nonsense. You are the burden. Your entire family is a burden. If a girl is deemed a burden, then am I also a burden? Let me tell you, any daughter of the Ning family is a priceless treasure. Ning Pengpeng, already troubled by the years she felt she had lost, could not hold back her indignation upon hearing Qian's remarks. Mother, please do not lose your temper. She is merely ignorant. Do not stoop to her level. Ning Larrier, upon hearing his mother's words, quickly approached, nodding and bowing before her. Ning Pengpeng's indiscriminate retaliation was provoked by Ning Larrier's earlier collision with her threshold. Remembering the mournful sound she had heard moments ago, Ning Pengpeng scrutinized Qian with her piercing gaze, akin to a spotlight. Where are your 3 brothers? As soon as Ning Pengpeng's words fell, Ning Laosan emerged from the room with a beaming smile. Mother, seeing you in such robust spirits, it seems you have recovered splendidly. Just a moment ago, Hong Er's mother was utterly distressed, fearing for your well-being. Thankfully, all is well. Indeed, it was fortunate that she had not succumbed. Otherwise, his wife would have raised quite the ruckus. Ning Laosan was taken aback, realizing for the first time that his mother was more eloquent than he. Chapter 3. Money for Salvation. Go. Deliver a message to your elder brother, instructing him to return home this evening without fail. After admonishing Ning Laosan, Ning Pengpeng felt a measure of relief. However, the memory of their family's hard-earned savings being squandered by the eldest son gnawed at her. How could that be acceptable? The thought of her empty pockets, devoid of any coin, only heightened her anxiety, despite the wrinkles adorning her face. Ning Laosan was not keen on running to town in the sweltering heat to summon his brother, especially when he had not a single copper coin to show for his efforts and would return exhausted. He was reluctant to comply. Ning Pengpeng's voice boomed with authority. Upon hearing her command, coupled with her fierce demeanor, which suggested she might strike if he refused, Ning Laosan trembled, realizing he could not defy her. He hastily agreed and dashed towards the town. Though clever, Ning Laosan was swift of foot, arriving in the town by the 3rd watch. Ning Laoda was engaged in conversation with a customer when he spotted his younger brother, breathless and leaning against the shop door, beckoning him. He frowned slightly, excusing himself politely to the customer before stepping outside to stand before Ning Laosan. Have you been chased by a dog to arrive in such a state? Ning Laoda looked at Laosan with a puzzled expression, unable to comprehend his demeanor. Upon hearing his elder brother's words, Ning Laosan couldn't help but roll his eyes internally. Just as he managed to catch his breath and was about to speak, his sister-in-law, Lu, emerged from the curtain of the shop. Her expression sharp as she scrutinized Ning Laosan from head to toe. "Third brother, why are you in such a hurry to find your elder brother? Is there something urgent?" she asked. "Your brother ought to ensure you're not left standing at the door, even if the store is busy. You should invite your 3rd brother inside to sit." Despite her words, Lu made no movement towards the door. Ning Laosan had initially intended to inform his elder brother about the old lady's recent erratic behavior, but upon witnessing his sister-in-law's disdainful attitude, he felt a wave of displeasure wash over him. Did she truly believe he had come to beg for favors? With that thought, Ning Laosan's expression fell slightly, his eyelids drooping as he spoke to Ning Laoda in a hushed voice, as for how to seek help. "You might want to ask the old lady." Ning Laoda, upon hearing Lu's remarks, cast her a glance and, noticing her unmoving stance, realized she was merely extending a courtesy. He surmised she was concerned that Laosan might be seeking a loan from him, using this opportunity to subtly admonish him. Now, as merely the 2nd manager in his father-in-law's shop, he dared not offend his wife and was inclined to withdraw like a turtle. Just then, he heard Laosan's words, which struck him like a bolt from the blue. Grabbing Laosan's sleeve, he pressed him for more information, bewildered, as he distinctly remembered that just a few days prior, their mother had been in good health when he had received money from her. Ning Laosan cast a glance towards the Lu family, abruptly seized his sleeve and turned to leave, ignoring Ning Laoda's persistent calls from behind. What could have transpired? Lu Shi had only caught fragments of a conversation in the shop, hearing only snippets about money and urgent pleas for help, the rest unclear. Now, she stood at the doorway, her brows furrowed in anger, pointing at Ning Laoda and scolding him. "Ah, I knew it." Lao San rushed over in such a frenzy for no good reason. "He has come to ask you for money, hasn't he? That is the money meant for our punger to attend private school. If you take that away, what will happen to him?" After her tirade, she charged forward, attempting to wrest the silver from Ning Laoda's pocket. Despite the advantages he often reaped from his mother, he could not bring himself to disregard her entirely. Her love for him was genuine. Thus, Ning Laoda shoved Lu Shi aside and bellowed at her. After his outburst, he stormed out without sparing a glance at the stunned Lu Shi, who was left in disbelief. By the time she regained her senses, Ning Laoda had long vanished from sight. "Oh, how bitterly unfortunate is my fate," Lu Shi lamented, covering her face in despair as she thought of the lost funds for her son's education. As the youngest in her family, she had always been her father's favorite. And after marrying Ning Yofu, he had cherished her as well. Never before had he raised his voice or pushed her aside. The more she pondered, the more sorrowful she became, realizing that despite her belief in possessing her husband's heart, she ultimately found herself less significant than his own mother. As Lu Wangshi entered through the back door with a bamboo basket in hand, she was immediately struck by the sound of her young daughter's sobs from the courtyard. Alarm surged within her, and she hastily abandoned the vegetables she had just bought, rushing into her daughter's room with concern. "Year, why are you crying? What has happened? Is Ning Yofu not at the shop?" The heartbroken Lu Shi, upon hearing her mother's anxious inquiries, was overwhelmed by sorrow and began to weep, covering her face with her hands. Through her tears, she recounted how Ning Laosan had come to their door, taken the silver, pushed her, and shouted harsh words, repeating the tale several times in a choked voice. Chapter 4. The Power of Generosity. After listening to her daughter's lamentations, Lu Wangshi's expression darkened, and she replied tersely. Lu Shi, feeling the weight of her mother's words, turned to her with grievances, reflecting on the character of her in-laws. Lu Wangshi pondered the possibility that her daughter's assertions held some truth. With a sigh, she attempted to console her daughter. However, Lu Shi remained dissatisfied, biting her lip and muttering, "Is this how it will simply end?" Lu Wangshi sighed again, shaking her head as she spoke to her daughter. Lu Shi contemplated her mother's words and found them to resonate deeply. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, quickly drying her tears. "Mother, shall I rush to the village at once?" "Very well," her mother replied. "Let your brother harness the donkey cart to take you. If you hurry, you might catch up with Ning Yofu. Of course, this hinges on whether Ning Yofu is traveling on foot. If a cart is summoned, it would be impossible to catch up." Ning Yofu naturally summoned a carriage, urging the swift horse to hasten towards the village. Yet, it remains a mystery how Ning Laosan managed to travel without encountering him. Ning Pengpeng, with a stern expression, sat on the bed, biting her nails and contemplating her future. When suddenly, the cunning voice of Laosan echoed from afar, drawing closer. Upon hearing his words, Ning Pengpeng felt a slight reassurance. It seemed that despite his treachery, he harbored some affection for his own mother. Stepping out of the room, Ning Pengpeng cast a disdainful glance at Ning Laosan before moving towards the kitchen, where the wives of Laosan and Lao were busy. The wife of Laosan, who had been eavesdropping, noticeably shrank her neck, while Lao's wife wore a face etched with sorrow as she brought out the prepared dishes. It was then that Ning Pengpeng truly observed the bustling family around her. Following Lao was a line of young girls, all resembling radishes. Meanwhile, Laosan's wife called out, breathless, for Laosan to enter, holding a boy by her side, while Laosan cradled a daughter and a son in his arms. Seeing such a large family, Ning Pengpeng couldn't help but glance at the slightly protruding belly of Laosan's wife, realizing there was likely another child on the way. What a prolific family they must be. She touched her own face, pondering that perhaps the old matriarch's multitude of wrinkles was a testament to her many births. With the children now present, everyone remained silent, not daring to breathe in the absence of their grandmother's words. What of the fourth and fifth? Coming to her senses, Ning Pengpeng felt increasingly frustrated and, raising her triangular eyes, scanned her surroundings, irritably inquiring. As soon as Wang's words fell, the cheerful voice of Ning Yoshi chirped from outside the door. Ning Yofu hastily pushed open the courtyard gate and entered, only to find his mother, who was supposed to be gravely ill, standing robustly beneath the eaves. At this moment, a hint of anger laced Ning Yofu's words. After all, he had believed his mother was in dire straits, even quarreling with his wife over the matter. Now, witnessing his mother standing there in perfect health, it was impossible for him not to feel vexed. Recalling the words spoken by the third brother, he could not help but cast a fierce glare at Ning Laosan. who immediately shrank back, hiding his head behind his daughter. Ning Pengpeng, observing this, shot a glance at Ning Laosan, fully aware that he must not have had the courage to relay his earlier statements in their entirety. Otherwise, Ning Laodao would likely have resorted to physical retaliation against Laosan by now. Enough, let us eat first and discuss later. Once everyone had settled around the table, Ning Pengpeng realized that her earlier assumption of a crowded table had been unfounded. Apart from the three sons, the only other person present was Ning Yoshi, who bore a festive countenance, albeit with slightly drooping eyes. As the sole daughter of the matriarch, Ning Yoshi was cherished by her mother, second only to Ning Yofu, for they shared a striking resemblance. "Mother, I long to eat meat," she declared, glancing at the table that offered nothing but a bowl of bland boiled cabbage and a plate of pickled vegetables. Aside from these two dishes, there was a basket of coarse steamed buns and a pot of thin porridge that revealed the bottom. It had been nearly a year since she had tasted meat, and a sense of indignation welled up within her. Upon the mere thought of that tantalizing aroma of meat, Ning Yoshi felt her mouth watering uncontrollably. Of course, she was not alone in this. The children seated on the small benches below, along with Wang Shi and Qian Shi, lowered their heads, too timid to raise their gazes after hearing Ning Yoshi's remark. Chapter 5. The division of the family. It was not only Ning Yoshi who found the spread unappetizing. Ning Pengpeng, too, could not help but murmur to herself, questioning the worth of such dishes, which might even be spurned by pigs. However, given the current state of their household, desiring meat necessitated financial means. Contemplating the matter of money, Ning Pengpeng exchanged a meaningful glance with Ning Yofu before turning to instruct Wang Shi to fetch 5 eggs and some chives for stir-frying. "All right, mother," Wang Shi replied, her eyes lighting up at the command. She stood up promptly and extended her hand toward Ning Pengpeng. Initially taken aback, Ning Pengpeng soon remembered that the eggs collected daily were securely locked in the chest in her room. She retrieved a brass key from her waist and handed it to Wang Shi. While waiting for Wang Shi to prepare the eggs, Ning Pengpeng pondered for a moment and then boldly spoke up. At this juncture, she discreetly pinched her own thigh, her eyes misting as she cast a glance at Ning Yofu. After all, the funds in question were not carelessly spent. They had been requested from the elderly matriarch specifically for the purpose of providing a bride price for her son. In the background, the sight of Ning Pengpeng, with tears brimming in her eyes, caused Ning Yofu's heart to tremble. After all, since childhood, his mother had showered him with affection. He was the only one in the family who had attended 2 years of private school. Otherwise, he could not have worked in his father-in-law's grocery store, where he met Lu Shi and married a girl from the town. Overcome with emotion, tears began to cascade down his cheeks as he choked out, "Mother, I will heed your words." "Very well, Yofu is indeed a good child. Since that is the case, summon the village head. We shall divide the household," declared Ning Pengpeng, her voice resolute. This proclamation nearly caused Wang Shi, who was excitedly preparing scrambled eggs with chives, to drop her bowl on the floor. Not only was Wang Shi stunned, but Ning Yulu and Ning Yosho also exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend how a discussion of household division could arise over a meal. "No, mother, you are still here. How can we divide the household?" Ning Yulu exclaimed, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. He dropped to his knees and cried out to Ning Pengpeng, "Enough! I am not dead yet. Why wail in mourning?" Ning Pengpeng slammed her hand on the table, glaring fiercely at her kneeling brother. "If we do not divide the household, how can I openly retrieve those silver coins from the eldest without his slightest complaint? Hurry and go." After reprimanding the second brother, Ning Pengpeng turned to cast a stern look at Ning Yosho. At that moment, as the second brother cried, Ning Yosho had already begun to contemplate the advantages that would come from the division. He realized that if they separated, all the earnings from his future labor would be his to command. Wang Shi shared the same thoughts. Wang's eyes sparkled brightly. Who would be willing to dine with the mother-in-law? Whatever delicacies there might be, the mother-in-law would reserve them for her daughter-in-law, leaving her own children only to savor the aroma. If they were to separate their households, not only would they have their own finances, but also their grain, allowing them to manage their own affairs. Had it not been for the mother-in-law's suggestion of division, they would never have been able to part ways. "Yosho, go call the village chief," the mother instructed. Wang moved forward, placing the nearly toppled scrambled eggs with chives onto the table, then discreetly signaled to her husband. Ning Laosan promptly responded and dashed outside. Ning Pengpeng pursed her lips, casting a sidelong glance, feigning ignorance of Wang's subtle gesture. The young children beneath the table looked on in bewilderment at the adults' peculiar expressions, hesitant to intervene. Only Ning Yoshi, dissatisfied with the lack of meat, pouted and took a bite of a whole grain bun, then heapingly scooped a large serving of scrambled eggs with chives. Though it was not lavishly prepared, the tender chives and smooth eggs were far more delectable than the boiled cabbage and pickled vegetables, and in no time, she had devoured an entire bun. Behind the village chief, Ning Yoshi, trailed 2 village elders, one stout and the other slender. "Aunt, I heard Yosho say you wish to divide the household?" Before even entering the room, Ning Yoshi frowned disapprovingly. It is worth noting that although the matriarch, Ning Laodai, was merely 39 years of age this year, her standing in the village was quite elevated. This was due to her father being the youngest among his peers, and since he had only one daughter, he was reluctant to marry her off when she came of age. Instead, he welcomed a son-in-law into the family, namely Ning Laodai's late husband, Tian Ding. Madam Ning and Ning Yoshi's father are cousins. Thus, even though the village head Ning Yoshi is already 45 this year, he must address Madam Ning as aunt. Indeed, after enduring the hardships of raising several children and seeing them wed and bear offspring, how could one suddenly consider dividing the family? The portly village elder, although of the same generation as Madam Ning, is significantly older, so he refrains from using formal titles and merely advises her. The slender elder, on the other hand, remains silent, twirling his beard while scrutinizing the expressions of the Ning family, pondering whether Madam Ning is truly earnest about the separation or merely feigning a tone. However, upon observing the 3 Ning brothers, he notes their anxious demeanor. Although the wife of the third brother appears somewhat pleased, she dutifully bows her head, unwilling to speak. The second brother's wife seems to wish to bury her head in her chest, completely obscuring her expression. It seems unlikely that these 2 daughters-in-law are instigating the division. Rather, Madam Ning exhibits a resolute expression. But where is the 4th brother? Ning Yoshi scans the room and realizes that Ning Yukai is conspicuously absent, and his countenance darkens as he questions the 3 Ning brothers. If a division is to occur, it cannot possibly exclude the 4th brother. Chapter 6. Descent. Upon hearing his aunt's unequivocal declaration, Ning Yoshi is taken aback. After all, he has watched his aunt grow up, witnessing her marriage. In her youth, she was favored by their grandfather, and after marrying, she was cherished by her husband. Thus, whatever Madam Ning set her mind to as a child was invariably accomplished. In light of this, Ning Yoshi endeavored to endure and persuade regarding the matters initiated by his aunt within the village, striving to maintain peace and harmony. Otherwise, he could scarcely bear the sight of her rolling and weeping in their parlor. What if, after the division of the family, she were to regret her decision? "Aunt, you must contemplate this thoroughly. The division of the family is unlike any trivial matter. Should it truly occur, reconciling afterward would not be a simple endeavor." With heartfelt concern, Ning Yoshi, who also had sons and daughters-in-law, was acutely aware of the little schemes and calculations that resided in their minds. Once the notion of separation was broached, his sons and daughters-in-law would undoubtedly wish to govern their own affairs, free from the constraints of these 2 old guardians. Regardless of his position as the village elder or as Ning Laodai's nephew, he felt compelled to offer earnest counsel. There's no need for further deliberation. The decision to divide the family is settled, declared Ning Pengpeng, with an imperious wave of her hand, effectively halting Ning Yoshi's attempts at persuasion. Upon hearing Ning Pengpeng articulate her thoughts with such clarity, Ning Yoshi exchanged glances with the stout and lean village elders, realizing that Ning Pengpeng had firmly resolved to proceed with the separation. However, it was indeed unexpected that the land would be apportioned to his daughter, Ning Yoshi, with 2 acres allocated to her. This revelation astonished not only Ning Yoshi and the others, but also Ning Laodai, who had long ceased to toil in the fields, while Ning Lair devotedly tended to the land as if it were his own child. Now, with such an abundance of land divided into 5 portions, leaving him with a mere 2 acres, Ning Lair felt as though he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. "Mother, while we have no objections to Old Fourth receiving land, how can we allow little Fifth, merely a girl, to have a share?" A voice, as light as a gnat's buzz, echoed through the air, startling everyone present. Ning Pengpeng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, as she had anticipated that Wang Shi would be the first to express dissent. To her surprise, it was Qian Guifan of the Qian family who voiced her disagreement. Upon hearing his wife's remark, the second son lowered his head, neither stopping her nor reprimanding her for speaking out of turn. Their 4 daughters, however, huddled together in trepidation, rendered speechless by their mother's words. For them, as conveyed by Qian, being daughters was a sin. Lacking a brother and male heir meant that their branch of the family faced extinction. Ning Pengpeng regarded Qian with evident disdain, nearly bursting forth with words of contempt. Indeed, the scorn from her mother-in-law left Qian's face pale, and the scant courage she had mustered dissipated entirely, silencing her further. Covering her face, Qian wept softly. Feeling that her inability to bear sons had drawn such disdain from her mother-in-law, humiliating her in front of so many. The more she contemplated, the sadder she became. Struggling to breathe through her tears, yet fearing to cry out loud, terrified that her mother-in-law would become enraged and chastise her anew. Witnessing her pitiable state, Ning Pengpeng felt her eyes sting with irritation, uninterested in engaging further with someone so foolish. Do any of you brothers also oppose my decision to grant land to your sister? Upon uttering these words, Ning Pengpeng's brows furrowed, her originally triangular eyes now lifted upwards, revealing more of the whites than the blacks, rendering her visage rather fearsome. The eldest did not anticipate that the 20 taels he held would dwindle to merely 2 taels of silver after division by his mother. However, with an acre of arable land and another of dry land, the outcome was not entirely disadvantageous. After all, an acre of fertile land fetches 8 taels of silver, and even dry land commands 2 taels per acre. Land is the lifeblood of a farmer, and he would never consider selling it. Even if he were to hire someone to cultivate it, the annual yields would remain substantial. By combining the value of the land with the 2 taels of silver in his possession, he found himself with a fortune of 12 taels. Without the concern of his brothers discovering that he had received silver from their mother and coming to settle accounts with him. After much contemplation, Ning Lada felt quite satisfied with Ning Pengpeng's method of division. Chapter 7. Assistance with the eldest leading the way in silence. The second brother resembled a dazed goose, remaining mute, while the third naturally refrained from being the scapegoat, avoiding their mother's rebuke. Thus, when Ning Yoji inquired, aside from the brief outburst from the Qian family, it was surprising to see Wang Shi quietly standing behind Ning Laosan, tacitly accepting Ning Pengpeng's terms of division. Very well, since you have made your intentions clear, I shall draft a deed of separation as your mother has suggested. Once the deed is signed and the fingerprints affixed, there shall be no turning back. Do you understand? These final words were directed pointedly at Ning Pengpeng. Observing Ning Pengpeng's serene demeanor, Ning Yoji let out a quiet sigh and called upon the eldest Ning to fetch the writing materials. Following Ning Pengpeng's instructions, he meticulously drafted the division agreement. One by one, they pressed their fingerprints upon the document, with Ning Yoji, as the village head, retaining one copy for the records while Ning Pengpeng took another. Subsequently, seizing the moment while Ning Yoji and the village elders were present, they thoroughly divided all the belongings as intended. Once the division was complete, Ning Pengpeng intended to invite Ning Yoji and the elders for a meal. However, upon glancing at the table, she noticed that the plate of scrambled eggs with chives had been entirely consumed by Ning Yoji. Instantly, her invitation became lodged in her throat, and after casting a fierce glare at her youngest daughter, she graciously escorted the 3 men out of the courtyard. Ning Yoji and the village elders had not planned to stay for a meal. Yet Ning Pengpeng's courteous demeanor prompted them to ponder what had transformed the old matriarch so drastically. After watching them depart, Ning Pengpeng turned and shot a disapproving look at Ning Yoshi before addressing the rest of the group. However, as she sat down and gazed at the meager remnants of their meal, a sense of frustration welled up within her. Taking a few deep breaths, she reflected on the fact that Ning Yoshi, after all, was her biological daughter. During the division, even the eggs had been meticulously allocated. Consequently, she retrieved 5 of the 10 eggs from her basket and handed them to Wang Shi. Go, prepare another plate. Today shall be a farewell feast. Let us have something delightful to eat. Although Wang Shi lamented the earlier plate of eggs, none of them had even had a taste before her sister-in-law devoured it all. She understood the sentiment behind Ning Pengpeng's request. Nevertheless, she obediently accepted the eggs her mother-in-law offered and turned towards the kitchen without uttering a word. After all, it was the final day, and soon her younger sister-in-law would no longer have the opportunity to meddle in their affairs. It would be unwise to jeopardize the greater good for the sake of a few eggs. Hearing her mother instruct her sister-in-law to fry the eggs, Ning Yoshi's eyes lit up. The previous dish had barely whetted her appetite, leaving her craving more. Yet, before she could revel in the anticipation of the scrambled eggs with chives being served, she found her mother glaring at her, demanding, "After devouring such a large plate of eggs, why are you still lingering at the table?" "Mother, I haven't had enough. Ning Yoshi pouted, adopting a playful tone in response to Ning Pengpeng's remark. Ning Yoshi, now that we have separated our households, your brothers will have their own children to support, and the money they earn will no longer concern you in the slightest. Furthermore, as a young lady on the cusp of adulthood, how can you be perpetually unsatisfied with your meals? When tasked with embroidery, you manage to tangle the threads into a chaotic mess. What, pray tell, can you do besides eat? Would you not feel ashamed if others were to hear of your behavior? From now on, you shall live with me and your fourth brother, where labor will determine your sustenance. If you refuse to contribute, do not expect your mother to provide you with a morsel to eat. Ning Pengpeng glared at her coldly, delivering her harsh words, leaving Ning Yoshi dumbfounded. After a moment, she realized her own mother was scolding her. Oh, mother, you actually scolded me? What is the point of my existence if this is how it is? Father, you left us too soon. I had thought mother would cherish me, being fatherless since childhood. To think that now even she looks down upon me. Woe is me. Perhaps I should just end it all and join father. Be quiet. Ning Pengpeng forcefully struck the table with her palm, causing the bowls and chopsticks upon it to tremble in response to her force. Ning Yoshi's previously piercing cries abruptly ceased, akin to a chicken whose neck had been grasped. The resolute words of Ning Pengpeng stirred a sudden anxiety within Ning Yoshi, leaving her neck feeling somewhat chilly. Unable to suppress a cautious swallow, she instinctively sensed that her mother's mention of stir-fried bamboo shoots with shredded meat was not a reference to food, and that requesting her elder brothers to assist in hanging something was not a jest. However, her own display of despair had perfectly mirrored her mother's past lamentations. Every time she had failed to meet old lady Ning's expectations, she had resorted to such weeping. Why was it that this time it did not suffice? Perhaps her imitation lacked the necessary authenticity? Observing Ning Yoshi still cowering to the side, Ning Pengpeng's voice rose slightly. Wang Shi carefully placed the freshly stir-fried eggs with chives on the table, her previously fluttering heart now steadied, daring not to indulge in concealed triumph. Remember, even though we have divided our households, you will always be brothers, bound by blood and kinship. Sit down and eat. Ning Pengpeng earnestly addressed the three brothers, as well as the few innocent children seated at the small table nearby. Mother, we shall not forget, Ning Laodai responded with a nod, while Ning Laoer wiped away a tear and nodded in agreement. Ning Laosan, however, with thoughts of the substantial sum of money in his possession, envisioned finally being able to treat his wife to some nourishing delicacies, wore a cheerful smile, seemingly in accord with all that was said. Regardless of the thoughts swirling within each individual, Ning Pengpeng seated herself and lifted her bowl, delicately placing a piece of egg into her mouth. Indeed, one must commend the Wang family. Their culinary skills are quite commendable. Yet, when compared to her current possession of 14 taels of silver, along with 2 acres of fertile land and 5 acres of dry land, her own culinary efforts seem rather trivial. Furthermore, she surely intends to craft some goods in the future, hoping to exchange them for a bit of silver. With no one watching her every move, she felt an increasing sense of ease. The more she reflected, the more she believed that dividing the household on her very first day in this world was indeed a stroke of brilliance. Chapter 8. Inequity as dusk approached. Ning Yukai continued to feign labor at the Zhao household, all the while exchanging flirtatious glances with his fiancée, Zhao Wanmei. The Zhao family could hardly bear to witness the spectacle, as the two appeared utterly oblivious to their surroundings. The elder Zhao could not suppress a sigh, for his daughter was smitten with the handsome visage of this young man from the Ning family, showing little concern for Ning Yotsai's laziness. Privately, the elder had broached the subject with his daughter on several occasions, yet each time, Zhao Wanmei dismissed his concerns with nonchalance, asserting that Ning Yukai had 3 brothers to share the labor of the fields. Moreover, despite his indolence, Ning Yukai possessed a silver tongue, charming not only his daughter but even his prospective mother-in-law, Madame Ma, who would beam with delight at his every visit. Whenever the elder voiced his disapproval of Ning Yukai, Madame Ma would counter with numerous praises. Ultimately, the elder had no choice but to remain silent, opting to avoid Ning Yotsai's visits, preferring to turn a blind eye to the unfolding drama. Upon entering the house, he was soon approached by someone from the Zhao family, whispering the news that the Ning family had indeed divided their household. Upon hearing these words, old Zhao and the nearby Ma were taken aback. Without a moment's hesitation, the elderly couple hurriedly set out to find their son-in-law, Ning Yukai, to inform him of the impending division of his family. Oh dear, Yukai, what a jest this is. The village elders are already at your home, having prepared the division documents, with your mother and brothers having affixed their fingerprints. Yet here you are, oblivious. As if you were being sold while counting someone else's money. Seeing the anxious expression on Deju's face, Ning Yukai realized it was no jest. His countenance fell as he contemplated the possibility that his family had indeed split while he was away. Rage surged within him as he shouted loudly, disregarding any playful banter with Zhao Wan, and hastened homeward. Zhao Wan, who had been accompanying him, intended to follow suit, but was abruptly restrained by old Zhao and Ma. You foolish girl, you haven't even officially entered the family yet. What do you think you're doing accompanying him to the Ning household? Although Ma appreciated Ning Youtsai's charming demeanor, she was not without sense. If her daughter were to follow him to the Ning family today and an altercation ensued, what would become of her daughter's reputation? Why would old lady Ning willingly agree to a division of the family? After exchanging glances filled with concern, old Zhao and Ma were engulfed in confusion. In their village, how many elderly individuals remained who would choose to divide their households? Most often, it was the elders who controlled the family finances, ensuring their sons and daughters-in-law adhered to their wishes. Otherwise, discord could easily lead to disintegration. If the family were to separate, old lady Ning's authority within her household would diminish, a sentiment shared by all who learned of the Ning family's impending division. Although the meal was not particularly appetizing, in order to avoid waking up in the middle of the night due to hunger, Ning Pengpeng reluctantly consumed the stir-fried eggs with chives, accompanied by a whole grain bun, and a bowl of thin porridge that was barely sufficient to reflect a shadow. She considered it a form of dieting. Just as she placed the bowl on the table, a hurried voice approached from outside the courtyard. When Ning Yukai dashed into the parlor, beads of sweat adorned his forehead, and his eyes were filled with indignation. With his stomach satisfied, his mood naturally improved. And coupled with Ning Youtsai's commendable appearance, Ning Pengpeng recalled that her younger sister, Ning Yoshi, resembled her but was only of average beauty. In contrast, her younger brother, Ning Yukai, bore a striking resemblance to their deceased father, Tian Ding. Indeed, Ning Laotai's initial agreement to accept Tian Ding as a son-in-law was likely due to his good looks. Upon hearing that his mother's attitude remained unchanged, Ning Youtsai's initial fury began to dissipate, yet his expression still reflected dissatisfaction. "Mother, I have heard that our family has split," he exclaimed. "Surely this is mere gossip, is it not?" "You are not mistaken. Our family has indeed divided. You, along with your younger sister, will remain with me, while your 3 elder brothers will establish their own households. However, given our current financial constraints, we shall reside together for the time being, and later, you may move out to form your own dwelling." Yet, she had no toothpicks at her disposal, and felt too embarrassed to use such a coarse pair of chopsticks, thus resorting to sucking instead. Ning Yukai, however, felt as though a thunderbolt had struck him, leaving him dazed. "We have split? What will become of me from now on? They all used the family funds to marry, and yet, by the time it was my turn, the family was divided. Moreover, why did they choose to split the family in my absence? This is unjust, utterly unjust. I refuse to accept the division. If you wish to divide, then do so without me." Ning Yukai exclaimed loudly, then sat down on the threshold of the hall, his eyes reddening, chin slightly raised, embodying a defiant demeanor. Fairness? What does fairness even mean? Is it considered fair that your 3 elder brothers toil to provide for you? In the past, I indulged your laziness, thinking you were too young. From this day forth, should you fail to work diligently, I shall see who in this household dares to offer you a morsel of food. Furthermore, do you not have any awareness of your own situation? You have the energy to visit your in-laws, yet fetching a mere stick of firewood from home seems to drain you of all strength. Do not presume that your absence will lead the family to withhold your share. Because your 3 brothers have married, they shall only receive 2 taels of silver and 1 acre of good farmland, along with another acre of dry land. As for you and your younger sister, who are yet to wed, I have set aside 5 taels of silver for your future marriages. Everything else will be divided equally among your brothers. Until you marry, I shall retain possession of the 1 acre of good land and 1 acre of dry land. Once you are wed, just like your brothers, you will receive your share. The land will belong to you, and you shall also receive 2 taels of silver." Although the handsome young man may be attractive, it does not imply that Ning Pengpeng will indulge him. Ning Pengpeng made her stance abundantly clear. Upon learning that she suddenly had 2 additional acres of land and 2 taels of silver, along with her mother preparing funds for her marriage, Ning Yukai found himself at a loss. unsure whether to rejoice or to continue protesting the division of the family. Chapter 9. The Scheme for Wealth. Upon observing Ning Yukai, who appeared utterly incapable of retreating from the situation, Ning Pengpeng let out a dismissive snort from her nostrils. She turned and picked up a basket, nearly devoid of eggs. Before retreating into her room, Ning Yatsai's face flushed a deep crimson as he watched his mother enter without casting a glance in his direction, leaving him in a state of unease. Eldest brother. He turned to Ning Lauda, only to find him deliberately ignoring him. Ultimately, the fourth brother was astoundingly lazy at home, indulging in the family's provisions without contributing. Although the labor in the fields was not solely Ning Lauda's responsibility, during their time as a united household, every extra morsel consumed by the fourth brother felt akin to taking from his own share. Now that they had severed ties, coupled with the land and silver he had acquired, he felt a sense of satisfaction. As for the fourth brother's reluctance to separate, that was not for him to decide. Noticing his elder brother's disdain, Ning Yukai could not help but glance at the dazed Ning urge beside him. Second brother, do say something. Oh dear, fourth brother. What do you expect second brother to say? Prior to our separation, all the labor in the fields was shared between him and me, while you merely indulged in food and drink without lifting a finger. Now, calling him second brother is of no avail. Moreover, mother has not treated you unfairly. The family's wealth and land are to be divided equally among us 5 siblings. None shall gain an advantage over the others, nor suffer loss. However, from now on, the 2 acres of land that belong to you will require your own toil, as neither I nor second brother will have the time to assist you in farming. As he spoke, it was evident that the family's agricultural responsibilities rested heavily on the shoulders of the second brother. While he too would work the fields, he often preferred to take it easy, contributing no more than the fourth brother. Now that the family has separated, although he can take charge, the labor in the fields, if left solely to him, would surely be overwhelming. However, as long as he can appease his second brother and persuade him to help tend to his 2 acres of land, it would merely require a few words. Thus, assisting the second brother is also a means of aiding himself. Ning Yukai, bewildered, watched as his third brother led away the second brother, while the eldest brother turned to leave, leaving only the second brother and a few bewildered children from the third brother's family staring at him in confusion. Upon returning to her home, Ning Pengpeng touched her face, lined with wrinkles, and couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. No, for the sake of her appearance. She must gather her spirits. She needs to earn money, a substantial amount of it. Ning Pengpeng firmly believes that if she could establish herself in the bustling metropolis with nothing but her bare hands, she could surely make a name for herself in this ancient era. After all, she possesses far more knowledge than the people of this time. In the age of smartphones, information is abundant, although she has yet to discover her own golden touch. The knowledge acquired from 9 years of compulsory education and the various videos she has seen on apps while scrolling through her phone remain invaluable. Just give her a lever, and she could shift the entire world. With renewed determination, Ning Pengpeng encouraged herself wholeheartedly. She took out the silver she had just received and counted it once more, feeling a sense of reassurance wash over her. Whether the sons who benefited from the division of the family could sleep soundly that night, Ning Pengpeng did not know. What she did know was that she eventually drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradling the silver in her arms. She slept soundly until the break of dawn, awakening to find that the time was nearly past the hour of chun. Upon opening the door, she found the house devoid of any inhabitants. Ning Pengpeng pondered for a moment before making her way to the kitchen, where she proceeded to boil some water for her morning ablutions. Fortunately, her past experiences in the countryside equipped her with the knowledge of how to operate a wood-burning stove. Otherwise, she would have surely emerged in a rather disheveled state. After refreshing herself, Ning Pengpeng rummaged through the provisions she had set aside the previous day. While there was an assortment of grains, apart from some coarse flour, there were merely a few beans. The memory of the multi-grain buns she had prepared yesterday made her throat feel dry. Without hesitation, she retrieved 2 eggs from the basket and tossed them into the pot. As she sifted through the beans, she discovered mung beans, red beans, and peas, which sparked an idea in her mind. Yesterday, she had been troubled by the question of what to prepare in this ancient time, but now inspiration struck. She selected a bowl each of mung beans, red beans, and peas, washed them thoroughly in clean water, and set them to soak. While the beans were soaking, Ning Pengpeng tidied herself and stepped outside to seek out the village carpenter to craft a few molds. As she exited, she encountered an elderly woman with a face adorned with wrinkles, who greeted her with a cheerful smile. The woman's sardonic laughter and veiled remarks caused Ning Pengpeng to momentarily falter, prompting her to touch her own face in disbelief. With a roll of her eyes, she retorted, "Thank you very much. I am actually 2 years younger than you. I am merely 39. If anyone should be called elder sister, it is you who should be addressed as such." Observing the deep wrinkles etched upon your visage, it seems they could indeed ensnare a mosquito. I had been pondering why, despite the heat, not a single mosquito was in sight. It appears you, dear elder sister, have managed to eliminate them all. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Ning Pengpeng's words, Old Lady Pan nearly succumbed to faintness from indignation. You, spit. No wonder the children at home cannot tolerate you. With a mouth like yours, it is only a matter of time before someone retaliates. Old Lady Pan, the mother of Pan Daju, has always harbored a discordant relationship with Old Lady Ning. Previously, they maintained a semblance of civility, but yesterday, upon learning from her son that the Ning family had indeed divided, she found herself traversing past the Ning residence multiple times today. Finally, when Old Lady Ning emerged, it was only natural for her to provoke a response. However, little did she anticipate that, instead of pricking Old Lady Ning, she would be left seething with frustration herself. For any woman, be she a nonagenarian or a mere toddler, the mention of aging or wrinkles is intolerable. Thus, after spitting in disdain, Old Lady Pan continued to glare at Ning Pengpeng in fury. Yet, Ning Pengpeng merely scoffed, lifting her chin defiantly, holding silver in her hand. She had leisurely awakened well after midday, and saw no reason to cater to a whole household. If you wish to play the role of a maidservant, no one is stopping you. However, there is no need to harbor such jealousy toward me. After all, not everyone can attain what I have. With that, without waiting for Old Lady Pan to regain her composure to retort, she turned on her heel and headed towards the carpenter's house in the village. For she had grand plans awaiting her, leaving no time for idle chatter or disputes. Old Madam Pan, feeling a surge of anger that could elevate a Buddha to the heavens, left the matter behind her. Particularly vexing was the sight of a basin of dirty clothes discarded in the corner, which evoked the words of Ning Pengpeng, who had once remarked about serving others like a maid. The mere thought of this caused a pang in her heart. Chapter 10. Blood Brothers. Shall we engrave the characters for fortune, prosperity, and longevity? Wang Dashan, a cousin of Ning Laosan's father-in-law and a carpenter in the village, was approached by Ning Laotai today. Though his workmanship did not rival that of the town's artisans, he was nonetheless capable of handling the carpentry tasks of ordinary villagers. Ning Laotai had come seeking the creation of molds for engraving, a task that was rather straightforward. Very well, he replied. You may come to collect them the day after tomorrow. Each piece will cost you 2 totaling 61. Please provide a deposit of 21, and you may settle the remaining amount upon collection. Ning Laotai requested 10 molds. Although the task was simple, the engraving would require time. So Wang Dashan prudently estimated that she could return for them in 2 days. The necessity of a deposit was unavoidable. After all, Ning Laotai was somewhat difficult. Should he complete the work only for her to refuse payment, the familial ties would make any argument awkward. Thus, following his wife's advice, he required 1/3 of the fee up front from anyone in the village requesting carpentry work, ensuring that his labor would not be in vain. Ning Pengpeng found no fault in Wang Dashan's request for a deposit. After all, it was perfectly reasonable to request in advance for work. Without hesitation, she reached into her sleeve, retrieved her pouch, and counted out 21 to hand over. However, she had a request. Before dinner today, she needed 2 molds each. After all, her beans had already been soaked. If she waited 3 days, wouldn't all the beans sprout? Wang Dashan did not expect that today. Old Lady Ning would be so agreeable. He had initially thought she would quibble, but to his surprise, she readily provided the money. Thus, after a moment's contemplation regarding her request for 2 molds to be carved out before dinner, he nodded in agreement. Worst-case scenario, he would simply refrain from working in the fields that afternoon and dedicate himself to carpentry at home. Upon closer inspection, he saw it was his eldest daughter-in-law, Lu. Upon seeing Old Lady Ning enter from outside, Lu was startled and immediately released her grip on her husband, feeling a bit anxious as she glanced at her mother-in-law. She wondered if her mother-in-law had overheard her conversation with her husband. Ning Pengpeng pretended not to notice Lu's sneaking glances at her and walked into the parlor, where she picked up the teapot on the table and poured herself a bowl of cold boiled water to drink. It was essential to stay hydrated. After finishing the bowl of water, Ning Pengpeng smacked her lips. Plain water was rather tasteless. Unfortunately, although this teapot was called a teapot, It could only hold cooled boiled water. This was because, in ancient times, tea leaves were not considered inexpensive. Even the most inferior quality tea would cost several dozen coins for just an ounce. Even in the village, where the headman's family was relatively well off, they only drank the dregs of tea leaves. For ordinary households, just catching a whiff of the scent was a luxury. Mother, I heard Yofu say that we divided the family yesterday. Indeed, is there a problem? Ning Pengpeng lifted her triangular eyes and cast a glance towards Lu, her heart racing as if she felt her mother-in-law could see through her concealed thoughts. Just yesterday, her biological mother had pointed at her head and murmured for quite a while about the advantages of having a mother-in-law around. Although having such a formidable presence looming over her was indeed rather uncomfortable, her husband and she currently resided in the town, rendering her mother-in-law's influence limited. In times of need, she could still rely on her mother-in-law for assistance. A few sweet words would suffice to gain her support without much effort on her part. Thus, today she hurried from the town to the village, initially intending to please her mother-in-law by mentioning that Penggu had excelled in his studies, hoping that this would bring her joy and result in her generosity towards their family. However, Ning Yofu had his own plans and was reluctant to proceed in this manner, leading to a tug of war in her thoughts. After all, one cannot dictate how others express themselves. If one were to control another's speech, would it not lead to an absurd desire to govern their most private acts as well? The last remark was directed towards her eldest son. Despite Ning Pengpeng's disapproval of her eldest son's previous maneuvering to coax money from her mother, she did not harbor strong resentment. This demonstrated a flicker of conscience, indicating he was not wholly devoid of virtue. Yet, gazing at her eldest son, who sported a pair of small mustaches, she found it somewhat disconcerting. Struggling to accept the reality of having such a grown son, coupled with her daughter-in-law's subtle intentions, she was eager for him to depart with company, lest his presence linger before her and provoke her displeasure. Yet, before she could continue her persuasive words, her husband pulled her back, halting her. Mother, our son went to the fields with the second brother this morning. As for the work, the second brother is far more adept than I. Thus our son has entrusted him with the land, sparing us the need to seek further assistance. When Ning Pengpeng rose, she noted the absence of anyone in the house and surmised that all three sons must have ventured to the fields. After all, the land is the very essence of a farmer's existence. Since the second brother is tending to it, let us not forget the need to compensate him accordingly. Though he is your brother, they have now separated their households. It is imperative to keep accounts clear. One must not only think of personal gain, for such greed can lead to irreparable rifts among brothers. As Ning Pengpeng's words settled, she observed the second and third sons returning to the courtyard, their hoes resting upon their shoulders. A closer look revealed that the third son, Ning Yosho, wore a rather awkward expression. It was likely that they had overheard her previous remarks, which saved her the trouble of reiterating her point. Chapter 11. Clear accounts. Ning Laodao's face reddened even more than that of Ning Laosan, as he had just been extolling the virtues of the second brother while in the fields, yet failed to mention what should be done once the work was completed. As long as he remained silent, it was reasonable to believe that the second brother would not bring it up either. Unexpectedly, their mother had laid it bare, leaving him in a precarious position where he could neither demand the second brother work for free nor express his reluctance to pay. Mother is jesting. How could the eldest son allow the second brother to toil without recompense? Second brother offered me this acre of fertile land and an acre of dry land, with 40% of the harvest each year belonging to him. At this moment, Ning Laodao's heart felt as though it were bleeding. Lu's gaze was fixed on him, filled with urgency, yet what could be done? He realized that his mother was genuinely determined to be fair this time. If he did not comply, he would undoubtedly face her reprimands, which would be quite humiliating. It would be better to concede a portion that was slightly less than others, but not excessively so, to demonstrate his regard for brotherly bonds. Indeed, upon hearing the elder brother declare that 40% of the harvest would belong to him, Ning Lao was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes, rendered speechless before his elder brother. Meanwhile, Ning Laosan shot daggers at Ning Laodao, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. If the elder brother were to allocate such a substantial amount of grain to the second brother, would he not be required to do the same? Unlike the elder brother's family, which had additional income from his father-in-law's labor, Ning Laosan's family relied solely on the meager output from their land. Furthermore, Ning Laosan was astute enough to note that the elder brother had not clarified whether the 40% pertained to the yield after taxes or before. If the elder brother took his 60% share first, The remaining 40% for the second brother, after paying the taxes on these 2 acres, would leave Ning Laosan with very little. In such a case, it would feel as though he had labored all year round only to work for the elder brother for free. Nevertheless, even this small amount of grain was something Ning Laosan could hardly part with. Alas, what could he do, especially with his wife now pregnant once more? The elder brother truly exemplifies opulence. I, his younger sibling, cannot compare and must rely solely on my own efforts. Ning Laosan cast a glance at Ning Laoda and, with a hint of jealousy, remarked. His words prompted Ning Lao to steal a glance, for earlier in the fields, the third brother had not expressed himself in such a manner. Ning Pengpeng observed the undercurrents with a cool detachment, which only strengthened her resolve. One ought not to be lacking in anything, especially not in wealth. Laosan, should you desire, I could offer you the opportunity to cultivate my 3 mu of dry land without the need to provide 200 caddies of grain. As per the elder brother's suggestion, how about a 4/10 share of the harvest? Regardless of whether the elder brother's intentions were sincere or feigned, his words had been spoken, thus signifying his stance. He would not take advantage of his brother. Therefore, upon hearing Ning Laosan's envious remarks about Lauda, Ning Pengpeng shot him a sidelong glance and said, this statement nearly caused Ning Laosan to leap in protest. After all, among the 2 mu of land owned by the elder brother, 1 mu was arable land, yielding a significantly higher output than dry land. After all, only arable land can sustain the cultivation of fine grains like rice, while dry land can only grow beans. For instance, if one were to plant soybeans on a mu of dry land, the yield would be approximately 200 caddies of beans, if the share were merely 4/10. Even with Ning Laotai covering the grain tax, after a year, Ning Laosan would receive about 240 caddies of beans. Meanwhile, after deducting the tax, Ning Laotai would likely retain around 300 caddies. If we consider what his late mother once said, with 3 mu of dry land yielding only 200 caddies of grain annually, regardless of type, he would stand to gain over 100 caddies more. One should not underestimate the significance of this additional 100 caddies, for it could sustain Ning Pengpeng for at least 3 to 4 months. Thus, the words of one's mother evidently served as a caution to oneself. Ning Laosan merely pursed his lips, his head bowed in silence. You all have gone to the fields today. What of the 4th? Ning Pengpeng inquired, her expression tinged with displeasure as she surveyed the 3 brothers. The 4th? He has gone to visit his future father-in-law. Ning Laosan replied with a hint of schadenfreude, reveling in the thought that he should not bear the brunt of their mother's ire alone. Given old 4's frivolous nature, it was only fitting that he join in the folly. To Ning Laosan's comment, Ning Pengpeng surprisingly exhibited no trace of astonishment. You see, typically, one who plays the role of a son-in-law frequently pays visits to his future in-laws to curry favor and charm his prospective bride. Yet, last night's family division hasn't he even settled in Ning Yukai's mind, and he neglects to inspect the land he has been allotted, hastily seeking out the Zhao family instead. What could possibly be the meaning of this? After all, old 4 and I are to share our lives together. Should Ning Yukai seek to create trouble, I would not hesitate to separate Ning Laosi from the rest. Inform your 4th brother that if he has no interest in cultivating that land, I shall allocate it to old 2. With the harvest shared in accordance with his elder brother's method, Ning Pengpeng directed with a sidelong glance at the gleeful Ning Laosan. Upon hearing their mother repeatedly mention the portion she would provide, Ning Laoda and Lu Shi felt a severe pang of indignation. Now, upon realizing that they might not even have a meal to eat, their hearts sank further into despair. After stepping out of their home, Ning Laodao exchanged a glance with Ning Laosan, and with a forceful snort from their nostrils, they parted ways, each following their own path. The Zhao family resides not far from the Ning family. Ning Laosan, with swift strides, soon arrived at the entrance of the Zhao courtyard and called out into the yard. As expected, Ning Yukai emerged from the guest hall, his brow furrowed. After Ning Laosan conveyed the words from the matriarch Ning, who was originally engaged in discussions regarding the allocation of land and the dowry for his impending marriage, the Zhao family found themselves momentarily stunned by this unexpected revelation. As a seasoned farmer, old Zhao was naturally reluctant to part with 40% of the harvest from his fields for the benefit of Ning's second son. If such a portion were to be relinquished, how much grain would actually remain for Ning Yukai? In fact, old Zhao believed that since Ning Yukai would inevitably marry his daughter Zhuanzi, it would be more prudent to lease the 2 acres of land belonging to Ning Yukai to himself. Ning Yukai was also in a quandary. Although the family had been divided, he continued to live with his mother and sister. despite both he and Ning Yoshi having received their shares of land. The true management of these fields still rested solely with matriarch Ning. Thus, as his future father-in-law, Old Zhao, subtly suggested the idea of leasing the 4 acres that he and Yoshi had together, Ning Yukai found himself in a state of indecision. Just then, Ning Laosan arrived, bringing forth the notion of transferring the land to the second son, along with an unexpectedly high share. Chapter 12. P-Flower Ning Laosan. Yukai has yet to agree. How could your mother allow the land to be cultivated by Ning heir? Old Zhao, growing increasingly agitated, stepped forward and questioned him sharply. Ning Laosan, unable to confront his own mother, found himself at a loss when faced with Old Zhao. After casting a few disdainful glances at the old man Zhao, he rolled his eyes and said irritably, whether the 4th agrees or not, he is still our mother's own son, our dear brother. The crux of the matter is that despite the Ning family having indeed divided, any significant issue must still be decided by our mother. Thus, his agreement is of little consequence. What truly matters is that we keep our resources within the family. Old man Zhao, infuriated, clutched his chest and pointed at Ning Laosan, speechless with rage. Upon hearing Ning Laosan's words and witnessing the furious countenance of his future father-in-law, Ning Yukai felt a surge of displeasure. Third brother, I do not appreciate your words. What is it? After the division, am I not even allowed to manage my own fields? With that, Ning Laosan cast a meaningful glance at the visibly agitated old man Zhao and Madame Ma before turning on his heel and departing. He held no regard for the old man's scheming against the 4th. After all, it would be the 4th who faced the consequences, not him. Ning Yukai found himself at a loss for words, unable to refute Ning Laosan's statement. Watching Ning Laosan walk away with such decisiveness made him increasingly anxious. He quickly addressed old man Zhao and Madame Ma, then hurried home, leaving behind even his fiancée, Zhao Wan. I told you, this Ning Laosi is spineless. What good could possibly come from him marrying Wan? Old man Zhao coughed repeatedly in frustration, pointing in the direction where Ning Yukai had vanished, venting his grievances to his wife. However, Ma's thoughts diverged from those of old Zhao. If old Ning could indeed correct her youngest son this time, it would not be without merit for her daughter. The root of Ning Yotsai's indolence lay in the excessive pampering he received from old Ning since childhood. With the sky falling, he had 3 elder brothers and a doting mother to shield him, rendering his efforts unnecessary. Ning Lauer returned to the fields, for he was currently the one with the most land in the family, and he needed to tend to it diligently. Ning Laosan, reluctant to part with even a morsel of grain, had no choice but to accompany Ning Lauer to the fields. In the household now remained only the 2nd and 3rd sisters-in-law, along with their mother and younger sister. Mother, why have you let my land be cultivated by my 2nd brother? Ning Yukai observed old Ning busy sorting through some items, a stack of long, rectangular wooden boxes that appeared quite new. In Ning Pengpeng's hands lay the molds sent by Wang Dashan. To his surprise, the craftsmanship was commendable. Although the inscriptions were rigidly carved, they were remarkably clear. Wang Dashan had provided 6 molds, sufficient for the beans she intended to soak today. What? Not letting your 2nd brother farm it? Do you think you can cultivate it yourself? Ning Yukai was momentarily taken aback. Naturally, he had no desire to work the fields, but he had his future in-laws to assist him. In his mind, the primary benefit was that his future father-in-law would help him sow without requiring him to part with his grain. However, such sentiments were difficult to articulate, and thus Ning Yukai stood beside Ning Pengpeng for a considerable time, unable to voice his thoughts. Ning Pengpeng had no time to spare for him. She first removed the floating skin from the soaked peas, pouring only the pea flesh along with the water into the pot, then bringing it to a vigorous boil over high heat. She continued to cook until the water nearly evaporated and the peas became tender and mushy. Seizing the opportunity, she quickly scooped the cooked peas into a basin. Next, she added a mixture of red sugar and water, using a rolling pin to mash it into a paste. She then returned the pea puree to the pot, stirring it continuously over low heat until it thickened, before transferring it into an oiled mold. With a wooden spatula, she pressed the pea puree firmly into the mold, scraping away any excess from the edges. The filled mold was then placed in a basket and suspended in the well for setting. Once the pea puree had taken shape and was removed from the mold, it transformed into the renowned sweet delicacy known as pea yellow. Traditionally, white sugar should have been used in this preparation. However, in the memory of the elderly Ning, there was no mention of white sugar. Even the red sugar, a rare commodity at present, was meticulously sifted through the finest sieve and further strained with cloth before being used. The current red sugar was not only coarse but also contained impurities, which was quite unacceptable to Ning Pengpeng. Moreover, as it was a particularly hot season without ice, the pea puree needed to be placed at the bottom of the well to set. Fortunately, the ancient deep well remained cool in summer, and the water below was refreshingly chilly, comparable to the temperature of modern refrigeration. Then, the soaked red beans were placed in a pot and boiled until soft, after which they were retrieved and the outer skin was removed. The beans were then cooked further, gently stirred continuously until a sandy texture emerged. The remaining red sugar syrup was added, and the mixture was stirred until it reached a thick consistency. When the spatula was tilted, the mixture fell in a continuous stream, and it was then set aside. During these preparations, Ning Yukai followed Ning Pengpeng about, from one side to the other. Eventually, Ning Pengpeng grew impatient and tossed 2 pounds of glutinous rice to him, instructing him to grind it into flour using the hand-operated mill at home, so as to avoid the distraction of his wandering presence. By the time Ning Pengpeng completed the red bean filling, Ning Yukai had already ground the glutinous rice into wet flour. Ning Pengpeng approached, pinched the flour, and was quite satisfied with its fineness. However, she meticulously sifted it through a fine sieve again, setting aside the larger grains for Ning Yukai to continue grinding. She placed the sifted rice flour into a basin, then retrieved the previously soaked pea pudding from the well water. Flipping the mold, she gently tapped it, and out came square pieces embossed with the characters for fortune, prosperity, and longevity. This pea pudding was neither sticky nor crumbly. Thanks to the removal of the skin, it had a melt-in-the-mouth quality. Ning Pengpeng savored a piece, nodding with mild approval. For a first attempt, it was passable. Chapter 13. The pinnacle of life. She stacked the pieces of pea pudding into a pagoda shape and set them aside. After reapplying a layer of oil to the empty mold, she filled it with the wet glutinous rice flour. First, fill each mold completely. Then excavate a small cavity in the center of each, into which the previously sought-ed red bean paste is carefully spooned. Once each mold is filled with the red bean mixture, a layer of wet glutinous rice flour is gently spread over the top. After pressing it down slightly, set it aside. Once all 6 molds are prepared in this manner, Ning Pengpeng places them in a steaming basket over boiling water. Each elongated mold accommodates 6 pieces of cake, totaling 36 in all. When the red bean paste rice cakes are finally released from their molds, they reveal a delicate, lustrous white exterior through which the rich red filling is visible. The fragrant aroma of the rice mingles with the sweet, indulgent flavor of the red beans, making one's mouth water irresistibly. For instance, Ning Yukai, standing nearby, grinds glutinous rice flour while eagerly craning his neck and swallowing hard, having entirely forgotten his earlier desire to have his mother plant the fields for his future father-in-law. "Mother, may I have a piece?" His yearning is not solitary. Anyone present in the house, upon catching a whiff of the sweet, refreshing scent of the pea cake, cannot help but curiously peek around. Yet, the indelible impression left by old lady Ning renders them hesitant to vocalize their cravings. When the red bean rice cakes are finally steamed, even the youngest children, not to mention the adults, cannot stifle their salivation. "Humph, what are you all staring at? I intend to sell these. If you eat them, how will I make a sale?" Ning Pengpeng glares fiercely at Ning Yukai, her eyes wide with warning, as she swiftly stacks the cakes into a pagoda shape, placing them into a basket, just like the pea cake. The remaining mung beans were prepared in the manner of pea pudding. After being peeled, they were sautéed into a smooth mung bean paste. Small portions were then taken to envelop the surplus red bean filling, molded into spheres, and firmly pressed into a mold before being effortlessly released, resulting in a complete mung bean cake. These 3 delicacies, in shades of tender yellow, translucent white tinged with red, and refreshing green, presented a visually pleasing sight. To add to the festivity, auspicious characters symbolizing fortune, prosperity, and longevity were inscribed atop each cake, evoking a sense of celebration. Once the confections were completed, they were placed in a basket and lowered into a well to chill. Observing her son's woeful expression and glancing at the remaining ingredients for pea pudding, red bean cake, and mung bean cake, Ning Pengpeng pursed her lips, contemplating the wastefulness of leaving them unused. She decided to utilize everything, ultimately producing over a dozen additional pieces. Naturally, some of the mung bean cakes were entirely filled with mung bean paste, as the red bean filling had been exhausted, leaving only solid mung bean paste to use. However, even under such circumstances, when Ning Pengpeng called out, a group of children, along with the Qian and Wang families, who had been hiding indoors, gathered before her, obediently awaiting their share. "All right, The rest is for you gentlemen." After distributing one piece to each, Ning Pengpeng narrowed her eyes and collected the remaining pastries, placing them into the cupboard. The others, witnessing this, said nothing further. Qian, with utmost care, nibbled at the corner of her pastry, and her daughters imitated her, hesitant to take large bites. Observing her daughters with their treats, Qian's eyes brimmed with concern. They were but young girls, and each morsel consumed felt like a squandering of precious sustenance. However, in recent days, due to the antics of those young girls, the mother-in-law has frequently berated her. Naturally, Qian did not dare to take the pastries from her daughter's hands in front of her mother-in-law. Yet, Wang devoured them in mere bites, her urgency apparent. Her eldest son mirrored her haste, while her younger children ate in small, measured bites. Once Wang and her eldest son finished, they could only stare blankly at the others as they continued to eat. Ning Yukai swiftly turned away, feigning ignorance of his nephew's yearning gaze, and promptly popped a piece of pastry into his mouth, swallowing it whole without much chewing. The sweet flavor lingered tantalizingly at the tip of his nose. Yet after a couple of bites, Ning Yukai realized that unless he could savor another piece, he would remain oblivious to what he had just consumed. At present, he felt an overwhelming sense of solitude in his meal. Hiding in her room, gazing at the chaotic embroidery in her hands, Ning Yoshi felt tears welling in her eyes. She believed that if she were to venture out now to request some pastries from her mother, it would only result in her own humiliation. From morning until noon, she had refrained from eating, and her mother had not entered to inquire if she was unwell. Thus, the words her mother spoke yesterday were indeed heartfelt. If she did not diligently perfect her embroidery, it was not merely the pastries that would be out of reach. The prospect of having any meal at all would become uncertain. As the fragrant aroma wafted through the air, and while wiping away her tears, Ning Yoshi furiously unraveled her previously haphazard embroidery, resolutely beginning anew, stitch by stitch. "Mother, are you truly intending to sell these pastries? How is that possible?" "Of course not. Mother, your skill in pastry making is simply unparalleled." Wang hastily waved her hand, then gave Ning Pengpeng a thumbs up in commendation. Seeing her act this way, Ning Pengpeng snorted through her nostrils. "The delicacies I placed in the well are all accounted for. Anyone who dares to pilfer them should beware of the consequences." These treats represent her hopes and capital for financial gain, just as she contemplated that very morning. With modern housing prices being exorbitantly high, after years of labor, she still could not afford a down payment on a single property. Yet, she remained resolute, tirelessly striving. Now, in this ancient era, she could start anew if necessary. She was determined to find ways to earn more, to purchase a house, to acquire land, to own a manor, and to aspire to become a landlady, thus reaching the pinnacle of her life. "Mother, is this endeavor challenging? I notice that fourth brother seems weary from grinding rice. If he is absent next time, perhaps I could assist you instead." Wang's eyes twinkled as she smiled while speaking. Qian's lips moved as well, but upon seeing her mother-in-law glance her way, feeling as if she were being glared at, she immediately recoiled like a quail, too intimidated to utter a sound. In truth, Ning Pengpeng had merely cast a contemplative glance at Wang and Qian upon hearing Wang's statement. As Wang had remarked, these tasks are indeed rather trivial. If she were to undertake them alone, as she had today, she would only manage to produce a mere 100 pieces of delicacies in an afternoon. Even if these treats were sold at the price of 3 won each, the total would amount to only about 300 won. After deducting costs, the net profit would be even less. At this rate, how long would it take for her to amass enough to buy a house and acquire land? The most effective approach, naturally, is to involve the family in this enterprise. However, such partnerships are destined to dissolve eventually, as they seldom endure. Chapter 14, An Oath. After all, she had never anticipated earning a substantial sum solely from these pastries. One must not underestimate the wisdom of ancient times. If she were to sell merely 100 or so each day, it would not be long before people discerned the ingredients used in these delicacies, leading to the emergence of similar pastries in the town. At that juncture, whether her stock of over 100 pastries could still find buyers would remain uncertain. Presently, she could only claim a fleeting opportunity, allowing others to savor something novel while securing a profit in the process. Once the townsfolk could replicate these pastries, she could pivot to selling another innovative creation. Moreover, no matter how one may argue, they are, after all, the children of her previous self. Officially, they are merely her sons and daughters. Earning money for others pales in comparison to benefiting them directly. Assistance from you all is certainly welcome. But let me make one thing clear. If anyone divulges my recipe during the 6 months of my pastry selling, They are free to take their leave immediately. Of course, I shall not let you work for nothing. Each laborer will receive 10 copper coins per day. After 6 months, if you have accrued enough capital and wish to venture out on your own, I shall not object. 10 copper coins per day? Wang was momentarily at a loss for words. Typically, they relied on the eggs laid by the chickens at home, 2 eggs for a penny. 10 pennies would yield 20 eggs. Wang counted on her fingers, pondering the prospect of 20 eggs a day. How many would that amount to in a month? Her fingers struggled to keep up, and a shiver of excitement coursed through her. The thought of her mother-in-law's words echoed in her mind. In 6 months, once they had capital, they could venture out on their own. This notion stirred her emotions to the point where her eyes glistened with fervor. Mother, rest assured, your daughter-in-law will keep her lips sealed, revealing nothing to anyone. Should I divulge this to others, may I be struck down by thunder. Such a vow was undeniably fierce. Ning Pengpeng nodded in satisfaction, then cast a glance towards Qian and Ning Yukai. A flicker of surprise crossed Qian's face, as if she were taken aback that her mother-in-law included her in this pact. Mother, I am your son. Do you truly doubt me to the extent that I must swear an oath? Ning Yukai's eyes widened in disbelief as he caught Ning Pengpeng's gaze, his expression darkening. Ah, you are indeed my son, yet you are also someone else's son-in-law. With your recent behavior, trailing behind like a lapdog, do you expect me to trust you? Today, while discussing matters of the family fields, you seem only concerned about your future father-in-law, neglecting your own brothers. I stand firm in my belief. I do not trust you. Swear as you will, it matters not to me. Henceforth, any profitable ventures in this household shall have no connection to you. Ning Pengpeng rolled her eyes, retorting without hesitation. Although Ning Yukai was unfamiliar with the term lapdog, he understood it was hardly a compliment. Moreover, he had indeed contemplated having the 2 acres allotted to him cultivated for his future father-in-law. But seeking help from the Zhao family was not the same as his mother's expectations. Despite his thick skin, he could not bring himself to ask his future father-in-law for free labor in the fields. Furthermore, although he could not discern any particular flavor in the pastries, the enticing aroma was simply irresistible. Moreover, Sansa was a woman who would not rise early without the prospect of profit. Her willingness to swear an oath surely indicated there was silver to be gained. With his own mother saying as much, if he did not pledge himself, the earnings of the household might very well elude him. He resolved to swear an oath. Should he ever divulge the recipe for these pastries, may he never win the heart of Zhuanzi. Ning Pengpeng nodded in satisfaction, observing her youngest son in his infatuated state. The daughter of the Zhao family must hold great significance for him. Such a grave oath, deeply respected by the ancients, would likely invoke no mischief. Of course, if any did arise, it would merely be akin to a dog biting him, an incident without recurrence. Both Wang and the 4th son had already sworn their oaths, leaving only Qian to be scrutinized by the others. Mother, with Lu busy in the fields, I must assist him and have no time for this. After all, with the 3rd and 4th siblings offering their help, she felt justified in abstaining. The pastry business, while seemingly bustling with many hands, was constrained by the limited scope of the town, and sales were finite. To produce excessively would be imprudent. Naturally, if Qian truly wished to contribute, Ning Pengpeng had alternative ideas. For instance, Ning Yukai was now 18 and entirely capable of taking the surplus pastries to sell in neighboring towns. The village where I reside is called Dahuai Tree Village. Previously, the 3rd son ventured to the town where the eldest brother resides, known as In Town, which is the closest town to Dahuai Tree, approximately a dozen miles away. In Town boasts a population of around 2,000, making it relatively bustling. Further afield, about 30 miles from In Town, lies Feng Town, which should not be significantly inferior. Continuing north for roughly 100 miles leads to Huxian, which is said to be even more prosperous, with a population of around 30 to 40,000. Indeed, Ning Pengpeng has already reason to smile, as she has managed to capture the attention of In Town's residents with her pastries. Meanwhile, Ning Laosan was so excited that he could hardly sleep. By dawn the next day, Ning Pengpeng rose at the 3rd watch and began steaming red bean rice cakes. The flavors of pea pudding and mung bean cake, even when cold, are uniquely delightful, thus requiring no further steaming. Concurrently, as the rice cakes were steaming, she tossed the 6 remaining eggs from the basket into the pot of boiling water. These pastries were to be sold, and one cannot embark on a journey to In Town, a dozen miles away, on an empty stomach. Mother, is there anything I can assist you with? Ning Laosan inquired. Noticing Ning Pengpeng tending to the fire, he hurried over to take the firewood she was about to place into the stove, gazing at her with an innocent smile. Ning Pengpeng glanced at him and surmised that his wife had informed him about the potential profits from selling the pastries. Today, I am merely testing the waters. It may not necessarily yield any profit, so there will be no wages for you. Ning Laosan immediately broke into a grin, saying, Mother, you need not stand on ceremony. I am your son. Even without payment, I shall accompany you. Chapter 15. Prosperous Business Observing Ning Laosan, who, due to his early rising and unshaven visage, appeared somewhat disheveled yet exuded a sense of sincerity. Ning Pengpeng felt an urge to sing a line to him. Listen to me. Thank you. Alas, she was thinking too far ahead. Given his words, it would seem ungracious for a mother not to support her son. Very well, you may accompany me. But remember to observe more and speak less. All right, mother, I shall heed your words. Ning Laosan, upon hearing his mother's consent, nodded vigorously and cheerfully stuffed firewood into the stove with great enthusiasm. With the addition of Ning Laosan as a free laborer, Ning Pengpeng was spared the arduous task of carrying a burdensome basket for several miles. After organizing their belongings, she retrieved the boiled eggs from the pot, peeled one, and savored it with the warm water in her bowl, wrapping the others in a cloth for later. Wang Shi, seeing Ning Laosan hoisting the basket, hurried forward and discreetly slipped a piece of leftover coarse grain bun into his hand. Meanwhile, Qian Shi gazed at the departing figures of her mother-in-law and uncle, her eyes reflecting a myriad of unspeakable emotions. Recalling her words of persuasion to her husband from the previous day, she could not help but bite her lip, pondering the implications of actual profit. Mother, with such an enticing aroma, it is bound to sell. As Ning Laosan carried the basket, he could distinctly smell the sweet fragrance of the red bean cake that had been steamed that morning. Relishing the scent, he pulled out the coarse grain bun that Wang Shi had given him and took a hearty bite, then confidently remarked to Ning Pengpeng. With a lantern in hand, Ning Pengpeng had barely walked for a quarter of an hour before she felt as though her feet were about to smolder. She found little inclination to indulge in Ning Laosan's praises. In her heart, she fervently resolved that once she had earned enough money, she would undoubtedly purchase a carriage, sparing her feet from such suffering. The journey, lasting about an hour, was traversed while Ning Pengpeng continually envisioned her future acquisitions, carriages, houses, and estates, providing her with motivation as she made her way to town. Upon arriving, tears nearly welled in her eyes. Mother, where shall we go? Is it to the South Market? Or perhaps we should first inquire with eldest brother. This short distance posed no challenge for Ning Old Three, who seemed rather excited. Let us go to the South Market. The sooner we arrive, the better our chances of securing a prime spot. All right then, mother. As the two approached the South Market, it was already bustling with activity. Ning Pengpeng spotted a corner that was just large enough to accommodate her basket and hurriedly squeezed through the crowd. She removed the basket filled with pastries from Ning Old Three's back and turned it upside down to create a stable base, placing the pastry basket atop it. With a corner of the basket lifted, she began to vocally advertise her goods. Come and take a look. Delicious Felucio cakes, a secret recipe. Eat these and young ladies will glow with health, and young men will be robust. For 1, or 3 for 10 1. In contrast to the typical vendors, who either stood or squatted in place, eagerly awaiting customers, Ning Pengpeng surprised everyone by boldly calling out, her pitch smooth and rhythmic, instantly drawing a crowd that craned their necks to glimpse the contents of her basket. The Felucio cakes were indeed a novelty to them. Why are your pastries so expensive? Eggs are only 2 for 3. A woman who appeared to be over 50 gazed longingly at the pastries within the basket and could not help but murmur, Dear sister. Such words ought not to be spoken. These confections have been crafted with an array of ingredients, complemented by a secret recipe. As for the eggs, anyone who raises chickens can procure them. Wouldn't you agree? Moreover, can eggs truly rival the exquisite sweetness and flavor of these pastries? The elder sister continued, I shall not deceive anyone. If the taste is indeed delightful, allow you to be the judge. Ning Pengpeng, having finished her words, extracted a piece of green pea cake from the basket, meticulously slicing it into numerous portions with a bamboo stick, and distributed them to those standing in front for tasting. When she addressed Mrs. Kai as sister, the latter's face instantly blossomed into a radiant smile akin to a chrysanthemum. Additionally, as Ning Pengpeng presented her with the pastry, though merely a small piece, it appeared a tender yellow and exuded a hint of sweetness. It tantalized the senses with its color, aroma, and flavor, igniting an appetite that Mrs. Kai had not felt in years. Uncertain if it was due to her advancing age, which had dulled her appetite, she found herself unexpectedly drawn to the aroma of the pastries. Those in the front, Do savor this delightful morsel. Is it truly as delectable as she claims? The crowd behind began to stir, urging those in front. One individual, cradling a piece of pastry, cautiously took a bite, and with eyes alight, exclaimed, "Delicious! What a wonderfully sweet pastry!" In a moment, he swallowed the small morsel whole, barely allowing it to be chewed, and called out, "May I have 2 more pieces of pastry, for 8 correct?" The man promptly pulled out 8 coins from his purse and handed them to Ning Laosan, who stood nearby. Ning Pengpeng then smiled warmly and lifted the lid of the basket, pointing to the 3 types of pastries inside. Each variety cost only 4 coins apiece, or 3 for 10 coins. Good sir, you have already produced 8 coins. With just 2 more, you could acquire an additional piece, thus saving 2 coins in total. Indeed. How did I not think of that? Please, give me 3 pieces. And for the pastries, I would like 1 of each. Ning Pengpeng swiftly took 1 of each pastry, wrapped them in the oil paper she had prepared the previous night, and handed them over. Thank you, kind shopkeeper. We welcome your patronage again in the future. Others who had already tasted the delicacies, like this gentleman, also changed their minds, initially intending to purchase only 2 pieces, but now clamoring for 3. Madame Kai, displaying her generosity, boldly ordered 6 pieces, planning to save them for lunch and dinner when hunger struck. Ning Laosan observed the customers as they eagerly dispensed coins, seemingly without concern for money, continuously collecting payments until his eyes glazed over with astonishment. Hey, you in front, please buy a little less. Indeed, we have yet to even sample the flavors. The individuals at the back, noticing the visible decrease of pastries in the basket, became anxious and called out urgently. Hearing the commotion, others nearby, intrigued by the bustling scene, joined the queue. Even Ning Pengpeng did not anticipate that over 100 pieces of pastries would vanish in the blink of an eye. Chapter 16. Purchasing brown sugar. Those who were unable to make a purchase immediately expressed their dissatisfaction. Having waited for quite some time, I find myself at a loss. I sincerely apologize, dear young lady. How about this? Tomorrow at the same hour, I shall return to sell again. How many would you like? I will reserve them for you, ensuring you do not leave empty-handed. What say you? Ning Pengpeng cheerfully addressed the woman dressed as an elderly matron. Ah, you truly jest. Madam, I am now the mother of 2 children. I hardly qualify as a young girl anymore. The woman replied, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. Very well. Please set aside 6 pieces for me. The auspicious symbols of fortune and longevity are perfect. I intend to gift 1 each to my in-laws and my own parents for a taste of delight. After playfully touching her cheek, she spoke with a generous spirit, though a flicker of regret crossed her face at the thought of spending 20 coins. Oh, I must admit, I never realized you were already married. Your in-laws must be overjoyed to have such a dutiful daughter-in-law. I can only imagine them dreaming of you with delight at night. And your parents? Their efforts have not been in vain. What a wonderfully filial child you are. Ning Pengpeng showered her with compliments, causing the woman's face to light up with joy, her heart swelling with happiness. The initial pang of spending 20 coins dissipated, as she resolved that even at a steep price, these pastries were intended for her elders, thus making the expenditure worthwhile. Dear madam, please ensure to reserve some for me tomorrow. Another voice chimed in. Don't forget to save for us as well. We have waited so long. The crowd echoed in unison. Oh dear, I can remember this one young lady, but with so many of you, it truly poses a challenge for this old woman. My memory isn't what it used to be. Tomorrow, I shall prepare a greater quantity for you all. I trust you will remember to arrive early. Very well, you must certainly keep this in mind and make ample provisions. Upon hearing Ning Pengpeng's remarks, the crowd pondered and eagerly urged her to ensure she brought more to sell. Satisfied with her repeated assurances, they departed contentedly. Mother, with so many people, can we truly manage such a volume? Ning Laosan anxiously clutched the pouch of coins he had earned from selling pastries, addressing Ning Pengpeng with a worried expression. Isn't that obvious? Just moments ago, half the market was clamoring. Who can discern who is genuine and who merely jesting? Ning Pengpeng shot him a disapproving glance, snatching the pouch from his grasp and meticulously tying it before placing it into the now empty basket. But how did mother agree to it then? Ning Laosan, confused by his mother's statement, inquired. Must you always chatter? What did I tell you when we set out? Observe more, speak less. Ning Laosan scratched his head, obediently reciting his mother's morning advice. That's sufficient. Now, let us proceed to the grain shop. Ning Pengpeng picked up the overturned backpack, placing it into Ning Laosan's arms, and they made their way towards the grain store that lingered in her memory. In the grain shop of Anjin, aside from the whole brown rice and polished rice, there were also millet, soybeans, red beans, green beans, and peanuts among the assorted grains. The brown rice and these grains were primarily purchased by the town's less affluent families. The supply of refined rice in the shop was rather meager. Most of the customers were families of moderate means, resulting in limited demand and consequently fewer goods stocked. After all, affluent households had their own estates, providing them with fresh produce, grains, and vegetables, rendering the purchase of refined rice from external grain shops unnecessary. Ning Pengpeng's ambition was to carve a niche within these wealthy families, selling her goods to them. Relying solely on the less affluent residents of the town for trade might yield some profit, but not substantial wealth. How long would she have to wait to replace her legs with a horse-drawn cart? Therefore, she needed to offer something unique that was absent in the local market. "Boss, I would like 5 pounds of peanuts," Ning Pengpeng proclaimed loudly as she entered the grain shop. Ning Laosan, who had been trailing behind her, immediately grew anxious upon hearing her words, rushing forward to tug at his mother's sleeve, attempting to draw her outside. "Mother, why are you here buying peanuts at the grain shop? The peanuts here cost 5 won per pound, while in the village, they are only 3 won. 3 won per pound. How could it be 2 won cheaper?" Ning Pengpeng scratched her chin awkwardly, momentarily flummoxed. Her thoughts had not caught up, as she instinctively assumed that purchasing peanuts would naturally occur at the grain shop, unaware that the village was abundant with such miscellaneous grains. In modern society, neighbors often remain strangers, let alone inquiring about grain purchases. Just as Ning Pengpeng intended to apologize to the shopkeeper, she noticed him roll his eyes, casting a disdainful glance at both her and Ning Laosan, while muttering under his breath, "The impoverished should refrain from embarrassing themselves." Upon hearing these words, not only did Ning Laosan clench his fists tightly, but Ning Pengpeng also felt compelled to do the same. Do not underestimate the young due to their lack of wealth. Although her body was already 39, she believed that with sufficient effort, she could one day make the proprietor of the grain shop recognize his narrow-mindedness. "Let us go and purchase some sugar." The sugar could be found at the grocery store run by Ning Laoda's father-in-law. In households that host guests, a bowl of brown sugar water signifies the arrival of esteemed visitors. "Mother, what brings you here?" Ning Laoda exclaimed, having been busy at the shop when he suddenly noticed his mother rushing in, his eyes widening in surprise. Could it be that the old lady regretted her decision to separate just days ago? "Laoda, don't you have brown sugar for sale in your store? Please get me 5 pounds, Ning Pengpeng said, waving her hand at Ning Laoda. Hearing this, Ning Laoda nearly choked on his own saliva, sputtering in disbelief. 5 pounds of brown sugar?" As he uttered these words, Ning Laoda nearly bit his own tongue. Indeed, he pondered whether that would be sufficient. Ning Pengpeng furrowed her brow in contemplation, unaware of the exchanged glances between her two sons. She needed white sugar for many of the items she wished to prepare. With only brown sugar available, she had no choice but to devise a method to refine the brown sugar into white sugar. However, even if 5 pounds of brown sugar were to be purified, yielding 4 pounds of white sugar would be quite remarkable. Yet, 4 pounds of white sugar would not sustain her endeavors for long in the market. Chapter 17. Flexibility and Resilience. Ning Laoda, with a face full of helplessness, spoke to Ning Pengpeng. "What? 91 per pound?" Ning Pengpeng's eyes widened in astonishment, almost bulging out. "Yesterday, the sweets she prepared required over half a pound of brown sugar, didn't they?" "Hiss. That means the sweets she made consumed at least 50 won worth of brown sugar, adding in the cost of the beans. If she were to purchase beans for future confections, disregarding the labor she painstakingly invested over half a day, the total cost would amount to nearly 100 won. In essence, of the 300 copper coins she earned, only about half constituted profit, scarcely enough to purchase 2 pounds of brown sugar. Furthermore, having told her family to assist with the work for compensation would further deduct from her earnings. Originally, Ning Pengpeng believed that sugar was inexpensive along with some beans, and considering the booming business earlier, it seemed like a surefire profit. Little did she anticipate that people were willing to buy her confections not due to their quality, but because they were laden with sugar. After all, who would casually buy such expensive brown sugar by the pound? Unable to restrain herself, Ning Pengpeng covered her face, inhaled deeply, and then exhaled slowly. On a brighter note, although costs had surged considerably, there was still a prospect of profit. This business was indeed manageable. It merely required patience to accumulate wealth gradually. Yet, the thought of slow earnings made her inwardly lament. "When will I ever have my own carriage? Dear in-law, I never expected you to personally come to town today. Is it to purchase something?" Just as Ning Pengpeng was feeling increasingly vexed, the curtain at the counter was drawn aside, revealing a woman, Lu Wangshi, the mother of Lu. Upon seeing Lu Wangshi, Ning Pengpeng instinctively straightened her posture. Indeed, she had come to purchase some sugar, having run out while making pastries at home the previous day. When she uttered the word buy, she emphasized it to convey that she was certainly not there to take advantage of anyone. In Ning's recollection, Old Lady Ning had always harbored a sense of inferiority towards Lu Wangshi. It was understandable. Her eldest son, whom she had painstakingly raised, was merely working as a shopkeeper for his father-in-law in town. While this brought some pride to the family in the village, the reality was that Old Lady Ning was acutely aware that her son was essentially living off his in-laws. And had it not been for the presence of a son in the Lu family, her own son would have been a mere son-in-law. Yet, under such circumstances, one must bow their head in humility. Consequently, Old Lady Ning consistently felt subordinate to Lu Wangshi. Although the essence of this body had been replaced by Ning Pengpeng, the moment she laid eyes on Lu Wangshi, she found herself tensing up instinctively. The words spoken by her mother-in-law felt overly presumptuous. Our families are in-laws, and for trifles, how could she expect to profit from us? What would you like to buy, dear mother? If it's not much, do not bother counting the cost. Lu Wangshi said with a constant smile, directing her words to Old Lady Ning. This left Old Lady Ning feeling somewhat awkward, standing in the middle, glancing around, unsure of how to respond. If it were merely a trifle, one could easily forego it for one's own dear mother, compensating the difference with personal funds. However, this sugar is a different matter. The inventory in my father-in-law's general store amounts to no more than a mere 10 pounds, reserved for the upcoming winter solstice when customers might seek it as a gift. Now, with my own mother requesting 5 pounds, that nearly depletes half the store's stock. The cost of brown sugar is not insignificant. Even if it were sold to my own mother at cost, it would hardly be appropriate. Upon noticing Ning Lao's prolonged silence, Lu Wangshi felt a sudden pang of realization. It seemed her esteemed in-law was requesting something rather costly. Ning Pengpeng could not help but regard Lu Wangshi with newfound respect. Indeed, the Lu family's thriving business in this town must be attributed to her keen intellect. My dear in-law, you are far too generous. What I desire is not a mere trinket, and it would hardly be right for you to incur losses on my account. After all, my family is indebted to yours for employment. I am not the proprietor, and it would be rather inappropriate to treat the store's offerings as my own. Alas, I momentarily forgot the price of brown sugar. I shall purchase just 2 pounds, Ning Pengpeng said with a cheerful smile, as she counted out 180 copper coins from her purse and placed them upon the counter. Lu Wangshi was momentarily taken aback. She recalled that Ning Lao had a reputation for never passing up a bargain. Although her son-in-law worked in their store, her daughter had ultimately married into the Ning family, making Ning Lao her daughter-in-law's mother-in-law and her son-in-law's mother. If a small token of goodwill could foster harmony, why not embrace it? This greatly surprised Lady Lu of the Wang family, for in her memory, Old Madam Ning was known for her iron grip on her sons. Upon seeing Old Madam Ning's visit, her initial reaction, much like that of Ning Oldest, was to assume that Old Madam Ning regretted the recent separation of the family. Her arrival seemed destined to stir some amusement. Their family business could scarcely endure the tumult of Old Madam Ning's discontent. It is my fault. Quickly, prepare what your mother desires, Lady Lu implored. Why not have a simple lunch at home? Lady Lu exhibited remarkable adaptability. Even though Ning Pengpeng's words were laced with subtle barbs, she graciously pretended to be oblivious, extending an invitation to dine. Ning Pengpeng held a deep admiration for Lady Lu's demeanor, recognizing that in modern times, she would undoubtedly excel in sales. Given Lady Lu's courteous approach, Ning Pengpeng saw no need to shatter their veneer of civility, acknowledging that it was merely Old Madam Ning's wounded pride at play, something that bore little consequence on her own part, as she preferred to maintain a polite distance. Mother, the brown sugar is packed. Ning Oldest carefully wrapped half a pound of brown sugar, securing it tightly with twine before presenting it to her mother. After declining Lady Lu's invitation, Ning Pengpeng briefly recounted her early visit to the town to Ning Oldest, then turned and left with Ning Third. Chapter 18. Significant discovery. Did your mother come to town today to sell pastries? Lady Lu inquired, a hint of surprise in her voice as she addressed her son-in-law. Ning, the eldest, wore a look of bewilderment. He could not recall what kind of pastries his mother would prepare. His son-in-law was equally perplexed, suspecting that it might be something his mother had concocted in recent days. Lady Lu pondered this and concluded that an ordinary countrywoman would hardly be able to devise any delectable treats. It was likely that having just separated from the family, She still possessed a bit of silver, prompting her to hastily create something to sell in town. If earning silver were so effortless, there would be merchants everywhere. With this thought, Lady Lu shook her head and sighed. As long as her in-laws did not come to her shop causing a ruckus or dispersing small change, she felt no pain in it. Then she noticed her youngest daughter, who seemed to have just heard her mother-in-law's voice and was deliberately hiding behind the curtain to eavesdrop. "Child, since you are at home, why do you not come out to greet your grandmother upon her arrival? What kind of behavior is this?" "Mother, you know well that if my mother-in-law does not see me, it is one thing, but if she does, I am sure to face a stern reprimand. As for Chang'er and Peng'er, it is one thing for Peng'er, but if she were to see Chang'er's attire, I would surely endure another tirade. A daughter is a mother's cherished treasure. I cannot bear to see her subjected to such unkind chastisement from her grandmother. Year, how can you speak so carelessly? Even if your mother-in-law is unkind, you must not harbor resentment. Particularly, do not instill in Chang'er any notions of disrespect towards her grandmother, if word of this spreads. Will Chang'er ever find a husband? You must be mindful. Some things are better left unspoken. Do you understand?" Lu Wang sighed deeply, earnestly advising his youngest daughter with a heavy heart. Yet, one cannot deny the shortcomings of Old Madam Ning. If it were not for the numerous grievances endured by his daughter, would she harbor such complaints? Alas, she has already married and borne children. What recourse remains? Did he not traverse a similar path in the past? At least Old Madam Ning did not introduce a concubine to her son-in-law, which would have been even more distressing. Although Lu listened to her mother's words and replied softly, the true depths of her thoughts remained known only to herself. "Mother, how can my elder sister remain inside without coming out to pay her respects to you? She clearly disregards you. Why do you not confront her?" Ning Laosan, carrying a basket filled with brown sugar, expressed his dissatisfaction to Ning Pengpeng after exiting the general store. "If she does not regard me, will exposing her make her do so? Furthermore, why should I desire her acknowledgement? Once I earn money, I shall have countless filial sons and grandsons." He cast several glances at Ning Laosan as he spoke. "Mother, I am not an unfilial person. Even without silver, I shall still honor you." Though she claimed she would not be unfilial now, it was contingent upon her ability to maintain control over her circumstances. Human hearts are fickle. Who can predict whether the winds of change might lead one to disregard their own mother's well-being? For Ning Pengpeng, relying on mountains may result in their collapse. Leaning on trees could lead to their fall, and depending on others may invite abandonment. Only oneself remains a reliable ally. "Mother, you must trust me." Upon witnessing her mother's demeanor, Ning Laosan persistently murmured in Ning Pengpeng's ear. Ning Pengpeng felt that 100 ducks could not rival his incessant clamor. Already troubled and restless, she was further irritated by his incessant chatter, furrowing her brow as she longed to distance herself from Ning Laosan to escape his ceaseless prattle. Ning Laosan, taken aback by how swiftly his mother had fled, hurried to catch up. Just as he was about to swear an oath to her, he noticed her suddenly come to a halt. Thankfully, he managed to stop in time. Otherwise, he would have collided with her. Was this a sugarcane field? Indeed. Many families in this area are unable to cultivate rice and resort to planting various grains instead. As for sugarcane, those with poor dental health cannot consume it. Ning Pengpeng was somewhat astonished and turned to inquire. "Isn't brown sugar quite expensive? Why does no one wish to cultivate sugarcane?" Earlier that morning, due to the darkness, she had passed through this sugarcane field without the slightest awareness. What does the high price of brown sugar have to do with sugarcane? Ning Laosan gazed at her in confusion, utterly perplexed. What, then, is brown sugar made from? Ning Pengpeng was momentarily speechless at his question, eventually gesturing toward the 2 pounds of brown sugar in his backpack. I don't know. Brown sugar is simply brown sugar. How could it be made from something? Ning Laosan was flummoxed by her inquiry, feeling it was beyond his comprehension. Do you not realize that brown sugar is made from sugarcane? Upon hearing his mother's assertion, Ning Laosan burst into hearty laughter. Mother, are you joking? We have not planted sugarcane here for just a year or two. If brown sugar were made from sugarcane, why had you never mentioned it before? Once again struck by a blow, Ning Pengpeng felt as though she could scarcely breathe, her expression one of deep frustration. She spun in place several times before taking a deep breath and addressing Ning Laosan. Observing her mother's solemn demeanor, which seemed devoid of jest, Ning Laosan paused, bewildered, glancing towards the adjacent sugarcane field. The tall canes stood upright, their dark crimson hue prompting a fleeting thought. Could this indeed be transformed into brown sugar? What should have been a journey of nearly an hour was completed in just over half that time by the two of them. Wangsher had been waiting in the courtyard, periodically peering out the door. Upon spotting the silhouettes of Ning Pengpeng and Ning Laosan, she rushed towards them, her joy palpable. Well, it seems there's a little life stirring within you. You must be more careful. What if you stumble? The earlier scene had nearly caused Ning Pengpeng's heart to leap from her chest, yet Ning Laosan and Wang Shi appeared utterly unfazed. Chapter 19. Division of Labor. I must tell you. Before Ning Laosan could even approach his wife, he felt compelled to share how immensely successful their venture to the town with the pastries had been. However, Ning Pengpeng had no desire to witness their marital banter. Instead, she plopped down on the long bench in the center of the parlor, poured herself a generous glass of boiled water, and gulped it down eagerly, finally feeling invigorated. This daily trek to the market was simply untenable for her. If it came to pass that she earned little and risked her own well-being, it would be a grave mistake. Since Laosan had accompanied her this time to sell pastries, she resolved that he should take Xiao Si with him the following day for mutual oversight. Surely, that would suffice. However, yesterday, more than half a gene of brown sugar yielded merely over 100 pastries. Even if I were to utilize the entirety of the 2 genes of brown sugar today, I estimate I could produce only around 400 pieces. Calculating at 3 pieces for 10 won, the revenue might approximate 1,300 won. After deducting the costs of peas, red beans, mung beans, glutinous rice, and brown sugar, as well as the wages for those who sell and prepare the pastries at home, the net profit would likely be around 900 won. In truth, the expense of a cart primarily stems from the horse, which must be transported from the distant northern regions. Dahuai village is situated in the south, and acquiring a horse would require no less than several dozen taels of silver. Adding a cart frame incurs further costs. In reality, purchasing an ox cart would be more prudent, as oxen can also be employed for plowing the fields. Of course, in Ning Pengpeng's perspective, the ox has additional utility. Nevertheless, even a young ox would still demand an expenditure of at least a dozen taels of silver. If she genuinely intends to pursue that endeavor, an ox is indispensable. Thus, in the coming days, she must strive to earn the funds necessary to purchase an ox. With a sharp sound, Ning Pengpeng placed her empty cup upon the table and addressed Ning Laosan and Wang Shi. Go wake up Xiao Si, and bring forth all the beans we have at home. Since we have already separated our households, I shall not take from you without compensation. I will account for each type at 8 won. Upon hearing Ning Pengpeng's words, Wang Shi could not help but cast a glance at Ning Laosan. They had only just divided their household. How could she demand the very grains they had only recently acquired? Mother, this is rather unreasonable. If you desire these beans, as a daughter-in-law, I can still honor you. Ning Pengpeng shot her a glance and retorted impatiently. Do not waste my time with frivolous talk. If you continue to speak thus, I shall take you seriously. Upon hearing this, Qian was immediately tempted. Although she had declared just yesterday that she would not partake in the confectionery trade, now, she was considering selling beans. She wondered if her mother-in-law would scold her for it. Qian, your household too. If there are beans you wish to sell, bring them forth. I shall purchase them at the same price as the third son, Ning Pengpeng remarked, casting a glance at the row of radishes by the second house's entrance. Her tone tinged with irritation. All right, mother, thank you. Qian exclaimed, feeling as if she had received a boon, nodding vigorously, nearly bowing in gratitude. The family's stock of grains was scant, totaling perhaps a little over 100 pounds, which when divided amongst 6 families amounted to barely 20 pounds each. Yesterday, she had consumed nearly 10 pounds of her share. Now, if they were to produce more, combining the beans from the second, third, and fourth households, along with the portion from her youngest daughter, they would accumulate roughly 90 pounds, sufficient for just 2 days at most. Thus, Ning Pengpeng summoned Ning Laosan to the village to gather beans, peanuts, and eggs, while she, along with the youngest and Wang, began soaking the beans and glutinous rice. As for the peanuts, she intended to prepare some delightful dishes once she procured the sugar. They needed to stockpile supplies for future endeavors. If they could seize the opportunity to extract peanut oil, that would be even better. However, one must take life one step at a time. For now, their modest ambition was to acquire a bull cart. Regarding the sugarcane, Ning Pengpeng believes that the reason the villagers are unaware of the method for producing brown sugar is that, as a modern individual, she naively assumes that such knowledge is universally acknowledged. In truth, throughout history, any recipe or technique has often been a closely guarded secret of specific families. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for Ning Laosan to be ignorant of the process of making brown sugar. This realization serves as a reminder for Ning Pengpeng. Although she possesses knowledge that is foreign to contemporary minds, she cannot afford to reveal it all at once. The current Ning family is merely a farming household within the village. Should she recklessly brandish various modern recipes, she would likely attract not treasures, but rather predatory wolves and tigers. After all, who would not harbor ill intentions upon seeing a child casually parading about with a solid gold ingot? Therefore, it is prudent to set modest goals and proceed gradually. Ning Lausen ventured out and managed to procure 100 pounds each of pea, red bean, and green bean at the price of 5 per pound. Peanuts were bought in the form of kernels at a rate of 7 per pound, totaling 50 pounds. Most of these were grown in their own modest plot, and during the new year, they would be fried and shared with the children as a delightful snack. As for glutinous rice, it is not cultivated by many, as it can be used for making dumplings and, like regular rice, serves as a staple food, thus commanding a higher price. Even at 13 per pound, only 80 pounds were acquired. In total, this expenditure amounted to over 2 taels of silver. Additionally, a basket of eggs, priced at 2 each, was purchased, comprising about 60 eggs for a mere 31. Compared to the mere 2 taels of silver, it is a trivial matter. The Wang and Qian families were astonished that the price of glutinous rice was so exorbitant. Yet the mother-in-law accepted it without a flicker of her eyelid. They suddenly thought of the few pounds of glutinous rice they had received, regretting not having taken it out earlier. Ning Pengpeng seemed to sense their thoughts and instructed Xiao Si to place the prepared pea pudding down the well. Should the glutinous rice run short later, they would still be willing to purchase it at the same price, should they desire. After saying this, she gestured for the third son to move all the miscellaneous grains into her own room. All right, mother. By the way, Wang, from now on, you shall be the one to prepare the meals for Xiao Si and Yoshi. Rest assured, I shall not let you toil in vain. Securing the grains, Ning Pengpeng pondered. She was already exhausted from making pastries daily, and the thought of cooking for that ungrateful son and daughter displeased her. Recalling the scrambled eggs with chives that Wang had prepared previously, which, though lacking in oil, were quite tasty, she directly addressed her. Chapter 20. The foolish one. Upon hearing her mother-in-law's words, Qian felt a surge of grievance. She could certainly cook as well. Why was she not allowed to take her turn? Ning Pengpeng had no time to concern herself with Qian's inner turmoil. Reflecting on the task she had assigned to her inexpensive daughter 2 days prior, it was only natural to check on how Ning Yoshi had fared with her responsibilities. For the past few days, Ning Yoshi had been as timid as a quail, afraid to show her face before her mother. It was only when she was absent that she ventured out for a breath of fresh air. 2 days have passed, and her 10 fingers were marred with countless pricks from the needle, the embroidery on the handkerchief appearing crooked and uneven. Thus, when Ning Pengpeng pushed the door open, Ning Yoshi nearly leaped from her chair in fright. The serious expression on her mother's face as she spoke of sending her brothers to hang her was truly terrifying. Is this the flower you embroidered? Ning Pengpeng picked up the embroidery frame, gazing at the tangled orchid design on the handkerchief, her lips twitching involuntarily. Was this truly an orchid? More like a lump of bird droppings. The inky black thread lay haphazardly across the fabric, resembling a disheveled caterpillar. Mother, I was wrong. I shall never dare to sneak a taste of the vegetables again. Please spare me. She displayed her fingers, each adorned with tiny punctures, her face a portrait of sorrow. It was indeed not the life of a refined lady. Ning Pengpeng nodded in agreement. If she could not be a lady, then she would pursue other endeavors. Ning Yoshi then stared blankly at the burlap sack brimming with beans. Pick beans? Yes, she was well aware of her own beans, devoid of stones and impurities. But the beans collected by her third brother, who could ensure they were free of stones? They were preparing food. If a customer were to bite down on a stone or grit, it would certainly be unfavorable. Perfect. Since she claimed to be incapable of embroidery, let her pick beans instead. Remember, if I find stones among the beans you've gathered, I shall deduct a penny from your dowry. However, if you can cleanly collect an entire sack, you shall earn as much as your third brother does each day. Is it your dowry being deducted? Or will you earn money to beautify yourself? The choice is yours. Ning Yoshi was taken aback by her mother's words. How could it be that if she failed to perform her duties, she would be penalized financially? Mother, am I not your own flesh and blood? Observing her younger daughter stamping her foot in defiance, Ning Pengpeng felt a pang of frustration. With an expression of disdain, she shot her a glare and remarked, Had I not known you were my own child, do you think I would grant you the opportunity to earn your dowry? Ning Yoshi, let me be clear. Do not entertain thoughts of laziness or carelessly muddling through your tasks. If you dare to do so, just see if I will not follow through on my words. With that, Ning Pengpeng turned and exited the room. determined to prepare all the pastries for sale the following day. She had no time to waste arguing with this daughter of hers, whose wits seemed rather dull. For over 10 consecutive days, the several pounds of brown sugar from the Liu family's grocery store had been completely purchased by Ning Laosan. He even made a special trip to Feng Town, where he cleared out the brown sugar from a local shop as well. Both Ning Laosan and Ning Laosi took turns selling and collecting money in town, earning over a tael of silver each day. Over these past days, Ning Pengpeng found herself with an additional 16 taels of silver in hand. This sum did not even account for the more than 5 pounds of brown sugar remaining at home, along with several hundred pounds of beans and about 100 pounds of glutinous rice. The beans and glutinous rice were collected by Ning Laosan during his journey to Feng Town, gathering them from the villagers along the way at prices even lower than those in Daweishu village, which led Ning Laosan to inadvertently gather more than intended. In the eyes of Ning Laosan, it mattered little whether the beans were used for pastries or consumed directly. Gathering more was of no consequence. As the 20th day approached, Ning Pengpeng began to reduce the quantity of pastries. "Mother, with business thriving like this, why not produce and sell more?" Ning Laosan exclaimed, his eyes nearly glistening with excitement from the recent success. "You know nothing," Ning Pengpeng retorted, rolling her eyes at Laosan. "Look around the village. Which family subsists on pastries daily? Even the wealthiest townsfolk have their limits. Our pastries, while delightful, are not inexpensive. Consuming them every day is feasible only for those with mountains of gold and silver." Upon hearing his mother's words, Ning Laosan was momentarily taken aback. After a moment's reflection, he realized the truth in her statement. "Then, what shall we do? Are we to reduce our sales in the future?" Although the earnings were presently in his mother's possession, she had previously mentioned that, should they wish to pursue their own endeavors after 6 months, she would not oppose it. But under the current circumstances, what would be left for them to pursue after half a year? If we do not engage in this, others will surely step in. By the way, did you inquire about the cattle as I instructed? What did you find? In the entire Dahuai Tree village, only 2 families owned cattle, the Legion family and the neighboring Pan family. However, there had always been a discord between Old Lady Ning and Old Lady Pan. Ning would rather walk to town than ride in the Pan family's cart. Now, Ning Pengpeng certainly could not approach the Pan family to ask about cattle, so she instructed Ning Laosan to inquire in town about anyone selling calves. Indeed, there are 2 cows on the verge of calving. However, their diminutive size renders them rather unworthy of purchase. Furthermore, there is another cow in its prime, yet the asking price is rather steep. Upon being drawn into the conversation by Ning Pengpeng, Ning Laosan's attention swiftly shifted towards the cattle. Having come from a farming background, he held a deep regard for cows, the most coveted livestock for a farmer. Thus, he meticulously elucidated the situation to Ning Pengpeng. "A high price, you say? How much silver do they demand?" Ning Pengpeng inquired directly, as she found little utility in the calves. After all, her intention for acquiring a cow extended beyond mere transportation. It served multiple purposes. The son of the family in question was an inveterate gambler, seemingly in debt for a considerable sum, prompting them to sell their cow. Nevertheless, they demanded 20 taels of silver, which had deterred potential buyers. The freshly born calf, on the other hand, could be procured for merely 10 taels. The notion of spending twice that amount for a fully grown cow seemed imprudent, especially since cattle require only grass for sustenance. Given a year's time, one could easily rear a calf to robust health without incurring the exorbitant expense of 10 taels. Who would willingly become the fool, parting with that extra sum? Chapter 21. Ning Mion's ambitions. It turned out that the fool was none other than his own mother. Throughout the journey to procure a cow, Ning Laosan found himself in a tumult of indecision. "Mother, the agricultural tasks are not pressing, with eldest brother around. Wouldn't it be wiser to purchase a calf and nurture it slowly? The additional 10 taels could allow us to accomplish so much more. Most importantly, with the reduction of pastry production, our earnings have diminished by at least half. The losses incurred from this back-and-forth transaction are immense. It feels as though Ning Laosan's heart is bleeding. If only we could wait a year, the monetary losses would be even greater." "How could that be possible?" Ning Laosan exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Mother said that making pastries is profitable. Tell me, have you made any money?" Regarding her plan to enlist the help of an ox for sugarcane extraction, Ning Pengpeng was reluctant to disclose this to Ning Laosan. After all, the ability to produce sugar, if known, might not bode well. Thus, it was prudent to wait until everything was in order before revealing the truth to Laosan. "I have made money." Upon hearing this from his mother, Ning Laosan's mouth moved as he nodded helplessly. If mother hadn't made pastries for you to taste and then claimed they were profitable, would you have believed her? Of course not. Ning Pengpeng shrugged her shoulders and continued. So now, I say that after acquiring this strong ox, we will earn money. Buying a calf would result in losses instead. Do you believe me or not? I believe what mother says. That has settled then. I will reiterate this one last time. From now on, do as I instruct without question. Do you understand? If you cannot comply, I shall not involve you in future profit-making endeavors. After all, your fourth brother is free. He can take on the tasks. Mother, I was wrong. Isn't it enough that I admit my mistake? I acknowledge that my mouth is my downfall. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. If I have any grievances, feel free to use the firewood stick at home to punish me. Ning Laosan quickly raised 3 fingers and swore to Ning Pengpeng. Saving those 2 taels of silver was something Ning Laosan had not anticipated, which brought an almost radiant smile to his face. However, it was not long before Ning Pengpeng spent that very sum to purchase a saddle, which she promptly affixed to the back of the ox, directing Ning Laosan in a flurry as they made their way toward Daweishu village. Initially, Ning Laosan struggled with the ox cart, steering it awkwardly. Fortunately, the ox was docile and slow, unlike the swift yet harder to control horses. He soon became adept at handling it. Ning Pengpeng sat contentedly in the cart, enduring the jarring ride that left her lower back somewhat numb, yet it was far more comfortable than traversing on foot, which would have left her legs swollen. Moreover, with the ox now at her disposal, how far could her dreams of producing white sugar be? Indeed, she was determined to manufacture white sugar this time rather than brown sugar. If she were to produce brown sugar, the sudden influx of it in the area would undoubtedly attract the attention of local brown sugar producers. By crafting white sugar from sugarcane, even if someone were to notice, as long as she remained silent, no suspicions would arise regarding the connection between white and brown sugar. Thus, upon their return home with the ox cart, while the family gathered around to admire the ox, she instructed her second, third, and fourth brothers to raise the backyard wall a notch higher. Additionally, they leveled the vegetable garden in the backyard and constructed a rectangular grass shed along the perimeter of the wall. Having many sons proved advantageous. Had Ning Pengpeng been alone, it would have taken her a week to accomplish this task. However, with the collective efforts of her 3 brothers, the grass shed was completed in just over half a day. Make sure to take good care of the ox from now on, she instructed. As long as you tend to the cattle properly, you can utilize them wherever needed in the fields. Lao Si, construct 3 stoves in the center of this half-shelter, and then head to the blacksmith in town to custom order 3 iron pots. After placing the order for the pots, remember to visit the pottery shop to purchase 5 large jars that you cannot carry in your arms, along with 5 tiles. If the potter is unable to make the tiles, simply present him with this blueprint and instruct him to follow it. Ning Pengpeng methodically instructed her 3 sons. Upon hearing that the cattle could be used free of charge, Lao Er eagerly nodded, assuring that he would take good care of them. Lao San and Lao Si also took the blueprint and the money handed to them, promptly setting off to fulfill their mother's directives. Ning Pengpeng felt a sense of satisfaction witnessing their obedience. She also took a moment to inspect the beans collected by her youngest, Ning Yoshi. After sifting through them, she noted their cleanliness and nodded in encouragement, saying, "Well done, keep up the good work. If you continue like this, I believe your dowry will be the most generous in the village." Hearing such praise from her mother, Ning Yoshi's cheeks flushed with a rare blush. Regardless of her usual carefree demeanor, she remained a young girl at heart, still harboring dreams about her future marriage. Thus, when the topic of her dowry arose, her face naturally turned rosy. However, as she recalled the bright future her mother painted for her, a gleam sparkled in Ning Yoshi's eyes, and she became even more diligent in picking the beans. "Grandmother, may we help Annie pick the beans too?" Ning Mianer, who had been quietly observing, could no longer contain herself and asked Ning Pengpeng. Hearing the delicate voice of a child, Ning Pengpeng was momentarily taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, she recalled the name of her dear granddaughter, Mianer. "Why do you wish to help your aunt collect beans?" Although she found it difficult to come to terms with her new identity as a grandmother, her voice instinctively softened upon addressing such a tiny being. Ning Mianer, who had initially braced herself for a scolding, was pleasantly surprised when her grandmother did not reprimand her as usual, causing her eyes to sparkle with delight. I want to save up my dowry just like my aunt." Ning Pengpeng nearly choked on her drink at the child's unexpected declaration. With a peculiar expression, she appraised the little one. After all, wasn't Mianer only 4 years old? How could such a young child be contemplating saving a dowry? Wasn't this ancient child far too precocious for her age? Mother, Myanmar is just speaking nonsense. Please do not be angry. You little rascal. Go inside and take your sister with you. Stop babbling such nonsense in front of your grandmother. Chapter 22. A single chopstick is easily broken. Qian Shi had been excitedly discussing the cart and ox with Wang Shi, envisioning the convenience of traveling to town without the need to walk. Her heart was filled with joy until she caught sight of her daughter, the source of her woes, conversing with her mother-in-law about saving a dowry. Her expression shifted instantly, and she hurried over, first offering apologies to Ning Pengpeng, followed by an outburst of scolding directed at Ning Myanmar. As Qian Shi repeatedly berated Myanmar for being a financial burden, Ning Pengpeng's countenance grew increasingly grim. As Qian's heart raced at the sight of her mother-in-law's furrowed brow, she could not restrain herself from reaching out to poke Ning Myanmar on the forehead. However, before her finger could make contact, Ning Pengpeng swiftly pushed it away. "Mother!" Qian exclaimed, her face etched with panic as she gazed at Ning Pengpeng, utterly at a loss. "As for these girls, if you truly find them intolerable and wish to part with them, I shall take them under my wing and manage them. However, do not expect them to tend to you as their mother thereafter." Originally, Ning Myanmar had been illuminated by her biological mother's reprimands, akin to a flame that flickered dangerously close to extinguishing. Yet now, shielded by her grandmother's protection and upon hearing her words, the light in her eyes rekindled, sparkling like stars in the night sky. "Third daughter-in-law, fetch a bag of beans for Myanmar. Myanmar, whatever your aunt earns from collecting a bag of beans, you shall receive as well. Save this money for yourself, and spend it wisely when the need arises. As for the dowry, it is not solely for you. Your younger sisters and cousins shall also receive a dowry from me, equivalent to what your aunt will have. However, be forewarned. Should you fail to collect the beans properly, and I discover it, you will face the same penalties as your aunt, and your dowry will be deducted accordingly. Do you understand?" Upon hearing her mother-in-law's assurances, Wang's face brightened with joy, realizing that her daughter Honger's dowry was secured. She hastily brought a bag of beans and placed it before Ning Myanmar, smilingly adding, "You must thank Myanmar, for it is through her that Honger, as the younger sister, has benefited from this generous dowry. With your incessant chatter, hurry and prepare the meal. After dining, you must also make pastries." Ning Pengpeng shot a glare at Wang and then glanced at her belly. "From now on, let the third one handle the tasks of bending and squatting." Having said that, she did not spare a glance at Qian as she turned on her heel and entered her own room, intent on calculating how much silver she had spent in recent days. After all, she needed to gather sugarcane soon. As she watched her mother-in-law retreat into her room, Qian's face turned as pale as a ghost. Wang cast a sidelong glance at her before turning to the kitchen, which only fueled Qian's resentment. She felt as if Wang was reveling in her misfortune. Yet, with Wang currently in favor with her mother-in-law, Qian refrained from provoking a quarrel, knowing it would only lead to her own scolding. Her gaze fell upon her financially burdensome daughter, Ning Myanmar, who was cheerfully gathered with her three younger sisters around a sack of beans, diligently picking them up without even a glance in Qian's direction. Unable to contain her despair, Qian clutched her chest, feeling as though life had become unbearable. She had initially believed that after dividing the household, she would assume control, yet it seemed her mother-in-law's words still held sway. Her husband was utterly ineffectual, and the daughters she bore brought her no comfort, only increasing her distress. This solidified Qian's resolve to bear a son. However, her sorrow was a burden she bore alone. Ning Lauer, on the other hand, was entirely preoccupied with the newly purchased cattle. Ning Pengpeng paid no heed to Qian's thoughts. She had already issued her warnings. Indeed, aside from picking beans, it appeared that little five had little else to occupy her time. If the Qian family truly remains so oblivious, then I shall simply bring the four little ones over and have Xiao Wu take charge, thus preventing her from idly wandering about and potentially causing trouble. As Ning Pengpeng contemplated this, she calculated the figures in her hand. When the family divided, the sum attributed to her, accounting for the shares of Xiao Si and Xiao Wu, amounted to a total of 14 taels. In recent days, her earnings from pastry making approximated 30 taels. After deducting the 20 taels spent today on cattle and the cart, she found that only 24 taels remained in her possession. Moreover, with the third brother tasked with constructing the pressing cart and the iron pot and earthen jar purchased by the fourth brother, she estimated that at least 10 taels should be reserved. Consequently, this left her with a mere 14 taels. Among these, 9 taels were earmarked for the wedding expenses of Xiao Si and Xiao Wu, as well as their shares from the family division. while the remaining 5 taels constituted her retirement fund. Thus, the 9 taels were absolutely untouchable. The only available funds henceforth would be her 5 taels of retirement savings. However, from her inquiries over the past few days, she learned that in this region, there are exceedingly few villages dedicated to cultivating sugarcane. Instead, there are vast tracts of wasteland adorned with wild sugarcane groves. As these groves went unharvested, they proliferated, sprawling across the desolate land. Upon receiving this news, Ning Pengpeng's smile nearly reached her ears. Nonetheless, even if these wild sugarcane groves were situated on barren land, occasionally harvesting some for personal consumption would pose no significant issue. The most prudent course of action would be to acquire the wasteland encompassing those wild sugarcane groves. The fertile fields yield 8 taels per mu, while the dry land only offers 2 taels per mu. As for this wasteland, to be frank, it is akin to a gift that others disdain, as they loathe the labor required to excavate the intricately tangled roots of the wild sugarcane. However, should someone audaciously lay claim to these barren lands without cost, they would undoubtedly be the subject of gossip. Thus, the pressing concern is how to acquire these wild sugarcane forests at the most economical price. I wonder if the 5 taels of silver I possess will suffice? Surely it will. Yet, Aunt, are you truly certain about purchasing that 10 mu of wild sugarcane forest? Upon hearing the elder's words, Ning Yoji immediately agreed without hesitation. Nevertheless, reflecting on the deep-rooted familial ties, he felt compelled to inquire with Ning Laotai once more. Ning Pengpeng was equally surprised by the smooth progress of matters during this visit to the village head's residence. She glanced at the village head's aged visage. Although he was older, his kinship rank was lower. Since the division of the family, he had consistently stood by her side, advocating for her interests. Given his sincere support, she thought it prudent to extend her assistance in return. After all, a single chopstick is easily broken, but a bundle remains unyielding. Chapter 23. Is Ning Laodai perhaps losing her sanity? What? You want me to purchase some wild sugarcane forests as well? Ning Yoji was utterly bewildered, as he had been the one urging his aunt not to squander her silver on this seemingly useless and labor-intensive wasteland. How did it turn into his aunt persuading him to buy such land? Are you not aware of the sweetness of the sugarcane juice? Ning Pengpeng found it inappropriate to disclose the business of making sugar, so she contemplated a different approach. Juice? The juice of sugarcane is undeniably sweet, as everyone knows. Yet, aside from the youth, the elderly and children often struggle with their teeth. No matter how sweet the juice may be, what good is it? Ning Yoji cast several helpless glances at his aunt, doubting that, given her dental condition, she could manage to gnaw on such tough sugarcane. Indeed, the wild sugarcane in their vicinity boasted particularly tough skins due to its untamed nature. Even a robust young adult would find that after gnawing a piece, their mouth would ache terribly, not to mention the effort required to chew vigorously to savor the juice. Should one inadvertently break a tooth, the consequences would be dire indeed. Years ago, in their village, someone with a sweet tooth, unable to afford brown sugar, resorted to harvesting wild sugarcane to indulge in its sweetness. To their dismay, the anticipated sweetness eluded them as they bit down, resulting in the loss of 2 teeth. The sight of blood left an indelible mark in the memories of the villagers. Yoji, when you call me aunt, I regard you as my own nephew. I shall reveal a secret to you alone. I possess a method to extract juice from this wild sugarcane. When the time comes, we can sell the juice in town. Even if we sell a bowl for just a penny, imagine the fortune we could amass from that vast sugarcane grove. Ning Pengpeng whispered conspiratorially into Ning Yoji's ear. Is this truly the case? Upon hearing his aunt's words, Ning Yoji felt a surge of surprise, immediately beginning to calculate the number of wild sugarcane groves. If what Ning Laodai claimed were true, the juice would rival that of honey in sweetness. By next year, when these sugar canes sprout anew, the silver earned from their sale would be akin to a windfall. However, as the village headman, if he were to claim these wild sugarcane fields as his own, the villagers would undoubtedly gossip about him once he profited from their sale. Thus, for a moment, Ning Yoji furrowed his brow, caught in a dilemma. Observing his uncle's expression, Ning Pengpeng contemplated briefly and discerned the source of his hesitation. If you proceed in this manner, rest assured that no matter what transpires in the future, they will not hold you accountable. Upon hearing his aunt's whispered counsel, Ning Yoji's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. Soon, Ning Pengpeng facilitated the completion of the land deed for the 10 acres of wild sugarcane forest into Ning Yoji's hands. By midday, he instructed his eldest son, Yongjin, to ring the copper gong, summoning the villagers to gather. What significant event could this be? Villagers encountered along the way murmured in confusion, questioning the headman's intentions. Is everyone present? If so, please be silent and lend me your ears. Ning Yoji stood at the village's central gathering place, a vast expanse of meticulously leveled ground primarily used for drying rice. As the whispers around him gradually subsided, he continued. It is as follows. Old Lady Ning's family has purchased the 10 acres of wild sugarcane field to the north of the village for 5 taels of silver. She claims she can devise a method to extract the juice from these sugarcanes. If any of you are interested, you may acquire these fields for the same amount. Furthermore, Old Lady Ning is willing to share her method of extracting sugarcane juice free of charge. At present, those who wish to purchase this barren land, please raise your hands to register with me. The amount you wish to buy is entirely at your discretion. You may acquire a great deal or just a little. However, I must emphasize one point. If you choose not to buy now, do not later claim that I, as the village head, did not provide you with an opportunity. Upon hearing these words from Ning Yoji, the surrounding villagers erupted in a clamor, akin to a drop of water splashing into a hot oil pan, causing a tumult. This is land covered with wild sugarcane, and as the village head has stated, it is indeed barren, overrun with sugarcane. How much labor and time would it take to cultivate this land? Has Old Lady Ning lost her senses? It is rumored that after her fall, she was left dazed. Initially, she divided her family from her sons who could earn money, dragging along a lazy and foolish younger son and daughter. At first, it was said that she received 5 taels of pension money, which left many families without funds utterly envious. 5 taels of silver. How many years would one have to toil to amass such a sum? Now, she seems to have gone mad, using this 5 taels of pension money to purchase 10 acres of wild sugarcane land. Surely, she must have lost her wits. As for Ning Pengpeng's knowledge of extracting juice from the sugarcane, the villagers instinctively dismissed it. What good would it do to extract the juice? The sugarcane juice would only provide a fleeting sweetness. It is hardly feasible to rely on this juice to satiate one's hunger, is it? They must be mad to spend silver on such barren land, even if one desires the juice. Is it not possible for anyone to simply cut down a stalk from the wild cane to gnaw on? Of course, few would be inclined to do so. In this ancient time, when most used willow branches to clean their teeth, there are not many with strong teeth. Silence, silence. I have spoken my piece. This sugarcane can indeed be pressed for its sweet juice, a truth well known to those who have savored its flavor. Previously, I refrained from gnawing on sugarcane due to my dental issues, a sentiment I understand. However, Elder Ning has proclaimed that she possesses a method for extracting the juice from this sugarcane and is willing to share it with everyone free of charge. Henceforth, the juice we extract could serve not only to sweeten our own lips, but could also be sold in the town, providing at the very least a source of income. Elder Ning is eager to assist us without any expectation of compensation, should you choose to decline her generous offer. Do not lament when you witness others thriving as a result. Upon hearing this, some felt a stirring of interest. Yet many were ensnared by a singular thought. Has the village head lost his senses, aligning himself with Elder Ning in her folly? Village head, could it be that your kinship with Elder Ning has clouded your judgment? Or perhaps you seek to deceive us into parting with our hard-earned money for these barren lands? One could not contain their outburst. Hearing such words, Ning Yoji nearly stumbled in disbelief. If some among you refuse to accept my words and persist in distorting my intentions, further discussion would be futile. I, Ning Yoji, shall state my position plainly. Purchase if you wish, or do not. It matters not to me. Do not expect to come to me in the future, weeping and lamenting your plight, only to claim that I have failed to assist you. Chapter 24. An inquisition upon witnessing the village head's rising ire. The one who had shouted previously shrank back, resembling a quail, no longer daring to voice their doubts. After all, Ning Yoji had articulated his stance clearly. Those who wish to buy may do so. Those who do not, need not feel obligated. In this manner, the emotional response, though not compulsory, would naturally not be as fervent. However, those like Elder Ning, who invested all her retirement savings to purchase the 10 acres of barren sugarcane land, are decidedly unwilling. Consequently, only about 3 or 4 families were tempted, with the majority opting to acquire 1 or 2 acres. The largest purchase came from the family of the village head, who acquired 5 acres. Initially hesitant individuals, upon observing that even with Elder Ning's 10 acres, only around 20 acres had been sold, were reassured by the abundance of wild sugarcane land surrounding the village, thus abandoning their intentions. Additionally, there were those with a mindset of opportunism, who thought that since Elder Ning was willing to provide a method for extracting sugarcane juice free of charge, They could simply venture into the unclaimed wild sugarcane fields to harvest a stalk and ask Elder Ning for assistance in juicing it. Nonetheless, more people believe that given Elder Ning's previous disposition, anyone attempting to take advantage of her would be merely indulging in fanciful dreams. They were even less convinced that Elder Ning would selflessly disclose the method of juice extraction to everyone. Initially, Ning Yoji too was somewhat skeptical of Elder Ning's words. However, after she took him to Wang Dashan's home, he witnessed the sugarcane press, which was already partially constructed. Being a seasoned farmer, though lacking in woodworking skills, he could discern its purpose upon sight. Moreover, Elder Ning had not only spent her own money to purchase the land, but also to construct this press. If it were to prove ineffective, it would be tantamount to mocking her own investment. It was precisely because he had seen the sugarcane press that Ning Yoji resolved to purchase the wild sugarcane land. All three sons have already married, and while the families involved may have their grievances, he is the head of the household. Naturally, once he makes a decision, the others have no room to dispute it. Ning Pengpeng is indifferent to how the land is being sold by the village chief. As long as there are buyers, if profits are to be made in the future, her family will merely be one among many and will not stand out. This is precisely why Ning Pengpeng initially intended to quietly purchase land on her own, but later decided to share her knowledge of extracting sugarcane juice with Ning Yoji. In fact, if she were to expand her vision, transforming the entire Dawa tree village into her raw material supply base, she would no longer have to worry about a shortage of materials for producing white sugar. Only by involving the entire village can they create a community of shared interests, ensuring that they can support one another in times of need. However, it is essential that her own family becomes prosperous first. After all, she does not intend to dress others in finery while she remains impoverished. She is not so altruistic. Mother, why did you agree to tell everyone about extracting sugarcane juice? Ning Laosan couldn't help but ask again. Wang Dashan mentioned that the juicing machine should be ready by tomorrow. Ning Pengpeng shot him a glance and replied, Wang Dashan is the one handling the construction of that machine. Do you have any idea how much silver it costs to make one? Ning Laosan scratched his forehead and blinked. Of course I know. You didn't go with me to buy our ox, so how would you know the cost? I know. If you know, then why do you ask why I told everyone? After being thoroughly cleaned, it was turned upside down and placed at an angle. Wang, observing her husband's puzzled expression, who seemed inclined to approach his mother-in-law and engage in idle chatter, discreetly tugged at his sleeve. What are you doing? I have matters to attend to. You fool, do you not comprehend what your mother has said? Wang shot him a fierce glare. She had previously believed her husband to be intelligent, but now it appeared he lacked even a fraction of his mother's wit. How could you be so foolish? Do you not understand what mother has conveyed? Ning, the third son, felt a surge of defiance at his wife's demeanor. Mother's words are quite clear. How could I possibly misunderstand? Just think about it. The tasks mother has assigned you. Let's not even mention others. Consider the cost of a single cow. 18 taels. Indeed. You are as dense as a log. You just stated it as 18 taels, not 18 one. In this village, who would readily part with 18 taels of silver to purchase a cow? Therefore, even if mother were to disclose the process of extracting sugarcane juice to the villagers, do you truly believe they would be willing to spend such a sum? Not only would the villagers be reluctant, but Wang herself felt a pang of reluctance as well. The thought of the hard-earned money she had accumulated from selling pastries being squandered by her mother-in-law was disheartening. Although the money belonged to her mother-in-law, it did not lessen the ache in her heart. Nevertheless, Wang inexplicably trusted that her mother-in-law's expenditure on such items must be rooted in reason. She resolved to obediently follow her mother-in-law, believing that by doing so, she would partake in the spoils while her mother-in-law indulged in the feast. After all, in these recent days, the remuneration for both baking pastries and cooking has been generously provided to her by her mother-in-law. It appears that the copper coins in her bamboo jar are nearing capacity. Upon hearing his wife's words, Ning Laosan suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. Indeed, his mother was wise. The method of extracting sugarcane juice seemed trivial in discussion, yet it could earn him a commendable reputation. Just as he was reveling in his ability to handle the ox cart, his niece Mianer approached him, revealing that his future sister-in-law was seeking him. Ning Laosi was momentarily taken aback, but then realized it was Wanner looking for him. Elated, he affectionately ruffled Mianer's hair and hurried outside. Zhao Wen was quite displeased. During her recent days at home, she had endured her father's complaints, reprimanding Ning Yukai for lacking any semblance of masculine fortitude. The once jubilant Ning Yukai found his spirits dampened by Wanner's tirade, The corners of his mouth that had previously turned upward now fell considerably. I have matters to attend to, he stated vaguely, for he had sworn an oath to his mother. Upon hearing this, Xiaowan perceived his words as dismissive. With her almond-shaped eyes wide open in indignation, she retorted, "What matters could you possibly have? You are seldom seen laboring, and now you suddenly have something to attend to? My father said your second brother is tilling the land meant for you. Is that truly the case?" Chapter 25. Who cannot act? Ning Laosi found himself momentarily disoriented, as Wanner's aggressive demeanor struck him as unfamiliar. Furthermore, her insinuations seemed to convey disdain, as if she deemed him utterly inept and incapable of performing any tasks. This greatly satisfied Ning Laosi's sense of self-esteem, invigorating him in his work. With gritted teeth and eyes slightly reddened, he lowered his head. "Zhuangzi, I can brush off the opinions of others with a smile, for they are, to me, mere outsiders. But why do you echo their sentiments? Do you truly see me as such a worthless man in your heart?" Zhao Wan, momentarily caught off guard, inadvertently revealed words spoken by the elder Zhao in their home, which now echoed in her mind. The somber tone of Ning Laosi's inquiry stirred a sense of unease within her. "No, that is not my intent. You see, I merely misspoke. Moreover, my father means well for us. Now that you have separated from the family, why does your mother still allow your second brother to cultivate your fields? Furthermore, just a moment ago, the village head summoned someone, and you know what was said? He mentioned that your mother took her pension to purchase those barren lands by the village, overgrown with wild sugarcane. You have no idea how the villagers are speaking of her. Oh, what are they saying about me?" Zhao Wan, who had been holding onto Ning Laosi's arm, was taken aback, while Ning Laosi's face reflected a hint of unease as he turned to see Ning Pengpeng emerging from behind them, swallowing hard. "Mother, why have you come out? If I hadn't emerged, I would remain oblivious to how your future bride has been spinning tales about me on behalf of the villagers. What? Even before stepping into the Ning household, she wishes to assert dominance over the men of my family?" Ning Pengpeng was genuinely incensed. After all, Ning Laosi was the laziest among the four brothers, essentially lacking any ambition. As long as Ning Laosin has a carrot dangled before his nose, he will fearlessly forge ahead. However, Ning Laosi, having painstakingly nurtured a glimmer of confidence within him, only to have that wretched girl undermine his newfound aspirations for wealth, how could she possibly spoil such a good deed? "Mother," Zhuangzi merely speaks impulsively. She did not intend any harm. Upon hearing Ning Pengpeng's words, Ning Laosi instinctively defended Zhao Wan. "I am aware, she did not act with malicious intent. Rather, she did so deliberately. What? My son remains unmarried, not yet separated, and I have arranged for his land. Does your Zhao family have any objections? If you covet those 2 acres belonging to Laosi so desperately, why not invite him to your Zhao family as a son-in-law? I distinctly heard your father, Zhao Guangno, that decrepit old man, cursing Laosi at home. If it were not for that, would Zhao Wan have so casually belittled my son? Since you hold him in such disdain, you may as well withdraw from this marriage. Why must you look down upon him while simultaneously coveting his land, clinging to him? Let me make it clear, Zhao Wan. Laosi is the fruit of my labor, born after 10 arduous months. I, as his mother, cannot bear to utter a harsh word against him. I cherish him. On what grounds do you criticize his worth? In my eyes and heart, my Laosi is not only the most handsome young man in the entire Daweishu village, but also the most intelligent and obedient son. If you do not wish to become my daughter-in-law or Laosi's wife, then withdraw your proposal without delay." Ning Pengpeng unleashed a torrent of reproach upon Zhao Wan, rendering her pale and tearful, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes brimming with sorrow. As Ning Laosi's mother expressed that he was her most intelligent and obedient son, his eyes, once red, could no longer contain the flood of tears that cascaded down his cheeks. Thus, when Ning Pengpeng called him inside, he instinctively made his way toward the Ning household. Zhao Wan, who had presumed that Ning Yukai would protect her, was taken aback when he so readily abandoned her. She reached out to grasp Ning Yukai's sleeve, only to be seized by Ning Pengpeng, who forcefully pushed her aside. "Previously, I refrained from holding your Zhao family accountable. Tell your father, Zhao Guangno, that if he truly looks down upon our Laosi, then it would be best to terminate the engagement between our families at once. Our Ning family temple is too small to accommodate your lofty presence." Being pushed away and scolded in such a manner, compounded by the sight of Ning Yukai bowing his head as he entered the house, brought Zhao Wan to tears, and she quickly covered her face before dashing home. Observing her hasty retreat, Ning Pengpeng let out a cold snort. In this household, Ning Laodi was merely a stubborn ox, fit only for labor in the fields, offering little in terms of assistance. The only one with any potential was Lao San. But he was always alone and could not be split into multiple selves to lend a hand. Hence, it was imperative for her to properly guide Ning Laosi, so he could serve as an additional pair of helping hands. As for the Zhao family, from the moment Ning Laosi had remained with them after the division of the family, to the subsequent matters concerning the fields, the Zhao family had continually meddled in their affairs. The influence of the Zhao family over Laosi was far too significant. Therefore, Ning Pengpeng resolved to sever ties with the Zhao family at the earliest opportunity, lest the means she painstakingly devised to earn a living be squandered as Laosi delivered favors to them. The most effective approach, naturally, is to create a rift between Zhao Wan and Ning Laosi, urging Ning Laosi to regain his composure and avoid becoming a fool blinded by love. It is evident that Ning Laosi harbors deep feelings for Zhao Wan, making the prospect of a broken engagement rather unlikely. However, with the meddlesome presence of old Zhao, it is believed she will manage to sway Laosi's heart in her direction. Even if Zhao Wan intends to marry into the family, she must be made aware that in the Ning household, it is Ning Pengpeng who holds the authority. Laosi, dear, your mother just now. She truly feels for you. Witnessing you being so mistreated, she could not restrain herself. You do not hold it against your mother, do you? Observing him clutching his hair in despair, Ning Pengpeng slightly arched an eyebrow, her face betraying a look of sorrow. Perhaps it would be best for mother to visit the Zhao residence, to apologize to Wan, assuring her that her earlier actions were unintentional and urging her not to take it to heart. Mother merely feels for you. As Ning Pengpeng's words faltered, her voice choked with emotion, tears welled in her eyes, and she turned her head away, covering her face as she began to weep. Through their days of interaction, Ning Laosi's character had become quite clear to Ning Pengpeng. He was a quintessential pushover, most fearful of a woman's tears and soft words. Yet, who cannot put on a performance? Chapter 26. Instruction. Ning Yukai, who had been feeling downcast, found himself at a loss upon seeing his mother weeping softly. Unlike her usual tempestuous self, "Mother, this is not your concern. It is unreasonable for a senior to apologize to a junior. Besides, you are merely expressing concern for your son. How could I allow you to suffer? Mother, rest assured, this time, if the Zhao family does not yield, I would rather not marry Zhao Wan," Ning Yukai declared through gritted teeth, resolutely voicing his stance. Unbeknownst to him, beneath the cover of his sleeve, Ning Pengpeng's lips curled into a subtle smile before she grimaced in pain, having pinched her thigh rather too forcefully, an act that indeed stung. Yet, being a father, he could not intrude upon his daughter's private quarters. Consequently, Ma Shi entered the room to ascertain what had transpired with her daughter. "Wan, weren't you supposed to seek out Yukai? Why do you weep so profusely?" In recent days, despite some of old lady Ning's erratic behaviors, Ma Shi had felt a sense of comfort when she passed by the Ning family's residence and caught a whiff of delightful aromas wafting from their courtyard. Moreover, she had observed Ning Lao San and Ning Lao Si rising before dawn to venture into town, clearly engaged in earnest endeavors. This brought her solace. As long as Ning Lao Si could amend his ways and cease his laziness, her daughter's future marriage to him would spare her from hardship. Thus, Ma Shi privately supported her daughter's pursuit of Ning Yukai, believing that if one could win him over, no amount of old lady Ning's machinations would matter. "Mother, Yukai's mother has declared the engagement null. Woo-woo. I no longer wish to marry that scoundrel Ning Lao Si. Woo-woo." Zhao Wan lifted her tear-streaked, swollen eyes resembling ripe peaches, and after expressing her distress to Ma Shi, she fiercely clenched her fists and pounded the pillows several times in a futile attempt to vent her frustration. "What? The engagement is off?" Ma Shi and the eavesdropping Zhao Laotu exclaimed in unison. Then, old Zhao forcefully pushed open his daughter's door, his eyes blazing like fire as he glared at Zhao Wan. "What nonsense are you spouting? Why does that old hag from the Ning family claim she wants to break off the engagement?" Although old Zhao had never held Ning Laosi in high regard, he was nonetheless appalled at the thought of his daughter's broken engagement tarnishing the Zhao family's reputation. If the engagement were to be severed, it should be because the Zhao family deemed the Ning family unworthy, not the other way around. Old Zhao's furious voice erupted as he exclaimed, "The head of the family is already in enough disarray, and here you are, spouting absurdities." Madame Ma, taken aback by her daughter's words, was shocked to find her husband only adding to the chaos. "How am I speaking nonsense? I said long ago that Ning Laosi is no good. Yet you and one refused to believe me. And now look, they are calling for a broken engagement. I cannot bear such humiliation." With reddened eyes, old Zhao spat in the direction of the Ning family. "Enough. You haven't even clarified the matter and are already shouting so loudly. Do you wish to leave no room for negotiation? Enraged, Madame Ma sprang up and began to strike old Zhao. He clumsily shielded his head, hesitant to retaliate. Observing her husband silenced by her blows, Madame Ma finally ceased her assault, casting him a fierce glare before turning to her daughter with a solemn expression. Wan, tell me honestly, what transpired at the Ning family? Faced with her mother's stern demeanor, Zhao Wan paused her sobs, momentarily taken aback. As a father, one can discern the intentions of his daughter with a mere glance. The slightest shift in her demeanor reveals whether she seeks to relieve herself or otherwise. In this moment, her demeanor betrayed a sense of guilt. The father promptly approached, seizing Zhao Wan by the arm and compelling her to meet his gaze. No, mother, I spoke without thinking, Zhao Wan lamented. Regret washed over her for having let slip the words of rejection. She felt an overwhelming sense of frustration at her own inability to restrain her tongue. Pouting and lowering her head, she hurriedly recounted her conversation with Ning Laosi outside the Ning household, along with the ensuing remarks from Ning's matriarch after overhearing her words. Upon hearing her account, her mother pressed her forehead with a sigh of exasperation, raising a finger to jab forcefully at Zhao Wan's forehead. Look at you, with that loose tongue of yours. Instead of learning the right things, you've taken after your father, molded from the same flawed template. What of it? What is wrong with my speech? Everything I said was the truth, Zhao Wan retorted, incensed by her mother's rebuke. Zhao's father, the first to voice his dissent, interjected. Silence yourself, woman. Sooner or later, that tongue of yours will bring trouble upon us, and perhaps then you will learn which words are appropriate and which are not. That man is to be your future son-in-law, yet you demean him daily at home. If your daughter treats her fiancé with such disdain, how can we expect him to defend her in the future? Should she find herself in another household, suffering without her husband's support, who will she turn to for solace? As a father, if you cannot provide her a respectable foundation, at least refrain from hindering her progress. And you, with wealth to be inherited from her future husband, how can you look down upon him? If you do not respect him, how can you expect others to hold him in esteem? How dare you still shed tears? When the time for the broken engagement arrives, you may cry to your heart's content. Mrs. Ma, seething with indignation, uttered these words before letting out an exasperated huff through her nostrils, her brows furrowed tightly. If this was merely a daughter-in-law yet to cross the threshold of her home, who dared to defy her in such a manner, she would have been the first to dismiss this haughty figure and find her son a more gentle and virtuous bride. However, since Juanzi is her own daughter, could she truly admit that old lady Ning was right? Thus, Mrs. Ma could not help but feel a throbbing headache. What should we do then? Mother, sob. I only spoke in anger just now. It was not intentional, Zhao Wan pleaded, tugging at her mother's sleeve, trying to charm her. What use is it to say such things to me now? However, Kai still has feelings for you. In a few days, when his anger has subsided, you should sincerely apologize to him. Then, together, you can go to his mother and acknowledge your mistakes. Surely, everything will be fine. Mrs. Ma glared at Zhao Wan, contemplating that if she were not her daughter, she would not wish to involve herself in this matter at all. After a moment's thought, she addressed her daughter. What? You expect me to apologize and admit wrongdoing to her? Upon hearing her mother's words, Zhao Wan's frustration erupted, her lips pouting in displeasure. The image of old lady Ning scolding her filled her with rage, and she felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. If you refuse, then I shall have your father go to the Ning family to break off the engagement tomorrow. We will find you another family to marry into sooner rather than later, lest you remain here as an eyesore. Mrs. Ma, taken aback by her daughter's stubbornness despite her guidance, could not help but feel angered. With that parting remark, she turned and left. Chapter 27. Earning money with the sugarcane finally in hand and the juicing cart from Wang Dashan having arrived, Ning Pengpeng felt that everything was in readiness. She instructed her second and third brothers to trim the sugarcane, removing both ends before thoroughly washing it. Once clean, they placed the sugarcane into the juicing cart and began to rotate it with the oxen. Soon, the sweet juice was extracted. The residual pulp was then reinserted, repeatedly pressed until the juice was nearly depleted, at which point it was discarded. Ning Pengpeng then directed her fourth brother to stoke the fire, pouring the extracted juice into a vat. As the liquid simmered to a consistency resembling that of boiling porridge, she tested it with her fingers, noting its stickiness before ladling it out. At this stage, the syrup was a dark yellow-brown, and as it thickened into a paste, she placed the custom-made clay mold atop the vat. The mold, wider at the top and tapered at the bottom, was first sealed at the small opening before the syrup was poured in. Once the syrup had solidified, she removed the obstruction from the opening and drizzled a prepared mixture of yellow clay water over the top. This method allowed the dark syrup to flow into the vat below, while the fresh white sugar would remain atop the mold in a layer approximately 5 inches thick. Upon seeing the white sugar in the mold, tears nearly welled in Ning Pengpeng's eyes. However, the final steps of pouring the syrup into the mold and applying the clay water to solidify the sugar were tasks she undertook in secrecy, away from the eyes of others. This was also the reason she had previously divided the straw shed and surrounded this area with grass curtains. The matter of white sugar must not be disclosed at this moment. Approximately 7 to 8 pounds of sugar cane are required to produce a single pound of white sugar. With the 2 acres of land, nearly 100 pounds of white sugar can be harvested. This quantity suffices for the family's confectionery needs. However, if the sugar cane is not harvested in a timely manner, it may rot in the fields. The remaining time is spent extracting juice, which is then transported along with the pastries to be sold in the town. The produced white sugar is meticulously wrapped in oil paper and stored in the trunk that originally held her clothes. During the 2 days when she had some free time, Ning Pengpeng not only sold her freshly pressed sugarcane juice, but also earned a modest fee of 1 coin for every 10 pounds of sugarcane she processed, assisting those in the village who had purchased sugarcane fields. It must be said that the frugal image of Old Lady Ning was well known. Upon discovering that she charged a fee for extracting sugarcane juice, others began to understand why her earlier offer to share her method for extracting juice seemed less peculiar. After all, Ning Pengpeng had indeed disclosed the technique for constructing the pressing cart. It was not a matter of naivety. Who would willingly undertake such labor? Just as the townsfolk began to feel deceived, Ning Pengpeng announced her willingness to provide sugarcane juice extraction every other day, charging 1 coin for every 10 pounds of sugarcane. Initially, some were indignant, believing Old Lady Ning was exploiting them. They even suspected that the village head was complicit, misleading everyone into purchasing the sugarcane fields. All for this moment. At that time, Ning Yoji was also filled with anger. He had not anticipated that the process of extracting a bowl of sugarcane juice would be so cumbersome, which left him somewhat exasperated. It was Ning Pengpeng who eventually suggested he cut down the sugarcane from his home and deliver it to the Ning household. After extracting the juice and filtering it several times, the third son took his elder brother Yongjin to the town to sell the family's pastries and the freshly pressed juice. In just a few hours, they had sold every last morsel of pastries and cane water. Sitting in the cart driven by Ning Yosho, Ning Yongjin held the earnings from the cane water they sold earlier that day, his expression one of utter bewilderment. It was not until they reached their own courtyard that Ning Yoji inquired about the day's events. Only then did Ning Yongjin pour the money pouch onto the table. With a clatter, hundreds of copper coins spilled across the surface, some even rolling off the table and onto the ground. Witnessing this, Ning Yoji sprang to his feet, unable to believe the sight before him. Is this truly the money earned from today's cane water sales? Indeed, father. It was as if those people were giving away their money. For just a single coin per bowl, they flocked to buy. Ning Yongjin felt as though he were still dreaming. How could earning money be so effortless? Aunt was indeed correct. These sugarcane fields are like a treasure trove waiting to be unearthed. We spent merely 500 coins for an acre. Yet the cane water extracted from just a few tenths of an acre has already nearly equaled that amount. Imagine how much we would earn if we harvested all the cane from the fields we bought and pressed it into juice for sale. The daughters-in-law, who had previously harbored grievances against their father-in-law for purchasing such seemingly barren land after hearing Old Lady Ning's words, exchanged glances in astonishment, realizing that she truly possessed such remarkable skills. Upon learning that the village clerk had profited from pressing sugarcane juice, others who had purchased sugarcane fields flocked to the Ning family. The modest fee for juicing, merely the cost of a bowl of sugarcane water, was readily accepted. For those unwilling to pay, offering a bowl of sugarcane water in exchange was not opposed by Ning Pengpeng. Consequently, even if their own sugarcane were entirely converted into white sugar, they could still utilize the sugarcane from neighboring fields. "My dear husband," she remarked, "I have heard that the pastries sold by the third brother, along with that sugarcane water, have become exceedingly popular in town." News of Ning Laosan's success in selling pastries in the market had naturally reached the ears of Ning Laoda and Lady Lu. This was especially pertinent since the previous stock of red sugar, amounting to several pounds, had been entirely purchased by Laosan. The father-in-law was taken aback, realizing that red sugar could only be procured from the provincial capital. It seemed unnecessary to traverse such a distance solely for red sugar. Thus, Ning Laoda presumed that after Lao San's inability to obtain red sugar, he would no longer be able to produce pastries. How could he still create those pastries when he has not visited our home for red sugar in quite some time? Could it possibly be related to that sugarcane water? Ning Laoda pondered, his brow furrowed in confusion. However, it soon dawned upon him that Lao San had taken villagers to the town to sell that sweet sugarcane water for just a penny a bowl, which was even sweeter than red sugar. In the town, many families could not afford red sugar. Yet they could manage the mere penny for a bowl of sugarcane sweet water. Everyone who had tasted the sugarcane water knew it was far sweeter than red sugar water. It was clear that red sugar was exorbitantly priced. Who would be so generous as to add extra red sugar to a simple bowl of water? Only sugarcane, being inherently sweet, could yield such delectably sweet juice. The news that sugarcane juice sold in a town is sweeter than brown sugar water quickly spread to other towns. Chapter 28. Investigation. What did you say? Someone is selling sugarcane juice. Upon receiving the report from the townsfolk, the steward of the Lu residence in the state capital promptly conveyed the information to the eldest young master. Indeed, upon learning this news, Lu Shun wasted no time in hurrying over to report. Steward Lu wore a grave expression. The Lu family's prominence in the state capital was primarily due to their secret recipe for brown sugar. The main ingredient for producing brown sugar is, of course, sugarcane. However, the Lu family had kept the knowledge of sugarcane's potential for sugar production hidden, fearing that if the information spread, others might decipher their recipe. To their astonishment, in that remote little town of An, someone was actually pressing sugarcane juice for sale, which could not be overlooked by the Lu family. They decided to dispatch someone to thoroughly investigate whether sugar was being produced and sold. If it was merely a case of selling sugarcane juice, they mustn't act rashly and disturb the situation. Lu Jianyi furrowed his brow. Although the Lu family was affluent, they lacked sufficient political influence to wield absolute power. Contemplating this, Lu Jianyi's countenance darkened. Yes, eldest young master, Steward Lu responded quickly before taking his leave. Thus, the situation in town must be approached with utmost caution. They could not afford to act impulsively. As the village leader of Daweishu village, Ning Yoji had been walking with his chin held high these past few days, a smile permanently gracing his face. Previously, he had mocked those who purchased wild sugarcane fields as being gluttonous and extravagant, deriding the elderly Ning for being blinded by greed. Now, the atmosphere has entirely shifted. Daily, individuals come to inquire about news at the Ning residence. Some even venture to the Ning family, only to be chased away by Ning Pengpeng's stern demeanor. Over the past few days, Ning Pengpeng has been utterly swamped, juggling the preparation of her own candies while also extracting juice from others' sugarcane. The family's cow only finds respite when nightfall descends. Ning Laoda, feeling a pang of sympathy, diligently gathers the tenderest grass to feed the cow. Yet, Ning Pengpeng believes that merely feeding the cow grass is insufficient. She has incorporated soybeans into its diet, recognizing that the bulk of their earnings now hinges on this creature. The entire household, being of farming lineage, winces at the sight of Ning Pengpeng offering soybeans to the cow. However, apart from Qianshi, the rest of the family understands that the cow is indeed the household's invaluable asset, deserving of utmost care. In the evenings, Qianshi chides Ning Laoda, lamenting that his mother-in-law is extravagantly wasteful for feeding soybeans to the cow. In response, Ning Laoda discreetly produces his purse, shaking it before her, which promptly silences her complaints. Throughout these days, all the earnings from the sugarcane juice extracted at the Ning home have been handed directly to Ning Laoda by Ning Pengpeng. Naturally, the hard-earned money generated from the cow also belongs to him. Since the arrival of the cow at the Ning residence, Ning Laoda has treated it with the reverence one would afford to an ancestor, a fact that has not gone unnoticed by the family. As for Ning Pengpeng's decision to allocate the money earned from assisting others with sugarcane juicing to Laoda, Ning Laosan and Ning Laosi harbor no objections. Their own earnings from selling pastries, shared with them by Ning Pengpeng, vastly exceed the meager sums received by Laoda. Moreover, upon witnessing the villagers flourishing in their newfound prosperity, aside from Ning Pengpeng, who purchased an additional 20 acres, the three brothers of the Ning family also acquired substantial tracts of sugarcane land. Ning Heir, the second brother, purchased the least, acquiring merely 5 acres, as his earnings were limited, supplemented slightly by his share from the family division. Ning San, the third brother, invested the most, mirroring his mother's purchase of 20 acres. Meanwhile, Ning Si, the fourth brother, opted for 10 acres. Unlike his diligent siblings, he was not inclined to overextend himself. for the labor involved in harvesting the sugarcane would necessitate hiring help, which could render the endeavor unprofitable. However, he was also not as conservative as his second brother, acknowledging that money is never too abundant. In truth, Ning Si had undergone considerable transformation. He had taken on numerous tasks himself. Just a month prior, the villagers would have found it hard to believe that Ning Si would be out in the fields daily, cutting sugarcane alongside Ning San. Yet, Ning Pengpeng understood all too well the allure of wealth. Each day, after the Ning family extracted the juice from the sugarcane, Ning Si accompanied Ning San to sell the freshly made pastries in town. This routine allowed them to retreat each night, nestled under their blankets, counting their coins and silver. Regardless of the toil and fatigue endured, the sight of their money box swelling with silver each day banished all weariness from Ning Si's mind. Observing the daily distributions between the third and fourth brothers, the Ning matriarch could not help but feel a pang of regret. She lamented how she had once been so foolish as to prevent the second brother from joining their mother in her business endeavors. "Mother, the household appears quite busy. Perhaps I could assist with the pastry making alongside Yulu?" In recent days, Ning Pengpeng entrusted all the work of harvesting sugarcane from her fields to Ning Lauer, of course compensating him according to the amount harvested per mu. The other family member's sugarcane was pressed into juice, which Ning Pengpeng took daily to sell in town. However, the sugarcane from her own fields was secretly transformed into white sugar, stored away in her room. Thus, every day, besides pastries, Ning Laosan and Ning Laosi brought sugarcane juice to sell in town, naturally earning more than others. In contrast, Ning Lauer only received payment for the sugarcane juice, while the rest was merely wages for assisting his own mother, Ning Pengpeng. It was no surprise to her that Qian Shi found the earnings insufficient. Previously, when making pastries, she had consulted the entire family, only to face Ning Pengpeng's adamant refusal. Had she not stated, "If there are losses, do not weep. If there are profits, do not envy"? After counting the money meticulously, Ning Pengpeng firmly closed her money box with a decisive snap, then raised her gaze to regard Qian Shi with a serious expression. "Given that you expressed your unwillingness to engage in the pastry business, you need not entertain such thoughts in the future. Moreover, the pastry venture now primarily relied on Lauer and Laosan selling in town. If assistance is needed, it should be in collaboration with Laosan's wife in making pastries, for which I shall calculate a wage. If you refuse, we may revisit the matter at a later time." In truth, after accompanying Ning Pengpeng in pastry making several times, Wang Shi had practically mastered the craft. Currently, it was mostly Ning Pengpeng providing guidance, while Wang Shi executed the tasks. If the second child's family holds shares, then there is no need. However, assistance with tasks would be welcome. At the very least, this would allow Ning Pengpeng to devote herself to her new endeavors. As for the third child, it has been noted that recently, the pastry shops in town have begun producing numerous cakes similar to those of the Ning family. Chapter 29. Discontent Mother, I was wrong before. Please grant me and your Lu another chance. Qian pleaded, biting her lip in desperation. If I provide you and the second child with opportunities, would that not be unfair to the third and fourth children? Qian, let me reiterate. Although we have separated, my words carry weight. They are final. A promise made is a promise kept. Unless you can present a compelling argument to persuade me, my decision remains unchanged. Upon hearing this, Qian panicked, realizing her mother-in-law spoke the truth. Mother, I will do it. I will assist the third sister-in-law with the pastries at home, just for wages. She understood well that the task of making pastries did not require so many hands. If she continued to speak, her mother-in-law might very well deny her even that meager wage. Ning Pengpeng paused, glanced at Qian, and then addressed the quiet Wang beside her. Starting tomorrow, let the second daughter-in-law assist you. I will cover her wages. Yes, all right, mother. Wang now grasped her mother-in-law's temperament well. Whatever she said was law, and it was best not to harbor too many ulterior motives. Had she feigned a desire to cover the wages as she had in the past, her mother-in-law would likely have agreed without hesitation. In such a case, the only one to suffer would be herself. Regardless, since the mother-in-law is paying, she dares not command her during work, yet she manages to have the Qian family heed her words. After all, her belly is no longer insignificant. There are certain tasks that, if avoidable, should indeed be avoided. Observing Wang's obsequious demeanor, Qian slightly pursed her lips after lowering her head. Previously, she had been concerned about the hardships faced by both herself and the child, yet to her surprise, their mother has managed to earn quite a sum. Once their precious son arrives, she vows to shield him from any suffering. Alas, oh you, Ning Laosan, if I were carrying a daughter, Would she not be your treasure as well? Unexpectedly, upon hearing Ning Laosan's words, Wang's brows furrowed in indignation, and she swiftly grasped his ear, fiercely inquiring. Oh dear, how can that be? Wife, please let go, my ear is about to come off. I swear, whether you bear a daughter or a son, they shall both be my cherished darling, with no favoritism. Humph, that's more like it. Let me remind you, Ning Laosan, not only this child in my womb, but you must also treat the previous ones equally. In truth, she holds a special fondness for the child she carries, as since its conception, their household has flourished day by day. It feels as though this child is a harbinger of good fortune. How could one not rejoice? However, the earlier sons and daughters are also her own flesh and blood, and should Ning Laosan show any bias, she would certainly object. What nonsense are you speaking? Aren't the eldest, second, and third all my own kin? Rest assured, I shall guarantee the well-being of both you and your mother, chuckled Ning Laosan confidently. By the way, your mother has asked Qian to assist you. What are your thoughts on that? Upon mentioning the child, Ning Laosan couldn't help but inquire about his rather petty second sister-in-law. What else is there to consider? Were it up to me, I would prefer not to have her assistance. The mere thought of her, as the second aunt, spouting nonsense in front of Honger, makes me wish to silence her. However, this time, it is mother who has requested her help. We shall follow her wishes, as she suggested. Oh, what's this? I've noticed that lately, you have been remarkably obedient to your mother's words. Hearing his wife say this, Ning Laosan couldn't resist teasing her. Wang Shi shot him a fierce glare and, lowering her voice, replied, Others say your second brother is foolish, but I believe the real fool is you. Did you not witness how mother confronted Qian earlier? Had I not wholeheartedly trusted her words, I might have found myself on the receiving end of her ire today. It has become clear to me that even after our separation, we must rely on mother. From now on, we shall adhere to her every directive. Ning Yosho, you must listen carefully and understand this. Do you comprehend? Yes, I understand. I recognized this long ago. Mother's words are always wise. As long as we heed her counsel, we shall not suffer any loss. Ning Laosan reflected on how, from making pastries to purchasing cattle and acquiring that sugarcane field, he had prospered by following his mother's guidance. The absurdity of the eldest brother's family is truly laughable. They seem to believe that residing in town grants them the status of townsfolk. It is likely that he lives like a turtle at his father-in-law's home, though one can never be certain. As Ning Laosan ponders over Ning Laoda, the latter is sulking in the house, being reprimanded by Lu Shi. I have discerned that your mother is quite cunning. After we were separated, she began to engage the second, third, and fourth siblings in making pastries for profit. Now, she even sells that sugarcane juice. While your brothers enjoy abundant earnings, your mother has not given a thought to you. Upon hearing Lu Shi's words, Ning Yofu's expression darkened even further. What he once perceived as advantageous now appears to be nothing more than a farce. Seeing Ning Yofu silent, Lu Shi's anger intensified. In other families, the eldest son receives 60% of the inheritance, and only then is the remainder distributed among the other siblings. Furthermore, what right does your sister, who is soon to be married, have to demand an equal share of the inheritance? This is what irks Lu Shi the most. No family distributes farmland to their daughters. If that were the case, when Ning Yoshi marries, would she not bring along 2 acres as a dowry? Not to mention, Ning Yoshi also received a portion of the family's wealth. When she married Ning Yofu, the Lu family did not provide her with land as a dowry. The majority of the inheritance that the eldest son received was due to the elderly accompanying him. Our entire family now resides in town, making it impossible to care for mother. Is there any issue with her dividing her assets evenly? When Yoshi was born, our father had just passed away, and mother indulged her a bit, providing her with more security. This is entirely normal. Why must you be so aggressive here? Am I being aggressive? Why not say that your mother is being unreasonable and biased? Lu was provoked by Ning Yofu's final remark, instantly leaping to her feet. Her face flushed and her voice raised. Yes, my mother is biased. She favors me, the eldest. You mentioned that the eldest is the pillar of the family. Yet since I came of age, my mother has helped me find a wife, while she has never enjoyed the blessings of having you as a daughter-in-law. Reflect honestly. Has my mother ever treated you unjustly since you entered this household? Chapter 30. Calculations. Ning Yofu, his eyes reddened, stood up with a fierce demeanor. Lu was startled by his appearance and buried her face in her handkerchief, weeping. Why do you scold me so? Am I not doing this for the sake of our family? Upon hearing her words, Ning Yofu deflated like a punctured ball. Now that our third brother is earning money and our mother has the ability to earn as well, instead of fostering a good relationship with her, you stand here incessantly complaining about her favoritism. How can you expect her not to be biased when you present yourself in such a harpy-like manner? Lu at least spoke a truth in her defense. Her actions were indeed for the sake of their small family. Moreover, Ning Yofu found it peculiar that their third brother had not visited the shop to purchase brown sugar in quite some time. Initially, he believed that without sugar, their mother and the third brother's pastry business would come to a halt. However, to his surprise, not only had the pastry business continued, but the third brother had also begun selling sugarcane juice. Upon hearing this, Lu's sobs quieted significantly. Just then, a gentle knock sounded at the door, and her daughter's soft voice came from outside. "Mother, grandmother requests your presence." Lu's sobs abruptly ceased as she forcefully wiped away her tears with a handkerchief, inhaling deeply before stepping outside. Upon entering her parents' bedroom, she caught a glance from her mother, Lu Wang, who, with a resigned sigh, beckoned her to sit down. Observing her mother's demeanor, Lu felt a wave of unease wash over her. Once settled, Lu Wangkai, who had been feigning sleep with his eyes closed, opened them and directed a gaze at her. "Tell me, how is it that I, Lu Wangkai, ended up with such a thick-headed daughter? With your disposition, you wouldn't even be able to enjoy a warm morsel of food. If it weren't for my decisive judgment to take Ning Yofu into our household years ago, with your nature and intellect, you would surely have been scorned by others." Lu Wangkai glared at his daughter, scolding her with irritation. In front of Lu Wang, Lu could still indulge in a bit of charm, but before her father, she shrank back, resembling a quail in its timidity. With a snort from his nostrils, Lu Wangkai cast another look at Lu and specifically cautioned her, "Pay close attention while at your mother-in-law's. If she doesn't use brown sugar in her pastries, what exactly does she mix in? And how is that sugarcane juice extracted?" "Huh. Oh." Lu was momentarily taken aback by her father's admonition before nodding in agreement. "Go on. But do not mention this to Yofu." "Understood, father." Lu replied softly before retreating. Lu Wang could not help but urge Lu Wangkai. If this matter were to reach Yofu, it would be difficult to explain. What is there to explain? Over the years, he has consumed my resources, utilized my possessions, and even resided in my home. How can he still aspire to soar to great heights? Moreover, what do you have to worry about? I do not intend to seize the Ning family's secrets. Rather, I merely believe that if the matriarch of the Ning family possesses any lucrative methods, our family is certainly better connected than theirs. There are whispers in Huxian regarding the extraction of sugarcane juice. If we could establish a link with Huxian, the Lu family could flourish in the future. As Lu Wangkai contemplated this thrilling prospect, a smile involuntarily graced his face. However, upon noticing the furrowed brow and sorrowful expression of Lu Wangshi, he could not help but roll his eyes and rise to seek out his concubine, Aunt Pan. Although Aunt Pan may not possess the youthful allure of the maidens from Hongsage, she is certainly far more gentle and considerate than Lu Wangshi. Realizing Lu Wangkai had stormed out, Lu Wangshi felt no tumult within her heart. She knew he had gone to Pan's side. Lu Wangkai may send to the Ning family to gather intelligence, claiming that he does not covet their secrets. In truth, he is likely envious of the Ning family's methods. Furthermore, Lu Wangkai has been in frequent correspondence with Huxian recently, for reasons unknown. It is likely that the news of old lady Ning's sugarcane extraction has already reached Huxian. Although Lu Wangshi is unaware of Lu Wangxi's true intentions, she can discern from her previous conversation with old lady Ning that she is not as easily manageable as before. Additionally, if the son-in-law, Ning Yofu, were to discover Lu Wangxi's scheming against the Ning family, it might drive a wedge between him and his daughter. Moreover, considering the temperament of her daughter, it is likely that she would not receive any favorable treatment from the esteemed Lady Ning. At this point, she has long since abandoned the youthful desire for affection. Lady Lu harbors a singular wish for her child's well-being. As she lay down to close her eyes, Lady Lu silently resolved her intentions. Seated in the family carriage, Lu looked at Ning Yofu with a puzzled expression. Upon hearing her husband's words, she could not help but curl her lip, yet she refrained from further comment. Recalling his earlier outburst of temper, when Ning Yofu brought Lu to the entrance of the Ning residence, they were astonished to find it bustling with activity. Villagers were carting and freshly washed sugarcane to the Ning doorstep, where Ning Er was carrying them inside, preparing for juicing. Upon seeing Ning Da and Lu disembarking from the carriage, Ning Er simply smiled foolishly at them, too engrossed in his work to offer a proper greeting. The more patrons that arrived to extract sugarcane juice, the greater his earnings. Thus, he had little time to entertain the elder couple. Just as the goods from the cart were being moved into the Ning residence, another couple arrived promptly behind them. Upon noticing Ning Yofu and Lu, the couple beamed and greeted them warmly. "Ah, Uncle Lin, Are you also here to extract sugarcane at my home? Ning Yofu took a moment to recognize Zhao Lin. Indeed, your mother is quite remarkable. I can hardly fathom how she conceived such an ingenious method of juicing sugarcane. Zhao Lin beamed at Ning Yofu, praising Ning Pengpeng. Chapter 31. The hair on one's neck stands on end upon hearing Zhao Lin's praises, which flowed forth like an unending cascade. Ning Yofu and Lu Shi were left utterly astonished. The couple, ensnared by flattery, wandered into the courtyard, only to be discovered by Ning Pengpeng emerging from the kitchen. Ning Pengpeng had successfully produced enough white sugar to last her through the new year, thus she had concealed all the sugar-making implements within her own room. Only the grinding cart remained in the distance, where it was daily employed by the second son to extract juice from sugarcane using the family's oxen. Moments ago, Qian Shi and Wang Shi had been in the kitchen preparing pastries, and she had just brought the melted sugar water to them. Stepping outside, she immediately spotted Ning Laoda and the others, causing her to momentarily pause. "Mother, we have come to see you." Ning Laoda, initially dazed by the compliments, regained his composure upon seeing Ning Pengpeng. With a broad grin, he greeted her and, as an aside, extended a bag of dried red dates towards her. Although these dates held little monetary value, they were indeed a nourishing delicacy, marking a significant gesture from Ning Laoda. "Oh, how peculiar it is that the sun rises from the west today. You two are unusually courteous. Let me think, since you, Laoda, apprenticed at your father-in-law's house at the tender age of 15, this is the very first time your mother has received such a gift from you." Zhao Lin and his wife, who had initially accompanied Ning Laoda, were poised to offer further compliments about the dried dates, but were taken aback as Ning Pengpeng swiftly exposed Ning Laoda's intentions. Zhao Lin and his wife exchanged a glance. They were indeed related to Zhao Guangnong. However, it had come to their attention that Zhao Guangnong no longer wished to have Ning Laosi as a son-in-law. Consequently, the relationship between the Zhao and Ning families had become somewhat strained. Yet, Zhao Lin's family possessed several acres of sugarcane land. If they were to provoke old lady Ning's displeasure and she refused to assist in processing the sugarcane, they would suffer considerable losses. Muttering under his breath in discontent towards Zhao Guangnong, Zhao Lin hunched his shoulders and urged his wife to hasten as they pushed their cart to seek out Ning lair. Ning Pengpeng observed the arrival of Zhao Lin and his spouse without any objection to their intention of extracting sugarcane. Even if Zhao Guangnong were to pay a visit, she would not chase him away, for they were there to bring money. Why would one turn away such an opportunity? As for Zhao Wan, her absence from their doorstep had not gone unnoticed by Ning Pengpeng. She deemed her a mere candle with a silver tip, not worthy of concern. Moreover, her own Laosi was now diligently earning and working, showing no inclination to seek out Zhao Wan. This surprised Ning Pengpeng somewhat, especially considering that Ning Yukai had once sworn an oath regarding his desire to marry Zhao Wan. Indeed, vows made by men often proved to be unreliable. Even though Ning Yukai was her adopted son, Ning Pengpeng could not suppress her inner thoughts of derision. Ning Yofu, feeling the weight of judgment upon him, averted his gaze. His cheeks flushed with embarrassment, fearing the peculiar looks from Uncle Lin and the others. "All right, come inside," Ning Pengpeng said, not wishing to pursue the matter any further. She cast a glance at the eldest couple before turning and walking toward the living room. Ning Yofu hurriedly led Lu Shi into the living room, gingerly placing the bag of dried red dates he had been holding onto the table. Ning Pengpeng picked up the teapot, poured herself a cup of water, and after taking a sip, she finally raised her gaze to Ning Yofu. Upon hearing her mother-in-law's cold words, Lu Shi recalled how her mother-in-law had ruthlessly torn into her husband earlier, which also served to humiliate her, the eldest daughter-in-law. Unable to contain herself, she immediately voiced her grievances. Lu Shi was momentarily at a loss for words, wanting to retort, yet Ning Pengpeng was, after all, her mother-in-law. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, and she pulled out the handkerchief tucked in her sleeve to wipe away her tears. "Mother, why must you speak so harshly? Yes, my son has erred, but it was not intentional. You know that in town, I can only reside with my in-laws, and I must constantly be mindful of their moods to get by. Moreover, with 2 children to raise, you and my younger siblings may think I am living a life of ease in town, but little do you know the bitterness I endure." At this point, Ning Yofu also raised his sleeve to wipe his tears. Had the previous matriarch, Old Lady Ning, been present, she would have undoubtedly been moved by her eldest son's words, embracing him in tears. Unfortunately, the individual before them was Ning Pengpeng, who did not even raise an eyebrow, coldly observing the couple's plight as if it were a grand performance. Had Ning Pengpeng scolded them or offered words of comfort, Ning Yofu and his wife could have played along. Yet, in the living room, it was just the two of them, along with a mother who merely watched the unfolding drama. Ning Yofu felt a flush of shame creeping over him, and the arm he used to wipe away his tears felt frozen in place. Since the division of the family, it had become evident that Ning Yofu was a man of calculated schemes. Soon, he composed himself and reproached Lu, who was still wiping her tears. Mother merely scolded you a couple of times, yet you are weeping and wailing. Why don't you head to the kitchen and assist your sisters-in-law with their tasks? After his reprimand, Ning Yofu exchanged a knowing glance with Lu. Yes, my husband, Lu replied promptly, tucking her handkerchief into her sleeve before exiting. Now, only Ning Yofu and Ning Pengpeng remained in the living room. Ning Yofu approached Ning Pengpeng, crouched down, and gazed up at her with an expression of yearning, causing her to feel an involuntary shiver down her spine. He then attempted to grasp her hand, initially taken aback by Ning Yofu's overly sentimental remarks. Ning Pengpeng was further dismayed when he sought to take her hand for a display of emotion. In a swift motion, she slapped his outstretched hand away. With a sharp crack, Ning Yofu stood frozen, staring dazedly at Ning Pengpeng. If it had been the charming face of Ning Laosi, she would have been unfazed. After all, despite his laziness, he was quite pleasing to the eye. However, Ning Yofu, though barely in his 20s, wore a scruffy beard and was looking at her with such intensity that it made Ning Pengpeng feel nauseous. Upon hearing her words, a look of embarrassment flickered across Ning Yofu's face. Nevertheless, he obediently stood up, refraining from any further antics. Mother, when you were making pastries, did you not always purchase the brown sugar from my father-in-law's shop? Nowadays, it has been quite a while since my younger brother last purchased brown sugar. Is there perhaps some cane juice mixed into this pastry? Ning Pengpeng cast a glance at her elder brother, Ning Laoda, who was watching her with an anxious expression, while her thoughts began to whirl. Indeed, brown sugar is so expensive, and I have just discovered that this cane juice is sweet enough to drink on its own. If filtered through fine muslin several times and used in pastries, it would be far sweeter than using brown sugar. Most importantly, not only is brown sugar prohibitively costly, but it also contains a plethora of impurities that must be dissolved and strained out. Since both must be converted into syrup and filtered, I might as well utilize this cane juice. With the market for cane juice dwindling, I would have to resort to purchasing that exorbitantly priced brown sugar to make pastries again. At this thought, Ning Pengpeng sighed, expressing her helplessness. Upon hearing this, Ning Yofu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Mother, how did you come up with the method of extracting cane juice? It's quite simple. Just wash the sheets by the stream a few times, and you'll learn how to extract cane juice. I merely attempted it, and, to my surprise, succeeded. If it weren't for the exorbitant price your father-in-law charges for the brown sugar, I wouldn't have had to rack my brain for such a solution. Hearing his mother's lament, Ning Yofu could not help but feel a flush of embarrassment. In truth, he was aware of the cost of brown sugar, which was indeed 60 per pound. Yet he had not lowered the price even a fraction when selling it to his own mother. Even though his mother remained oblivious to how much profit he made from her, Ning Yofu could not shake off the feeling of guilt. Mother, ever since my father-in-law learned that you were making money from these pastries using cane juice, he has been eager to discover how this cane juice is produced. Yesterday, I discreetly summoned Lu to instruct her to investigate matters at home. However, my esteemed mother-in-law proved to be quite discerning, and she informed me of this development. Mother, despite my shortcomings, I remain a son of the Ning family, and my thoughts invariably lean towards our lineage. There is no need for you to regard me as a thief, for such mistrust only serves to sadden me. Ning Yofu spoke with a semblance of sincerity, his expression tinged with melancholy. Ning Pengpeng was taken aback by Lu Wang's unexpected resolve. After all, in a patriarchal society, it was audacious of her to risk her husband's ire by discreetly allowing Ning Yofu to reveal her husband's intentions regarding the Ning family's profitable ventures. This earned her a measure of admiration from Ning Pengpeng. Now, I have divulged all the information I sought to share with you. As for whether you choose to inform your esteemed father-in-law, that is entirely your decision. Without the blueprints for the sugarcane press, even if Lu Wangkai understands the basic principles, replicating it entirely would undoubtedly take more than just a day or two. Ning Pengpeng had long devised a strategy to address such a crisis, for sometimes adversity can be transformed into opportunity. Naturally, if your father-in-law desires to invest, I would not object. He surmised that his father-in-law had not considered this angle either. The opportunity to extract sugarcane juice only arises during the harvest season, and simply obtaining this would require a substantial sum of silver. Furthermore, A single sugarcane press would not suffice. Acquiring additional cattle and presses would likely result in a significant financial outlay. Should the Liu family also engage in the business of selling sugarcane juice in town, it would necessitate further investment in sugarcane fields. Although it is not expensive, it is still money. However, creating pastries is not something one can simply do at will. If one were to purchase recipes, it would require spending money as well. Given Ning Yofu's understanding of his father-in-law, he would certainly refrain from engaging in such a risky venture. After all, the entire town relies solely on the Liu family for the sale of these goods. Yet, the entire Daishu village has already tasted the sweetness of selling sugarcane juice this year. How could they possibly miss out on such a lucrative opportunity next year? If a multitude of sellers of sugarcane juice were to flood into a town, with its limited population, how much profit could the Liu family realistically expect? It simply does not add up. It is not worth it. Not worth it at all. In the kitchen, Wang was just placing the freshly made pastries into the steamer when her sister-in-law, Liu, entered from outside. "Ah, it's you, sister-in-law. What a rare occurrence to see you gracing this countryside with your presence." These days, the gradually swelling purse had given Wang a newfound confidence, allowing her back to straighten considerably. Her noticeably rounded belly pushed outward with determination, and she cast aside the sycophantic smile she often wore around Liu, instead regarding her with a bemused expression. "Sister-in-law, look at your belly. It must be 5 months along, right? Oh dear. Seeing you and the second sister-in-law toiling away in the kitchen tugs at my heart. By the way, has mother taught you how to make these pastries? I am quite curious about the process." Liu, suppressing an urge to retort disdainfully at Wang, forced a smile onto her face. Grasping Wang's hand as she spoke with double meanings, her gaze drifting towards Qian, who was busy with her tasks. Particularly when seeing Qian, Liu felt an overwhelming sense of inequity. Clearly, they had already separated. Yet why did the mother-in-law choose to divulge the recipe for pastries exclusively to the second and third sons? This was an obvious attempt to marginalize the eldest family. Chapter 33. Having meat every day. It is truly unfair, as the eldest sister-in-law has already borne 2 children, while I am merely 4 months along, not even 5 yet. We, the rustic folk from the countryside, cannot possibly compare to the delicateness of the eldest sister-in-law. When our second child was born, I was still toiling in the fields. Now, with such trivial tasks, how could I possibly feel fatigued? Moreover, I have the assistance of my second sister-in-law. Alas, there is nothing to be done, despite the separation. A mother inevitably still harbors affection for her sons. Upon finishing her statement, she let out a smug, hollow laugh that only served to infuriate Liu further. Do share with me, as a humble villager, what new happenings there are in town to alleviate my boredom. Without waiting for Liu's response, Wang seized Liu's hand and dragged her out of the kitchen. Although Liu participated in household chores, she had never worked in the fields, and thus could not contend with Wang's strength, who, despite being heavily pregnant, effortlessly pulled her from the kitchen. "Sister-in-law, once you are finished, do remember to come out and engage in a pleasant chat with the eldest sister-in-law." After pulling Liu from the kitchen, Wang called out to Qian inside before slamming the kitchen door shut, denying Liu even a glance back inside. "You third sister-in-law, how can you be so rude? Dragging me out of the kitchen like this, what is your intention?" Liu's face contorted with anger, her teeth clenched as she glared at Wang, speaking through gritted teeth. "Oh, sister-in-law, what do you mean by that? And your expression is quite terrifying. I am with child. If you frighten me into a mishap, what shall we do? Moreover, how have I been discourteous? Am I not acting in your best interest? After all, you do not cook, so what purpose does your presence in the kitchen serve?" With a determined bite of her teeth, Liu thought to herself, "I may not cook, but I can observe how my sister-in-law prepares pastries, can I? This craft, which our mother bequeathed to you and my sister-in-law, should not leave the elder sister-in-law entirely ignorant. Though it is indeed a skill passed down from our mother, our family has invested in it. Even my second sister-in-law merely assists. Sister-in-law, you have neither contributed financially nor offered any labor. What audacity allows you to demand knowledge of our mother's craft so brazenly?" Liu's face flushed crimson with indignation. "That is because we were unaware of the need to invest while in town. Had we known, we certainly would have contributed." Wang raised her hand to cover her mouth, bursting into laughter. "Mother's discretion in not exposing you is a favor to your elder brother, not to you. Yet, perhaps there is no need for such kindness. Considering your audacity now rivals even the stickiest of traps, a cleaver might struggle to penetrate your thick skin." To her surprise, Liu realized that her mother-in-law was fully aware of the situation. In that moment, Lu wished for a chasm to open beneath her, allowing her to escape. Meanwhile, the quarrel between Wang and Lu was overheard in its entirety by Ning Pengpeng and Ning Youfu, who had just emerged from the living room. Ning Youfu was taken aback to discover that on the day Ning Pengpeng went to purchase brown sugar, his wife had been eavesdropping behind the curtain. Instantly, his expression darkened. He glanced at Ning Pengpeng with a hint of embarrassment before speaking. Afterward, he grasped Liu Shi's wrist and led her out of the courtyard. "Mother, I was merely frustrated and spoke harshly to my sister-in-law. Please do not hold it against me." Wang Shi approached with a somewhat obsequious demeanor. Although her heart was consumed with curiosity about what the matriarch and elder brother had discussed, nevertheless, she prudently restrained her inquisitiveness and refrained from voicing her thoughts. Ning Pengpeng cast a commendable glance at her and remarked, "What you have said is the truth. Why should anyone be blamed? Some individuals have strayed from the right path and require a firm admonition. Over these days, you must have become quite adept at picking beans, haven't you? Starting today, in addition to bean picking, I want you to shell this entire bag of peanuts. The remuneration will be 1 more coin than for picking beans." Ning Yoshi, having nearly turned green from her bean-picking endeavors in recent days, shook her head vigorously upon seeing her mother bring in such a large sack of peanuts, indicating her refusal to take on this task. However, upon hearing her grandmother mention an extra coin, Ning Mianer's eyes sparkled with excitement. She stood up and pulled the bag of peanuts towards herself. "Grandmother, I promise to complete the task." Ning Pengpeng raised an eyebrow, casting a meaningful glance at her youngest daughter before replying, "There's no need to rush. Take your time." "All right, grandmother." Hearing her grandmother's caring words, Ning Mianer immediately broke into a joyful smile at Ning Pengpeng. What delighted her even more was that her grandmother had kept her promise over the past few days, rewarding her and her aunt for the beans they had gathered. Now, Ning Mianer had quite a sum of pocket money. Even Qianshi had inquired about her intentions for that money, but Ning Mianer resolutely kept it to herself, refusing to share with anyone, which infuriated Qianshi. However, Ning Lao growing impatient with the commotion, warned Qianshi to be cautious of what her mother might do. The recollection of her mother-in-law's prior admonitions silenced Qianshi. Ning Mianer felt a twinge of regret, wishing her younger sisters were not so small. Otherwise, they could assist her in earning money, thus enabling them to contribute to their dowries. Initially inclined to slack off and sneak out for some leisure, Ning Yoshi felt a wave of anxiety wash over her upon catching her mother's gaze. Something about that look hinted at deeper implications. Having indulged in her carefree ways for too long, she now found herself constrained, her entire being yearning to escape and flaunt the money she had earned. She needed to let Dian know that her family had been enjoying meat every day recently. Chapter 34. Frosted Peanuts. Ning Pengpeng chose to remain silent regarding Ning Yoshi's peculiar behavior. Previously, she had frightened her younger sister with tales of Ning Lao and Ning Lao San, but she suspected that with the passage of time, Ning Yoshi might have relaxed, her skin itching for mischief. After all, a prolonged absence of punishment had led Ning Yoshi to believe that her mother had merely been trying to intimidate her. Wang observed her mother-in-law emerging from her sister-in-law's room, a smile adorning her face that sent a shiver down Wang's spine. Her instincts whispered that her sister-in-law was likely to face misfortune. Recalling the numerous times she had been bullied by Ning Yoshi, Wang couldn't help but feel a sense of secret delight. "What did you say? That the sugarcane juice can only be pressed and sold in season? If that were the case, then the Ning family would have little to gain." Lu Wangkai, growing impatient, waved his hand at his daughter, signaling her to depart. On her way back, her husband seemed to have inexplicably learned of her plans to visit the Ning family. Lu did not dare to refuse him, but as she spoke those words to her father moments ago, her heart nearly leapt from her throat. In Dahua Tree Village, due to Old Lady Ning, the families that had purchased the sugarcane fields had reaped considerable profits in recent days. Even though the number of buyers for the sugarcane juice in the town had slightly diminished, the decline was not significant. It was merely that the sellers had increased, leading to a reduction in individual earnings. Nonetheless, this did not deter the villagers from witnessing their own wealth grow. What might the paternal uncle's family be thinking? If I were Zhuanzi, I would undoubtedly keep Ning Laosi firmly in my grasp. It has become evident to me that the Ning family is destined for prosperity. Zhao Lin's wife, Yao, did not get along well with Ma, letting out a disdainful huff through her nostrils. Zhao Wan's nose was held high, reminiscent of her father. Had it not been for Ning Laoxi's previous laziness, with his appearance alone, how could he have been betrothed to Zhao Wan? Their youngest daughter had once harbored affection for Ning Laoxi, but back then, his slothfulness rendered the prospect of marriage a path to suffering and thus she would not consent. Thus, a suitable family with a few acres of modest farmland was sought for my youngest daughter, and she was married off to them to prevent any potential disturbances at home. In retrospect, this decision appears to have been misguided. Who could have foreseen that the Ning family would eventually find prosperity? At this moment, discussions of the Ning family are also taking place in Zhao Guangnong's household. Jinzi, have you not sought out Ning Yukai in recent days? Could it be that he truly intends to break off the engagement as per the wishes of Old Madam Ning? Since learning of the profits the Ning family has been reaping from sugarcane juice, Zhao Guangnong has found it increasingly difficult to remain idle at home. However, recalling the words previously spoken to Ning Yukai, as well as his long-standing disdain for Old Madam Ning, he has restrained himself from purchasing sugarcane fields from the village head. After all, even if he were to acquire the sugarcane fields, how could he possibly bring himself to extract juice from the Ning family? Watching others profit while he remains empty-handed is an unbearable sensation. Driven by a sense of urgency, Zhao Guangnong naturally turned to his daughter for answers. Upon hearing her father's words, Zhao Wan pouted in response. "Father, did you not say that a proper daughter must maintain her dignity? Mother asked me to go and apologize to Yukai and his mother, and you were the one who stopped me." Zhao Guangnong, upon hearing this, felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Ahem, I have reconsidered. After all, you and Yukai are indeed engaged, and if the engagement were to be broken, it would reflect poorly on the Zhao family's reputation. Moreover, it was initially due to Out-Sass's laziness that I found him unappealing. Now that I hear he is working alongside his elder brother in the sugarcane fields, it seems my years of guidance have not been in vain. If I were truly opposed to your union with Yukai, I would not have consented to the engagement in the first place, would I? Zhao Guangnong stroked his beard and spoke with utmost seriousness. Ma, who was listening beside him, couldn't help but roll her eyes. The reason Zhao Guangnong initially agreed to the marriage proposal between Ning Yukai and their daughter was undoubtedly the bride price promised by the Ning family. Although Lady Ning was of noble character, the dowry she offered for her son's marriage was not particularly meager by village standards. Nevertheless, Ma supported the idea of their daughter visiting Ning Yukai and Lady Ning to offer an apology. Thus, she deemed it unnecessary to contradict her husband's remarks. Tomorrow, you should invite Yukai out for a heart-to-heart, and afterward, pay a visit to his mother to express our apologies. The old hen at home hasn't laid any eggs lately. Take it with you as a gift when you go, Ma advised her daughter thoughtfully. What? Present an old hen to that old woman? Zhao Guangnong exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. You can't expect to catch a wolf without giving up a lamb. Ma retorted sharply, glaring at her husband. If you wish to stand idly by and watch this marriage proposal fall through, then continue being stingy. Despite feeling reluctant to part with such a plump hen, Ma understood that without making some sacrifice, it would be challenging to persuade Lady Ning to agree to maintain the engagement. Zhao Guangnong fell silent, wearing a sulky expression, ultimately refraining from countering his wife's words. After dinner that evening, Ning Pengpeng asked Wang to wash the 3 pounds of peanuts that Ning Mianer had shelled earlier that day. Then Ning Pengpeng took the drained peanuts, sprinkled a pinch of salt into the bowl, and thoroughly mixed the peanuts with the salt. Subsequently, she cracked an egg into the mixture and continued to stir. Wang Shi, observing from the side, was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend why her mother-in-law was adding an egg to the peanuts. Once the egg was fully incorporated, Ning Pengpeng added some starch to the bowl, ensuring that the peanuts were completely coated. She then instructed Wang Shi to kindle the fire and heat the oil in the pot. When the oil reached a temperature of approximately 30, she gently shook the peanuts to remove any excess starch and added them to the hot oil, stirring continuously with a spoon to prevent sticking to the bottom. The process of frying the peanuts required a gentle flame, allowing the oil to gradually heat up without risk of burning. As the surface of the peanuts began to shimmer with a golden hue, she carefully retrieved them from the oil and set them aside. Once the visible sugar had dissolved, she poured the syrup into the pot and brought it to a simmer over low heat. While stirring incessantly, she waited for the mixture to bubble vigorously. At that moment, she stirred quickly until the syrup thickened and the large bubbles began to diminish. She then added the fried peanuts into the pot. Following this, Ning Pengpeng instructed Wang Shi to clear the fire from the stove entirely, and taking advantage of the residual heat in the pot, she swiftly tossed the peanuts in the syrup to ensure an even coating. She continued to stir until the heat subsided and the viscous syrup transformed into a powdered sugar coating, finally completing the frosted peanuts she had set out to make. Due to the task of tending the fire, Wang Shi had not witnessed all of her mother-in-law's culinary techniques. Yet, she found herself perplexed. How could something as simple as fried peanuts evoke such unfamiliarity? Mother, what is this? Wang Shi inquired, leaning closer to inhale the delightful aroma of the uniquely fragrant, sweet, and fried peanuts wafting through the air. The enticing scent made her swallow involuntarily. Mother, it smells divine. Let's taste one. Noticing Wang Shi's reaction, Ning Pengpeng felt a sense of satisfaction with her creation of candied peanuts. She deftly picked one up with her chopsticks, gesturing for Wang Shi to indulge. As Wang Shi popped the peanut into her mouth, an initial wave of sweetness spread across her palate, followed by the rich, crispy flavor of the roasted peanut bursting forth with each chew. This taste is exquisite. Wang Shi's eyes widened in astonishment, her expression eliciting a subtle smile from Ning Pengpeng. Mian, bring your siblings over to sample grandmother's new delicacy. Ning Pengpeng poured a small dish of the candied peanuts, while wrapping the remaining ones in oil paper. The next day, she planned to accompany the third son to the town, this time opting not to sell in the southern market. Instead, she intended to visit the tavern in town, believing that most patrons there would be seeking to enjoy a drink, and pairing it with her candied peanuts would surely elevate their experience to heavenly heights. Upon hearing her grandmother's call, Ning Mian promptly responded, followed by a trail of younger siblings. When Ning Pengpeng caught sight of the little ones, her hand, which held the dish of peanuts, momentarily paused. She had forgotten about it. This group consisted entirely of children under 5 years old. What would happen if such small children choked on or inhaled these peanuts? Ning Pengpeng pondered for a moment, then took out a piece of oiled paper, placed the peanuts inside, folded the paper, and used a rolling pin to crush the peanuts into fragments. Subsequently, she scooped 2 bowls of glutinous rice that had been soaked by Wang Shi for making pastries, added water to the pot, and steamed the rice over high heat until it was fully cooked. Afterward, she pounded the cooked rice into a dough-like consistency, dividing it into balls the size of ping-pong balls, rolling each in the crushed peanuts. Although Ning Mian was usually quite sensible, she nearly drooled while watching her grandmother prepare the glutinous rice balls. She reminded her younger siblings to be careful and not to eat too greedily, lest they choke. Understanding, Ning Mian's eyes sparkled as she nodded in agreement, cradling the plate of glutinous rice balls and gracefully beckoning her drooling younger siblings to the living room to enjoy them. As for the remaining few, she instructed, take them to share with others. It wasn't just Ning Mian who was salivating. Wang Shi couldn't help but swallow hard as well. Having refrained from tasting the peanuts earlier, she now felt the urge upon hearing her mother-in-law's command. Glancing at the leftovers, there were precisely 6 glutinous rice balls, 1 for each person in the household. Mother, aren't you going to eat? Filled with delight, Wang picked up the plate, ready to leave the kitchen, when a thought struck her. If she were to distribute 1 to each person, what would her mother-in-law eat? She halted in her tracks and cautiously turned to inquire. It's too late. I shall forego it, you all enjoy. Ah, very well, mother. Upon hearing her mother-in-law's decision to abstain, Wang's spirits soared once more as she hurried out to share the glutinous rice dumplings with everyone. Ning Pengpeng felt quite pleased with Wang's earlier consideration for her. Oh, longevity. How does mother's mind work? She can so effortlessly conjure up a delightful dish. With a small bite of the dumpling, Wang spoke in awe. Ning Laosan, who had already swallowed his dumpling whole, smacked his lips in confusion and remarked, isn't this just a glutinous rice dumpling? We've had them before at home. It's just that this time it's rolled in peanuts, making it far tastier than those boiled ones. Moreover, this batch of peanuts had a delightful sweet powder coating that was utterly delectable. He was curious about the origin of such sweetness. Suddenly, Wang turned sharply and shot a fierce glare at Ning Laosan. Noticing his empty hands, she realized he must have gulped down the dumpling in one go, prompting her to roll her eyes at him in frustration. Is this merely a glutinous rice dumpling? This is a new creation from our mother. Your gluttonous approach is a sheer waste of such a delicious treat. After speaking, Wang let out a forceful hum, turning away to sip quietly, ignoring the bewildered Ning Laosan. Ning Laosan touched his face, deeply feeling that a woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the depths of the sea, difficult to fathom. Just a moment ago, they had been laughing and chatting, yet suddenly, she had turned cold. It wasn't until the next day, while bringing his elderly mother and 4th brother to town in their ox cart, that Wang continued to disregard him. Ning Pengpeng observed it all, taking mental notes. This was the first time Ning Pengpeng rode in their own ox cart, and indeed, the ride spared her considerable effort. Although the sun had yet to rise, it did not deter her from lifting the curtain, welcoming the unique freshness of the morning, and closing her eyes to feel the gentle breeze caressing her face. Transitioning from modernity to antiquity, From the routine of a 9-to-5 worker who indulged in sleeping in on weekends, she now found herself waking up automatically before dawn. Ning Pengpeng suddenly realized she was quite adapting to this ancient way of life. It seemed that such days were not without their merits. Chapter 36. Conversation Mother. This is the largest tavern in town, the Spring Breeze Tower. However, it's still early. They probably won't open until after the hour of chun. After dropping Ning Pengpeng off in front of the Spring Breeze Tower, Ning Laosan departed. After all, the Spring Breeze Tower and the Southern Market were situated at opposite ends. He needed to arrive early at the Southern Market to secure a good spot. In recent days, the number of vendors selling sugarcane juice had been increasing, and if he arrived too late, all the prime locations would be taken. All right, I understand. You go ahead. I will find you in the Southern Market shortly. After dismounting from the ox cart, Ning Pengpeng glanced at the imposing restaurant before her and then spoke to Ning Laosan. In response, Ning Laosan urged the ox cart to depart. Ning Pengpeng took another look at the still tightly shut doors of the restaurant before turning towards the wonton stall she had spotted while the cart was approaching on North Street. Sir, I would like a bowl of wontons, please. As the dawn had yet to break, the vendor had 2 large red lanterns hanging from the oilcloth canopy, making it quite eye-catching. Very well, 1 bowl of wontons coming right up. The elderly man, who had been seated and preparing wontons, immediately stood up with a cheerful smile upon hearing her request and set about cooking the wontons. Ning Pengpeng surveyed her surroundings. Although the stall was modest in size, there were indeed other patrons at the 2 remaining tables, enjoying their wontons alongside her. However, they appeared to be travelers or early risers, hastily finishing their meals before leaving a few coins behind as they hurried on their way. Here are your wontons, esteemed customer. The wontons cooked quickly and were soon presented to her in a large bowl. Inside were 10 plump wontons adorned with a sprinkle of green scallions, floating in a broth enriched with melted pork fat, an enticing sight indeed. Thank you. After expressing her gratitude, Ning Pengpeng picked up a spoon, blew on a wonton to cool it down, and placed it in her mouth. She could not help but marvel at the delightful blend of meat filling, perfectly balanced between fat and lean, delivering a remarkably savory flavor. Earlier that morning, she had boiled 6 eggs, sharing 2 with her companion. After Ning Pengpeng finished devouring the wontons, she reached into the basket and retrieved the 2 eggs she had earlier received. With a swift crack, she peeled them open and consumed them together with the savory broth from the large bowl of wontons, letting out a satisfied burp. The elderly gentleman offered no objection to her actions, remaining cheerfully seated in his original spot, continuing to wrap wontons. Sir, how long have you been running this stall? The flavor of these wontons is truly delightful. I notice your stall is not far from Chunfeng Tower. Do they mind your presence here when they open their doors? She inquired, reaching into her pocket, pulling out a pouch, counting 5 copper coins, and placing them before the old man as she engaged in curious conversation. It's been a few decades, originally a means to make a living in my youth. Though I haven't earned much, it has long since become a habit. As for the ingredients in these wontons, they are a family secret passed down through generations, and the taste is exquisite. Regarding Chunfeng Tower, Manager Su is quite amiable and has always been considerate towards the neighbors, so he would never drive away someone of my age, the old man replied, casting a knowing glance at Ning Pengpeng. Is Manager Su truly so approachable? It seems there are no prominent families with the surname Su in town. Manager Su is merely the steward of Chunfeng Tower, not its owner. The proprietor, Mr. Pei, is said to have relatives in the capital who hold official positions. Thus, even though Manager Su is not a local, no one in town would dare to show him disrespect. Since the old man had little else to do, he continued his work while engaging in light conversation. Years ago, Mr. Liu had mistakenly thought that Manager Su, being new to the area, would be easy to bully. To my astonishment, I nearly found myself embroiled in the affairs of the county magistrate. Had it not been for his relatives from the provincial capital offering protection, I dare say I would not have emerged unscathed. Since that incident, the wealthy Liu has adopted a more humble demeanor. Meanwhile, having gleaned the information she sought, Ning Pengpeng remained industrious, promptly clearing away the leftover dishes from the esteemed elder's table and placing them into the wash basin. Oh dear guest, that is quite unnecessary. Please, allow me to tend to it myself, the elder exclaimed as he noticed Ning Pengpeng's initiative. However, she smiled and assured him, Good sir, you have rendered me a considerable favor, and as I intend to linger a while longer, please do not stand on ceremony regarding such a trifling matter. Seeing the sincerity radiating from Ning Pengpeng, and noticing that she had swiftly tidied up the few remaining dishes, the elder expressed his gratitude and resumed his seat. As time passed, the sky transitioned from its inky darkness to a deep azure. The wontons he had previously prepared were nearly sold out. "Ah, dear guest, I presume you are awaiting Master Su?" The elder cast a knowing glance at Ning Pengpeng, who was intently gazing at the spring breeze pavilion, and stated with certainty, "Indeed. Good sir, your eyesight is remarkably keen," Ning Pengpeng replied, giving him a thumbs up in admiration. "Having lived such a long life, you must have deduced that my inquiries about the spring breeze pavilion pertain to matters concerning Master Su. Coincidentally, the proprietor Su visits my stall every day before the spring breeze pavilion, indulging in a bowl of wontons. To my surprise, today, the old man's wontons have nearly sold out much earlier than usual. How about you assist me by delivering this bowl of wontons to the back door of the spring breeze pavilion for Mr. Su?" Upon hearing the old gentleman's words, Ning Pengpeng blinked her eyes, and her gaze sparkled with excitement as she nodded in gratitude. "Thank you, sir, for your help." Balancing the bowl of wontons, Ning Pengpeng turned towards the back door of the pavilion and knocked firmly on the door. "Who is it?" A voice, still yawning, inquired as the door was unlatched. A young man dressed in a waiter's attire approached, rubbing the corners of his eyes as he gazed at Ning Pengpeng, who stood outside holding the bowl. "Good lady, whom do you seek?" The young man scrutinized Ning Pengpeng with a puzzled expression. The term good lady made Ning Pengpeng's lips twitch slightly. She then lifted the bowl of wontons, addressing the young man. The proprietor at the wonton stall had a splendid business today and sold out early. However, he mentioned that Mr. Su comes by every morning for a bowl, and he specially prepared the last bowl for me to deliver. Chapter 37. The recipe. "Oh, so it's the old gentleman Zhang who sent you with the wontons?" the young man exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. "He is too kind, indeed, to send someone on such an errand. Please hand me the wontons. I shall take them to the proprietor." With a smile, the young man reached out to take the bowl from Ning Pengpeng's hands. Ning Pengpeng would not so easily acquiesce. She slightly shifted the bowl in her hands aside to evade the hand reaching out towards her, continuing to smile as she spoke. "Young man, coincidentally, I also wish to discuss a matter with Manager Su. How about I personally deliver this wonton?" The young attendant reached for an empty bowl, momentarily stunned as he sized up the woman before him. Given her age, she appeared considerably older than the manager. Could she be a relative of his? "Please wait here. I shall summon the manager." However, even considering the possibility that she was indeed a relative, he did not permit Ning Pengpeng to enter, merely instructing her to wait while he closed the back door once more. Ning Pengpeng couldn't help but roll her eyes. She had thought the young attendant quite accommodating just moments ago, only to find herself treated with such suspicion, as if she were a thief. "Who seeks me?" Manager Su emerged from the establishment, opening the door and scrutinizing Ning Pengpeng, who nearly stumbled to the ground. Not recognizing her, he frowned slightly. "You must be Manager Su. This is a bowl of wontons that Uncle Zhang asked me to bring you. You should eat them while they are still warm." Ning Pengpeng observed the young manager, who bore a subtle mustache yet appeared not to have surpassed the age of 30. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly offered a smile as she extended the bowl towards him. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Even though Manager Su had been roused from slumber and carried a hint of morning irritability, he found it difficult to express anger towards Ning Pengpeng at that moment. He accepted the bowl of wontons, inhaling the fragrant aroma, confirming that they were indeed the creations of old Zhang. The young attendant then inquired, "Do you have further business with me? Do you know me?" handing that bowl of wontons to the waiter, indicating for him to take it to her room. Manager Su turned her gaze back to Ning Pengpeng, her hands clasped in inquiry. Polite yet distant. "Greetings, Manager Su. You may not recognize me, but I am aware that the Spring Breeze building is the largest tavern in our town. I have prepared a rather novel delicacy. I wonder if you might be interested?" Upon finishing her words, before Manager Su could decline, Ning Pengpeng directly retrieved a package of candied peanuts she had made the previous day from her basket. "Manager Su, do sample my candied peanuts. If they fail to please your palate, I shall trouble you no further." As she unwrapped the oil paper, the peanuts were enveloped in a thick layer of sugar glaze, gleaming white. This sight caused Manager Su's hand, which had instinctively reached out to refuse, to hesitate momentarily. Upon hearing Ning Pengpeng's earnest entreaty, a flicker of change crossed Manager Su's expression, and instead of pushing it away, she picked up a candied peanut from the oil paper. First, she held it beneath her nose, inhaling the sweetness intertwined with the nutty aroma, then tentatively licked it, savoring the burst of sweetness that danced upon her taste buds. causing her eyes to brighten with delight. Once she popped the entire candied peanut into her mouth and chewed a few times, the exquisite flavor unfolded within. "What is this?" Manager Sue, craving more, reached for another peanut and inquired, her gaze fixated on Ning Pengpeng. "These candied peanuts are delightful, indeed. However, I am curious as to how you intend to sell them." After consuming several pieces, Manager Sue finally managed to stop himself and cleared his throat. He ushered Ning Pengpeng into the private room of Chunfeng Lu, inviting her to take a seat. As the proprietor of the restaurant, he was well aware that these frost-covered peanuts would undoubtedly become a sensational delicacy. Moreover, the Pei family's Chunfeng Lu had branches across the nation. If he could acquire the recipe for these frost-covered peanuts, it would ensure that every branch could sell them, thereby guaranteeing a substantial influx of wealth for Chunfeng Lu. The flagship location in the capital was the ultimate aspiration of all Chunfeng Lu managers. Manager Su pondered how he could secure the recipe. Recalling the words of the elderly gentleman from before, Ning Pengpeng gritted her teeth and inquired, "I naturally desire the recipe." "Manager Su," she continued, "there is an ingredient in these frost-covered peanuts that is unique to my family and can only be sold separately. In comparison to the recipe for the peanuts, its price is exorbitantly higher by 1,000-fold or more. Are you certain you wish to purchase the recipe? Are you referring to the layer of white frost that envelopes the peanuts?" Manager Su asked, delicately pinching a peanut and gently rubbing it between his fingers, watching as a fine white powder cascaded from its surface. Indeed, to successfully create these frost-covered peanuts, one must first acquire the recipe for this white frost. However, the cost of this recipe is exceedingly steep. I wonder if Manager Su would be willing to part with 1,000 taels of silver for it. Furthermore, this sum only grants you exclusive rights to purchase it from me. It does not constitute a complete buyout, as I must ensure that I can continue to produce and sell it in the future. Upon hearing Ning Pengpeng's words, Manager Su was momentarily taken aback, caught between amusement and incredulity. Such boldness, to wish to sell a recipe for 1,000 taels, yet not grant a buyout? Indeed, the product derived from this recipe could effortlessly be presented by your esteemed master as a tribute to the palace. Were it not for my family's lack of resources and connections, I would not feel compelled to sell such a significant recipe at such a low price. While Master Su considers 1,000 taels a lofty sum, to me, it is but a paltry amount. I firmly believe that presenting this item would undoubtedly elevate your esteemed establishment to greater heights. At this juncture, Ning Pengpeng lifted the basket once more. Retrieving an oiled paper package, she unwrapped it and placed it before Master Su. "What is this?" he inquired, gazing at the shimmering, translucent white granules nestled within the package. He bent down, gently touching one with his finger, feeling its texture akin to that of fine sand. A thought flickered in his mind, reminiscent of the frost-covering peanuts. He picked up a few granules, placing them in his mouth. Instantly, his eyes widened, and he leaned forward to scrutinize the sugar. "Is this sugar? Isn't sugar typically red? How can it be so pure and white?" Even for Master Su, a man of considerable experience, he could not suppress his astonishment. Ning Pengpeng was acutely aware of the risks involved in revealing this white sugar. Initially, she had intended to pursue a supply route with Chunfeng Tower rather than sell the recipe. After all, a continuous supply would ensure a steady stream of income. Chapter 38. Distinguished guests from the mouth of Old Zhang, the vendor of wontons. One could discern the character of the proprietor of Chunfeng Tower. Coupled with her observations of Su, the proprietor's demeanor after being invited inside, Ning Pengpeng felt compelled to take a gamble. Although the recipe for white sugar could potentially elevate the Ning family to immense wealth for generations to come, it certainly would not yield immediate rewards. If that were the case, why would she conceal such a blessing from herself? Furthermore, Ning Pengpeng was acutely aware that, given the current standing of the Ning family, safeguarding this recipe would be a formidable challenge. Should it inadvertently be leaked, the consequences, whether fortunate or disastrous, remained uncertain. It would be wiser to sell the recipe directly to Chunfeng Tower. After all, Old Zhang had mentioned that the owner had connections to officials. Indeed, it is unwise for common folk to oppose those in power. Moreover, Ning Pengpeng believed that receiving a substantial sum of money at once would alleviate the burdens of meticulous budgeting. 1,000 taels I shall purchase. However, you must ensure that this recipe remains a secret, known only to you and not a third party. Naturally, the proprietor replied. A family like mine is but an ant before your esteemed household. If I were to incur your displeasure, a mere flick of your little finger could easily crush me. I am merely an ordinary citizen, and it would be folly to challenge your noble status. Furthermore, With Sue's forthright nature, the old woman would surely reciprocate kindness. Should any novel delights arise, she would undoubtedly be the first to consult Sue, asking, "What do you think?" Upon hearing Ning Pengpeng's candid propositions, Sue was momentarily taken aback, yet found them entirely reasonable. He instructed someone to fetch paper, ink, and an inkstone, and then took out 1,000 taels in silver notes, placing them beside the table. Once manager Sue had completed drafting the contract, he asked Ning Pengpeng to affix her handprint. After handing over the silver notes, Ning Pengpeng verbally conveyed the method for producing white sugar to manager Sue. Upon learning that the primary ingredient for this sugar was sugarcane, manager Sue momentarily appeared taken aback. He had not anticipated that such a pristine sugar could be derived from sugarcane juice. Furthermore, since the production of white sugar necessitated a substantial quantity of sugarcane, she expressed her hope that manager Sue would continuously purchase sugarcane from their village in the future. Upon hearing this request, manager Sue nodded in agreement. Having already spent 1,000 taels, acquiring sugarcane was a trivial matter. After all, it made little difference whose sugarcane he procured. This modest sum did not concern him. However, Ning Pengpeng's promise to share the design plans for the crushing machine took him by surprise. After all, he had purchased the sugar-making recipe, not the plans for the crushing machine. Even if Ning Pengpeng were to sell the plans for a handsome sum, manager Sue would gladly pay for them. Eager to obtain the design plans for the crushing machine, manager Sue descended the stairs, instructing the young attendants to open the door themselves as he intended to step out for a while. When manager Sue and Ning Pengpeng reached the entrance, and their carriage had yet to arrive, they spotted Ning Laosan and Ning Laosi driving an ox cart, which came to a halt in front of Chunfeng Tower. "Mother, why have you taken so long to come to the South Market to find us? You had us both worried sick," Ning Laosan muttered as he looked at Ning Pengpeng, his gaze lingering on manager Sue. "Come now, I am quite capable of finding my way. Surely I cannot get lost." "Shopkeeper Sue, these are my third and fourth sons," Ning Pengpeng said with a smile, gesturing towards Ning Laosan and Ning Laosi. Having never encountered such a grand display, the two brothers regarded the shopkeeper of Chunfeng Building as a wealthy landlord, accustomed to bowing their heads and hastening past whenever they passed by, fearful of inadvertently offending someone of higher status. "Greetings, shopkeeper Sue," the brothers bowed repeatedly, prompting Sue to step forward and gently support their arms, urging them to stand upright. "Very well, Mrs. Ning, you may lead the way, and I shall follow closely behind." Having introduced herself earlier when signing the documents, Ning Pengpeng waved her hand and nimbly climbed onto the ox cart, instructing Ning Laosan to drive ahead. The villagers of Dahua Tree Village were well aware of Ning Laosan's purpose in town to sell pastries and sugarcane juice. However, today, the sight of a horse-drawn cart trailing behind his ox cart piqued their curiosity. As Ning Pengpeng was helped down from the cart by Ning Laosi, she noticed Laosan's wife, visibly pregnant, emerging from the courtyard, calling out "mother" in a sweet, high-pitched voice while casting furtive glances at Ning Pengpeng. "What are you doing? Is your eye twitching?" Ning Pengpeng shot a glare at Wang Shi and strode into the courtyard. "I cannot fathom why you cannot speak plainly," Ning Pengpeng remarked with irritation. "I am not a mind reader. How am I to know what you are hinting at?" After addressing Wang, Ning Pengpeng turned her gaze to Ma and said, "I apologize, but today we have distinguished guests at home, and it would be inconvenient to entertain you both. Please excuse us." With that, she gestured towards the doorway, indicating their departure. This left Ma, who was holding a hen, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger. Zhao Wan, upon hearing Ning Pengpeng's words, nearly leaped up, but was firmly restrained by Ma. "Ning family sister, what are you saying? We are indeed in-laws, akin to family. There is no need to mention hospitality." Previously, Wan's words may have been indiscreet, and I brought her here primarily to apologize on her behalf. However, it was indeed our oversight not to realize you had esteemed guests. I brought this hen as a token of Wan's filial piety towards you. With that, Ma thrust the hen into Wang's hands and bowed to Ning Pengpeng. She then firmly grasped her daughter's hand, who was attempting to break free, and swiftly departed from the Ning family residence. As they exited, they happened to see manager Sue disembarking from a carriage. Ma was taken aback. She recognized him from a previous visit to Chunfeng Tower with her brother, who had delivered items there. Could it be that the esteemed guest mentioned by Old Madam Ning was none other than manager Sue? Chapter 39. Eavesdropping. Ma held Zhao Wan at the entrance of the Ning residence, her mind racing with countless thoughts. Zhao Wan, upon seeing the elegantly dressed figure in a satin robe entering the Ning household, widened her eyes in surprise. "Mother, does the Ning family have such relatives? When I was betrothed to Yukai, Why had I never seen him? Su Zhanggue, please follow me to the backyard. As Ning Pengpeng instructed Ning Laosan to bring in the ox cart after Su Zhanggue entered through the main gate, she promptly closed the door, effectively shutting out the curious gazes of the villagers from Daweishu village. Following Ning Pengpeng's lead, Su Zhanggue turned a corner and arrived at the backyard, where he beheld a rectangular shed. One of the enclosures was open, revealing a wooden contraption in the center, which should be the juice extractor mentioned by Old Madam Ning. Ning Laosan, go feed the ox some beans and then bring it over, she commanded. All right, mother. Ning Laosan replied hastily as he rushed to unload the cart from the ox's back. Observing the boy's actions, Ning Laosan's elder brother quickly stepped forward to assist, gently caressing the marks on the ox's back with concern. Is this the juice extractor? Su Zhanggue inquired, moving closer for a thorough inspection. Indeed. Though this extractor costs several taels of silver, it should not pose a problem given the financial capacity of Su Zhanggue's family. As long as we construct this extractor and harness the ox to operate it, we will be able to extract juice from these resilient sugar canes. Ning Pengpeng nodded, instructing Laosan to secure the ox before cracking her whip to set the ox in motion, simultaneously feeding several sugar canes into the extractor. In no time, a stream of sugar cane juice began to flow from the outlet, collecting in a bucket below. Subsequently, Ning Pengpeng continued to press the sugar canes until they were reduced to pulp. Once the bucket was filled to the brim with sugar cane juice, she urged her sons and daughters-in-law to leave, carrying the full bucket into the adjacent enclosed shed. Rest assured, Master Su, regarding the sugar making, my inept sons are entirely unaware of it. Upon noticing the confusion in Master Su's eyes, Ning Pengpeng spoke up. Although Master Su found this statement peculiar, he refrained from probing further. He then observed as Ning Pengpeng poured the juice into the pot to begin cooking, maintaining a serious demeanor throughout. And whenever he encountered something he did not understand, he would inquire. Ning Pengpeng demonstrated remarkable patience in her explanations, for after all, the other party had invested a substantial sum of 1,000 taels of silver. Thus, by tomorrow, white crystals would form atop the mixture, which would resemble the white sugar shown to Master Su previously. Must we wait an entire night to ascertain this? Master Su did not believe that Ning Pengpeng, a mere peasant woman, possessed the audacity to deceive him. Nevertheless, without witnessing the process personally, he remained unsettled. If you would honor me, Master Su, you may stay at my home tonight. However, I must warn you, the fare is rather plain and may not suit your palate. Ning Pengpeng had not anticipated that Master Su would believe her words simply upon her utterance. Were she in his position, she too would remain to observe whether the recipe purchased for 1,000 taels of silver held any merit. Then I thank you, my lady, Master Su replied with a respectful gesture. Hearing this address, Ning Pengpeng experienced a pang of discomfort, feeling a tightness in her chest. Forcing a smile at Master Su, she turned to seek out Wang Shi. Since Master Su was dining here, the old hen was just right for making soup. In recent days, although the dishes prepared by the Wang family are indeed delightful, the monotony of their repetition has left Ning Pengpeng feeling as if her palate is about to wither away. This morning's bowl of wontons was particularly enjoyable. However, as the old man stated, it contained his family's exclusive secret recipe. Yet, from that bowl of wontons, Ning Pengpeng conceived a lucrative idea. Alas, the distance from the sea is not insignificant. If it were closer, it would be a veritable treasure trove awaiting discovery. Mother, why did you divulge the method for our paste-making machine to others? Wang called out to Qian, who was busy with the chickens, while she herself approached Ning Pengpeng, her face a mask of confusion. Ning Pengpeng cast her a sidelong glance and scoffed. That is naturally because Master Su purchased the recipe. What? Mother, you sold the recipe? What shall we do from now on? At Ning Pengpeng's words, Wang became frantic, her voice rising in pitch. What? Am I not allowed to sell my own recipe? Ning Pengpeng let out a cold laugh, shifting her focus from the agitated Wang to Qian, who was stealthily eavesdropping outside the kitchen after finishing with the chickens. Qian, if you're going to eavesdrop, at least conceal yourself properly. Exposing half your body, do you think yourself invisible? Of course not. Mother, your daughter-in-law only wishes to consider your interests. After all, you have laboriously devised such a recipe. It would be a pity to sell it. Then it is well. Since I have conceived one recipe, I can certainly devise countless others. You must understand that the Ning family does not prosper merely because of Fangzi, but rather due to the presence of my mother-in-law. With her around, the Ning family is akin to possessing an anchor amidst turbulent seas, granting us a sense of unwavering stability. Although Wang felt that her mother-in-law was boasting, she did not hesitate to flatter her. Observing that Qian had yet to enter the kitchen, Ning Pengpeng stepped out and startled Qian with a fierce glare, directing her and Wang with authority. "Fear not, mother. I assure you the stew will be tender and delightful." As Wang emerged and noticed Qian eavesdropping, her heart skipped a beat. After rolling her eyes at Qian, she smiled reassuringly at her mother-in-law. Once her mother-in-law had entered her own room, Wang, with a hand on her belly, turned to Qian with irritation. "Sister-in-law, if you wish to listen, then do so openly. Why this sneaky behavior? If my courage weren't sufficient, your furtive demeanor would have nearly caused me to faint. I could endure my own swoon, but I cannot allow the child within me, our family's precious third, to suffer even the slightest scare." Qian's face flushed crimson from Wang's remarks as she hastily bowed her head and rushed into the kitchen, setting about to prepare the old hen for stew. "What did you say? The distinguished guest visiting the Ning family is the proprietor of Chunfeng Tower?" Upon hearing his wife's words, Zhao Guangnong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Previously, when Ning Laodao had managed his father-in-law's shop in town, he had garnered immense envy from the villagers. Furthermore, the fact that this time a guest of such high status was visiting the Ning household was truly remarkable. One must wonder how old Lady Ning came to know such an esteemed individual. After the initial surge of excitement, Zhao Guangnong was left in a state of perplexity. Could it be that old Master Ning had made the introduction? Mrs. Ma found the situation equally puzzling and, after much contemplation, could only think of Ning Youfu. After all, Ning Youfu was working for his father-in-law in town, and he was the only one likely to have an acquaintance with the proprietor of Chunfeng Tower. Although Zhao Wan was not particularly astute, her remark this time struck a chord. Regardless of how old Lady Ning came to know the esteemed proprietor, the fact remained that since she had connections with such influential individuals, the Ning family was destined for a promising future. Thus, it was imperative that Ning Yukai not slip away from their grasp. Unable to fathom the situation any further, Zhao Guangnong dismissed the matter with a wave of his hand, opting instead to pat his daughter's shoulder and impart a serious reminder. Zhao Qiuping, who had been listening to his parents, turned his eyes eagerly. "Father, mother, why don't I go seek out Yukai?" "That sounds splendid. Go quickly and remember to inquire thoroughly," Zhao Guangnong replied, nodding in enthusiastic agreement. Mrs. Ma, too, did not object. After all, she was well aware that her son had previously assisted Ning Yukai in communicating with her daughter Han Yin. She had merely turned a blind eye to it. At merely 13 years of age, Zhao Qiuping was the sole son amidst 3 elder sisters, and thus the Zhao family had always showered him with affection. Naturally, this had led to a certain indulgence, making him rather precious, and he and Ning Yukai had previously been akin to 2 peas in a pod, both rather lackadaisical. Consequently, the two shared a natural rapport and ample conversation. In recent days, Ning Yukai had been preoccupied, and Zhao Qiuping had stealthily visited the Ning household several times without finding an opportunity to speak with him. Today, while at home, he celebrated the festival by intentionally heading to the kitchen, where he secretly stuffed several white buns into his pocket and dashed towards Ning's residence. This mischievous lad. His father had scarcely eaten a few himself, yet he took so many. Zhao Guangnong, witnessing this, immediately expressed his irritation. However, upon catching a glimpse of his wife's disapproving gaze, he promptly fell silent. Zhao Wan, observing her parents engage in a silent standoff, quietly retreated a few steps and swiftly pursued the direction in which her younger brother had run. Should her brother manage to summon Yukai this time, she would certainly take the opportunity to have a serious conversation with him regarding the previous incident. As she stepped out of the house, she suddenly heard a couple of hissing sounds. Ning Yukai turned around and immediately spotted Zhao Qiuping peeking out. "Qiuping, what brings you here? Did your sister send you to find me?" Instinctively, Ning Yukai took a few steps forward and glanced around, not seeing his mother's figure, before pulling Zhao Qiuping aside into a corner to inquire. "Yukai, it's been days since you last came out to play. I thought you had forgotten my sister," Zhao Qiuping said with a hint of annoyance, motioning towards the nearby bushes where Zhao Wan was peeking out. Upon realizing Zhao Wan's presence, Ning Yukai could not deny his own feelings. After all, their relationship had been quite amicable both before and after their engagement. Yet, the memory of Zhao Wan's comments regarding his mother lingered painfully in his mind. He contemplated approaching her, but the image of Ning Pengpeng's sorrowful tears flashed through his thoughts, leaving him in a state of indecision about whether to confront Wan. As Ning Laosi approaches, she is determined to have a serious conversation with him. However, Zhao Wan has already rehearsed countless reproaches directed at Ning Yukai in her mind. Meanwhile, Ning Yukai, hesitating, glances down at the copper coin in his hand, suddenly reminded that his third sister had instructed him to purchase eggs. Qiuping, I have matters to attend to. I will seek you out in a few days, along with your sister, Ning Yukai states, turning to flee. Yet, he is caught by the wide-eyed Zhao Qiuping, who tugs at his garment, and then calls out loudly to the hidden Zhao Wan, third sister, Ning Laosi is trying to escape. The sound of Zhao Qiuping's voice startles Ning Yukai, for they are not far from home. Should his mother overhear, it would spell disaster. Thus, he swiftly covers Zhao Qiuping's mouth with his hand and pleads quietly, "Little ancestor, please be a bit quieter. If my mother discovers this, I cannot save you." "What do you mean, Ning Yukai? Now you only heed your mother's words and disregard mine?" Zhao Wan, who had been lost in thought with a pouting expression, looks over at her younger brother's shout and upon seeing Ning Youtsai's flustered demeanor, abandons her reserve and rushes over. She overhears Ning Youtsai's words and, with her brows furrowing in anger, questions him indignantly. "Zhuanzi, how can you say such a thing? My mother only wishes the best for me. If you truly care for me, you should also respect my mother." Seeing that he cannot evade the confrontation, Ning Yukai sighs, releasing his hand from covering Zhao Qiuping's mouth, and responds helplessly to Zhao Wan. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Wan is momentarily taken aback, her eyes quickly welling up with tears. "Ning Laosi, were your words by the creek in the woods merely a deception? You promised to cherish only me, to forever hold affection solely for me. Is it possible that your mother has found you another suitor, leading you to stray?" With each thought, Zhao Wan felt the weight of suspicion grow heavier, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks as she struck her fist against Ning Youtsai's chest. "Zhuanzi, what nonsense are you spouting?" Ning Yukai retorted, his frustration evident. "For days, I have toiled alongside my third brother in the market, and the entire village is aware of it. How could my mother arrange for another match when I scarcely have time to meet anyone? I genuinely care for you. My previous declarations were no fabrications. However, if you continue to slander my mother, she will undoubtedly develop an even greater aversion towards you. How then can I hope to marry you?" Ning Yukai, feeling a surge of anger from her blows, seized Zhao Wan's hand tightly, his voice laced with irritation. "What do you mean by that?" Caught off guard by Ning Youtsai's unexpected ferocity, Zhao Wan was momentarily stunned. It was the first time she had witnessed such a resolute demeanor from him. Meanwhile, Zhao Qiuping, overhearing their exchange, was equally incensed. He bent down and collided his head against Ning Youtsai's abdomen, furiously exclaiming, "Ning, release your grasp this instant." Chapter 41. A peaceful old age. Ning Yukai, still holding Zhao Wan's hand, was entirely unprepared for Zhao Qiuping's sudden assault, nearly losing his breath from the impact. With an involuntary cry of anguish, he released his grip on Zhao Wan and staggered several steps backward before finally stabilizing himself. Ning Yukai abruptly raised his head. His eyes slightly reddened as he fixed his gaze on Zhao Wan and Zhao Qiuping. "I knew it," he declared. "Your entire family looks down upon me. I have been striving to engage in business alongside third brother, not merely for profit, but with the hope that when you marry me, you shall enjoy a life of comfort. Zhao Wan, I shall reiterate my feelings. My affection for you has remained unaltered. However, if you continue to belittle me with your father's disparaging words, I shall no longer endure it. Furthermore, my mother, who is my own flesh and blood, will become your mother-in-law should you choose to marry me. If others speak ill of her, ought you not to confront them on her behalf? Instead, you align yourself with those gossips, showing her no respect whatsoever, merely because your family holds me in contempt. Zhuanzi, if you persist in treating my mother and me in this manner, then despite my deep affection for you, our fate will be sealed. Should your feelings for me be genuine, I implore you to contemplate my words seriously." With that, he wiped his eyes forcefully with his sleeve and turned away, not casting a single glance at the stunned Zhao Wan and Zhao Qiuping. "Sister, what has happened to Yukai?" Zhao Qiuping, startled by Ning Youtsai's resolute tone, took a cautious step back and gently tugged at Zhao Wan's sleeve, inquiring softly. Zhao Wan, however, stood there dazed, her mind a tumult of thoughts. Yet, her heart urged her that if she did not reach out to Ning Yukai now, she would truly lose him forever. "Yukai, I was wrong. I was wrong. I apologize. I was wrong. I shall never speak to you as my father did. I will respect you and your mother, and I promise to heed your words from now on. I do not wish for us to part ways." Zhao Wan, driven by her emotions, rushed forward before Ning Yukai could take 2 steps. Grasping his arm tightly and weeping uncontrollably, Ning Youtsai's body tensed at the sight of his beloved in such distress, and a pang of compassion stirred within him. He lowered his gaze towards Zhao Wan and softly inquired, "This is your promise, one you shall not retract?" Upon hearing his question, Zhao Wan vigorously shook her head, as if to dispel any doubt. I will not retract, absolutely not. She understood that if she were to part ways with Ning Yukai, she would likely never find another suitor as charming and sweet-tongued as he. The thought of her parents marrying her off to those coarse, rugged farmers made her grip on Ning Yotsai's arm tighten further. Very well, I shall not speak any longer. We have esteemed guests at home. I must go and purchase some eggs. These days, I must assist my mother and third brother with their business, and I will not be able to attend to you. Do not fret. Remain patient at home for me. I will also speak well of you to my mother. Once she has calmed down, you can offer your apologies, and all will be well. Dear Yukai, if you wish to buy eggs, my family has plenty. Rest assured, there is no charge. With that, she took his hand and pulled him towards her home. Ning Yukai stumbled slightly, but managed to steady himself as they reached the Zhao residence. Wait here. I will fetch them for you. With tears still glistening on her cheeks, Zhao Wan offered a fleeting smile to Ning Yukai before swiftly darting into the Zhao family courtyard. Moments later, she emerged in a flurry, thrusting a basket filled with an abundance of eggs into Ning Yotsai's arms. Here, for you. How did you manage to acquire so many? This is far more than necessary. Ning Yukai stood momentarily stunned, gazing at the basket brimming with 2 or 3 dozen eggs. He quickly declined, fully aware of the temperament of his future father-in-law. Should the elder discover that one had taken so many eggs from home to gift them to him, she would likely face rebuke. Don't worry, my mother approved. It's all fine. Despite her slightly swollen eyelids, Zhao Wan's eyes sparkled with reassurance. Upon hearing that it was indeed her future mother-in-law's consent, Ning Yukai ceased his protests. All right, Wan, rest assured. I shall speak kindly to my mother and persuade her to allow me to marry you soon. Ning Yukai assured Zhao Wan. After speaking, he produced a handful of copper coins from his pocket and pressed them into her hand, before hastily retreating with the basket of eggs. Zhao Wan was taken aback by Ning Yotsai's unexpected generosity. Momentarily speechless, she contemplated calling out to him, but recalling his earlier words, she fell silent and gazed down at the coins in her palm. Such a generous sum would indeed suffice to purchase the eggs in the basket. Yet, she pondered. When they had been together previously, he had always been so financially strained. How could he now possess such wealth? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, the tears that had briefly ceased began to flow anew. What a foolish boy. Instead, Wang took the basket and, to his astonishment, discovered an abundance of eggs. It seemed that a considerable sum had been spent. Ning Yukai, upon seeing his mother's expression, felt a flutter of unease in his heart. The teasing remarks from his sister-in-law caused a flush to rise to his cheeks. He promptly retrieved the money that Wang had previously given him and returned it, stating, "Sister-in-law, these eggs, along with the old hen, were specifically sent by Zhuanzi as an apology. No expense was incurred." As he spoke, he couldn't help but cast a glance at Ning Pengpeng, hoping she would overhear. This troublesome lad. Did he think her ears were deaf? The volume of his conversation with Zhao Wan had been so loud that anyone not hard of hearing would have caught it. Ning Pengpeng remained indifferent to the romantic entanglement between Ning Yukai and Zhao Wan, as long as Zhao Wan did not create any further complications for her. If Ning Yukai wished to marry her, then so be it. Whatever the future held, it was ultimately Ning Yotsai's responsibility. After all, one cannot comprehend the joys of a fish if one is not a fish oneself. As a single career woman of considerable age, she had previously been preoccupied with making a living and had never pondered matters of the heart. Now, she was already the mother of 5 children. And in this ancient era where marriage typically occurred in one's early teens, she found herself with but one aspiration, to become a landlady and enjoy a tranquil old age. Chapter 42. Hurrying to Reincarnation. Master Su. Please forgive the simplicity of the meal. It is merely humble fare, and I apologize for any lack of hospitality. With 2 daughters-in-law preparing the dishes, the meal was soon ready before nightfall. Although the sky outside still bore some semblance of brightness, Ning Pengpeng had instructed the 2nd, 3rd, 4th brothers, and little 5th, along with herself, to bring out all the oil lamps from their rooms. They ignited them and arranged them in the corners of the living room. Furthermore, they took out the dressing boxes belonging to the 3rd brother's wife and daughter, opened them, and positioned the copper mirrors to reflect the light from the lit oil lamps. With the addition of these 2 mirrors, the entire living room was illuminated brilliantly. Satisfied, Ning Pengpeng beckoned Manager Su to sit down and dine, courteously inviting him. Manager Su was quite intrigued by the arrangement of the oil lamps and mirrors in the Ning household. Logically, the few oil lamps were insufficient to brighten the room significantly. However, The reflected light remarkably enhanced the overall luminosity several-fold. In the Spring Breeze building, the nights were typically ablaze with light. Yet the expenditure on lamp oil was not trivial. Despite the Ning family's poverty, they exhibited a remarkable ingenuity in their approach. Ning Dama was exceedingly gracious. And with such a sumptuous feast, Su found himself unable to be disrespectful. Because of the oil lamps, Manager Su held Ning Laotai in even higher regard. After politely nodding, he took a seat, and, upon tasting the hen soup, he silently acknowledged its quality. Though this rural locale was humble, the culinary offerings possessed a unique charm. The hen soup was not greasy at all, simmered to perfection, melting in the mouth. Ning Pengpeng expressed her satisfaction with the culinary skills of her two daughters-in-law. She planned to stay beside the shed that evening, having originally asked the fourth brother to prepare the room that belonged to the eldest family for Manager Su's use. Unexpectedly, he resolutely declined and expressed his intention to stay in the shed in the backyard. Ning Pengpeng glanced at the twinkling stars in the sky, knowing that the weather suggested it was unlikely to rain. Since the night was not particularly cold, even if he were to sleep outdoors, it would pose no issue. She refrained from further persuasion and merely instructed the fourth brother to fetch some lamp oil and a thin quilt, placing them atop a few assembled stools. Throughout the night, Master Su hardly closed his eyes. As dawn broke, he could not resist peering through the tile gap into the interior. To his astonishment, the syrup, once drenched in yellow mud, had crystallized completely into pure white granules. Master Su reached out to grasp a handful, inspecting it closely in the palm of his hand. Indeed, it resembled precisely what Ning Pengpeng had shown him yesterday in the oiled paper package, filling him with immense joy. Concern had lingered among the staff at Chunfeng Tower throughout the night due to Master Su's absence. Although he was not the proprietor, his financial standing was respectable. The two brothers and the elderly lady who had accompanied him the previous day, what if they were tempted by greed? Without even unloading the carriage, he summoned the original coachman to take him to the prefecture. Clutching the bag of white sugar and hiding the plans for the roller and tiles in his embrace, he fell into a deep slumber. He needed to recuperate before the carriage arrived at the prefecture. Meanwhile, Master Su's carriage was en route to the prefecture, while the steward of the Lu residence was making his way to in town. Steward Su, did not that Lu Wangkai mention that the sugarcane juice pressed by his father-in-law was only suitable for immediate use? Given the considerable distance from the prefecture to in town, why must you personally undertake this arduous journey? Accompanying Su, the steward, was the servant Chen Yi, who incessantly flattered him along the way. However, the journey proved to be rather arduous. Despite the presence of a horse-drawn carriage, the bumpy terrain made the trip quite uncomfortable. The eldest young master and steward Lu harbored lingering concerns, prompting them to dispatch loyal subordinates to verify matters in person, thus assuaging their doubts. Yet, given the rugged path, it was unlikely that the simple country folk possessed the astuteness required for such undertakings. It seemed the young master and steward Lu were overly apprehensive. Hence, I suggested a leisurely pace, lest we arrive only to find no significant matters at hand, risking our lives along the way. Originally, the distance from the state capital to in town exceeded 400 miles, and even with the carriage traveling day and night, it would take no less than 4 days to arrive. Now, under Su's direction, we trudged along at a pace of merely 20 to 30 miles a day. Even so, Su lamented that his back felt as if it might break. After 7 days of this stop-and-go journey, we had yet to reach in town. At this rate, Chen Yi estimated it would take another 4 or 5 days to arrive. Su, displaying kindness and consideration for us subordinates, suggested we press on to see if we might encounter a settlement where he could enjoy a warm bowl of soup. Su was, in fact, the brother of a favored concubine of the eldest young master, and through her connections, he had secured the position of steward at the Lu residence. However, relations between Su and Steward Lu had always been strained, only because Steward Lu considers himself a legitimate son of the Lu family. He acknowledges only the eldest young master and the eldest young mistress, regarding the concubines with disdain, let alone someone like Steward Su, who holds his position through connections. The fact that the young master would send someone all the way to in town to inquire is solely due to Steward Lu's suggestion to him. Steward Su, filled with resentment, found himself unable to refuse this task and begrudgingly set off. Upon hearing Chen Yi's words, Steward Su rubbed his belly and swallowed hard. Although the journey had been filled with stops and starts, they had subsisted solely on dry rations and cold water. The jerky brought from the prefecture had long been consumed. Chen Yi's suggestion, however, stirred a longing within him. The allure of a warm meal far outweighed the discomfort of the bumpy ride. Nodding in agreement, Steward Su leaned on Chun Yi's arm, ready to climb into the carriage when suddenly a carriage raced past them, swift as the wind, sending a gust of dust and sand into his face. Startled, Steward Su spat several times in anger, wiping his face clumsily with his sleeve, and furiously exclaimed, "Which fool is driving like that? Are they in such a hurry to meet their maker?" Meanwhile, the slumbering Master Su, nestled comfortably in the carriage, merely felt a rush of air and turned over, sinking back into deep sleep. After venting his frustration, Steward Su climbed aboard the carriage, instructing Chun Yi to hurry to the next village so they could enjoy a hearty meal. Chapter 43. Building a new house. As soon as Su Zhongwei departed, Ning Pengpeng summoned her second son and the others. "What? Build a new house?" The second son stared wide-eyed, incredulity etched across his face as he gazed at his mother. "Indeed, we have accumulated a fair amount of silver lately. However, it was only upon Su Zhongwei's visit that I realized just how cramped our home truly is. Coincidentally, since we have all separated our households, it is an opportune moment to utilize some of our savings to construct a few brick and tile rooms, which would certainly be preferable to enduring the heavy rains outside and the light drizzles within our thatched cottage. Yet, there are other areas, such as the kitchen, woodshed, and toilet, where leaks frequently occur. One of the primary motivations driving Ning Pengpeng's eagerness to build a new house is her inability to tolerate the latrine, which is ominously situated above a large buried vat. Although her room is equipped with a toilet, it too must be emptied into that same latrine when it fills. Each visit to the latrine leaves her with an unsettling impression of potentially falling into the vat. This thought often conjures images of middle-aged women tragically falling into latrines, making headlines on Weibo. The mention of Weibo momentarily distracts Ning Pengpeng. It feels as though modern devices like smartphones and tablets are worlds away from her. "Mother, how could he Lu and I possibly have any money?" Qian Shi, upon hearing her mother-in-law's words, recalled the recently inflated purse, worrying that investing in a house would cause it to deflate once more. She immediately expressed her disapproval, casting a sour glance towards the third couple. When it comes to earning money, it is undoubtedly the third and fourth sons who have been more successful. Ning Pengpeng shook her head to dispel her wandering thoughts, shot a sideways glance at Qian Shi, and then turned her attention back to Ning Laoer. "During my last endeavor in pastry making, I found myself in conversation with your wife and the third sibling. It was your wife who repeatedly asserted her unwillingness to participate. I made it abundantly clear at the time, once a decision is made, whether it leads to profit or loss, one must not lament or cast blame upon fate. Today, when I broached the subject of constructing a house, I reiterated my stance to your wife and the third sibling. If today you heed your wife's counsel and decide against building, I shall not impose. However, once your third and fourth brothers have completed their houses, do not be surprised if I express discontent when you and your wife present me with disapproving glances. Should that occur, I might be inclined to administer a sharp reprimand to you both." Upon hearing these words from the mother-in-law, the face of the moneyed clan turned crimson, and she lowered her head, silenced. Although Ning Er is somewhat simple-minded, he is not foolish. He has observed the considerable wealth amassed by his mother alongside the third and fourth siblings, a sum far exceeding anything he has witnessed in his lifetime. While Ning Er may lack knowledge in other matters, he is unequivocally certain that his mother is leading the family towards prosperity. "Mother, do not heed her nonsensical chatter. If you say we shall build a new house, then we shall proceed with it." Ning Er has calculated that the earnings from extracting sugarcane juice, along with the profits from harvesting the cane, and the money he pooled to purchase those 5 acres of sugarcane land have accumulated significantly. His current funds far surpass the mere 2 taels from the division of family assets. He estimates they amount to over 20 taels. Moreover, in the village, constructing a house collectively with several brothers will significantly reduce expenses for meals, and the total cost for building a modest 4 to 5 room brick house is unlikely to exceed 10 taels. He and the Qian family have 1 room each. Even if each of their daughters occupies a room, it would suffice for their entire family. Ning Pengpeng feigned ignorance of the pallor that washed over Qian's face upon hearing Ning Laoer's words, nodding slightly before turning to Ning Lao San and Ning Lao Si. "Regarding the construction of the house this time, how do you wish to proceed? I must state this clearly. Although Lao Si is not yet married, I will eventually have to separate from him. Therefore, his house must be built independently this time, and he shall bear the costs of its construction. However, I shall cover the expenses for the meals of those who assist in the building. Do not accuse me of favoritism. Have you decided where you intend to build the house? It would be prudent to discuss it with Yoji, so we can commence work before the weather turns cold. Mother, where do you plan to build it? Wang Shi interjected, her eyes sparkling as she looked at her mother-in-law, eager to speak before Ning Laosan could. Given that there are fewer people working in the fields now, I intend to use the 3 mu of dry land previously allocated to me as the site for our residence. Upon hearing Wang Shi's inquiry, Ning Pengpeng pondered for a moment before responding. That 3 mu of dry land yields little of value. It would be wiser to construct a house there. I could then enclose it with a wall and plant some fruit trees in the vacant space. That sounds splendid, Wang Shi agreed. After all, Lao San and I have yet to decide what to plant on the 1 mu of dry land we received. We might as well use it for building, right next to Mother's house. This way, if anything arises, Mother can call out, and both Lao San and I can respond immediately. Wang Shi, upon hearing her mother-in-law's words, promptly declared, I will also build beside Mother. Ning Laosan, unwilling to lag behind, raised his hand decisively to express his opinion. Ning Yukai, caught off guard by his second brother's initiative, touched his nose and nodded in agreement, suggesting that his new house be built beside Sanji's. Upon hearing Laoxi's words, Ning Yukai suddenly recalled something and turned to Ning Pengpeng, inquiring, Mother, should we inform eldest brother about our plans for a new house? If Ning Laosan hadn't mentioned it, Ning Pengpeng might have completely forgotten about that big son. It would be a waste to leave it vacant. If your eldest brother is willing, let him have this old residence. Ning Pengpeng would not impose on Qian Shi or Ning Laer, nor would she pressure Ning Laoda and Lu Shi. In her view, even if Ning Laosan were to tell Ning Laoda tomorrow about their plans for a new house, it was likely that Ning Laoda would prefer not to build in this village. After all, the family's focus remained firmly in the town. If they were to construct a new dwelling, it would undoubtedly be in the town or involve purchasing a house there. As Ning Laoda's own mother, leaving him this old residence was already a display of great benevolence. All right, we will heed Mother's words. Wang Shi responded emphatically to her mother-in-law's statement. However, Qian Shi glanced at Ning Pengpeng before ultimately lowering her head in silence. Chapter 44. Fear as Ning Pengpeng anticipated. Ning Laosan went to town the following day and informed Ning Laodao about their intention to build a new house. When asked if he wished to construct a new residence in the village as well, Ning Laodao promptly shook his head in refusal. In recent days, significant events have transpired in Daweishu village, all emanating from the Ning family. The Nings have undergone a division, ventured into the confectionery business, and even embarked on a rather audacious purchase of neglected sugarcane fields. They have ingeniously utilized the proceeds from pressing sugarcane juice to construct new homes for themselves. Initially, the villagers were taken aback by these developments, but as they became accustomed to hearing about the Nings, their astonishment waned. With the agricultural tasks having slowed down, there is a notable opportunity for labor. Besides my own humble abode, the 3 brothers of the second branch of the Ning family are also planning to erect new houses adjacent to mine. This undertaking promises to be quite substantial. If anyone in your family or within the village possesses suitable skills, they are welcome to lend a hand. The remuneration is set at 10 won per day, which includes a midday meal. 10 won, Ning Yoji inquired, raising his voice slightly. Indeed. Is that insufficient? Ning Pengpeng calculated the wages for carpenters. The masons would likely not demand more than their counterparts. Moreover, the 10 won is offered for tasks such as carrying bricks and mixing mud, labor that requires little skill. As for the more skilled trades, their compensation naturally varies. After all, Ning Pengpeng envisions residing in this new house for an extended period. Thus, certain elements, such as the bathroom and bathing areas, must be meticulously designed and incorporated into the construction. No, I merely think it's rather excessive, Ning Yoji exclaimed, shaking his head repeatedly. In these rural areas, one could expect to earn about 10 won for a day's labor, typically involving backbreaking work such as carrying sandbags. Now, merely assisting in the construction of a house, Ant surprisingly offered a meager wage of 10 coins, along with a meal, which is truly benevolent. This led Ning Yoji to ponder if the previously self-serving and miserly Ant truly existed. Although the remuneration was generous, he made it clear that if they did not perform their tasks satisfactorily, they would not receive a single coin. Ning Pengpeng curled her lip and reiterated this to Ning Yoji. Upon hearing the Ant's words, Ning Yoji finally regained his composure. Indeed, the notion of benevolence must have been a mere illusion. Despite the village of Daweisha being home to only about 100 households, the Zhou family, skilled masons, and the Wang family, adept carpenters, possessed commendable craftsmanship. With the able-bodied youth of the village joining in the labor, the foundations for the 4 contiguous plots belonging to the Ning family were soon excavated. Zhou Cheng, a hereditary mason, usually worked alongside his brother Zhou Zheng whenever any family required masonry services. Zhou Cheng had only recently married, while Zhou Zheng, at 18, was still unmarried. Apart from the newlywed, the Zhou household comprised solely an elderly blind mother requiring care. With Zhou Cheng's wife newly pregnant and in need of funds, it was unexpected that the Ning family would spend lavishly on building a house. At this moment, Zhou Cheng was examining the blueprint drawn by Ning Pengpeng. Although the design was straightforward and comprehensible, some aspects appeared rather peculiar, prompting him to inquire about their purpose. Each time Ning Pengpeng elucidated the function of these elements, Zhou Cheng experienced a moment of enlightenment, realizing that houses could indeed be constructed in such a manner. If such a structure were to be erected, residing within it would undoubtedly be a matter of utmost convenience. Furthermore, Ning Pengpeng has divided her room into 2 sections. One side is furnished with a bed frame, akin to those found in all the other homes in the area. However, this time, Ning Pengpeng has commissioned Wang Dashan to craft a more sophisticated elevated bed, transcending the simplicity of the previous arrangement where a mere wooden board rested upon the framework. On the other side, she has instructed Zhou Cheng to excavate a flue beneath the floor of the living room in this very room, and has constructed a kong that occupies half of the room's area. When winter arrives and the snow begins to fall, one need only stoke the outdoor stove with firewood to create a warm ambience in both the living room and the room itself, where stepping upon the floor will evoke a sensation of warmth. Not to mention the kong, where even amidst heavy snowfall, one would feel no chill while reclining upon it. From the memories of old Lady Ning, Ning Pengpeng vaguely recalls that this region, possibly due to its proximity to the south, does not experience particularly frigid winters. However, snow does fall, though not to the extent of the north, where blizzards may bury half a window overnight. Yet, despite the relatively light snowfall and milder temperatures here, the air is notably damp. The winter sun is elusive, and even when it does appear, it is challenging to dry bedding adequately. These afflictions, however, remain unknown to the elderly residents of Dahua Tree Village. They perceive the passage of time as a relentless burden, with their bodies suffering from aches and pains, particularly in their legs, rendering mobility a challenge. Even those willing to spend on medications from the pharmacy find that, living in such conditions, merely avoiding further deterioration is a blessing from the heavens. Countless thoughts swirl within, yet they yield no substantial outcome. More often than not, it is the reluctance to part with the money for medicine that prevails, for after all, no one is destined to perish. It is merely a matter of enduring some discomfort, as spring will inevitably bring relief. Although Ning Pengpeng has not uncovered any memory of Elder Ning suffering from rheumatism, it is always prudent to prepare for the unforeseen. During this snowy and damp weather, she has taken refuge in this warm room with underfloor heating. Upon hearing Ning Pengpeng's explanation, Zhou Cheng felt a stirring in his heart. However, should he follow Ning Pengpeng's suggestion to install this heating system, the expenses would far exceed those of a conventional home construction. Money does not come easily, and with his wife newly pregnant, another mouth to feed would soon join their household. Furthermore, his younger brother Zhou Zheng remains unmarried, and he must save some funds to assist him in building a new home for his future bride. Additionally, their blind mother has been in poor health, necessitating a reserve for her medication. The thought of so many financial obligations extinguished Zhou Cheng's initial enthusiasm. Nevertheless, he became increasingly meticulous in assisting Ning Pengpeng. She inquired of her second, third, and fourth sons whether they desired an additional layer in their homes. Among the 3, only the third son readily agreed. The fourth son hesitated for a moment before nodding in assent. Ning Yukai believed that the funds were earned solely due to their mother's influence, and since she had made this decision, there must be a valid reason behind it. Ultimately, Ning Laosi felt assured that Ning Pengpeng would not wish harm upon them. He intended to convey this to his mother, but upon hearing her husband's intention to use their savings, Qianshi was struck with fear and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 45. Vegetarianism Gui Fun. What troubles you? Rise and hand me the silver. The funds for laying the foundation and purchasing materials have all been provided by mother alone these past days. Today, both third brother and fourth brother have given their contributions for the house to mother. We should also deliver ours promptly. Ning Lao Air cast a puzzled glance at Qianshi, stepping forward in an attempt to assist her to her feet while speaking. However, Qianshi remained as though her very bones had been extracted, collapsing onto the ground like a puddle of mud, her head bowed as she wept softly. Ning Lao was momentarily taken aback, perplexed as he regarded his palm, which was no larger than a fan. He had not exerted much force. Why was she crying? Go fun, what has transpired? Before even setting foot in the Ning family courtyard, the sharp sound of a slap rang out, followed by Qian Shi's cry and Ning Lao's furious roar. What is going on? Why disturb a peaceful life? Ning Pengpeng furrowed her brow and forcefully pushed open the door to Ning Lao's room, then turned sharply to address Ning Pengpeng and the others, who were peering in with curiosity. Go to your aunt's room. You are not to emerge without my permission. Upon hearing their grandmother's command, Ning Pengpeng immediately shrank back, pulling her 3 younger sisters into their aunt's room. The 3 little ones were oblivious to the unusual tension, and upon being ushered inside by their elder sister, they obediently began to gather beans as previously instructed. Yet, Ning Pengpeng's expression was one of deep concern as she gazed toward her parents' room, her heart heavy with worry. Mother, this life has become unbearable. In a moment of profound emotional turmoil, Ning Lao, who had been seething with anger, found himself overwhelmed with tears upon seeing his mother. He immediately sank to the ground, clutching his hair in despair. Ning Pengpeng cast a glance at Ning Lao, whose eyes were red and brimming with tears, before turning her attention to Qian Shi, who sat nearby, her face obscured by her hands. As Ning Pengpeng looked towards Qian Shi, she discerned the latter's flinching demeanor, which signaled to her that this foolish woman had likely engaged in yet another ill-fated endeavor. For Ning Pengpeng, there existed numerous ways to resolve conflicts. However, resorting to violence against a woman was the most despicable of them all. Yet, to her astonishment, her well-intentioned remarks intended to counsel Qian Shi were met with an unexpected reaction. Qian Shi lunged at her with a wail, clinging to her leg and weeping profusely. Tears and snot smeared across her face, but Qian Shi seemed oblivious, her eyes wide with terror as she pleaded not to be cast aside by her husband. Ning Pengpeng felt a wave of revulsion wash over her as Qian Shi clung to her leg, and despite her efforts to extricate herself, she found herself unable to do so. Ning Lao, are you a corpse? Come and pull your wife away. Ning Pengpeng's brows furrowed, and a fierce glint ignited in her triangular eyes. Instantly, Ning Lao, who had been sobbing with his hair in disarray, sprang to his feet and roughly tore Qian Shi away, casting her aside. The thought of Qian Shi's tears and mucus staining her trousers filled Ning Pengpeng with nausea. After a lengthy struggle to regain her composure, she shot an intense glare at Qian Shi before addressing Ning Lao, demanding, "Speak up. What foolishness has she committed this time? Alas, mother, she has lent all the silver I painstakingly saved over these days, an entire 20 taels, to her maternal family." The thought of the hard-earned silver accumulated over such a long time sends pangs of anguish through Ning Lao's heart. Upon hearing this, Ning Pengpeng raised her eyebrows and glanced at Qian Shi. "Oh, you have lent all the silver to your family?" Qian Shi, upon hearing her mother-in-law's inquiry, shrank her shoulders and after a moment of hesitation, replied in a mournful tone, "Mother, my family was in urgent need of money, which is why I lent it to them. They promised they would return it with interest. I never anticipated that you would suddenly mention the need for a new house. Had I known the funds were to be used for such a purpose, I would never have lent them out." Ning Pengpeng, listening to Qian Shi's defense, nodded. "When you married into our family, you brought nothing, not even a scrap of red cloth. You claimed your family was so impoverished that they could barely afford to eat. Hence there was no dowry. I assumed that since you were now part of the Ning family, I would not question your circumstances. Now you inform me that your family urgently requires these 20 taels. I am curious to know what pressing matter necessitates such a sum. Furthermore, considering your family's dire financial situation, what shall we do if this borrowed 20 taels is not returned?" "That won't happen. It won't happen, mother. My parents and my younger brother have all assured me that they will certainly repay the money," Qian Shi replied, finding a bit more courage in her mother-in-law's calm demeanor. Ning Pengpeng pressed on, "Then pray tell, what does the Qian family intend to do with such a substantial loan?" She lowered her gaze, reiterating her inquiry. Upon hearing this, Qian's eyes flickered for a moment before she withdrew her head and fell silent. Observing her despondent demeanor, Ning Pengpeng could not help but smirk slightly. She seemed to grasp why Ning Yulu had resorted to physical confrontation. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled forcefully. "Since you choose not to speak, dear second brother, summon your siblings, and let us proceed to the Qian residence." With that, Ning Pengpeng turned and exited the room. "No, we cannot go." Qian, who had initially shrunk back like a quail, suddenly screamed upon hearing her mother-in-law's intention to visit her family, extending her hands to block their path. However, with Ning Laodi present, Qian could not even graze Ning Pengpeng's hair. She ended up missing her target and fell flat on the ground. Despite the pain from the fall, Qian scrambled back to her feet, intent on obstructing her mother-in-law and husband from heading to the Qian family. Seeing Qian in such a state, Ning Pengpeng called upon Ning Laosan, instructing him and Ning Laodi to bind Qian and even stuff a piece of cloth into her mouth. At last, tranquility enveloped the world. Let us go, since Qian refuses to speak. I am keen to discover what the Qian family intends to do with all this borrowed money. With Ning Laodi tugging at the ropes securing Qian, the family marched resolutely towards the Qian residence. Villagers they passed exchanged glances, and those with a penchant for gossip hurriedly followed suit to witness the spectacle. Meanwhile, some, fearing repercussions, rushed to inform the village chief about the unfolding events. Upon hearing that Ning Pengpeng had directed Ning Laodi to bind Qian, Ning Yoji slapped his thigh in alarm. Alas, how could we have forgotten within just a few months that this Anne of ours is not to be trifled with? Chapter 46. Betrayal from within. Qian Daong. Your eldest daughter has been brought here by her mother-in-law to see you. Qian Daong and Luo were in their home, preparing a meal with their son Qian Chunxing, when suddenly someone burst into their yard, exclaiming loudly, "Oh, what is going on? What delectable dish are you preparing?" The visitor inhaled deeply, attempting to peer into the kitchen. However, Luo swiftly emerged and shut the kitchen door with a resounding clap, her expression betraying her wariness. "Wait, what did you just say? My daughter has been tied up by her mother-in-law?" "Indeed, she is likely nearing your doorstep." Upon hearing this, Luo's complexion shifted dramatically. "What shall we do now?" Chunxing's mother, Qian Daong, equally alarmed by the news, grasped Luo's arm in a state of panic. Luo's face flickered with various emotions before she finally clenched her teeth and steadied herself. "What is there to fear? Can we truly be intimidated by an elderly widow like Ning Laotai? Our Guifan married into the Ning family. She may not have contributed much, but she certainly has endured her share of hardships. I refuse to believe she can persuade Ning Laotai to divorce Guifan." Contemplating this, Ning Pengpeng raised her eyebrows with a cold smile, instructing Ning Laotai to bring Qian's daughter over, then forcefully shoved her toward Luo. "Guifan?" Luo gasped, steadying Qian's daughter, swiftly removing the cloth stuffed in her mouth. Qian's daughter called out mother to Luo, tears streaming down her face, her expression replete with grievance. "Old Lady Ning, you must not go too far. Even if there are matters at hand, my daughter is not a beast of burden. What do you mean by binding her in such a manner?" Luo spoke first, directly scolding Ning Pengpeng. "What does this imply for your family? Such a daughter-in-law is beyond our Ning family's means. Ning heir, do speak up. Are you truly willing to divorce your wife merely to assist her maternal family?" Luo was momentarily silenced by Ning Pengpeng's retort and immediately turned her ire towards Ning Yulu. Before Ning heir could respond, the village chief, Ning Yoji, hastened over. Upon seeing people sprawled atop the Qian family's wall, Ning Yoji instantly adopted a stern demeanor, ordering them to disperse. Once the crowd had mostly cleared, Ning Yoji entered the courtyard and first glanced at Qian, noticing her slightly swollen cheeks, which offered him a measure of relief. It appeared that the two families had yet to come to blows. "And what on earth is happening? Let us discuss this privately, shall we? You see, making it known to the entire village only invites ridicule." Ning Yoji first addressed Ning Pengpeng, then turned his gaze towards the Qian family. "Qian, I have heard that you took the family's silver to your maternal home without discussing it with Yolu. Is this true?" Regardless of whether this incident is connected to the Ning family, Ning Yoji believed that Qian's actions were absolutely unacceptable. "No, it was not taking, it was borrowing. My parents are in urgent need, which is why I borrowed it. Yolu, since your family has earned so much money, surely we are not at a loss for this small sum for building a house. Why not plead with your mother to lend us the money for now? When my parents become wealthy, we shall repay you, and there shall be no delay in giving back to mother." The Qian family initially sought refuge behind the Luo family, but then remembered something, turning to the second son of Ning with a plea in tears. Their intentions were quite transparent, implying that even after the division of assets, one ought to partake of my resources. The words flowed so sweetly, yet your parents are present. Pray tell, what urgent matter does your maternal family have that necessitates 20 taels of silver? Furthermore, if this is indeed a loan, when shall the Qian family repay it? Is there any clarification on that matter? Ning Pengpeng was nearly driven to laughter by the audacity of the Qian family. Did they perceive her as a fool? Indeed. Qian Daong, Do not cower behind your wife like a timid woman. What pressing affairs compel your family to borrow such a substantial sum? When shall it be returned? Surely, you must provide an explanation. In response to Ning Pengpeng's inquiries, Ning Yoji nodded in agreement and cast a significant glance at Qian Daong, who was hiding behind the two women. Once we earn the money, we will assure you that every last coin will be returned, stated Luo Shi with a stern glare directed at Ning Pengpeng, raising her chin defiantly. Oh, you speak of earning. When shall that occur? If no earnings come, does that imply repayment shall never happen? Meanwhile, Qian Chunsheng, who had been peeking from behind the kitchen door, saw Ning Pengpeng audaciously spit in front of his mother. In a fit of impulsiveness, he lowered his head and charged out like a bull, aiming straight for Ning Pengpeng. Startled, she swiftly sidestepped, and Qian Chunsheng missed his target, landing instead in a dusty tumble on the ground. Qian Chunsheng, at the tender age of 14, has become utterly spoiled by his mother, Luo Shi, as he is the sole son in the family. His indulgence, however, differs somewhat from the petulance exhibited by Zhao Qiuping. Zhao Qiuping treats his several sisters with a degree of care. Should anyone dare to bully them, he would undoubtedly confront the offender to seek justice. In stark contrast, Qian Chunsheng mirrors his mother's disposition, addressing his three sisters with scorn, referring to them merely as little girls. It is not merely that others refrain from bullying his sisters. The first to torment them is none other than Qian Chunsheng himself. Chunsheng, are you all right? Luo Shi gasped in horror as she witnessed her son fall to the ground. In a panic, she released the hand of Qian Shi, which she had been holding, and rushed toward Qian Chunsheng. I see now, you all wish for my son to be harmed so you can extort money from us. Is that it? Ning Pengpeng clutched her chest, still shaken. Had Qian Chunsheng collided with her directly, her frail frame would likely have been sent flying. You dare to spit at my mother, Ning family matriarch? I will take your life. As Luo Shi helped Qian Chunsheng to his feet, he did not hesitate to hurl insults at Ning Pengpeng. Ning Lar, Laosan. And Laosi instantly glared at him in fury. Silence. She is your sister's mother-in-law. She is your elder, Qian Chunsheng. How can you speak so vilely? Ning Yoji's face darkened upon hearing Qian Chunsheng's words, and he cast a disapproving glance at both Qian Chunsheng and Luo Shi. Is my son wrong for not tolerating others bullying his mother? Chapter 47 reporting to the authorities initially bracing herself against her husband. Wang suddenly inhaled deeply the fragrance wafting through the air, causing her countenance to shift dramatically. She stepped forward and exclaimed loudly at Qian. You scoundrel! How dare you divulge the recipe for the Ning family pastries to your maternal kin? One must understand that in these times, secrets such as these are valued more than one's very life. After all, a family relies on these secret recipes to earn their livelihood. Upon hearing Wang's words, Ning Pengpeng also took a deep breath and, accompanied by her three sons, strode purposefully towards the kitchen. Luo and Qian, upon realizing the gravity of Wang's accusation, instantly paled and rushed forward to obstruct Ning Pengpeng's path. Second and third, restrain those two. Fourth, keep a close watch on that rascal Qian Chunsheng. If he dares to lay a hand on anyone again, you shall administer a thorough beating. Yes, mother, the three sons replied in unison. Luo and Qian were no match for Ning's second and third sons. Qian Chunsheng attempted to rush in, but was forcefully pushed aside by Ning's fourth. Having witnessed Qian Chunsheng attempt to butt heads with his own mother moments ago, Ning's fourth had been itching to teach him a lesson. Each time Qian Chunsheng tried to charge forward with brute strength, he was met with Ning's fourth's firm resistance. Though Qian Chunsheng was relatively sturdy for his age, at merely 14, he was no match for the taller and stronger 18-year-old Ning's fourth. As for Qian Daong, he cowered like a quail, retreating to the sidelines. Too fearful to confront Ning Pengpeng, Ning Yoji and the Wang family trailed behind Ning Pengpeng. As they stepped into the kitchen, the aroma intensified. Ning Pengpeng approached and lifted the lid from the pot, revealing half-made pastries nestled within. Although their appearance lacked the refinement typical of the Ning family, they were not far from it. Ning Yoji, taken aback by the sight, realized that one should never judge by appearances. Qian, often perceived as timid and cowardly, surprisingly possessed such audacity. I must report this to the authorities, Ning Pengpeng declared, her gaze fixed fiercely on the pastries, her eyes ablaze with indignation. Report. Report to the authorities? Ning Yoji was startled by her words, as were Luo and Qian, who were being restrained. Mother, we cannot report this. Mother, I was wrong. It is merely that my maternal family is impoverished, and I wish to assist them. Mother, I implore you, have mercy and spare me this time. Qian's legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. Indeed, Your family's poverty grants you the right to do anything, does it? Today, you use my Ning family's silver to support your maternal family and secretly divulge our recipes to them. What comes next? Will you then transfer every good thing from the Ning family to your maternal home? What misdeeds did my family commit in a past life to deserve such calamity? Qian, I had initially refrained from meddling in your affairs with the second son to avoid causing annoyance. However, I must inform you that the Ning family cannot afford your presence. You may choose, report to the authorities, or divorce the second son. The choice is yours. In your view, it seems that your maternal family should hold more significance than the Ning family, and I believe hesitation will not linger for long. Upon hearing her mother-in-law's remarks, Qian could not help but glance at Ning Laoer. Laoer, if you wish to remain with her instead of seeking a divorce, it matters not. Just refrain from calling me mother. I shall pretend you are not my son. Ning Pengpeng admonished Ning Laoer sternly. Mother, I am not foolish. This woman's heart is clearly elsewhere. If she refuses to part ways, I shall take the initiative to end this union. Previously, due to Qian's lack of filial piety, he had contemplated severing ties with her long ago, had it not been for their mother's intervention. Unexpectedly, she has now escalated her betrayal. Not only did she pilfer gold from their household to support her own family, but she also revealed their mother's recipes to her kin. Such a wife, if allowed to remain in their home, would surely bring calamity, inevitably leading to misfortune for the Ning family. Thus, even without maternal persuasion, Ning Laoer had resolutely decided to part ways with Qian. She could only cover her face and weep, as if her sorrowful cries would evoke sympathy from those around her. Village head, please alert the authorities. I intend to file charges against the Qian family for conspiring with Qian to steal our silver and recipes. Upon hearing Ning Pengpeng's insistence to report the matter, Qian Daong exclaimed loudly, if we are summoned to the county office, I've heard the magistrate administers 80 lashes before any case is even reviewed. After enduring such punishment, one may not perish but would surely suffer grievous harm, wouldn't they? Indeed, it is this reckless girl who acted without our consent. If you choose to report this, let it be her who faces the consequences. We bear no responsibility. Luo shifted the blame onto her eldest daughter, inching away from the crumpled Qian, distancing herself from the situation. Do you truly believe that merely uttering its fine renders everything acceptable? Is this a conspiracy? A visit to the county jail would reveal the truth. Ning Pengpeng cast a sidelong glance at Qian Shi, who, with her head bowed, seemed oblivious to the words of her own parents, continuing to weep sorrowfully while covering her face. Indeed, you still have freshly steamed delicacies in your pot. You are nothing but a band of thieves attempting to evade responsibility. There is no chance of that. Wang Shi lifted her head defiantly, fiercely pointing at the pot of pastries while hurling curses. Upon hearing Wang Shi's words, Luo Shi felt a surge of panic, suddenly recalling Ning Pengpeng's earlier statement. She hastily turned her gaze toward her. Is it true that if the eldest daughter separates from Ning Laoer, you will cease your pursuit? Upon hearing Luo Shi's words, a glimmer of coldness flashed in Ning Pengpeng's eyes. The money will indeed return, and as for the recipe for the pastries, despite the years that Qian Shi has spent in the Ning family will ensure her sustenance for the remainder of her life. However, I shall inform Mian and the others to consider Qian Shi as non-existent as a mother, and the Qian family as a mere external affiliation. Qian Shi, you need not seek them out any longer. After all, in your heart, they are merely insignificant girls, not worthy of your concern. Upon hearing her mother-in-law's words, Qian Shi abruptly lifted her head to meet Ning Pengpeng's gaze, her eyes filled with confusion. She believed her actions were for the greater good. Why could her mother-in-law not accept her? Furthermore, when her mother-in-law suggested that her daughters sever ties with her, her first reaction was not joy, but bewilderment. Chapter 48, Separation. Luo Shi, upon hearing the demand for repayment, was unwilling to comply and was about to erupt in protest when she saw Qian Daong dash into the room, rummaging through the drawers until he unearthed the box where Luo Shi had hidden her money. As for the silver, we have spent a portion, and only this much remains. For Qian Daong, as long as they do not report to the authorities, it suffices. He is deeply apprehensive that old lady Ning might have a change of heart, particularly since her reputation in Dahuai Tree Village has always been one of unyielding tenacity. Even ignoring her could provoke her ire, let alone the fact that they are currently in the wrong. He merely hopes that once old lady Ning receives the silver, she will choose to let the matter rest. Second brother, count it. Is the amount correct? Ning Pengpeng observed as Luo Shi attempted to rush over to snatch the box. Without hesitation, She seized the box from Qian Dayong's hands and flung it into Ning Laonyo's embrace. "You scoundrel! This is my silver. By what right do you give my silver to them?" Luo Shi was taken aback, realizing that while she feared formidable opponents, she was more troubled by incompetent allies, her own husband faltering at such a crucial moment, becoming a hindrance. Initially, she had planned that even if the eldest daughter wished to divorce Ning Laonyo, it should not be done so easily. They must extract some benefit from the Ning family. After all, the Ning family is not what it used to be. She did not covet much, merely calculating that the sum the Qian family had taken from the Ning family should suffice. "Stop this ruckus. Must we all be dragged to the magistrate's office?" Qian Dayong, seeing Luo Shi lunging towards him, frantically raised his hands to shield his face. However, his neck and the back of his hand were scratched, drawing blood. While he feared his wife, he feared the magistrate's office even more. "Mother, there are only 17 taels and 321 here, which is 2 taels and 680 when short." Ning Laonyo recounted several times, and upon realizing the significant shortfall, his heart ached as if it were being cleaved by a knife. 2 taels and 681. How much labor would he and Nyo have to endure to earn that? "Li Zheng, please advise me. What should be done with this meager amount of silver?" Ning Pengpeng inquired directly of Ning Yoji, disregarding the quarrel between the Luo family and Qian Dayong. It is only natural to repay debts. With Li Zheng's affirmation, the Ning family would not appear unreasonable or aggressive. The theft of silver and the illicit acquisition of recipes by the Qian family renders them unworthy of having this daughter-in-law. Today, the clan elders have been summoned, and in the presence of Li Zheng, the second son shall be instructed to divorce Qian Shi. As for the over 2 taels of silver owed by the Qian family, let it be settled with their 2 mu of dry land. Conveniently, there are indeed 2 mu of dry land adjacent to the house built by the Ning family, belonging to the Qian family. Although it may not be of immediate use, Ning Pengpeng believes that acquiring additional land is not without merit. However, upon hearing that his mother would forego the 2 taels and 681 of silver in favor of 2 mu of dry land, Ning Laonyo's face turned anxious. Neither Luo Shi nor Qian Dayong anticipated that the matriarch of the Ning family would settle for the 2 mu of seemingly worthless dry land. Despite their confusion, they felt a sense of unexpected joy, as the 20 taels of silver were never theirs to begin with. Now, being able to exchange the 2 taels and 681 for land that yields little, they could only smile inwardly. Thus, when the clan elders arrived, the Ning family, before the assembly, drafted the divorce agreement for Ning Laonyo and Qian Shi. From that moment on, Qian Shi would have no further ties to the Ning family. During the gathering of the clan elders, Luo Shi discreetly pulled aside the tearful Qian Guifan, whispering something to her. Eventually, Qian Shi ceased her crying, though she appeared somewhat dazed. The Ning family and the Qian family have reached an unfortunate state. Ning Lauder initially believed that the Qian family would continue to seek his understanding. However, he was taken aback when the Qian matriarch decisively pressed her handprint in agreement. On the way back, Ning Lauder hung his head, puzzled, while Wang Shi curled her lip in indignation, exclaiming that Qian Guifan intended to profit from her mother's recipes, thus showing little regard for the separation from Ergo. "You're so talkative." Ning Pengpeng shot Wang Shi a reproachful glance. Wang Shi recoiled slightly, though her expression remained one of frustration. The recipe for pastries was promised to her by her mother-in-law. Now, it was unfairly appropriated by the Qian family, leaving her feeling quite vexed. "Mother, is that true? Rest assured, even if my parents threaten me with a knife, I will never divulge anything," Ning Pengpeng declared. Wang Shi, initially incensed, brightened at her words and raised her finger to the heavens in a vow. Yet, Ning Pengpeng pondered deeply, wondering if her recipe for white sugar would also be stolen. After all, the true fortune lay in producing and selling white sugar, far exceeding the trivial profits from pastries. She had just sold her white sugar recipe. Should it be leaked from their side, it would undoubtedly allow the Ning family to enjoy a taste of prosperity, especially considering the financial backing of the proprietor of Chunfeng Building, who had connections in high places. Thus, she resolved to decisively expel the Qian family from the Ning household, determined not to allow them to cause any further disruption. However, the situation with the Qian family served as a stark warning for Ning Pengpeng. Should the Ning family prosper alone, it would inevitably incite envy from others, not only the villagers, but also my own in-laws. The bond between a daughter-in-law and her maternal family is indelible. It would be more straightforward for her to assist her family directly rather than covertly. At least in doing so, the families of several daughters-in-law would appreciate her kindness. Would they not? However, given that the eldest son's family resides far away, they might think me, this old woman, has lost my senses if I claim I wish to bring prosperity to the Liu family. As for the second son, it is better left unmentioned. And concerning the future in-laws of the fourth son, although Zhao Guangnong is known for being opportunistic, they are still preferable to the Qian family. Regrettably, since the fourth son has yet to wed Zhao Wan, that matter can be postponed. Thus, it seems that the only suitable choice lies with the third daughter-in-law Wang's family. To speak of nothing else, Wang Dehai lacks the impatience characteristic of Zhao Guangnong, and Ning Pengpeng believes she can extend a helping hand to the Wang family. Not only the Wang family, but also the Lijiang family. In the future, I shall inevitably need to seek assistance from Lijiang. If I do not wish to behave as I once did, throwing tantrums on the ground, I must gather a few capable allies. Chapter 49. Opportunity. However, I have not committed any wrongdoing against the Ning family, nor have I betrayed them. After taking a moment to compose herself, Wang cautiously inquired of her mother-in-law with a look of confusion. At present, constructing the house is of utmost importance. With one less person to assist you in making pastries and your belly growing ever larger, this cannot continue. After all, I had previously promised that as long as you did not leak the recipe, once the pastries had been sold for 6 months, you could make them yourselves. Now that the Qian family has pilfered the recipe to support their own family, it is unreasonable for you to be the one to suffer. Oh, dear mother, you are truly wonderful. Upon hearing her mother-in-law's words, Wang's tears began to flow profusely, and the grievances that had weighed heavily on her heart suddenly dissipated. Sniffling, she looked at Ning Pengpeng with tear-filled eyes and choked out, I merely uphold a clear distinction between reward and punishment. As long as you follow my guidance, you shall not suffer any injustice. Moreover, do collect your tears and snot. It is quite unbecoming. Ning Pengpeng cast a somewhat disdainful glance at Wang. Yet the corners of her mouth betrayed a slight smile. Although the third daughter-in-law harbored her own little schemes, she was aware of the gravity of the situation and was not beyond redemption. What did mother discuss with you just now? Wang shot a sidelong glance at Ning Laosan, her face beaming with joy. Upon seeing this, Ning Laosan felt a wave of relief. It seemed that mother's conversation with his wife was not of a negative nature. Allow me to accompany you. As Wang began to tidy her belongings, Ning Laosan stepped forward to assist her. Enough of that. We live in the same village. What is there to send? Wang first placed several eggs and half a pound of flour into the basket. After a moment's thought, she rummaged through the cupboard and retrieved a piece of delicate blue cloth, wrapping it in oil paper and adding it to the basket. Once Wang stepped out, Ning Pengpeng pondered for a moment and then followed her out towards the Zheng family home. Aunt, what brings you here? Please, have a seat and enjoy a drink to quench your thirst. As for the water, no need. I am not thirsty. I came today to discuss something I neglected to mention earlier. I have caused you considerable trouble due to the affairs concerning the second son. I shall dispense with pleasantries and speak frankly. The manager of Chunfeng Tower, Su, purchased my recipe for extracting sugarcane juice. However, I am concerned that if he begins selling sugarcane juice in town, the individuals in Dahuai Tree Village who have invested in sugarcane fields may struggle to earn a profit. Therefore, I beseech Manager Su to ensure that whenever he requires sugarcane, he would prioritize purchasing from our village. Naturally, the price would not exceed that of the juice sold by ourselves. Fortunately, this arrangement simplifies matters, allowing us to merely harvest the sugarcane and sell it in bundles. I firmly believe that the revenue from this acre of sugarcane will certainly surpass 501. Ning Yoji was quite astonished. He was aware that a distinguished guest had recently visited the Ning family. However, since his aunt had not invited him, he felt too embarrassed to intrude. Now, upon hearing that his aunt not only earned for herself, but also sought to benefit the villagers, he was deeply moved. But aunt, he interjected, this acre of land is merely 501. After purchasing it once, we can cultivate sugarcane year after year. Even if one puts an effort to farm it, the profits will undoubtedly be substantial. If anyone finds the earnings insufficient, they need not purchase the sugarcane land at all. Ning Pengpeng shook her head and glanced at Ning Yoji. As the saying goes, one hand is longer than the other. Many families in the village have yet to acquire sugarcane fields. My suggestion is to first tally the total number of acres surrounding our village that are planted with sugarcane. Then, you can distribute the land among each household. Even if some families lack the funds, they can initially take the land and settle the payment once the sugarcane is sold. This way, we can prevent anyone from feeling envious of others' profits simply due to their inability to purchase land. Initially, shall we allocate the land first, and then provide the funds? Ning Yoji was taken aback upon hearing Ning Pengpeng's suggestion. Was there truly such a method? Any forthcoming fortune for our Dahuai Tree village would not extend to that particular household. Even if they were to separate, they would still remain on the blacklist. This bears resemblance to a modern credit card blacklist, which adversely affects the entire family. Indeed, this is a clever strategy. In Ning Yoji's perspective, it embodies the principle of collective punishment. One person's wrongdoing leads to the suffering of the entire family, extending to 9 generations. As for the sugarcane fields not belonging to our Dahuai Tree village, it is best that we refrain from meddling in those affairs. However, one point must be made clear. Sugarcane fields that do not belong to Dahuai Tree village shall not be collected. Previously, Ning Pengpeng implored Manager Su to accept the sugarcane from within Dahuai Tree village. He merely acquiesced out of consideration for the buyer. After all, Manager Su's employer is unlikely to be in one of land or labor. In due course, he could establish several farms solely dedicated to sugarcane cultivation, rendering the need to source sugarcane from the villagers unnecessary. In truth, if the sugarcane fields were distributed equally among the households, your family has 3 sons. Should a separation occur, it would result in 4 households, thereby allowing for a larger share. With that, Ning Pengpeng concluded her remarks, leaving it to Ning Yoji whether to heed her counsel. Father, what do you think of my aunt's suggestion? After Ning Pengpeng departed, Ning Yongjin could not restrain himself from entering the house to inquire of his father. Ning Yoji, with his hands clasped behind his back, circled a couple of times before raising his gaze to his eldest son. Earlier, when I mentioned the profitability of sugarcane juice, were you and your wife not secretly berating me for being muddle-headed? Upon hearing his father's words, Ning Yongjin felt a blush creeping across his face. Father, how could we ever dare to complain about you? The Zhou family merely possesses long hair, but limited insight. Should they utter any ungracious words, consider them as mere trifles and disregard them. As long as you do not hold any grievances against me, please summon your 2nd and 3rd brothers to discuss whether this family ought to be divided. Ning Yoji gritted his teeth. After toiling his entire life, was it not for the sake of his children's future? Now, with the scheme proposed by his aunt, if he refrained from allowing his 3 sons to make a choice, and others prospered, he would inevitably face their reproaches. It would be wiser to let them choose for themselves, whether they decide to divide or not. He should not be blamed for not providing them with the opportunity. Chapter 50. Returning to the maternal home as Wang Shi knocked on the door of her family home. It was her mother, Zhao Shi, who answered, looking at Wang Shi with a puzzled expression. Mother, I am thirsty. Please fetch me a bowl of water to drink. Once I have quenched my thirst, I have some delightful news to share with you and father. Wang Shi pushed the basket in her hands towards Zhao Shi, then fanned her face with her hand before striding into the living room to take a seat. Zhao Shi hurried in after her, setting the basket aside. Casting a disapproving glance at Wang Shi and picking up the teapot from the table to pour her daughter a bowl of warm water. Did you come alone? Where is Shell? Such a short distance. Why would he accompany me? He offered to see me here, but I declined. I have some confidential matters to discuss with you, and his presence is rather bothersome. Wang Shi pouted, her words tinged with complaint, yet her eyes sparkled with delight, clearly indicating her good spirits. And she appeared far from the image of someone who had suffered in her matrimonial home. That is well, although your mother-in-law may be difficult to deal with. As long as you can lead a good life with your husband, that is far more important than anything else. If your mother-in-law utters unkind words, simply let them pass as if carried away by the wind, and do not take them to heart. Zhao sighed softly and advised her daughter. What nonsense are you speaking? Mother? My mother-in-law treats me quite well. Wang retorted upon hearing Zhao's words. Oh, the children, Jiai and Jiaming, are growing up and consuming more than ever. They are at that age where they are becoming little men. If we do not find a way to cultivate more grain, how shall we manage if they grow hungry and do not thrive? While others lament about not being able to bear sons, the Wang family is troubled by having too many. The eldest has 5 sons, and the second has 2, totaling 7 grandsons. Every time Zhao gazes upon this large gathering of grandchildren, her head aches as if beset by an unyielding curse. Upon hearing her mother's words, the bowl Wang held suddenly felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Though she had earned a considerable sum of silver recently, the thought of her parents still suffering from hunger made her heart heavy with distress. However, Wang understood that if she were to behave like Qian, solely attending to her natal family, her mother-in-law would undoubtedly compel Ning Laosan to cast her aside as well. Fortunately, she had managed to maintain her mother-in-law's boundaries. and navigating this relationship openly was far superior to sneaking around. Mother, keep these eggs and flour to nourish yourself. And this piece of fine cloth was purchased by Yosho. It was originally intended as a gift for father during the new year. However, considering my condition, I suspect I shall be in labor by then. After placing the bowl down, Wang Shi composed herself anew. Lifting the sweat cloth from the basket to reveal its contents, she addressed her mother. Why have you brought so many items? Did your mother-in-law truly say nothing? Mother, the Ning family has been divided for some time now, have you not heard? I am fully capable of managing the household affairs. Upon hearing her youngest daughter once again speak in defense of her mother-in-law, even the honest Zhao Shi could not suppress a twitch at the corner of her mouth. She and her husband were but simple rural folk, toiling from dawn till dusk. They had caught wind of the Ning family's division only through a passing mention. And it was only when a sister-in-law from the Wang family came to gossip that Zhao Shi learned her daughter and son-in-law had indeed separated from the matriarch. Old Lady Ning. Not long thereafter, rumors circulated in the village about Old Lady Ning promoting the sale of sugarcane to encourage the purchase of sugarcane fields. Wang Dahai was not tempted by this prospect. Even when Wang Dashan mentioned it to Wang Dahai, he feigned ignorance, focusing solely on his own modest plots of land. The second son, Wang Dayan, did express a desire to purchase an acre of sugarcane field to sell the juice in town. But he was met with a harsh reprimand from Wang Dahai. In his view, a married daughter is akin to water spilled, even if her husband's family is well off. They could not afford to support her if her own family was in need. And it was absolutely unacceptable to exploit her son-in-law's wealth at the cost of her dignity and risk incurring her mother-in-law's disdain. However, now, witnessing her youngest daughter continually defend her mother-in-law, Zhao Shi found herself perplexed. Could it be that Old Lady Ning had transformed into a different person? Otherwise, how could the matriarch in her memory differ so drastically from the one her daughter described? Wang Dahai, undoubtedly reflecting the nature of the Zhao family, uttered the very same words upon seeing his daughter. Wang Shi promptly thrust the basket into her mother's hands before emerging from the living room, calling out to the trio of Wang Dahai and his sons. Little sister, do take care as you walk. The eldest, Wang Dijin, was typically rather somber, his temperament mirroring that of his father, Wang Dahai. Understood, second brother, Wang Dahai replied, taking a sip before setting the bowl down, his expression grave as he regarded Wang Shi. Upon noticing that her father did not pause for a moment, Wang Shi pouted slightly. However, understanding her father's disposition, she relayed her mother-in-law's words to Wang Dahai. Little sister, is what you say truly so? The second brother, Wang Dayan, immediately sprang to his feet, his face alight with surprise as he gazed at Wang Shi, pressing her for confirmation. It is indeed true. Were it otherwise, I would end up like the Qian family, cast out by my mother-in-law from the Ning household. I am certainly not foolish like Qian. That sounds splendid. Is making those pastries difficult? Is the cost exorbitant? With my clumsy hands, might I ask if your second sister-in-law could come and learn? Wang Dan inquired eagerly, though he hesitated, recalling his limited cooking skills, and sought clarification from his little sister. After all, this could be considered a treasured recipe of the Ning family. Yet, in town had vendors like Shou and Kai selling such delights. The elder and second brother could venture to Feng Town for sales, as that area was bustling with people, promising lucrative business opportunities. No, one cannot reap rewards without effort. This recipe belongs to your in-laws. How could it be appropriated for our family's use? Wang Dahai furrowed his brow, contemplating deeply before shaking his head in refusal. Wang Dijin nodded in agreement with his father's words. Upon hearing his father speak thus, Wang Shi abruptly rose in anger, pointing at Zhao Shi with tears welling in her eyes. Father, is this truly the moment to concern ourselves with appearances? Have you not taken a good look at mother? Her face is mere bones, devoid of flesh. And what about Jiai and Jiaming? Jiai is already 10 years old, yet he still squeezes into a room with his younger brothers. Has the eldest brother never thought that in a few years, Jiai will need to marry? Should we allow him to continue sharing a room with his siblings then? Moreover, mother just mentioned that a growing boy is a drain on resources. Jiai and Jiaming are growing up. Do we expect them to tighten their belts and suffer hunger while their bodies need nourishment? I understand that you do not wish to burden your daughter, but as I have stated, this time it is my mother-in-law's explicit instruction. This is not a clandestine act of charity towards my family. Why should it be unacceptable? Father, if you cannot think of yourself, could you at least consider mother and my nephews? At this point, Wang Shi's face was awash with tears, hearing his younger sister's words. Wang Dijin's expression turned to one of embarrassment and sorrow. Wang Dayan, gritting his teeth, suddenly knelt before his father and declared, Father, my sister speaks the truth. I do not wish for Jiai and Jumming to go hungry, nor do I want mother to feign fullness, saving food for us while secretly drinking water to stave off hunger. Choked with emotion, Wang Dayan forcefully wiped away the tears that had streamed down his face. Zhao did not anticipate that the clandestine activities he undertook would be observed by his second brother, causing his eyes to involuntarily well with tears. Wang Dahai turned away, unable to bear the sight of his wife. The towering figure of the man, standing at 8 feet, could not restrain his emotions. What good is this remedy, after all? Where do we find the capital? Wang Dahai sighed heavily, yet still managed to utter a discouraging remark. Rest assured, during these days, we have earned quite a bit from selling pastries. Even as we construct our house, there remains a surplus that we might borrow temporarily. Once elder brother and second brother have made their profits, they can repay it later. However, I must first consult my mother-in-law regarding the borrowing of funds. Her consent would be ideal. If she disagrees, we shall devise another plan. In Wang's perspective, since her mother-in-law had already consented to allowing the remedy to be used by her family, it would be unreasonable for her to withhold the necessary capital. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Wang Dahai felt an unsettling sense of insecurity in his heart at the thought of both providing the remedy and borrowing money. Father, if you feel indebted to my mother-in-law, has Tishi and the other members of the Ning family purchased numerous acres of sugarcane fields? It would be too laborious for just the 3 brothers of the Ning family to harvest alone. You and elder brother can lend a hand for a few days, and it would suffice. Regardless, my mother-in-law will pay my second brother for his work in her sugarcane fields. Very well, my elder brother and I possess ample strength. We shall ensure the work is completed satisfactorily. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Wang Dahai eagerly nodded in agreement. Borrowing money? We have already separated our households. You two can discuss it among yourselves. Do not be like the second brother, who remains oblivious to the actions of his wife. Regarding Wang's request for a loan to support her family business, Ning Pengpeng addressed both Ning Laosan and Wang directly. Her involvement in the affairs of the second brother stemmed from his altercation with Qian and the fact that Qian had secretly borrowed money without his knowledge. As for the third brother, he had already appropriated the funds intended for building a house for himself. Therefore, as long as the couple reached an agreement on their finances, she would not interfere with their lending decisions. However, Wang was unaware of Ning Pengpeng's sentiments. Upon hearing her mother-in-law's words, Wang felt an immense sense of gratitude. She believed that her mother-in-law was not shirking her responsibilities, but rather expressing kindness towards her. Thank you, mother. When you grow old, we must ensure that we honor and care for you. Ning Laosan grinned, feeling that his wife resembled a beloved daughter rather than a daughter-in-law. Observing the unfolding events, Ning Yoshi inwardly clicked his tongue, casting a sidelong glance at Ning Mianer, who sat silently gathering beans. Mianer, why not help your aunt with this bag of beans? When your grandmother pays, your aunt will share half with you. What do you say? Upon hearing her aunt's suggestion, Ning Mianer looked up briefly and shook her head in refusal. Ah, this little rascal is quite stubborn. You do not wish to earn money? Are you foolish? Ning Yoshi could not help but poke her forehead with his finger, leaving 2 crescent-shaped imprints due to his nails. Aunt, if you do not gather the beans, I shall inform grandmother. If you dare to sneak out and play, I will tell grandma, Ning Mianer said seriously, covering her forehead where she had been poked. Addressing Ning Yoshi. Hey, you little rascal, are you really a snitch? Ning Yoshi threatened, her expression stern. If you tell grandma, do you believe I will tear your mouth apart? Yet, Ning Mianer boldly replied, even if you tear my mouth, I will still tell grandma. To her surprise, Ning Mianer trembled slightly, but remained resolute. Ning Yoshi was momentarily speechless, rolling her eyes at Ning Mianer. She had truly had enough of staying home. Regardless of whether this little rascal would snitch, she was determined to sneak out and have some fun. However, Ning Mianer had to take her younger sisters for their afternoon nap. She could manage to stay awake, but the little ones could not. Thus, when Ning Mianer led her sisters to sleep, Ning Yoshi stealthily slipped out of the house. Chapter 52. The beating breathing in the scent of freedom outside. Ning Yoshi felt as if the sky was an exquisite blue and the grass beneath her feet a vibrant green after being cooped up at home for so long. Even the villagers passing by seemed far more endearing. She touched her purse, heavy with the coins she had saved, and resolved to find Lu Dia to share the news that she no longer needed her mother to buy meat. She could afford it herself. The coins within her purse were sufficient for her to indulge in meat until she could eat no more. With this thought in mind, Ning Yoshi strode proudly toward Lu Dia's house, rumored to be serving the dignitaries from the provincial government and generously rewarded due to their shared surname, Lu. Waiting for her younger brother to finish, she and her sister, Xiaoya, could savor a morsel of the precious delicacies bestowed upon them. Ning Yoshi, what brings you here? Upon seeing Ning Yoshi clad in her unblemished garment, Lu Dei discreetly tugged at her own patched sleeves, her previously joyful countenance darkening with discontent. Both being young maidens, Ning Yoshi was cherished like a treasure by her mother, who was undeniably harsh. Thus, Lu Dei harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Ning Yoshi. The thought of Ning Yoshi, now rising in status as a daughter of a wealthy family, filled Lu Dei with indignation. Why, she pondered, should they both be born of the same parents? Yet Ning Yoshi's father, having passed away early, still placed her above Lu Dei. When she had not encountered Ning Yoshi, Lu Dei merely harbored these thoughts momentarily, as numerous tasks awaited her, allowing her to dismiss the feelings swiftly. However, with Ning Yoshi suddenly before her, an instinctive aversion surged within Lu Dei, prompting her to speak to Ning Yoshi with unvarnished candor. Naturally, I am showing you the earnings I've gathered these days. Didn't you mention that your father buys you meat? Let me tell you, even if my mother does not provide, I can procure meat for myself. Moreover, I can consume as much as I desire, and overindulgence poses no issue. Ning Yoshi raised her chin defiantly, her expression brimming with pride as she retrieved her purse, shaking it at Lu Dei. The clinking of coins within the purse caused Lu Dei's eyes to redden, and she bit down hard on her lip, glaring fiercely at Ning Yoshi before turning sharply towards her own home. Lu Dei, why are you silent? Ning Yoshi was taken aback to see Lu Dei unexpectedly leave without uttering a word of rebuttal. Feeling a surge of discomfort, she stepped forward to grasp Lu Dei's arm. However, she inadvertently exerted too much force, resulting in a tearing sound as she ripped a gash in Lu Dei's already patched sleeve. This unforeseen incident left both of them momentarily stunned. Ning Yoshi, flustered, realized she had not seen Lu Dei for an extended period. Her frustration at Lu Dei's unwillingness to converse had led her to act impulsively. Dai, I didn't mean to. Are you satisfied now? Your mother has earned money, and you are well off. Seeing me in such a shabby state, you must feel quite pleased, right? Lu Dei, I despise you. With a sudden motion, Lu Dei yanked her torn sleeve away from Ning Yoshi's grasp, her eyes brimming with tears as she rushed into the Lu residence, slamming the door behind her with a resounding thud. Soon after, a muffled sound of weeping echoed from within the courtyard. Upon hearing Lu Dei's cries, Ning Yoshi felt an inexplicable heaviness wash over her, dispelling her earlier sense of triumph. Instead, she was consumed by a profound sense of discomfort. Startled, Ning Yoshi shot an angry glare at Ning Mianer, who stood beside Ning Pengpeng. You needn't glare at her. Do you think I am a fool or blind? The beans you collected have dwindled day by day. Today, you boldly decided to skip collecting altogether and went out to play? Mother, I haven't been out in ages. I merely wish to get some fresh air. Ning Yoshi quickly moved to link her arm with her mother, attempting to charm her, but Ning Pengpeng swiftly shook her off, frowning as she raised her voice. With a swift motion, the second and third brothers restrained her. Immediately, Ning Yolu and Ning Yosho lunged forward like fierce tigers, seizing the younger sister as if she were a mere chick, and forcefully pinning her onto the long bench that Ning Pengpeng had previously arranged. What are you doing? Second brother, third brother? Ning Yoshi exclaimed, startled by their actions. Before her shrieks could subside, a chilling cry echoed through the Ning family's courtyard, followed by the sound of a feather duster striking against her tender flesh. I warned you to behave. I forbade you from sneaking out to play. I told you to refrain from boasting to others. I cautioned you against your vanity. I advised you to know your limits. With each admonition, Ning Pengpeng wielded the feather duster mercilessly. The sharp cracks of impact initially drew continuous cries of pain from Ning Yoshi. Yet, as the moments passed, alongside the physical pain, a sense of astonishment filled her heart. How could she have thought that her mother would remain oblivious to her visit with Lu Dei? Remembering Lu Dei's tears, Ning Yoshi's previously high-pitched screams began to wane. As Ning Pengpeng's strikes softened in accordance with her cries, the force of her blows diminished. Nevertheless, Ning Yoshi endured a relentless 20 strikes. The initial blows had already left her skin swollen, and even as the subsequent blows were lighter, they landed upon the bruised area, compounding her suffering. Ning Yoshi felt a piercing pain, completely unaware of Ning Pengpeng's intent to show her mercy afterward. Once the chastisement concluded, Ning Pengpeng tossed the feather duster onto the nearby table and sat down boldly before Ning Yoshi, fixing her gaze upon her. Ning Yoshi, originally reduced to tears, her nose running, continued to sob quietly, her cries a low, mournful wail. What? Do you feel unjustly punished? Ning Pengpeng questioned with a cold snort. Upon hearing her mother's inquiry, Ning Yoshi dared not confess, shaking her head vigorously. Woo-woo. It hurts so much, mother. I was wrong. I truly understand my mistake. She had not anticipated that her mother's previous words were indeed true, and the beating was merciless. Ning Yoshi's nature was such that, over time, her resilience would wane. She needed to be firmly reminded to understand how to maintain composure and humility. Just understand that. Remember to bring something to the Liu family tomorrow to make amends, Ning Pengpeng stated, finally rising and leaving the room after noticing Ning Yoshi's fear. Seeing their mother depart, Ning Laosi and Ning Laosan quickly followed suit, leaving Ning Yoshi, battered and bruised, to clutch her waist and struggle to rise from the long bench. Ning Mianer gazed at her aunt's pitiful state, sighed like a little adult, and shook her head, taking her 3 younger sisters outside. She could not allow her sisters to emulate their aunt, risking a beating from grandmother. By the time Ning Yoshi managed to clumsily descend from the bench, she was stunned to find the living room completely empty. With no other choice, she slowly made her way to her own room, where she lay in her bed, tears streaming down her face. The more she wiped her eyes, the more fiercely the tears flowed, uncertain whether it was due to the pain of the beating or something else. Mother, you truly are formidable, you noticed immediately when my younger sister slipped away. Ning Lauer expressed his admiration towards Ning Pengpeng. Ning Pengpeng cast a glance at him, remaining silent, yet her mind could not help but ponder who Ning Mianer resembled, as she bore no semblance to either Ning Lauer or the Qian clan. Mother, I have some ointment in my room. Perhaps we should apply it to our younger sister? Wang Shi discreetly glanced at Ning Lauer before smiling at Ning Pengpeng. Very well, inform her that aside from making amends to the Liu family tomorrow, she shall not be permitted to leave the house for the next 3 months. Should she err again, her confinement shall extend to 6 months, and so forth. Understood, mother. Wang Shi could not suppress her tongue clicking. If their younger sister were to err multiple times, would she not end up confined for a lifetime? Eldest, third, fourth. Do you not think mother is rather harsh with her rewards and punishments? Upon seeing Wang Shi enter Ning Yoshi's room, Ning Pengpeng turned to her 3 sons and inquired. Mother only seeks what is best for our younger sister. After listening to their responses, Ning Pengpeng sighed deeply. She could only hope that their younger sister would understand her good intentions. If she did not seize this opportunity to temper her younger sister's wayward disposition, it might become irreparable. Ultimately, this is ancient times. The 4 brothers of the Ning family, despite their many flaws, could still lead a decent life as long as they possessed a means of earning a living. However, Ning Yoshi was different, as a young lady. If she were to marry into another family with such a temperament, it would likely lead to her ruin without her even realizing it. Unless Ning Yoshi followed in her footsteps, remaining unmarried or taking on a husband. Yet as her mother, she was inevitably many years her senior. Can one protect her for a moment, yet not for a lifetime? In response to Ning Pengpeng's words, the 3 brothers fell into a contemplative silence. Such a temperament in their younger sister could only have been nurtured by her doting mother. Whenever they attempted to discipline her, their mother would wail and throw tantrums, rendering them hesitant to intervene further. Thus, the 3 brothers remained resolutely silent. Mother, is it true that we are entirely abandoning our pastry business? This endeavor, though modest, yields a steady income of several dozen taels of silver monthly. In the past, Ning Laosan would not have dared to even entertain such thoughts. Now, to simply cast aside this opportunity for income is heart-wrenching. Do you truly believe the Qian family would forsake this business? Ning Pengpeng cast a sidelong glance at Ning Lauder, who immediately lowered his head in silence. Yet, is it not too generous to the Qian family? Ning Yukai was quite indignant. The regular income they had relied upon was now lost. Who would not feel disheartened? Who posited such an idea? Did you think my intention in having the Wang family engage in the pastry trade was merely for profit? Even if we cease our operations, we shall ensure the Qian family suffers. With a huff, Ning Pengpeng declared that those who sought to take advantage of her should dream on. Even if they managed to succeed, with the Wang family in the fray, the Qian family would find it far from easy to turn a profit. Should they fail, Ning Pengpeng would relish the spectacle. She could hardly wait to see how the pastries that once sold for 3 when each would fail to sell even at that price. Leaving the Qian family to ponder their hasty agreement to part ways with Lauer. The last time Manager Su visited, the recipe for extracting sugarcane juice had already been sold to Chunfeng Tower. Therefore, our family will no longer engage in the extraction of sugarcane juice. However, I have made arrangements with Manager Su to uniformly purchase the remaining sugarcane at home, including that from families in the village who have bought sugarcane fields. Yesterday, I discussed this matter with Yoji, and when the time comes, the remaining sugarcane fields will be conveniently divided among our families, which could yield a substantial profit from the sale of that sugarcane. Currently, our house is under construction, so we shall set aside other matters for the time being. As for making money, we can devise alternative strategies once the house is completed. She presently possesses a sum of 1,000 taels of silver, which remains untouched. Once the house is finished, Ning Pengpeng plans to purchase a shop in town to sell homemade goods. She has already decided on what to sell: homemade pickles, which will be affordably priced. However, as long as the flavor is delightful, she believes they will find their way into the homes of ordinary folk. Mother, have you already determined what business you wish to pursue? Ning Laosan, upon witnessing his mother's confident demeanor, immediately reacted with astonishment and inquired excitedly. Whether it succeeds or not depends 70% on human effort and 30% on fate. The last time she visited the elder brother's shop, she noticed that only pickled vegetables were for sale. The dust on the pickle jars suggested they hadn't sold a single jar in 10 days to half a month. Of course, it is likely that many households make their own at home. After all, pickled vegetables are not difficult to prepare. One merely needs salt. Now, there is quite a bit of white sugar in her own house. Just the thought of the various pickles she enjoyed in modern times makes her mouth water. She is grateful for the previous hardships, which taught her to learn how to make diverse dishes and delicacies at home through online resources. Mother, should we discuss the allocation of the sugarcane fields with elder brother? Previously, he outright refused when it came to building the house. Ning Laosan was reluctant to approach Ning Laodao about the sugarcane distribution, yet he feared that Ning Pengpeng would accuse him of neglecting familial bonds. What do you think? Everyone else in the village has received their share. Will your elder brother not be granted his? Although Ning Laodao possesses the potential to be ungrateful, he has, at least thus far since the division of the family, refrained from committing any egregious acts. Therefore, Ning Pengpeng does not mind extending a helping hand to him. Chapter 54. Becoming a concubine this time. She carefully explained to Ning Laodao the method of allocating land first, and then settling the payment. As long as he is not foolish, he should agree. Hence, Ning Pengpeng resolved to personally speak with Ning Laodao and simultaneously visit in town to see if there were any suitable shops available. Upon hearing her mother's words, Ning Laosan reluctantly fell silent. As dusk approached, Lu Lizhi drunkenly stumbled into his courtyard. However, to his surprise, the house was devoid of light. He scratched his belly and called out loudly, "Daya, where have you gone, you wretched girl?" Upon hearing Lu Lizhi's shouts, Lu Daya quickly donned her straw sandals and dashed out of the room. "Xiaoya and I have been starving all day." As she spoke, Lu Daya couldn't help but touch the patch on her sleeve, mended with coarse thread. In truth, she was already 12 years old this year, which, by all rights, meant she could be spoken for. Yet, at this moment, she lacked even a single unpatched garment. Moreover, having endured hunger and cold since childhood, Lu Daya, apart from her slightly delicate features, still resembled a child in many aspects. Lu Lizhi exhaled forcefully, first letting out a belch from the alcohol, then swaying slightly as he spoke to Lu Daya. "Daya, I have found a splendid opportunity for you. From now on, you shall never go hungry again." Upon hearing Lu Lizhi's words, Lu Daya's expression remained unchanged, though a flicker of relief appeared in her eyes. "Father, are you planning to sell me?" If she were indeed sold to a wealthy landlord's household, although she would lose her freedom, at least she would have enough to eat. Thus, Lu Daya harbored little resistance to her father's intentions. However, being merely 7 years old, what would become of her younger sister if she were sold off to serve as a maid? While Lu Daya pondered this sorrowfully, Lu Xiaoya burst out of the house, clinging to Lu Daya's arm, and cried out to Lu Lizhi. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoya's words, Lu Lizhi erupted into laughter. "Do not worry. I have found a fine family for your elder sister. When the time comes, she will indulge in a life of comfort. If she were to share even a morsel with us, it would suffice for our family to eat for an entire year. Little girl, what do you understand? She is going to enjoy herself, so stop saying such foolish things about her tending to pigs." As he spoke, Lu Lizhi forcibly pried Lu Xiaoya's grip from Lu Daya's arm and pushed her aside, chuckling at Lu Daya. He had already made arrangements with Steward Su to send Daya to him the following day. As long as Daya can bring joy to Manager Su, he is willing to take her as a concubine, and in doing so, he will gain a wealthy relative from the provincial government. Over these days, he has observed keenly that the affluent Lu family in town, who is considered a prominent figure in Anjin, still bows submissively before Manager Su. Once Daya marries Manager Su, even the Lu family will be compelled to greet him with a smile. Upon hearing Lu Laizi's words, Lu Dai's expression changed drastically. Father, what do you mean by this? Did you not sell me to become a maid? Silly girl, what nonsense are you talking about? Why would you settle for being a maid when you could be a fine concubine? Rest assured, I have already spoken with Manager Su, and you will surely enter his household with great honor, no less than the primary wife. Upon hearing Lu Laizi's words, Lu Dai staggered backward several steps. Her face filled with terror as she gazed at her father. Father, I am only 12 years old. How can I become a concubine for someone? Please, sell me as a maid instead. I will save money each month to buy you wine. Father, I beg you, do not sell me as a concubine. As she spoke, Lu Dai fell to her knees with a thud, repeatedly bowing her head in supplication to Lu Laizi. This is truly unfortunate. Am I not speaking to you kindly enough? Must I resort to force to make you understand? Lu Laizi, exasperated by Lu Dai's tears, kicked her squarely in the chest, sending her sprawling to the ground. Let me make this clear. Anyone who dares to obstruct my path to wealth will pay dearly. Your life is given by me. And if I wish for you to be a concubine, you must obediently comply. If you are unwilling to comply, then let the little one take your place. After Lu Laizi finished kicking, he sneered, his finger gradually shifting from pointing at Lu Dai to the bewildered Lu Xiaoya beside her. No, father, I will go. I will go. Lu Dai clutched her chest, hastily rising to shield Lu Xiaoya behind her, tears streaming down her face. Such a wretched being, refusing to heed kind words. Only after a few blows and harsh words will they listen. Lu Laizi clicked his tongue, turning to enter his room, leaving behind Lu Dai kneeling on the ground with Lu Xiaoya sheltered behind her. Elder sister. Although Lu Xiaoya did not comprehend the meaning of being a concubine, she understood it was certainly not a favorable situation. Unable to contain her tears, she called out to Lu Dai with a choked voice. Lu Dai gently patted Xiaoya's head, her expression filled with sorrow. She despondently pondered whether, after her departure, her own father might sell Xiaoya to someone else as a concubine. In this village, who could protect Xiaoya? As Lu Dai ruminated, only Ning Yoshi's face surfaced in her mind. But would Ning Yoshi concern herself with Xiaoya's plight? That night, Lu Dai could not find solace in sleep, her thoughts consumed with worry for Xiaoya's future. When morning arrived, just as dawn broke, Lu Laizi, who typically lingered in bed until the sun was high, astonishingly rose early. Fearing that delays might bring unforeseen complications, he resolved to send Dai to Manager Su at the earliest opportunity, ensuring the matter was settled. Lu Dai was taken aback by Lu Laizi's urgency. As she was being dragged out, she clung tightly to the doorframe, calling out to Xiaoya, Xiaoya, elder sister. Lu Xiaoya stepped forward to grasp Lu Dai's arm, only to be kicked aside by Lu Laizi, who then dragged Lu Dai away while hurling curses as they made their way to the town. As Ning Pengpeng waddled along, accompanied by the grinning Ning Yoshi, they arrived at the Lu household just in time to witness the sight of Lu Xiaoya sitting on the ground, weeping inconsolably. Meanwhile, Lu Laizi's son, Lu Dai and Lu Xiaoya's brother, Lu Yaozong, was poking Lu Xiaoya with a firewood stick. Get up, you wretched girl. Go prepare my meal, for I am famished. Lu Yaozong, what are you doing? Do you seek a beating? Chapter 55. The incident. Ning Yoshi, previously ambling with her characteristic waddle, felt a surge of indignation upon witnessing Lu Yaozong bullying Lu Xiaoya. Without a second thought to her own discomfort, she strode forward, snatched the firewood stick from Lu Yaozong's grasp, and hurled it towards the wall. Lu Yaozong, upon seeing the fierce glare from Ning Yoshi, instinctively shrank back, well aware of her notorious ferocity, which surpassed even that of his elder sister. Xiaoya, where is your sister? Is she not the one who dotes on you the most? How could she leave you here alone to face this ancestor? After casting a stern look at Lu Yaozong, Ning Yoshi turned her attention to Lu Xiaoya, who remained seated on the ground, and inquired with growing irritation. Her mother had explicitly instructed her to sincerely apologize to Lu Dai and to continue doing so until Lu Dai granted her forgiveness. If Lu Dai refused to forgive her even for a day, then Ning Yoshi would be compelled to waddle over daily to seek her pardon. The pain in her backside was trivial compared to the humiliation she would endure. How could she, Ning Yoshi, continue to maintain her standing in the village of Dahuai Tree? Sister, sister, Lu Xiaoya wept uncontrollably, and before she could articulate her distress, she suddenly coughed up blood and collapsed. Mother, Xiaoya is dead. Ning Yoshi stood beside Lu Xiaoya, witnessing the inexplicable scene of her vomiting blood, and was immediately so frightened that she nearly jumped in place, crying out in alarm. Ning Pengpeng initially believed that Lu Yaozong was merely bullying Lu Xiaoya, causing her to cry and fuss. However, upon seeing Lu Xiaoya fainting from blood loss. She was taken aback. With a drastically altered complexion, she rushed forward, propping Lu Xiaoya upright and checking for a pulse beneath her nose. She is not dead. Quickly, go find someone to notify the village head and your third brother, urging him to fetch the ox cart to take Xiaoya to the clinic in town. Lu Xiaoya's inexplicable blood loss posed a grave risk to her life if not examined by a doctor. There was no physician in Dahuai Tree Village, so they had to head to the town's clinic. Nonetheless, to be prudent, Ning Pengpeng felt it necessary to bring the village head along as a witness, to avoid any trouble from well-meaning assistants that could lead to complications. Alas, all right, I shall go at once. Ning Yoshi hurriedly made her way, calling out loudly as she ran, second brother, third brother, fourth brother, something has happened, help. Villagers she encountered along the way chuckled at her frantic demeanor, humorously inquiring, Yoshi, have you been stung by a bee? Why do you look so peculiar? By the end of her last exclamation, Ning Yoshi's voice trembled. Hearing her words, Zhao Taibang was momentarily taken aback before realizing that the Ji Gu she mentioned referred to the village head. Upon reflecting on Ning Yoshi's account regarding Lu Xiaoya's bloodshed, it seemed implausible to dismiss it as mere fabrication. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Yofu hastily turned and made his way towards the village head's residence. By the time Ning Yosho arrived at Lu's doorstep with the ox cart, the village head, Ning Yoji, had also reached the scene. Trailing closely behind Ning Yoji, panting heavily, was Zhao Taibang. After notifying the village head, he chose to remain and witness the unfolding events. First, we must lift her onto the cart and head to the town's medical clinic, he suggested. Ning Pengpeng decisively gestured for Ning Laosan and Ning Yoji to assist in lifting the pale-faced Lu Xiaoya onto the cart, then beckoned Ning Laosan to drive while she and Ning Yoji climbed into the rear compartment. Ah, Yoshi, keep a close watch on this fellow, he must not escape. Earlier, Ning Pengpeng had brought Ning Yoshi along, having witnessed Lu Yaozong striking Lu Xiaoya with a fire poker. While she believed the likelihood of Lu Yaozong causing her harm with such an instrument was minimal, he remained the only suspect. Thus, it was imperative to ensure he did not flee. Understood, mother, Ning Yoshi replied promptly, watching as the ox cart bearing her mother departed before turning her fierce gaze upon Lu Yaozong. She noticed him shrink back slightly, only to straighten his posture defiantly. What are you glaring at? I warn you, if you continue, I'll have my future brother-in-law deal with you. This implied that Lu Dai's intended husband was formidable and that invoking his name would deter any potential bullying. Zhao Taibang, observing the exchange, glanced between Lu Yaozong and Ning Yoshi. A look of confusion etched across his face. Are you a concubine? Ning Yoshi felt somewhat bewildered. Although she was already 12 years old, the concept of concubinage was far removed from her understanding. However, Zhao Taibang, a rustic man, was well aware that wealthy gentlemen often took multiple wives, with the latter ones being referred to as concubines. Yet, how could Lu Daya, at merely 12, be subjected to such a fate? Wasn't that a degradation of her person? What did it mean to be made a concubine? Though Ning Yoshi did not grasp the full implications of becoming a concubine, she instinctively sensed something was amiss. Stepping forward, she grasped Lu Yaozong's collar and demanded, "Let me go? If you dare to strike me, I shall have my father kick you to death like he did with that little girl." Upon hearing Lu Yaozong's reckless remarks that revealed the incident involving Lu Lai, Zhao Taibang could not help but twitch his lips. This matter must be reported to the clan elders. Lu Lai had gone too far. Fearing that Ning Yoshi might strike Lu Yaozong and provoke further complications, Zhao Taibang seized Lu Yaozong by the collar and addressed Ning Yoshi before striding towards the ancestral hall in the village. Ning Yoshi glanced at Zhao Tiebong's direction, then towards the town, gritting her teeth before turning and hurrying towards the town. On the ox cart, Ning Pengpeng recounted what she had witnessed to Ning Yoshi. Considering that Lu Lai had always been a scoundrel, Ning Yoshi pondered whether Lu Dai's injuries were inflicted not by Lu Yaozong, but rather by Lu Lai himself. Indeed, my intention for this visit, accompanied by Yoshi, was for her to offer an apology to Lu Daya. However, upon arriving at the Lu residence, we found only Lu Xiaoya and Lu Yaozong present. Both Lu Daya and Lu Laizi were conspicuously absent. Ning Pengpeng recalled the earlier dissonance and immediately furrowed her brows. Turning to Ning Yoji, upon hearing her aunt's remarks, Ning Yoji also found it peculiar but, after much contemplation, could not ascertain the reason. When Ning Laosan finally managed to steer the ox cart to the entrance of the clinic in town, he hurriedly assisted Lu Xiaoya into the establishment, accompanied by Ning Yoji. Upon seeing Lu Xiaoya, who lay unconscious in Ning Laosan's arms, The attending physician promptly rose to examine her. After listening attentively to Ning Pengpeng's account, the old doctor closed his eyes and carefully took Lu Xiaoya's pulse, discerning that her injuries were indeed severe, affecting her lungs and causing her to cough up blood. He then summoned an elderly woman assisting in the clinic to join Ning Pengpeng in loosening Lu Xiaoya's garments for inspection. Upon revealing a significant bruise on Lu Xiaoya's chest, the old woman gasped in shock. Who could have inflicted such harm? How cruel! Hearing their descriptions, the physician stroked his beard, pondering for a moment before writing a prescription for the apprentice to gather the necessary herbs for concoction. He also inserted silver needles at several of Lu Xiaoya's acupoints to prevent further internal bleeding. Her injuries were indeed grave. If she could endure the night, she might gradually recover. If not, there would be little that could be done. Ning Pengpeng and Ning Yoji exchanged glances, particularly Ning's third son, who, having followed the young apprentice to procure medicine, was left heartbroken after parting with a considerable sum of silver. "Mother, these medicinal herbs are excessively expensive," he lamented, clutching his purse with a pained expression. As the village head, Ning Yoji was literate. He picked up the prescription given by the old doctor and sighed. The list included ginseng slices and sanchi, which naturally commanded a hefty price. Ginseng? In all my years, I have yet to catch a whiff of its fragrance. Ning Yoji's words prompted Ning's third son to click his tongue in disbelief, murmuring to himself. Hearing this, Ning Pengpeng shot him a disapproving glare. "Do you wish to be like that little girl, lying there oblivious to life and death?" Ning's third son shook his head vigorously at his mother's remark. Ning Pengpeng, weary of arguing with her thoughtless son, furrowed her brow and addressed Ning Yoji. "While it is said that saving a life is more meritorious than building a pagoda of 7 levels, my money did not come from the wind. Since Lu Lizi is not home, he must be in town. It is only right that he bears the cost of his daughter's medical treatment." "You are correct, aunt. This expense should not fall upon you." Ning Yoji nodded in agreement. As the two deliberated on where to find the wretched Lu Lizi, a sudden commotion erupted at the entrance of the medical hall. "Oh no, this little girl has a massive gash on her head. She cannot be dead, can she? My daughter, why must you be so reckless?" Initially indifferent, Ning Pengpeng and Ning Yoji exchanged alarmed glances, rising abruptly to hasten towards the entrance of the medical hall. As the crowd parted, a heart-wrenching sight emerged. Lu Lizi knelt beside a stretcher, tears streaming down his face, his nose running. Upon that stretcher lay a figure, bloodied and battered, with a gaping wound on the forehead resembling a fist-sized depression. It was evident that this individual had sought to end their own life, having collided forcefully with a wall. "Diva?" In that moment, Ning Pengpeng struggled to recognize the bloodied visage before her, while Ning Yoji beside her gasped in astonishment, inadvertently exclaiming the name. Upon hearing that name, Ning Pengpeng's heart sank, and a profane exclamation involuntarily surged within her. Make way, the doctor is here." The elderly physician, caught off guard, had just settled down to attend to a patient when he was met with a cacophony of cries for help emanating from the entrance. He could only offer a brief apology to the seated patient before stepping outside. Upon witnessing Lu Dei's distressing condition on the ground, he felt compelled to act without hesitation. He first called for his apprentice to fetch some powdered herbs, which he promptly sprinkled on Lu Dei's forehead to staunch the bleeding. After taking her pulse and conducting an examination, he proceeded to administer acupuncture. Next, he continued to write a prescription, instructing his apprentice to gather the necessary herbs for Lu Dei's consumption. Once these actions were completed, the old doctor turned to Lu Lizi, who had been wailing beside Lu Dei. "In her current state, I can only do my utmost. Beyond that, I am powerless." It was apparent that Lu Dei's injuries were far more severe than those of Lu Xiaoya. "This cannot be. Diva must not die. What will I do if she does?" At the doctor's words, Lu Lizi, who had been sobbing uncontrollably, suddenly fixed his wide eyes upon the physician, seizing the old man by the collar and shouting vehemently, "What are you doing, Lu Lizi?" Upon witnessing the scene, Ning Yoji's expression darkened immediately. He gestured for Ning Laosan to step forward and forcefully pried Lu Lizi's hand off the old doctor's collar, questioning him with palpable annoyance. Lu Lizi, upon seeing Ning Yoji, was initially taken aback, but then his face lit up with surprise as he grasped Ning Yoji's arm, pleading earnestly. Ning Yoji, however, shook off Lu Lizi's grasp and, with a stern countenance and furrowed brow, pressed him for answers. Faced with the inquiries from the village head, Lu Lizi found himself at a loss for words, stammering incoherently without any sensible explanation. Ning Pengpeng frowned, noticing that Ning Yoji was unable to extract any useful information, and was about to suggest that he report the incident to the authorities. After all, someone had been injured, and it was a matter of life and death, not a trivial matter. Brother Yoji, that scoundrel sent the eldest daughter to be a concubine, and when the youngest clung to her, he kicked her, causing her to spit blood. Ning Yoji, leaning against the door of the medical hall, gasped hoarsely at Ning Pengpeng and Ning Yoji. She swallowed hard, trying to ease her burning throat, but each breath sent a jolt of pain through her chest. She had run all the way here without daring to pause. What? A concubine? Ning Yoji stared in shock at Lu Lizi, whose eyes flickered away from his gaze. Ning Pengpeng let out a cold laugh and remarked, I thought it strange that the eldest daughter was well, yet suddenly sought death by running into a wall. It turns out she has such a wretched father who wishes to harm his own daughter. Now, both daughters are unaccounted for. And who will care for your precious son in the future? Ning Posi, what do you mean by this? Are you cursing my daughter? My eldest daughter possesses great fortune and resilience. She is surely unharmed. As for my youngest, she is at home caring for her younger brother. How dare you maliciously curse her? Your heart is most wicked. Lu Lizi, intimidated by the village head, could not confront him, yet upon hearing Ning Pengpeng's words, he leaped up, pointing an accusatory finger at her. Deep down, he had always harbored resentment towards the Ning family for their newfound wealth. Oh, so the little one is at home with her brother? Then who lies here? Who is truly malevolent? Is it I, speaking the truth, or you? The biological father so cruel as to cast aside your eldest daughter for the sake of your youngest? Lu Lizi, did you not consider whether such a small child could withstand your actions? I question whether you are indeed the father of both daughters. Ning Pengpeng strode boldly to Lu Xiaoya's side, gesturing towards the unconscious girl, her face pale and eyes tightly shut, and disdainfully confronted Lu Lizi. Little Xiaoya? How could she be here? Lu Lizi, upon seeing Lu Xiaoya's face, was momentarily rendered speechless, blinking in confusion as he looked towards Ning Yoji for guidance. He wished to refute the elder Ning's allegations, but upon observing the village head's grim demeanor and Ning Laosan's clenched fists directed at him, he recalled that he had indeed kicked the little girl that morning. Yet, he wondered, how could this injury be so severe when she had previously endured his blows without such consequence? No, it is not my fault. It has nothing to do with me. She must have been mischievous and injured herself, Lu Lizi insisted, shaking his hands in denial. Lu Lizi, cease your evasions. Today, my aunt brought Yoshi to your abode in search of Deia, only to find your Xiaoya seated on the ground, weeping, having never ventured outside. Ning Yoji admonished Lu Lizi with a stern countenance. However, Ning Yoji was taken aback when he noticed a glimmer of realization in Lu Lizi's eyes as he abruptly lifted his gaze towards Ning Pengpeng. It must be them. They are the ones who caused Xiaoya's injury. If it were not for their interference, why would they be so benevolent as to escort Xiaoya to town for medical attention? Upon hearing this, Ning Pengpeng nearly spat out blood in disbelief. She had not anticipated encountering such absurdity, reminiscent of a baseless accusation in ancient times. Amused yet infuriated, she turned to Ning Laosan and declared, Laosan, go and report this to the authorities. Ning Laosan, equally incensed, felt his heart race at his mother's words, and promptly agreed, striding towards the door of the medical clinic. Lu Lizi was taken aback. He had not expected Ning Lao to be so resolute. He rushed forward, grasping Ning Laosan's leg in desperation. Do not go, do not report this. You wish to ruin my daughter's life, and now you seek to destroy me as well. Nonsense, Lu Lizi, have you lost your senses? Ning Yoji, trembling with rage, pointed an accusatory finger at him. So, in your eyes, the county magistrate is not a paragon of justice, but a colluder, a corrupt official conspiring to endanger lives? Laosan, what are you waiting for? Go report this matter to the authorities. Lu Lizi's injury to his own daughter is a family affair that does not concern me. However, his false allegations that I harmed his daughter must be addressed with due diligence. Casually, let him convey his previous remarks to the esteemed lord, and see if the lord concurs with his nonsensical utterances. Ning Laosan nodded, forcefully tearing Lu Lizi's hand away from his thigh, and then strode out with purpose. Upon hearing Ning Pengpeng's words, Lu Lizi was instantly struck with terror, rendered utterly disoriented. Akin to an ant on a hot skillet, restless and sweating profusely, uncertain of his next move. Behind him, a band of constables surged into the clinic like wolves, their intentions ferocious as they pounced on Lu Lizi, directed by Ning Laosan's finger like famished tigers. How audacious of him to slander the county magistrate. Lu Lizhi barely had time to protest his innocence before he was pinned down, gasping for breath, and swiftly shackled by the constables. They led Lu Lizhi away, while Ning Pengpeng, Ning Laosan, and Ning Yoji followed closely behind, as they were indeed the aggrieved parties. Upon entering the county office, the sound of heavy clubs striking the ground echoed, accompanied by the proclamation of authority from the ranks of officials. Lu Lizhi, overwhelmed by such a grand display, collapsed to his knees with a thud, his body curling up in fear. Previously, County Magistrate Pan Shujia had been enjoying a moment with his concubine in the back courtyard, unsuspecting of the uproar at the door. Typically, those who beat the drum to cry for justice would first receive 20 lashes. However, before Ning Laosan was subdued, he had cried out that someone had slandered the county magistrate, which prompted him to beat the drum for justice. This revelation caused Magistrate Pan's eyes to widen, commanding the constables to swiftly apprehend the individual who dared to defame him. Hearing the guards shout in unison, Ning Yoji and Ning Laosan felt a surge of anxiety, swallowing hard as they knelt obediently behind Ning Pengpeng. Who stands before the court, and what grievances do they bring? Judge Pan adjusted his official hat, and, swaying with each step, entered the chamber, taking his seat with a resounding clap on the wooden block. He directed a stern inquiry at the kneeling figures below. Observing Judge Pan's demeanor, Ning Pengpeng discerned that he was likely not a virtuous official. Nevertheless, regardless of his character, flattering words were the order of the day. Indeed, the age-old adage held true: compliments never go amiss. Ning family, do enlighten us on how Lu Lizhi has slandered and insulted this esteemed official. Judge Pan leaned slightly forward, his gaze fixed on the woman before him. With his slanted eyes and gaunt visage, marked by numerous wrinkles, Judge Pan was instantly disinclined to scrutinize further. Leaning back in his seat, Ning Pengpeng eloquently recounted the tale of how Lu Lizhi had sold her eldest daughter into servitude and had injured her younger daughter with a kick. She expressed her indignation at the slanderous accusations leveled against her, which had tarnished her name, though the injured remain in a state of unconsciousness. The wound on Lu Xiaoya's chest is glaringly evident. A physician can attest that such an injury could only be inflicted by a full-grown man. Upon hearing Ning Pengpeng's account, Judge Pan's expression darkened significantly. It was intolerable that he should become the unwitting recipient of blame while minding his own affairs in the court's courtyard. Guards, take Lu Lizhi away and administer 20 lashes as a deterrent to others. Ignoring Lu Lizhi's desperate cries for mercy, Judge Pan dismissed the bamboo stick, signaling the guards to carry out the punishment. The bamboo sticks used for punishment harbored a hidden meaning. The color of the stick thrown would convey the magistrate's intent to the officers. Different colors represented various degrees of severity: a sound without harm, a blow that could injure the internal organs, or a genuine strike. When the officers saw the magistrate throw a genuine strike, they naturally held nothing back and delivered a thorough beating to Lu Lizhi, leaving his posterior in a state of disarray. When Lu Lizhi was dragged into the courtroom, he appeared as if he had just emerged from water. Coupled with the horrific sight of his bloodied backside, even Ning Pengpeng could not suppress a gasp of shock. Seeing the frightened expressions of those in the court, County Magistrate Pan let out a snort from his nostrils. It served as a warning to anyone who dared to fabricate stories behind his back. Lu Lizhi's fate was a testament to such folly. This incident was essentially a dispute of words, and with the testimony of the old doctor from the medical clinic, it was clear that the injuries suffered by the young girl were beyond the capabilities of a woman's strength. With Lu Lizhi already punished, the magistrate was eager to conclude the case. After all, outside the courtroom, numerous commoners had gathered, drawn by the recent commotion at the clinic, eager to witness Magistrate Pan in action. Moreover, Ning Pengpeng's repeated declarations of him as a just and honorable magistrate were quite pleasing to his ears. He did not mind extending a favor to the Ning family, ensuring they remembered his kindness. Upon hearing the clerk's words, Pan raised an eyebrow and turned his gaze upon him. "Is what you say true, my lord? That Su steward is indeed from the Lu family. It is unlikely to be false." Upon hearing the words of the advisor, County Magistrate Pan's gaze returned to Ning Pengpeng, his eyes filled with scrutiny. "First, imprison this Lu Lizhi in the dungeon, and we shall deliberate on this matter another day. Court is adjourned." After speaking, he cast a lingering glance at Ning Pengpeng, struck the gavel decisively, and turned to leave the court. Ning Pengpeng, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, felt a tightening in her chest. She had witnessed the proceedings closely. The magistrate had seemed poised to render a judgment, yet the advisor's words had swayed him to alter his course. "Advisor Fong," she mused, Do you think if Lu Lizhi were to perish in his cell, and I were to apprehend the entire Ning family, charging them with causing death through injury, the Ning family would readily surrender the recipe for sugar production? The subordinate pondered. This course of action is certainly plausible. However, while Steward Su is indeed a trusted confidant of young Master Lu, his recent remarks have raised suspicions. After all, the recipe for red sugar is a closely guarded secret of the Lu family. How could an outsider like him possibly possess such knowledge? There must be underlying reasons we have yet to uncover before we proceed with any further actions. Advisor Fong contemplated for a moment before offering his counsel. You are correct. Steward Su has been in Anjin for quite some time. Had he learned of the Ning family's method for producing sugar earlier, he would surely have informed young Master Lu. Yet, it was only today, when the Ning family brought Lu Lizhi to court, that he hastily sought you out rather than me. There must be something we do not yet understand. However, I care not for their reasons, whether it be the Ning family or the Lu family. As long as I can acquire that recipe for sugar production, my path to prosperity shall be assured. Ha 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 ha. The mere thought of adorning myself in gold and silk in the future made the magistrate's brows dance with glee. The county court loomed like a ferocious beast, its mouth agape, awaiting its prey to willingly fall into the trap. Ning Pengpeng could not suppress a shiver. Meanwhile, Manager Su hastened to the prefecture, foregoing any time for grooming, and went directly to meet his employer. Pei Yin furrowed his brow as he meticulously examined the recipe presented by Manager Su. Is this recipe genuine? My subordinate accompanied the woman to her home, witnessed her process, and even stood guard through the night, confirming that she indeed produced sugar whiter than snow. This recipe is undeniably authentic. Upon finishing his account, Manager Su carefully retrieved an oil paper package from his bosom, unfolding it with caution and placing it before his employer. Pei Yin leaned down for a closer inspection, then lifted the package to his nose, inhaling deeply, immediately detecting a sweet and fragrant aroma. After a moment's contemplation, he pinched a few grains of sugar between his fingers and placed them upon his tongue, where the sugar, akin to delicate snowflakes, dissolved instantaneously, flooding his mouth with sweetness. You claim to have acquired this recipe for a mere 1,000 taels of silver? Indeed. My subordinate could hardly believe it. Yet the old woman seemed to lack discernment, for despite her repeated assertions of having sold the recipe cheaply, her beaming expression upon receiving the 1,000 taels indicated her utmost satisfaction with the price. Humph. Do you believe she would be unaware of the value of what she possesses, considering she is willing to negotiate in person? Pei Yin let out a faint laugh, placing the oiled paper bag down and lightly tapping her fingers on the table. Does she have any further demands? She merely requests that we procure the sugar cane from her village in the future, and additionally, she wishes to be permitted to produce sugar herself. After contemplating, Manager Su realized there seemed to be no other requests. Allow her to make sugar herself? It is evident that she understands the myriad possibilities that white sugar encompasses. You mentioned earlier that she initially intended to sell you a recipe for a dish, but upon seeing you, she altered her mind and offered the recipe for producing white sugar at such a low price. It appears she recognizes that she cannot safeguard this recipe in her remote village, thus seeking out a suitable family to serve as her support. How could that elderly woman, a mere villager, possibly comprehend that Chunfeng building could serve as her backing? Su Ming, remember, never underestimate anyone. Very well, since the other party is offering something valuable, you may keep an eye on matters in town. As for the sugar production, I will arrange for personnel to handle it. How laughable is that Lu Jiani, who values his recipe more than life itself, only to be outdone by a simple villager. Pei Yin chuckled softly. Although she had been sent to Mingzhou Prefecture to evade calamity, it does not mean that just anyone can flaunt their power over her. Last time, Lu Jiani's clan seemingly sought trouble with Chunfeng Tower, only to be met with a severe reprimand, realizing they were not to be trifled with. It was only then that Lu Jiani learned to keep a low profile. However, for Pei Yin, it was too late. As this thought crossed his mind, Pei Yin suddenly raised his gaze. Was it not Lu Jiani's clan member who had been imprisoned in town? Indeed, it was thanks to the young master's letter of introduction that the county magistrate, Pan Shujia, swiftly dealt with that scoundrel. Pei Yin recalled how his elder brother had sent the letter to Su Ming to seek an audience with Magistrate Pan, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Pointing at Su Ming, it seems we are all oblivious to the matters right under our noses. It is likely that the old woman was so confident in her belief that Chunfeng Tower could be her support precisely because she was aware of the connections within the court. Suddenly, Su Ming remembered that the old woman claimed she was introduced by the old Master Zhang. She must have gleaned information from him about Chunfeng Tower's background. He couldn't help but take a sharp breath. It was a lapse on his part. Such intelligence could indeed be a double-edged sword. After all, clever individuals tend to avoid folly. Pei Yin smiled, reflecting that if he had previously harbored concerns about the old woman selling her concoction to his family, he now wondered whether she might also consider selling it to others. Given her astuteness, she likely understood that if she attempted to sell it multiple times, her fate would not be favorable. Master, regarding the sugar-making business, perhaps I should remain here to assist. Manager Su, noticing the master's good mood, bravely suggested. As I mentioned earlier, I have my own plans for this matter. Su Ming, I have my reasons for keeping you in town. Everything you do, I shall remember. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the smile that once adorned Pei Yan's face faded. Yes, your subordinate obeys, he replied, noticing the change in his employer's demeanor. Su Ming understood that Pei Yan was in a foul mood and quickly clasped his fists in acknowledgement. Go on. I believe that old woman will surely present us with surprises, Pei Yan remarked, nodding at the recipe with a slight smile. Once outside Pei Manor, Su Ming exhaled deeply. With his employer saying such, he found no reason to linger in the capital any longer, although this time he would not rush back as he had upon his arrival. Please invite him in, he instructed, raising his eyebrows and signaling the innkeeper to lead the guest inside. Ning Yoji, initially filled with trepidation and anxiety, felt a sense of relief upon hearing the innkeeper's words. As the innkeeper opened the door, Ning Yoji, upon laying eyes on Manager Su, promptly knelt down. I implore you, Manager Su, save my aunt's family, he exclaimed, producing a cloth pouch from his bosom and raising it overhead. Manager Su gestured for the innkeeper to withdraw before accepting the pouch from Ning Yoji's hands. As he opened a corner of the cloth, he discovered a recipe for exquisite delicacies within. A mere glance was enough for Su Ming to discern the boundless opportunities it presented, causing him to draw in a sharp breath. Quickly rise. How is it that I have only been away from in town for such a short time, and yet such a significant matter has arisen? Please, sit down and recount the events slowly. He extended a hand to assist Ning Yoji to his feet, guiding him to a seat while inquiring with a warm smile. Hearing the gentle inquiry from shopkeeper Su, Ning Yoji, a grown man, could not help but be moved to tears. This story dates back several days. After leaving the yamen, Ning Pengpeng sensed that something was amiss. The current trend in hot pot cuisine predominantly features broth enriched with chicken soup, enhancing its delectable flavor while allowing the meat to be tender and succulent when cooked. However, Ning Pengpeng had opted for a spicy broth infused with various spices and chilies, the kind that becomes increasingly addictive with each bite. Although the chicken broth is more nourishing, few can resist the allure of spiciness. After meticulously drafting the hot pot recipe, she carefully packaged it and delivered it into Ning Yoji's hands. With countless reminders, she urged him that should anything happen to her, he must seek out shopkeeper Su at Chunfeng Building. All he needed to do was present this item to shopkeeper Su, and he would not stand idly by. Initially, Ning Yoji thought his aunt had become quite eccentric. However, it was not long before news spread that the constables had arrived in town, arresting everyone from the Ning family and taking them to the county jail. Upon investigation, Ning Yoji discovered that Lu Lizhi had died in the county jail, reportedly by suicide, leaving behind a large character for injustice written on the ground. Hence, the county magistrate had apprehended the Ning family, who were the original plaintiffs in the matter. Yet, upon hearing this, Ning Yoji found it difficult to believe. After all, even if his aunt had erred, why should the entire Ning family be implicated, including the innocent child barely a year old? Even the eldest of the Ning family was taken into custody. Despite being the village head of Daweishu, Ning Yoji found himself powerless in Anjin, unable to uncover any information. Upon hearing Ning Yoji's words, Manager Su couldn't help but narrow his eyes. You claim that your aunt was implicated because she sued someone from your village, and that individual took his own life, leaving behind a note of grievance, which led the county magistrate to imprison your entire family. Yes, that is indeed the case. However, that Lu Lizhi was never a virtuous person. Not only did he slander others, but I would not believe he committed suicide even under duress. Ning Yoji nodded repeatedly, unable to contain his defense. You assert that the county magistrate initially intended to pass judgment, but it was due to the clerk's intervention that the decision was postponed? Yes. Is there an issue with that? As Manager Su continued to question him, Ning Yoji appeared bewildered. Even when he returned home, his mind remained in a haze. Is this how it ends? The Ning family is now divided, each imprisoned in separate cells. Ning Pengpeng remained silent, leaning against the wall. The male members of the Ning family hung their heads, pallid and despondent, feeling that this misfortune had befallen them without warning. Particularly Ning Laoda, who was overwhelmed with countless grievances and resentments, but stifled them deep within. Ning Yoshi wore a sorrowful expression, believing this calamity stemmed from her actions. Otherwise, the Ning family would not have been entangled with Lu Lizhi. Terrified, she clutched Ning Mianer and the other younger ones, seeking solace beside Ning Pengpeng. Meanwhile, the heavily pregnant Wang Shi wore a worried expression, while Lu Shi wept bitterly, exclaiming, "What sin have we committed to endure this imprisonment? Mother, what did the county magistrate say when he summoned you? If you have committed any misdeeds alongside your second uncle and the others, you must honestly confess. Do not drag me and Yofu into this predicament." With that, Lu embraced her anxious son and daughter tightly. "Enough of the wailing. I am not dead yet. Even if something arises, I shall bear the burden alone, ensuring you are not implicated." Though Ning Pengpeng possessed some understanding of the situation, she recognized that success relies on a blend of 7 parts effort and 3 parts luck. Had she entrusted the formula for white sugar to Ning Yoji without it reaching Manager Su, she would have been left with no choice but to betray her promise and disclose the recipe to the county magistrate. After all, the magistrate sought merely the formula, not the lives of her family. In this ancient time, as merely a rural matron, how could she contend with those in power? Through this experience, Ning Pengpeng profoundly understood the arduous nature of the imperial examination. Why did so many impoverished families tighten their belts to support a scholar? In the feudal hierarchy of this ancient realm, only the scholar stood elevated above the masses. She had once harbored naive aspirations, believing that earning money would elevate her to the status of a landowner, allowing her to live a life of ease in her twilight years. How foolish! Without the backing of power, she would be the first to suffer, as one without any support. In modern times, one often hears of magistrates and governors who bring ruin upon families. Back then, she regarded it as mere rhetoric. Now, feeling the sharp sting of reality, she comprehends the true weight of such words. She sincerely hoped that her prescription would prove effective. However, Lu was unaware of her mother-in-law's actions. Upon hearing her mother-in-law's scolding, she felt an overwhelming sense of indignation and was about to retort when Ning Laoda abruptly rose, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "What are you saying, mother? Even if a son is unfilial, you are still my biological mother. If anything were to happen to you, how could I, as your son, simply abandon you? Mother, I am the eldest of the family. If there are any troubles concerning the Ning family, I shall bear the burden." Ning Lar wiped his tears and stood up as well. "If anything should arise, it is I who should take charge. After all, I have only daughters, no sons, and certainly no daughter-in-law. I merely hope that when you think of your sons in the future, you will light a stick of incense for me. It is my duty to face this situation. I am in this with you, mother. Even if troubles arise, they should not concern you." He added, "At worst, I might lose my head and bear a scar the size of a bowl, but 18 years later, I shall still be a man." Ning Laosan, stirred by the words of his elder brothers, passionately rebutted, and with a resolute tone declared. Once the 3 brothers had spoken, they turned in unison, their piercing gazes fixed upon the 4th brother. Ning Laosi felt a shiver run down his spine under the intense scrutiny of his 3 siblings and swallowed hard. Perhaps it should be me, the youngest, to take on this responsibility? After all, I am unmarried, with no wife and children to burden me. You 4 be silent. Ning Pengpeng was somewhat taken aback when Ning Laoda made his statement. After all, in her memories of this body, she had never perceived Ning Laoda as such a noble figure, willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of the Ning family. However, as the 4 sons emerged one by one, eagerly vying for their own demise, it seemed as if they were certain that the entire Ning family was destined for annihilation. Ning Pengpeng felt an inexplicable itch in her hands, sensing that these sons were indeed due for a reprimand. Yet, with the 4 of them confined over there and her trapped in this cell, she could neither reach them nor strike. "You, come out." Just as Ning Pengpeng glared fiercely at her sons, an officer approached, unlocking the cells and calling for the Ning family to step forward. Ning Laoda, filled with a sense of martyrdom, stepped forward bravely and closed his eyes, addressing the officer. "If you must execute someone, then let it be me. For I am the head of the family. No, elder brother, it should be me. I have already stated it is my turn. It has nothing to do with you. Elder brother, second brother, third brother, Mother has left with the elder sister-in-law and the children. Ning Laosi found himself blocked at the cell door by his 3 brothers, helplessly watching their mother depart with his sisters-in-law and nieces and nephews. Mother! The 3 brothers suddenly jolted, hastily exiting the cell to follow their mother, leaving Ning Laosi alone, feeling powerless and small. However, by the time they had exited the cell, they were met with the sight of the affluent manager, Su, standing outside the yamen, beaming at them. If Ning Pengpeng had held on to her heart tightly upon their earlier exit, it was only when she beheld manager Su that her heart finally sank heavily. It appeared that the proprietor indeed understood that her recipe for white sugar was a declaration of loyalty. Hence, Manager Su was willing to extend a helping hand to the Ning family. Thank you, Manager Su. Ning Pengpeng was unable to kneel and prostrate herself on the ground. Yet she deeply performed a half-squat bow towards Master Su. Madam, you are too kind. Now that we are partners, I, Su Ming, would be remiss if I remained unaware of the Ning family's plight. How could I possibly turn a blind eye to their difficulties? Master Su stepped forward, gently supporting Ning Pengpeng's arm, his face radiating sincerity. Madam, I have reserved a private room at Chunfeng Tower for you. Please wash away the dampness with pomelo water before enjoying a hearty meal. Once you are well fed, we can leisurely discuss matters at hand. The discussions he referred to were naturally concerning the hot pot recipe that Ning Pengpeng had previously entrusted to Ning Yoji for him. Very well. Then I shall comply with your wishes. Ning Pengpeng replied with a smile and a nod to Master Su, refraining from inquiring how he had persuaded the county magistrate to release them. It was likely that he had employed either money or influence, and regardless of which, Ning Pengpeng knew that even if she were to ask, she could not repay the favor that Chunfeng Tower had extended. It was better to hold it in her heart and wait for a suitable opportunity to express her gratitude. Mother, how could you possibly know Master Su from Chunfeng Tower? Ning Yufu, who had finally mustered the courage to speak, felt his resolve wane as he observed his mother conversing amiably with Master Su. Given that they had emerged safely from the prison, it was evident that Master Su had played a significant role in their release. Stunned, he leaned towards the 3rd brother, seeking answers. He did not inquire of the 2nd brother, knowing he was too engrossed in his toil to possess the cunning insights of the 3rd. Indeed, Ning Laosan chuckled knowingly at Ning Laoda. My dear brother, not long ago, Master Su visited our village of Dahuai Tree. You should accompany our mother to Chunfeng Tower without any worries. As she spoke, she cast a sidelong glance at the equally astonished Lady Lu. This sister-in-law seemed eager to distance herself from any troubles, underestimating their rural simplicity. Nevertheless, considering the words spoken by my elder brother earlier, Ning Laosan chose to overlook her remarks. After all, being confined in the county jail was a daunting experience even for a man like him, let alone for a woman. Ning Laodao exchanged puzzled glances with Lady Lu, both of them following Ning Pengpeng as they boarded the carriage summoned by Master Su, heading together to Chunfeng Tower. Master Su, aware of the Ning family's size, had arranged for 3 carriages to accommodate them. The journey swiftly brought them to the back entrance of Chunfeng Tower. Upon hearing the sound of the carriages, the inn's attendant hurried out to greet the Ning family, directing them to wash and refresh themselves before leading them to the largest private room in the establishment. As soon as the Ning family settled in, a sumptuous array of dishes was laid out before them. Although Ning Laoda was brimming with questions, Ning Pengpeng urged them to eat first, compelling him to suppress his curiosity and focus on the meal. Master Su, may we discuss matters in a more private setting? Ning Pengpeng inquired. Despite having bathed and groomed herself after days of confinement, she still felt a lack of appetite. After a casual bite of a vegetable dish, she turned to Master Su. Of course, Madam Ning, please. Originally, Master Su sat beside them, but upon hearing Ning Pengpeng's words, he rose and gestured invitingly. This time, Master Su directly escorted Ning Pengpeng to his usual office. On the desk in that office lay the hot pot recipe that Ning had given him. Madam Ning, I find myself somewhat perplexed by the illustration you have drawn. To my eye, the shape of this pot bears a striking resemblance to that of a Bashia offering. However, why is it filled with a vivid crimson hue? Furthermore, while I am familiar with the chili peppers you mentioned, readily available in our establishment, what exactly is this mala pepper? Ning Pengpeng raised an eyebrow, picked up the brush resting on the table, and took a piece of white paper to meticulously illustrate the shape of the mala pepper. This is mala pepper, an exclusive crop from the Sichuan region. I trust that your esteemed establishment will surely be able to procure such an ingredient. Indeed, the pot I have sketched does bear some resemblance to the Bashia offering, as both involve immersing ingredients in the pot to cook and consume. However, while the traditional offering typically utilizes chicken, fish, and lamb to create a savory broth, my concoction employs a base of beef tallow, chili, and mala pepper. At first taste, one might find it numbing and exceedingly spicy, yet as one continues to indulge, the desire to savor it only intensifies, especially during winter amidst falling snow. It becomes the perfect dish to share with friends. Beef tallow, a numbing sensation, exceedingly spicy. With each word uttered by Master Su, the weight in his heart deepened. It is worth noting that the butter carries a distinct aroma of beef, and the tongue tingles with a peculiar sensation. As for the chili, merely a hint is sufficient to impart an extraordinarily spicy flavor to the dish. While some individuals have an affinity for spiciness, it is utterly implausible for one to believe that it could incite an insatiable craving. Were it not for Ning Pengpeng previously presenting the recipe for making white sugar, the shopkeeper Su would have undoubtedly expelled her, deeming her words utterly absurd. This recipe undoubtedly requires these specific ingredients. However, the old woman possesses a simpler recipe, perfectly suited for creating a delightful side dish to accompany drinks, which can be prepared immediately and savored within a few days. Since the numbing pepper still needs to be procured, the shopkeeper Su chose not to dwell on the palatability of the dish, but instead focused on Ning Pengpeng's statement. The frost-coated peanuts had previously astonished him with their flavor. If he were to add another exquisite dish for pairing with drinks, it would surely attract a multitude of patrons to the Spring Breeze Tower. Certainly, Ning Pengpeng initially intended to use this pickled dish as a signature offering for her own shop once it was established, yet she never anticipated encountering such an obstacle. It would be unreasonable for the Spring Breeze Tower to assist her without recompense. Thus, before arriving at the establishment, Ning Pengpeng resolved to present this delightful and tangy pickled dish as a gift to the Spring Breeze Tower. After all, with her extensive knowledge, she could easily devise alternative recipes for her own venture. Upon hearing Ning Pengpeng's intention, the shopkeeper Su led her to the back kitchen of the Spring Breeze Tower, instructing the others to leave, while retaining one chef to observe how Ning Pengpeng prepared the dish. It must be said that the kitchen of Chunfeng Tower is significantly more spacious than the old residence of Ning Pengpeng in the village. Inside, a splendid variety of vegetables and fruits are abundantly available, not to mention the array of condiments. Ning Pengpeng, with a basket in hand, first selected 2 radishes, followed by a head of cabbage, a cucumber, and some garlic and ginger. However, she soon discovered that the chili peppers mentioned by Manager Su were actually dried peppers, rather than fresh ones. It seems that no one here is aware that these peppers, besides enhancing flavor, can serve numerous purposes. Nonetheless, the absence of fresh chili peppers posed no issue for Ning Pengpeng, as she only required them for imparting spiciness to her pickled vegetables. The ingredients had already been thoroughly cleaned by the helpers, so Ning Pengpeng proceeded to peel the radishes, cutting them in half and then into thin slices. She shaped the cabbage into diamonds, halved the cucumber, and then sliced it into semicircles, placing everything into a bowl. During this time, she finally sliced the garlic and ginger, as well as cutting the dried chilies into thin strips. Previously, in Dahua Tree Village, she had yet to encounter anyone cultivating chili peppers. Once the radishes, cabbage, and cucumber had released their juices, she squeezed out the excess moisture and transferred them to another bowl. She then added the garlic slices, ginger slices, and chili strips, sprinkling an appropriate amount of salt before pouring in some vinegar. Upon detecting the strong aroma of vinegar, she recognized it as aged vinegar and decided to use it sparingly. Next, she added soy sauce, stirring everything together before requesting a jar to pack her mixture into. Finally, she poured a bit of water around the edge of the covered jar to prevent air from entering. Was that all there was to it? Manager Su was somewhat taken aback as he watched Ning Pengpeng diligently chopping and then stirring the ingredients, only to discover that the dish was miraculously complete. Indeed, this was known as pickled vegetables. In truth, any type of gourd or firm root vegetable could be transformed into such a delicacy. The method for preparing these pickles was remarkably straightforward, requiring merely a couple of days before they could be savored. Had it not been for the unfolding events, I would have considered acquiring a shop in town to specialize in selling these pickles as my signature dish. Upon hearing Ning Pengpeng's words, Manager Su's lips twitched. It appeared that he had inadvertently gained an advantage. Thus, he resolved to wait for 2 days to ascertain just how delectable the pickles, as extolled by Aunt Ning, truly were. After all, sourcing the prickly ash would also demand time, and it was uncertain when he might procure it. This pickled delicacy, requiring only 2 days, was certainly worth the anticipation. Manager Su, may I trouble you for a few of those dried chili peppers? Ning Pengpeng inquired, setting the jar of pickles aside in a cool spot before retrieving several uncut dried chili peppers. It is merely a handful of peppers, please, and Ning, take them. Manager Su readily consented. Upon hearing his swift acquiescence, a smile broke across Ning Pengpeng's face, her wrinkles deepening with joy. Thank you, Manager Su. With the seeds from these dried peppers, she envisioned cultivating a vast field of chilies. The mere thought of spicy food rekindled her appetite, which had previously waned. Manager, why are you being so courteous to this old woman? Observing the proprietor smiling at the door, politely bidding farewell to the Ning family, the young attendant could not suppress his curiosity and inquired. It is prudent to refrain from probing into matters best left undisturbed. Even now, Ning Yofu's mind remained in a haze. Ning Pengpeng, reflecting on how her actions had inadvertently caused the eldest brother's family to face imprisonment, contemplated for a moment before addressing him. As she spoke, she cast a glance at Ning Yongpeng nestled in Lu's arms. I heard you were planning to send Peng to study at a private academy? Upon hearing his mother's initial words, Ning Yofu's heart raced. Buying a shop? Returning to assist? Naturally, he favored aiding his mother in establishing a shop over merely helping his father-in-law manage one. After all, this shop could potentially belong to him in the future. Upon hearing his mother's inquiry about Peng, Ning Yofu felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, it was merely a lack of funds that had prevented this from happening sooner. My suggestion is for you to contemplate it thoroughly. After reiterating her advice to Ning Yofu, Ning Pengpeng called for Wang, Ning Yoshi, and the children to board the ox cart. Lu stood there, bemused, watching her mother-in-law walk away, and then pinched her own thigh vigorously. Ouch! Husband, am I not dreaming? Not only did my mother-in-law know the proprietor of Chunfeng Tower, but she also ventured into the county jail, strolled around, and emerged unscathed? Now, she intends to purchase a shop in town? Were it not for the pain from the pinch, Lu would surely think she was still caught in a dream. The events of these past few days felt surreal, up and down, back and forth, rendering her utterly unprepared. Not only was Lu astonished, but even Lu Wangkai was taken aback. What? Is your mother-in-law all right? Lu Wangkai exclaimed in astonishment, rising to his feet. He had not anticipated that his mother-in-law was acquainted with the proprietor of Chunfeng Tower. No, it was likely more than mere acquaintance. She must be familiar with the owner of the establishment. Otherwise, the manager, Su, would not have shown such deference to a simple country matron like Ning. Furthermore, he would not have gone to such lengths to extricate Ning from her imprisonment, considering that County Magistrate Pan was not a man to be trifled with. As for why Ning Pengpeng had been incarcerated, Lu Wangkai harbored certain suspicions, though he lacked the courage to confirm them. Thus, even when his daughter was also apprehended, he refrained from leveraging connections to secure Lu Ye's release. If it was indeed an order from Magistrate Pan, no amount of wealth could sway the outcome, despite his wife, Wang, pleading earnestly for his intervention to save their daughter. Lu Wangkai remained resolute in his decision. Haha, I knew my son-in-law's family was truly fortunate. Your mother has been saying I should do something, and look, they emerged unscathed. Lu Wangkai's thoughts whirled, and he quickly shifted from surprise to a facade of unwavering faith in the Ning family's safety. Wang, upon hearing this, felt a surge of frustration and, wishing to avoid further nonsense, gestured for her daughter to leave. What are you doing, Wang? Lu Wangkai, noticing his wife's dismissal of their daughter, grew anxious and questioned her. You have no shame. I still possess some dignity. Do not assume that others are foolish. Are you unaware of your own contributions? Wang retorted, though she could not muster harsher words. After all, one can only spend their life with this person. Ignorant woman, what do you understand? Do you think that the assets of the Lu family were acquired without reason? You wish to save Lu Yi. But have you considered your other sons and daughters? If the Lu family were to suffer for the sake of saving someone, would that bring you joy? Had I known that the Ning family possessed such extraordinary means, why would I have needed to curry favor with a mere steward of the Lu estate? Upon hearing Lu Wangkai's cunning arguments, Wang turned her head away, closing her eyes to avoid looking at him, her fingers anxiously twisting the beads on her wrist while repeatedly chanting Amitabha. The sound of her prayers was a source of great irritation to Lu Wangkai, causing him considerable distress. Observing Wang's impenetrable demeanor, he departed in frustration. Once Lu Wangkai had left, Wang let out a long sigh. Despite her mother-in-law's words, the situation was still far from resolved. The shop's whereabouts were completely unknown, let alone the prospect of opening a new one. I have yet to decide. You should keep this matter to yourself. Understood. Lu nodded, pouting slightly. Mother, Are you truly going to let my elder brother manage the shop in town? Upon returning home, Ning Laosan gulped down several mouthfuls of cold water, feeling somewhat disgruntled. He had been tirelessly assisting his mother during these days. Why was it that when it came to opening a shop, he was overlooked in favor of his elder brother? This was indeed the case. Do you believe that just because you can profit from selling pastries, it would be easy for you to run a shop? Ning Laosan was momentarily taken aback, then wore an expression that suggested he thought it was only natural. There is a saying, opening a shop is easy, but managing one is challenging. You and Lao Si ventured into the pastry trade, yet merely a few hours have elapsed. Once the shop opens, the business may not flourish as exuberantly as selling pastries. Therefore, you must possess the patience to settle down and tend to the shop. Upon hearing Ning Pengpeng's words, Ning Laosan remained utterly perplexed, unable to discern where he had erred. Previously, whether I advised you to reduce the pastry sales by half or suggested undertaking any task, you could not help but doubt and hesitate. Ultimately, it boils down to the fact that you are not someone who can remain tranquil. If you were to oversee the store and it went 3 days without business, I fear you would be beside yourself with frustration. Laosan, your role is not that of a shopkeeper who stands guard over the store all day. Ning Pengpeng took a deep breath and, in a rare moment of patience, elucidated her thoughts. Today, while in prison, her sons vied to defend her honor, a gesture that she certainly took to heart. Although these sons each possess significant flaws, it is not to say their virtues are entirely absent. Moreover, it has dawned upon her that her previous inclination to go it alone and strive single-handedly, a notion that might hold sway in modern times, is likely impractical in antiquity. Presently, she is bound to these 4 sons and 1 daughter, a connection that is inherently closer than that of others and cannot be severed. While it is said that one's nature is hard to change, these children, having reached maturity, may find it challenging to alter their ways, yet the possibility for change is not altogether absent. Certainly. The primary reason is that although Ning Pengpeng wishes to reform her several sons and daughters, she believes that while she is still relatively young, it is imperative to cultivate the younger ones alongside transforming the older ones. Ning Laosan was momentarily taken aback by his mother's words. However, upon reflection, he realized that if he were to spend his days idly at the shop, especially if business were lackluster, he would undoubtedly grow lethargic. It seemed that his mother's assessment of his character was indeed accurate. Yet, if he were unsuited to the role of a shopkeeper, what vocation would befit him? Wang, please fetch me 10 of the eggs I requested from the kitchen, she instructed. Egg noodles are considered a delicacy in the countryside. Ning Pengpeng felt compelled to express her gratitude to Ning Yoji, for had he not promptly contacted manager Su to handle her entrusted matters, her family might still be languishing in the county jail. Yoji, once the sugarcane fields in the village are allocated per household, I aspire to purchase ancestral land for our Ning family, to establish a private school. The income from this land would be utilized to employ a scholar to teach the children of our clan how to read and write. Ning Pengpeng arrived at the door, her basket filled with gifts. After a courteous exchange, she boldly stated her intentions, leaving Ning Yoji in a state of astonishment, as if caught in a dream. Aunt, is what you say truly real? Ning Yoji exclaimed, rising abruptly, his eyes shining with excitement as he gazed at Ning Pengpeng. Indeed, it is true, she replied, brushing her sleeve and sighing. It was only after visiting the county jail that I realized, without someone to rely on, the Ning family would ultimately drift aimlessly like water weeds. Indeed, while we may earn a modest profit, the capricious winds of fate could swiftly strip us of all our gains. Ning Pengpeng's words struck a chord with Ning Yoji, causing an involuntary pang of emotion to swell within him. In recent days, his shoes had nearly worn to tatters, and he had yet to catch a glimpse of his aunt. It was not only Ning Pengpeng who recognized the significance of power as a man. Ning Yoji yearned for it even more, such as the allure of authority. After a brief respite, his aunt declared her intention to summon the clan leader and the elders to discuss the matter at hand. Given that his aunt wished to acquire sacrificial fields and establish a school, it was imperative to involve the clan leader and the elders, for such weighty matters necessitate an assembly at the ancestral hall. At present, in Dahuai Tree Village, the clan leader Ning Wenhui had reached the venerable age of 77, a testament to longevity. He and Ning Pengpeng's father, Ning Wenpei, belonged to the same generation, being cousins. Although Ning Wenhui held the title of clan leader and was the highest-ranking elder in the Ning family, his advanced age rendered him incapable of managing clan affairs. Furthermore, the lineage of the clan leader had suffered great losses, with sons and grandsons having passed away, leaving only a great-grandson, Ning Yongla, who was merely 7 years old and far too young to bear such a heavy responsibility. As the younger brother of the clan leader, Ning Yoji had assumed the bulk of the clan's duties. The remaining elders, who had previously accompanied Ning Yoji in the division of the Ning family, were all in their 60s. One, named Ning Anzong, aged 66, preferred to mediate and avoid conflict, always advocating for harmony regardless of the situation. The slender man, Ning Anchong, aged 65, is particularly concerned with his reputation. He considers himself superior for having received 2 years of education and looks down upon the illiterate peasants. The two individuals accompanying him share the same generation as Ning Pengpeng, which explains why she, in her previous life in Doweishu village, was regarded as exceptional, rendering others incapable of challenging her. Those of higher status than her have ceased to involve themselves in affairs, while those of her generation either engage in trivial matters or disdain to argue with a mere woman like Ning Pengpeng. The younger members naturally feel inferior in her presence, leaving her unchallenged. Upon hearing the village head convey the news that the matriarch, Ning Laotai, intends to purchase land for ancestral offerings and establish a school, both the plump and slender clan elders were astonished. This revelation even stirred Ning Wenhui, the clan leader who typically spent his days basking in the sun, to open his murky eyes and summon assistants to be carried to Ning Yoji's home to meet Ning Pengpeng. The two clan elders followed closely behind the leader, arriving at Ning Yoji's residence together. Yang hurried inside to fetch the fine tea reserved for esteemed guests, preparing it for the clan leader and elders. Ning Pengpeng couldn't help but curl her lip at this, recalling that Yang had never offered her tea during her visits to Ning Yoji's home. Ning, is what you said true? Ning Wenhui inquired, his voice still resonant despite his slight tremor. After all, my intention to purchase this ancestral land and establish this school is to secure a prosperous future for the Ning clan. Hearing Ning Pengpeng's eloquent words, Ning Wenhui cast a surprised glance in her direction. In the village of Dahuai Tree, the only educated member of the Ning family, the clan leader Ning Wenhui, had spent several years studying as a child scholar. Among the clan, aside from Ning Anchong who studied for just over a year, the rest were illiterate. Upon hearing the profound words of his niece Ning Pengpeng, Ning Wenhui could not help but feel a surge of affection for her. Who has guided you in this? He inquired, naturally believing that someone of her background would not possess such wisdom without external influence. No wonder, he thought, stroking his beard and squinting thoughtfully. And how many acres of sacrificial fields do you intend to purchase? Ning Pengpeng pondered for a moment. Currently, she possessed over 1,000 taels of silver. Although her family was unaware of this, the villagers recognized that the Ning family had prospered, yet the exact amount remained uncertain. Consequently, she held up 3 fingers and addressed her uncle. Uncle, as a guardian of the Ning family, I too shall rest in the ancestral graveyard. Therefore, I plan to reserve some funds for constructing a house and to acquire 30 acres of sacrificial fields for the clan. These fields will be leased to the impoverished families within our clan, and after deducting taxes, they will remit 40% of the rent to the clan. This rental income will then be allocated to cover the expenses of hiring a teacher. At present, 1 acre of fertile land costs approximately 10 taels of silver. Thus, 30 acres would amount to 300 taels. Although the farming practices may be rudimentary, in a good year, 1 acre can yield over 200 jin of grain. 40% of that translates to around 80 jin, and for 30 acres, it would total 1,200 jin of grain. Currently, a pound of millet costs 6 won, while 1,200 pounds amounts to 7,200 won, equivalent to 7 taels and 2 chien. Presently, a teacher in town earns no more than 5 taels of silver annually. Thus, while this sum is not insignificant, it is also not overly abundant. As for establishing a school, the clan will provide the land, and since my family is already constructing a house, it would be convenient to include the school in the project. I have but one request. All children of the Ning family, regardless of gender, should be allowed to attend. Ning Anzong and Ning Anchong exchanged glances, calculating the silver in their minds, and gasped in astonishment. Goodness! Acquiring land and erecting buildings would surely require at least 300 to 400 taels of silver. They could hardly believe that the entirety of the Ning family's wealth could be at stake. Their minds raced with calculations, their eyes ablaze with fervor. The Ning family, your commitment to the clan is not lost on us. Naturally, all descendants of the Ning family should have the opportunity to attend the school and learn to read and write. There is no need to worry about the land for the school. We shall utilize the vacant plot beside the ancestral hall for its construction. Having already expended considerable silver to purchase the sacrificial fields and establish the school, you may contribute some material costs, while the rest will be covered by the clan members who will assist with the construction. Regarding Ning Pengpeng's modest request, Ning Wenhui felt it was likely related to her search for a suitor for the family. He considered his great-grandson and great-granddaughter. Had it not been for his grandson's lineage, he too might have found himself in a position similar to Ning Wenpei, seeking a match for his great-granddaughter. Resolutely, Ning Wenhui instructed Ning Yoji to rally the clan members to commence the foundation work beside the ancestral hall, to which Ning Yoji promptly agreed. The patriarch has made a decisive ruling. Even if the two clan elders harbor differing opinions, they dare not oppose him and can only nod in agreement. However, procuring 30 acres of land necessitates consulting with the intermediary. Once the land is acquired, they will seek out a teacher willing to reside permanently in Daweishu village. Mother, are you out of your mind? Ning Laosan exclaimed upon learning that his mother had spent 300 taels to purchase ancestral land for sacrifices. He jumped up in disbelief. Wang Shi, taken aback by her husband's words, swiftly delivered a sharp slap to Ning Laosan's back. What nonsense are you spouting? Mother has her reasons for acting as she did. Can you not allow her to finish speaking before you interject? Ning Laosan grimaced from the sting of the blow. Yet his heart ached even more. 300 taels. How many pastries must he sell to amass such a sum? In truth, selling pastries could never yield that much money. The profits from selling pastries were earned right in front of him and Lao Si. How could mother possibly have acquired such wealth? This money comes from the frost-kissed peanuts and the recipe for the oil press that I sold to Master Su. I do not expect much from you brothers, but I fervently hope that Yongpeng, Yongkong, and the little ones, Honger and Mianer, will bring honor to our family. Upon hearing that mother intended to include her children in her aspirations, Ning Laosan was momentarily stunned into silence. While earning money is indeed important, the desire for one's children to succeed is a sentiment shared by all parents. As mother wisely expressed, even if one earns money, how much can one truly earn? If one were to earn excessive wealth and attract the envy of others, akin to the misfortunes faced by their mother, who would come to their rescue without the wise counsel of Master Su? Ning Laosan fell into silence. Moreover, having become the subject of gossip among the matriarchs, Wang Shi would certainly refrain from voicing any objections. As for Ning Lair, he was even less inclined to oppose Ning Pengpeng's assertions. Ning Laosi, yet unwed and devoid of any whispers in his ear, shared the same indifference. To him, since the family had already divided, the money earned by their mother was solely hers to spend as she pleased, beyond the reach of others' scrutiny. Ning Yoshi? She possessed no authority to speak. Had it not been for her meddling in seeking out Lu Dia, she would not have provoked such a calamity. During her days in the prison, Ning Yoshi engaged in profound self-reflection. Ning Mian accompanied her aunt in gathering beans, and although they had ceased making pastries, the collection of beans remained essential. Even if they were not to be sold, they could be consumed. The younger ones were blissfully unaware that their grandmother was endeavoring to bestow upon them an unforgettable childhood. Early the next morning, the construction project that had halted due to the Ning family's detention resumed. The villagers of Daweishu village had been murmuring about the reasons behind the Ning family's predicament. However, before noon, the village head delivered astonishing news that left the entire village in shock. Ning Laodai had contributed 300 taels to purchase ancestral land for the clan and planned to establish a free school in Daweishu village, hiring a teacher to educate the clan's children in reading and writing at no cost. The villagers could hardly believe that the notoriously stingy and self-serving Ning Laodai would undertake such benevolent acts. They would have sworn it impossible. However, the village chief openly acknowledged the matter and summoned the members of the Ning family to the ancestral hall to begin laying the foundation for the school. This revelation left the entire community of Dahuai Tree Village in disbelief. The villagers hurriedly spread the news, pausing intermittently to engage in discussions. Some astute individuals quickly grasped the implications and rushed to inquire with the village chief whether non-Ning family members could also attend the school. Upon learning that as long as they paid the required tuition to the teacher who would consent to their enrollment, they would face no objections, the entire village erupted in excitement. Every family cherishes their children, who wouldn't wish for their offspring to achieve greatness. Yet, resources are scarce, and financial means are limited. Moreover, if children are to be sent to school at a young age, an adult must accompany them, and the household's able-bodied laborers are few. Losing even one means diminished productivity and income. How can a large family survive without adequate earnings? However, if the school is conveniently located at their doorstep. With a readily available teacher and significantly lower costs than traveling to the town, who would not desire their children to learn to read? As long as there are children in the village, no one would concern themselves with how much Ning Pengpeng contributed, regardless of the amount. It is a contribution for the village's children, no matter her past transgressions. In the eyes of the villagers, Ning Pengpeng has transformed into a paragon of virtue and benevolence. Had she been aware of their sentiments, she would have scoffed disdainfully, for her actions were far from the altruistic intentions the villagers perceived. Thus, the individuals assisting the Ning family in constructing their home beamed at Ning Pengpeng with smiles as radiant as blossoms upon seeing her approach. What could have prompted such behavior? Ning Pengpeng felt a shiver run down her spine from their cheerful gazes and quietly inquired of Wang Shi, who stood beside her. Mother, I told you that your actions must surely be guided by reason. Now the entire village expresses gratitude towards our family, particularly her maternal relatives, who had recently begun selling pastries, were now relieved to see the influx of silver, ensuring that the children no longer went hungry. With the news of Ning Pengpeng's intention to build a schoolhouse, her second brother, Wang Dayan, began to contemplate sending his eldest son there, wishing to spare him the fate of being as blind to opportunities as he was. Previously, while toiling in the fields, he had not perceived the gravity of the situation. However, upon venturing into town to sell pastries, amidst the bustling crowd and the numerous purchases, he found himself struggling to keep count on his fingers. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Ning Pengpeng's mouth. Although words were spoken, the land had yet to be purchased, the teacher had yet to be engaged, and the schoolhouse remained unbuilt. Ning Danyang. Soon, Ning Pengpeng redirected her thoughts towards her new abode, envisioning the day when her house would be completed, providing her with a spacious residence and a grand bathtub. Suddenly, a faint voice emerged from behind her. Turning around, Ning Pengpeng beheld Lu Dia, her forehead bound with a strip of white cloth, accompanied by Lu Xiaoya, whose complexion appeared somewhat pallid. Upon noticing Ning Pengpeng's gaze, Lu Dia grasped Lu Xiaoya's hand and knelt before her, startling Ning Pengpeng to the point of stepping back several paces. Lu Dia pressed Lu Xiaoya's head down and sincerely bowed 3 times before Ning Pengpeng. Ning Danyang, we owe you our heartfelt gratitude. Without your assistance, Xiaoya would not have fared so well. Hearing Lu Dia's words, Ning Pengpeng found herself momentarily at a loss for words. After all, with the demise of Lu Lizi, a mountain of debt had been left behind, along with Lu Yaozong's son, whom Lu Dia had to contend with. However, the absence of Lu Lizi meant that there was no longer anyone to support Lu Yaozong, so if Lu Dia could stand her ground, she could assume the leadership of the Lu family. Yet, Lu Dia was merely 12 years old, the same age as Ning Yoshi. But she had already matured as if she had undergone a profound transformation. Previously, I had merely intended to bring Yoshi to apologize to you, never anticipating such an event. Rescuing your sister was just a matter of convenience. Yoshi was not at fault, it was my own inability to cope, regardless of whether it was your intention or not. Saving the little girl is a fact, and this kindness will be remembered by Yoshi and me for a lifetime. Lu Dia seemed to have shed her previous indignation. Her demeanor transformed into one of remarkable composure as she smiled at Ning Pengpeng, then took Lu Xiaoya by the hand, turning to leave. Ning Pengpeng thought that would be the end of the matter, but to her surprise, a basket of fresh grass for the cows appeared at the Ning family's doorstep every day thereafter. Initially, Ning Pengpeng did not grasp the significance, but as the days passed, it became impossible to ignore. Whenever Ning Pengpeng suggested that there was no need to continue this daily delivery, as feeding the cows had always been the responsibility of the second son, Ning Lair, Lu Dia, undeterred, continued to bring a basket of tender grass each day. Observing Lu Dia's unwavering determination, Ning Pengpeng contemplated the money she had spent on treating Lu Xiaoya, which she could have requested from Lu Lizi. However, Lu Lizi has passed away, and she felt too embarrassed to ask Lu Dai, such a young child, for assistance, so she decided to let it go. Since Lu Dai willingly brings her fresh grass every day, she might as well consider it as a way for Lu Xiaoya to repay her medical expenses. On the 3rd day of Ning Pengpeng's stay at home, Steward Su arrived, beaming with joy, holding the jar of pickles. Indeed, Ning Dama's culinary skills were remarkable. Such a simple dish could be made so delicious. No wonder you mention wanting to use it as a signature dish. By the way, I have come to inform Ning Dama that the Sichuan pepper you mentioned has already been sought out by the owner, who dispatched someone to Sichuan. Furthermore, everything is ready at the prefecture. We only await the sugar cane. Therefore, You may notify the entire village to cut the sugarcane early tomorrow morning, and I shall send someone to collect it. Thank you, Steward Su. This is splendid news. How about this? I will introduce you to my nephew, who is currently serving as the village chief. You should have met him before. You can rest assured he will handle matters without any errors. Regarding the sugarcane collection, you may coordinate with him to avoid the need for you to make a special trip to the village. Ning Pengpeng was pleasantly surprised by how smoothly things were progressing and, with a gesture of respect towards Steward Su, expressed her delight. What plans does Ning Dama have? If there are opportunities for profit, you must certainly inform me. Steward Su immediately pondered whether Ning Pengpeng had come up with something wonderful inspired by the signature pickles. Manager Su truly holds the elderly woman in high regard. She merely intends to seek a middleman in town to purchase 30 acres of land for her clan to use as sacrificial fields. However, acquiring such a vast expanse of land is indeed a formidable task that requires considerable effort. In ancient times, land represented the very lifeblood of farmers. Unless absolutely necessary, no one would willingly part with their vital source of sustenance. Naturally, most of the land is held by affluent landlords and officials, who would be even less inclined to sell their fields casually. Thus, Ning Pengpeng's proposition to acquire 30 acres for her clan is not something that can be accomplished hastily. It necessitates reaching out to a middleman in town to assist in safeguarding the opportunity. They must be notified as soon as a potential buyer emerges. The most likely scenario involves scattered parcels of land, each located in different areas. However, this would complicate farming significantly. Even if such fragmented plots are available, it would still require a stroke of luck. Upon hearing that the elderly lady intends to purchase sacrificial fields for her clan, Manager Su was initially taken aback, followed by a profound astonishment. After all, buying 30 acres equates to 300 taels of silver. Ning Pengpeng's medicinal formula was sold for merely 1,000 taels. Subtracting the 300 leaves her with only 700. This means she is allocating a third of her earnings from the formula for her clan. How remarkable for an ordinary peasant woman like Ning Pengpeng to possess such audacity. In Manager Su's eyes, not everyone has the capability to act as boldly as she does. Thus, when he later learned that Ning Pengpeng also intends to establish a school and hire a teacher to educate the children in her clan, he was profoundly moved. He pondered momentarily before addressing Ning Pengpeng, stating that if she desired a substantial piece of land, he possessed a parcel that he would be willing to sell. However, he stipulated one condition. Whenever she conceived a profitable venture or wished to collaborate, she must seek him out without delay. Ning Pengpeng was taken aback. The dilemma that had troubled both her and Ning Yoji was unexpectedly resolved by Manager Su. Indeed, this exemplifies the exquisite advantages of power. What these farmers yearned for was effortlessly within the grasp of others. Grateful, the elderly woman expressed her utmost appreciation to Manager Su. She escorted Manager Su to Ning Yoji's residence, where she first discussed the plans for harvesting sugarcane the following day, and then mentioned that a resolution regarding the purchase of sacrificial fields had been reached. Ning Yoji stood before Manager Su with a palpable sense of discomfort. Regardless of what Manager Su articulated, he could only nod in agreement, which significantly dampened Manager Su's initial enthusiasm for conversation. Strangely enough, he found engaging with Aunt Ning to be quite casual and enjoyable, yet with Ning Yoji, an air of distance and unfamiliarity lingered. Observing that Ning Pengpeng indeed had pressing matters, not only concerning the acquisition of sacrificial fields, but also regarding the construction of a new home, he abandoned his original intentions. After courteously instructing Ning Yoji on the necessary affairs, he departed in his carriage. Phew, Aunt, how come you seem utterly unperturbed in the presence of Manager Su? Upon the departure of the esteemed individual, Ning Yoji finally exhaled deeply, having felt stifled while Manager Su was present. What was there to be anxious about? I am not taking his rice for free. Ning Pengpeng rolled her eyes at Ning Yoji, incredulous that he, a distinguished village headman, could possess such timidity. Due to the arrival of Master Su, Ning Yoji immediately struck a gong to summon the villagers. He conveyed the news that Master Su would send someone to collect the sugarcane the following day, and then reiterated his inquiry regarding the sugarcane fields nearby that remained ownerless. He proposed that if anyone chose to relinquish their claim, he would include them in the total allocation, distributing them among the households in need. Once the distribution was made, it would be irrevocable, and no further claims could be made thereafter. Following the decision proposed by the village head to take the land first and pay for the sugarcane afterwards, the majority of villagers in Daweishu unanimously nodded in agreement, with only one or two families expressing their indecisiveness. This time, Ning Yoji issued a formal edict, making it clear that any subsequent change of heart could not be blamed on him. Upon hearing that the proprietor from Chunfeng Tower in town would personally come to collect the sugarcane, and that it would occur the very next day, those who had previously hesitated steeled their resolve and nodded in agreement. Consequently, it meant that the entire village would share in the division of the sugarcane fields. What once appeared to be an abundance of sugarcane fields was now evenly distributed, with each household receiving approximately 2 acres. It was akin to striking gold, as they not only earned a considerable sum, but also acquired a generous portion of land without cost. Most importantly, the village head had made it abundantly clear that Madam Ning had reached an agreement with Master Su for the annual collection of sugarcane from their village. Thus, before dawn the next day, eager individuals made their way to the sugarcane fields to begin harvesting. As the first light of day began to emerge, those with swift hands had already completed the harvesting of their own sugarcane. The Ning family owned the largest expanse of sugarcane, and upon seeing that others had finished harvesting theirs, Ning Pengpeng offered payment to have them continue working on her own land. Upon hearing her words, several robust gentlemen rushed over. With a grand gesture, Ning Pengpeng claimed them all, for although she had harvested a considerable amount of sugarcane, nearly 10 acres remained untouched. With assistance, the pace indeed quickened. By the time the cart dispatched by Manager Su arrived at Daweishu village, the sugarcane in the village had mostly been cut down, bundled as per Ning Pengpeng's instructions into tins. When the time came, they merely needed to tally the quantity for loading. While each stock's weight varied slightly, the differences were negligible. Manager Su was purchasing at the price of 2 won per stock, and due to the wild nature of the crop, an acre of sugarcane yielded approximately 1,000 stalks. Thus, each acre could fetch around 2 taels of silver. The land cost merely 500 won per acre, and after a morning's labor, net earnings would amount to 1,500 won per acre. This sum felt akin to a windfall, as if it were bestowed upon them by others. Even those who only received 2 acres could still walk away with nearly 3 taels of silver, an amount that many families would struggle to earn in a year. After receiving the money, the villagers of Daweishu were at a loss for words. It was uncertain who initiated it, but an 8-foot-tall man suddenly buried his face in his hands and wept. Fortunately, the cart sent by Manager Su had already departed, otherwise it would have been an utter embarrassment. Humph, what a boon for the Qian family. Wang glared fiercely at Qian Daong and Luo, then rolled her eyes dramatically at Qian, unable to resist leaning closer to her mother-in-law to whisper. Ning Pengpeng cast a cold glance towards the direction of the Qian family. Once, the Qian family had been impeccably dressed, their garments free of any patches, but now they appeared disheveled, their clothes marred by numerous patches. When the second son divorced Qian, she had several unblemished outfits. Previously, the Ning family had mocked the Qian family for their acquisition of sugarcane fields, particularly Luo, who had taken delight in their misfortune. Consequently, the Qian family had only received 2 mu of sugarcane land, which translated to a meager sum of silver. This left Qian Daong and Luo regretting their decision not to heed the Ning family's advice to purchase additional land, for had they done so, they would have possessed a greater fortune now. The more they pondered, the more Luo felt a sharp ache in her heart. Meanwhile, as Ning Pengpeng's indifferent gaze fell upon her, Luo's envy fixated on the 15 taels of silver that Ning had just acquired. She cursed the matriarch of the Ning family, thinking that had she urged her family to invest in land more fervently, they would not have found themselves in such a muddle. The more she brooded over it, the angrier she became, convinced that the Ning matriarch had intentionally sabotaged them. It seemed she had long wished to rid herself of her daughter, deliberately targeting their family. Some individuals possessed this tendency. They refused to introspect for faults within themselves. When faced with adversity, their first instinct is to blame others, succumbing to a victim mentality, believing that others are conspiring against them. After concluding these matters, Ning Pengpeng redirected her focus towards constructing a house and purchasing a shop. An intermediary from the town took her to view 2 stores. One of the shops was quite spacious and situated in a bustling area, located in the southern market, not far from Ning Yofu's in-laws shop. Although the shop is spacious, it lacks a backyard and a well, which, in Ning Pengpeng's opinion, is quite inconvenient. Another shop, however, is located in the northern city, diagonally across from the back entrance of Chunfeng Tower. Although referred to as a shop, it is merely a section of someone's residence converted into a storefront against the wall. Nevertheless, it features an entrance leading into a room, complete with a fresh water well and a kitchen. This arrangement would be quite convenient for a family. However, the shop is not situated on the main street of the northern city. One must take a turn to reach it. Consequently, the foot traffic is significantly reduced. The larger shop is priced at 230 taels, while this more modest establishment, which includes the adjoining room, is priced higher at 280 taels. When Ning Pengpeng visited previously, she informed the intermediary that she intended to open a shop, prompting the intermediary to strongly recommend the larger storefront. After much contemplation, however, Ning Pengpeng opted for the shop with the adjoining room, successfully negotiating the price down to 260 taels before joyfully proceeding to finalize the property deed. Mother, why choose this obscure shop instead of the spacious, bustling one? Ning Laosan asked, perplexed. He wished to inquire if it was because the other shop was in close proximity to the elder brother's father-in-law's establishment, yet he lacked the courage to voice this thought. We sell goods with the intention of lasting longevity. Therefore, the location's popularity is not of paramount importance. Moreover, we primarily sell produce cultivated in our village, which is reasonably priced and encourages frequent purchases. Typically, those who purchase such items are primarily the women of the household. Thus, overly bustling locations may not be suitable. This time, Ning Pengpeng refrained from rebuking Ning Laosan. After all, he had learned the virtue of restraint, and she naturally took the opportunity to explain things to him. Mother, did you not previously mention that the signature dish was given to Chunfeng Lu? What, then, do we have left to serve as our signature dish? Ning Laosan pondered and realized that there seemed to be nothing of value to sell in the village. Every household primarily cultivates either cabbage or beans. Their offerings would consist of these very items. Ning Pengpeng smiled lightly, refusing to underestimate cabbage and beans. While affluent families may disregard such produce, she intended to transform the cabbage into spicy kimchi and the yellow beans into soybean paste. In addition to these, she planned to prepare century eggs and fermented tofu. Although they had salted duck eggs and tofu, they lacked century eggs and fermented tofu. Whether it be spicy kimchi, soybean paste, century eggs, or fermented tofu, all are excellent accompaniments for meals and beverages. Naturally, aside from these, an array of pickled vegetables should also be prepared. Ning Pengpeng intended to order small ceramic jars, not much larger than a palm, to house her pickled creations, selling them jar by jar. Mustard greens, cowpeas, cucumbers, and more could all be transformed into pickled delicacies. Furthermore, she could also craft sausages. With such a diverse selection, she believed that once the villagers had tasted them, their interest would certainly be piqued. As for the shop's somewhat secluded location, a simple yet effective solution would be to hang a banner at the entrance of the northern street, clearly indicating that a shop was present. Indeed, Ning Pengpeng had prepared to have several hundred promotional flyers printed, ensuring that every household would receive a coupon adorned with a map. With this coupon, one could claim a small gift. For it is universally acknowledged that both in modern times and the past, complimentary items invariably captivate people's attention. Ning Laosan, under the persistent insistence of his mother, found himself rather bewildered, for he had never encountered such notions, let alone partaken in them. Setting that aside, accompany me to find your elder brother, Ning Pengpeng urged. After securing the shop, she took Laosan with her to seek out Ning Yofu. However, before they could reach the entrance of Lu's general store, they were met with the cacophony of objects being hurled inside, as a crowd gathered outside to witness the commotion. Laosan, being of an impatient disposition, swiftly maneuvered through the throng, and upon peering inside, his fury ignited. There knelt Ning Yofu, head bowed, as Lu Wangkai rained down the account book and inkstone upon him. The earlier clattering noise was, in fact, the sound of the inkstone striking Ning Yofu and subsequently shattering upon the floor. What do you intend to do? Laosan exclaimed, observing Lu Wangkai glance around before seizing a dust-covered feather duster from within the shop, poised to strike Ning Yofu. In an instant, Laosan advanced, gripping Lu Wangkai's wrist with an iron-like grasp, demanding an explanation in an agitated tone. Lu Wangkai, lacking physical prowess and with a rather plump physique, winced in pain as Ning Laosan's formidable grip ensnared him. Do not make such a fuss. I have exerted little force, Laosan retorted. Upon hearing Lu Wangkai's cries, Ning Laosan forcefully flung his hand away and turned to gaze at Ning Yofu. Brother, is this how he belittles you in his own home? Ning Yofu, who had just been battered, did not weep until he heard Laosan's words, which made his nose tingle and tears uncontrollably stream down his face. Ning Pengpeng's expression was equally grim. One must consider the master when dealing with a dog, especially when it involves her own son. What audacity Lu possesses! Does he intend to strike down this son-in-law merely because he disapproves, hoping to find a new husband for his daughter? Ning Pengpeng said darkly as she entered the shop. her face drawn. Nonsense. His accounts are a jumbled mess. While others run their shops profitably, I toil away only to nurture a thieving rat. As his father-in-law, upon discovering such conduct, I have every right to discipline him, do I not? Enough of your nonsense. My son knows himself well. To accuse him of stealing your shop's money is utterly impossible. If you doubt it, I wouldn't mind accompanying you to the county jail once more. Are you brave enough to accept that challenge? Upon hearing Ning Pengpeng's retort, Lu Wangkai felt a pang of anxiety. The Ning family had previously been imprisoned in the county jail, and everyone presumed their fate was sealed. Yet, to his astonishment, she had managed to turn the tables. Now, with her insinuations, should she emerge from her confinement, he would still be languishing in jail. What then? Even if he had not stolen any money. The discrepancies in the accounts were irrefutable. Lu Wangkai picked up the ledger from the ground and, with spittle flying, shouted at Ning Pengpeng. Chapter 68. Coarse Words. Profound reasoning upon the sudden appearance of his mother, Ning Yofu's expression shifted dramatically. He first turned pale and then flushed crimson as he cast a furtive glance at the onlookers outside the shop, his face a mask of embarrassment. What are you still concerned about? Are you not afraid that your esteemed father-in-law will firmly establish the blame of theft upon you? Ning Pengpeng glared at Ning Yofu with irritation. This eldest son, who had once been so cunning while coaxing money from her, now seemed as dense as a wooden block. The missing funds were taken by none other than her father, who had dispatched someone to collect them, forbidding her from informing her mother-in-law. I find myself utterly helpless. The accounts are disarrayed as a result. Ning Yofu, filled with grievance, gritted his teeth and spoke to his mother. You speak nonsense. It is my own shop. What is there I cannot say about sending someone to collect money? Because it was the steward from Hongxiu Pavilion who came to retrieve the funds. I even possess a signed receipt from the steward of Hongxiu Pavilion. Ning Yofu pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket, unfolding it to reveal several receipts within. Those with keen eyes began to count, gasping in astonishment. This Lu Wangkai is remarkably extravagant, having spent dozens of taels of silver in a single night at Hongxiu Pavilion. The total of these receipts must amount to several hundred taels spent there. Does Lu Wangkai not have a wife and a concubine? Surely there are women at home. How could he choose to go to Hongxiu Pavilion without a hint of shame? Hee, you are unaware, aren't you? A wife is inferior to a concubine. A concubine is inferior to a mistress, and a mistress is best if she is unobtainable. The young ladies of Hongsai are so enchanting and delicate. How could they possibly be compared to the elderly wife and concubine of Lu Wangkai? Bah, men are indeed deceitful. Alas, while words may be spoken, it is unjust to accuse others. Ning Pengpeng, pointing at the incriminating documents, gazed at Lu Wangkai's face, which fluctuated between crimson and pale. So, you have squandered the funds from the shop on indulgences and now cast this blame upon my son? Lu Wangkai felt a surge of indignation towards Ning Pengpeng. Yet the presence of Chunfeng Tower behind her made him turn away, mumbling in response. This mother-in-law, your words are excessive. What indulgences? My visit to Hongsai was merely to entertain guests. I had forgotten to mention it earlier. Humph, I care not whether you were entertaining guests or seeking companionship for yourself. You have unjustly accused my son. What shall we do about it? Ning Pengpeng rolled her eyes at Lu Wangkai, observing his corpulent figure. Thankful that the Lu family resembled her mother, otherwise, they might not have found a match at all. As an elder, even if I am mistaken, what can be done? Do you expect me to kneel and apologize to your son? In that case, Yofu, rise and summon the children. We shall take our leave. Ning Pengpeng let out a cold laugh and directly addressed Ning Laoda. Ning Yofu hesitated for a moment, but, with the support of Ning Laosan, stood up and headed towards the back courtyard. Lu Wangkai, witnessing this, was consumed with rage. Ning family, what do you mean by this? Do you think that marrying into the Lu family means that the son-in-law becomes one of your own, subject to your whims and insults? If that is the case, then your daughter is beyond my family's reach. The Lu family is not merely represented by Lu Yi. Should Lu Wangkai dare to suggest that the Lu family retain her, Ning Pengpeng possesses the means to convey the Lu family's actions to the husbands of their other daughters. She cannot believe that Lu Wangkai would disregard Lu Ye's marriage while being indifferent to the unions of all his daughters. Upon hearing Ning Pengpeng's words, Lu Wangkai was on the verge of erupting with rage when unexpectedly, Wang Shi lifted the curtain and stepped out. With a sickly visage, she did not even spare a glance at Lu Wangkai and approached Ning Pengpeng directly, bowing slightly. Dear mother-in-law, I beg your pardon. I am unwell and unable to receive you properly. This matter is our fault. We have wronged you, and I truly feel ashamed to face you. After speaking, Wang Shi covered her mouth, coughing incessantly, as though she might force her very lungs from her body. Lu Shi, her eyes brimming with tears, gazed at her mother. But after receiving a fierce glare from Wang Shi, she timidly followed her husband with their child to her mother-in-law's side. Yi Er's mother is indeed sensible, unlike some who, though appearing respectable, lack true humanity. However, a woman ought never to sacrifice her well-being for something so trivial. Then, she ends up sleeping in your bed, spending your money, and raising your children. If it were me, I would likely be so incensed that even lying in a coffin would not keep me from rising in anger. Therefore, one's own health is paramount. Everything else, well, what does it truly matter? Ning Pengpeng barely refrained from spitting in Lu Wangsai's direction. Listening to her words, Lu Wangsai's face flushed crimson, yet he found himself at a loss for a retort. After all, if the Wang family were to encounter any unforeseen circumstances, it is indeed possible that he might act, as Ning Pengpeng suggested. Should he be contradicted now, and subsequently choose to act in such a manner, would he not be digging his own grave? Meanwhile, Wang, who had been coughing discreetly with a hand over her mouth, pondered Ning Pengpeng's somewhat crude, yet sensible remarks. Listening to a single speech by you is more enlightening than a decade of study. Mother-in-law, or may I address you as Sister Ning instead? Sister Ning, I have pledged my daughter Yi to Youfu. She shall become a member of your Ning family. Should she exhibit any undesirable behavior, please feel free to discipline her on my behalf. As for the remaining belongings of Youfu and the others, I shall arrange for them to be delivered to you by cart. Observing the small bundle in Ning Youfu's hand, it was evident that he had merely packed a few garments. Thus, Wang allowed them to depart first, promising to send the son-in-law and daughter as other possessions later. After all, it seemed that Ning Youfu would not be enjoying favorable circumstances while staying at the Lu family home. It would be wise to seize this opportunity for him and his daughter to move out. No need, I have a bullock cart here. Third, go assist your elder brother with the move, Lu stated anxiously, glancing at her husband. However, to her surprise, Ning Youfu stuffed the bundle into her hands and proceeded inside with Lu San to help with the furniture. Mother, Lu exclaimed, growing increasingly anxious as she looked at Wang, who merely shook her head in response. Meanwhile, Lu Wangkai felt both astonished and furious. His carefree life over the years had largely been thanks to the support of his son-in-law Ning Youfu in the shop. If Ning Youfu were to depart now, the shop would undoubtedly find itself short-staffed. Yet, having grown accustomed to freedom over the years, he could hardly bear to remain. However, the thought of casually hiring someone else left him uneasy. After all, while the shop's items may not hold great value, it would be challenging to discern any potential loss at a glance. Wang, what madness has overtaken you? The master exclaimed. You must have been muddled by your illness to speak thus to your son-in-law. Perhaps it would be prudent for me to resolve these matters before discussing them further with you? Upon hearing Wang's words, Lu Wangkai felt a surge of frustration and cast a sharp glance towards Ning Pengpeng. He recognized that if he continued to escalate tensions with the Ning family, the Lu household would likely suffer as a consequence. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to gracefully step back while the opportunity presented itself. It is indeed difficult to manage both women and scoundrels. In truth, he had been stealthily perched by the window of Pan, peering through a slight opening to observe Ning Laoda and Ning Lao San as they moved their belongings, wary of any potential theft of their possessions. Pan, initially engrossed in embroidering a handkerchief, was taken aback by the master's arrival and froze mid-bow to pay her respects. Yet, recalling her sister's earlier admonitions, she opted for silence, focusing solely on her needlework. Lu Wangkai waited until Ning Youfu had completed the transfer of all his belongings before straightening up and muttering curses under his breath. Those ungrateful wretches. After years of support, even a dog knows its master. I have long recognized him as a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing. However, regardless of how much he rambled on, Pan remained silent, her head bowed as she embroidered. Witnessing Pan's demeanor, Lu Wangsai's irritation surged once more, and he pointed an accusatory finger at her, chastising. If it weren't for you resembling Wang, I wouldn't have had to go to Hongxiu Pavilion in search of a woman. Look at yourself, neglecting all that is good, and instead imitating Wang's ineffectual demeanor. How could you ever compare to the understanding maidens of Hongxiu Pavilion? Despite Pan's gentle nature, hearing Lu compare her to the women of Hongxiu Pavilion filled her with rage, causing her to tremble with indignation. If it weren't for the dire circumstances of her family, she would never have been sold to Lu's household as a concubine. Yet, even so, she was a lady of respectable lineage. It was utterly heartbreaking to realize that in her husband's eyes, She was even inferior to the maidens of Hongqiu Pavilion. Overwhelmed with sorrow, she could no longer focus on her embroidery and began to weep uncontrollably, covering her face with her hands. All you do is cry. No matter how much fortune we may have, you squander it with your tears. Lu Wangsai's complaint was made in passing, yet it provoked Pan to sob incessantly. Frustrated, he unleashed a tirade of reproach towards her before carelessly taking 2 pieces of jewelry from her box and leaving the house. As he stepped outside, he glanced around to ensure the Ning family was not in sight before swaggering out, making his way directly to Hongqiu Pavilion. In his mind, the events of the day, while his father had erred, were trivial. After all, he was the elder. As long as he spoke reasonably, this matter could be laid to rest. Setting aside everything else, he had a son to send to private school. He couldn't possibly escort him to town every day from the village, could he? The location of the shop remains an enigma, and even if it were acquired, what business would be conducted there? Would it prove profitable? If it were not, would it mean subjecting the entire family to hunger? Yet, plans often change more swiftly than anticipated. Holding her son and daughter, seated on a cart laden with furniture, Madame Lu found her thoughts increasingly troubled. Eldest Ning, however, appeared at ease, conversing with Ning San and Ning Pengpeng at the front. "Mother, are you going to the town to inspect the shop?" Ning San could not resist glancing at eldest Ning. Had it not been for the fact that the decision to purchase the shop was made today, he would have doubted whether eldest Ning had received news in advance, prompting such a commotion with his father-in-law. Indeed, Ning Pengpeng did not conceal the information from eldest Ning, directly revealing the address of the shop they had purchased. It turned out to be somewhat secluded, yet if the goods sold could attract long-standing customers, it would not pose a significant issue. Ning Yofu nodded, clearly knowledgeable about the shops in town, even articulating insights that echoed what Ning Pengpeng had previously shared with Ning San. Ning Pengpeng subtly acknowledged this, glancing at Ning Yofu but refraining from further comments. Although she had previously mentioned to Ning Yofu the possibility of assisting her at the shop, it was certainly not with the intention of compelling him to do so. Thus, while Ning San anticipated that their mother would surely inform eldest Ning about working at the shop, he found himself waiting for her to speak throughout their journey home. To his surprise, she remained silent until they arrived home. "Your rooms are still available. You may simply go and dust them off. Moreover, regarding the 2 acres of sugarcane land you received in the village, the money from its sale and the land deed have all been secured." Initially, Lu, feeling somewhat disgruntled about being asked by her mother-in-law to tidy up the house, was suddenly taken aback upon seeing the land deed and silver placed before her husband. 3 taels of silver? When the family was divided, each household only received 2 taels. Now, having merely been allocated 2 acres of sugarcane land, not only did they receive the land deed, but also 3 taels of silver? "Sister-in-law, is the sugarcane from this land particularly valuable? Did your family previously purchase any? And how much silver did you receive?" Lu inquired, her eyes brimming with curiosity. "Naturally, we bought as much as mother instructed us to. As for the sugarcane, it costs merely 2 when per stalk. The abundance of sugarcane in this land is what has allowed each household to earn a considerable amount of silver. Sister-in-law, you ought to extend your heartfelt gratitude to mother. If it weren't for her resolute insistence on allocating these 2 acres to elder brother, the silver distributed in the village would likely have left the main house with nothing." Having said that, she directly poured the washed rice into the pot to cook. In the pot outside, a pig's trotter was simmering, combined with a generous amount of soaked yellow beans. Upon lifting the lid, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, as the collagen from the pig's trotter melded perfectly with the yellow beans. Lu was astounded at the sight, her eyes wide with astonishment. Wang, with a touch of pride, puffed out her belly and remarked, "Nature has bestowed upon me the indulgence of my mother, who, perceiving my daily toil in the kitchen, has specially instructed the village's Zhu Lao Lu to deliver 2 large pig trotters to our home. She desires that I stew them with yellow beans and red dates, adding brown sugar for flavor. However, I find the sweetness overly cloying. How could I possibly consume such substantial trotters alone? Thus, I have chosen to incorporate yellow beans, inviting everyone to partake in the feast." Madame Lu Shi was utterly taken aback by the spectacle presented by Wang Shi, her lips twitching involuntarily, for she could not fathom that it was indeed her mother-in-law who had procured such delicacies for the 3rd sister-in-law. Given her mother-in-law's notoriously frugal nature, it seemed more plausible that the trotters were intended for the 3rd sister-in-law's enjoyment rather than her own. Yet, when evening arrived and the dining table was adorned with an array of dishes, Lu Shi's astonishment was palpable. There it lay, a mound of white rice. The trotters simmered with yellow beans and generous portions of boiled pork belly, sliced into thick pieces resembling little fingers, neatly arranged on a platter, accompanied by a dish brimming with garlic-infused soy sauce. Those inclined to indulge could savor the white meat dipped in the garlicky sauce, experiencing not the heaviness of grease, but rather the delightful sensation of rich, smooth fat gliding down their throats into their bellies, a truly gratifying experience. Particularly for Ning Lao Air and Ning Lao San, who relished the hearty delight of devouring meat. Alongside these three dishes, there was also Ning Pengpeng's homemade pickles, hand-torn eggplant, and steamed eggs. While these pickles may not hold the status of a signature dish fit for a shop, they certainly do not diminish in value when made and enjoyed at home. The tangy and spicy kimchi is adored by everyone in the household. Speaking of the chili peppers, they were procured in abundance by Chunfeng Building for the preparation of this kimchi. Remembering that Ning Pengpeng had previously requested these peppers, Manager Su generously had 2 pounds of dried chili peppers sent to her. It was precisely because of this surplus that Ning Pengpeng decided to make the kimchi at home. The hand-torn eggplant involves steaming fresh eggplants on the rack while rice cooks. Once the rice is done, the eggplants are naturally tender. They are then torn into strips by hand and drizzled with a mixture of garlic, soy sauce, and sesame oil, topped with a sprinkle of chopped scallions. A single bite is a burst of delightful flavor. As for the water-steamed eggs, they are rather unremarkable, with many children in the house. A bowl the size of a basin is filled with 4 or 5 eggs to ensure there is enough for each child. Originally, the families had separated, naturally dining apart. However, after Ning Lao Air and Qian Shi divorced, there was no one to cook, and his own culinary efforts were quite unpalatable. Observing that his mother had paid his younger sibling's wife to assist with the cooking, he reluctantly decided to pay Wang Shi as well, providing her with funds to prepare meals for everyone in the second household, asking her to help with the cooking for the second branch of the family. From Wang Shi's perspective, whether it was one sheep or a flock, the effort remained the same. Furthermore, assisting her mother-in-law's family with meals and now helping the second household, she resolved to merge her own family's meals with those of the others. With the meals prepared together, it was only natural to dine together, which Ning Pengpeng found quite agreeable. She had contemplated allowing Ning Yoshi to cook, but after one attempt, Ning Pengpeng tasted the result and swiftly abandoned the notion of subjecting her stomach to such torment, opting instead to continue having the Wang family prepare the meals. Initially, Ning Pengpeng harbored little affection for Ning Yoshi. Her previous admonishments were merely to prevent any potential disasters. If it had been up to her when she first arrived, she would have cared little if Ning Yoshi met her demise. However, her perspective had subtly shifted. Ning Pengpeng envisioned that once their new house was completed, she would construct a separate cooking area in the yard for Ning Yoshi, allowing her to hone her culinary skills in solitude. Should the dishes turn out unpalatable, it would be Ning Yoshi who would bear the consequences, feasting on her own unsavory creations. If Ning Yoshi persisted in her poor cooking, she would be resigned to consuming her own meager fare, and Ning Pengpeng would graciously withdraw from the endeavor. Naturally, Ning Pengpeng had no intention of divulging these plans to her family. Following the initial shock, envy and jealousy took root. Ning Yofu surveyed the array of dishes before him, feeling quite perplexed. Yet, reflecting on the polite demeanor of the Spring Breeze Tower as proprietor upon his release from the county jail, he suspected that his mother harbored numerous secrets unbeknownst to him. As he lowered his head to hastily eat his rice, his mind wandered. Observing the bowls of his cousins from his second uncle's household, each brimming with generous spoonfuls of egg custard, as well as the abundant meat and vegetables on the table, he wondered why their grandmother had not uttered a word of reprimand. At their maternal grandfather's home, although he and his sister would not go hungry, the delectable dishes were reserved for their grandfather and uncles, leaving only the remnants for them. Ning Chengger tentatively extended her chopsticks to pick up the beans from the pig's trotter, and noticing that her grandmother did not scold her loudly, she felt a slight relaxation in her heart. She flashed a smile at her brother, but it quickly faded as she lowered her head to eat. Ning Pengpeng, upon seeing Ning Chengger's smile, finally understood why she had reached for the beans. Ning Chengger had lost a tooth on the left side of her mouth, and when she smiled, it revealed an unsightly black hole. As for the side note, I humbly request your support in the form of monthly votes. The more votes I receive, the longer the updates will continue. In Chapter 71, The Hair is Plucked, it appears that Mother, the mother-in-law, is genuinely upset. Remember to always be exceedingly respectful towards her. Control your temper, otherwise, I cannot assist you. Ning Yofu recalled the words his mother had previously spoken, feeling a surge of passion and resolved to inquire the next day whether her words held any weight. If they did, he would merely be transitioning from working at his father-in-law's shop to his own mother's shop. Judging by the meal his mother had prepared today, he was certain she would not treat him poorly in the future. If only his mother had said something earlier, he wouldn't have had to be so calculating. Look at how delighted your third siblings are, as if the family fortune of the Ning clan were destined for the youngest son. Lu Shi quickly agreed, but the memory of Wang Shi boasting while cooking made her lose her appetite, prompting her to instinctively voice her complaint. You should keep quiet. If you had even half the cleverness of your third siblings, our family wouldn't be in such a predicament. If it were not for the sake of his mother-in-law, and despite Lu's somewhat foolish demeanor, which nonetheless revealed her unwavering devotion to him, Ning Youfu genuinely wished to part ways with this woman who perpetually failed to grasp the situation. Lu, chastised by her husband, immediately lowered her head, pouting and responding in a hushed tone. As dawn broke the following day, Lu rose early to head to the kitchen. She believed she had risen early enough, only to discover that Wang had outpaced her. Upon seeing Lu enter the kitchen, Wang hastily covered the pot, concealing its contents. Lu felt a flicker of resentment, recognizing the cunning nature of this woman, sensing her own disadvantage. Truly, my sister-in-law is most virtuous, Lu thought. Rising so early to prepare breakfast while heavily pregnant, might this not be too arduous? Upon hearing Lu's remark, Wang's vigilance instantly heightened. It is merely a pregnancy, nothing extraordinary. She mused. I managed to toil in the fields back then. Preparing a meal should hardly be a burden. I am compensated for cooking the 3 meals, courtesy of my second brother and mother-in-law. However, from today onward, if my elder sister-in-law wishes to dine, she must either cook for herself or pay me to assist her. What? Cook for myself? Lu was taken aback, realizing that the meals they had enjoyed yesterday would no longer be available today. Indeed, had they not already divided their household? But you all, including the second brother, still share meals with mother, do you not? That is because my second brother, like mother, has paid for the meal, requesting my assistance in preparation, Wang asserted, resolutely justifying her business arrangement. Lu, in a fit of anger, neglected even to wash her face and turned sharply to leave the kitchen. Upon seeing her departure, Wang spat in disdain at Lu's retreating figure, then turned back and lifted the lid of the pot, slowly stirring with a spoon. She needed to prepare a thick congee, accompanied by a plate of pickled vegetables made by her mother-in-law, along with a dozen boiled eggs. Soon, not only would she deliver these dishes to her mother-in-law, but also ensure that Mian, and her own children would partake. As for her elder brother's family, since her sister-in-law had not offered any payment for her assistance, she would conveniently ignore that matter. The audacity of her third sister-in-law, expecting her to pay for the meal she prepared for their family, was infuriating. Ning Youfu frowned, then relaxed his expression. It was only natural for them to contribute financially. After all, they had already divided their household. If she did not wish to pay her third sister-in-law, she could simply cook herself. There was no need for such excessive commentary. Ning Youfu shot a glare at Lu before stepping outside. Lu remained in the room, seething for a while, but then realized that even if she abstained from eating, her husband and children still required sustenance. With a deep breath, she returned to the kitchen. At that moment, Wang had already ladled the congee she had prepared in the morning into a clay jar, placed the boiled eggs into a bamboo basket, and brought them along with the pickled vegetables to the living room, calling out to the family members who had risen to brush their teeth, urging them to eat. For they still had to assist in building the house later. Aunt, that manager Su is truly generous. The piece of ancestral land he sold us is quite extensive. Ning Pengpeng, holding a bowl of congee accompanied by pickled vegetables, heard Ning Yoji stride in from the courtyard, his smile nearly reaching his ears. That is well, remember. Only those truly in need from the family should tend to the sacrificial fields. Upon hearing Ning Yoji's resolute words, Ning Pengpeng nodded and then admonished him, rest assured. Should any unscrupulous individuals covet the profits from these sacrificial fields, I shall be the first to deal with them. If you are concerned, that is fine. As for the bricks and tiles for the school, once they arrive, simply record the expenses under my name. Hearing Ning Yoji's unwavering declaration, Ning Pengpeng recalled another matter and instructed him, thank you, Aunt. This expression of gratitude caused a smile to involuntarily grace Ning Yoji's lips. The school and your new house should be completed by the end of this month. Everything is in place, only awaiting the right opportunity. However, selecting a teacher proves somewhat challenging. Although we offer a higher salary than the town, the teacher must reside in this village. This alone may deter many. As Ning Yoji spoke, His gaze inadvertently drifted towards his aunt. "Speak plainly. Why this strange demeanor?" Ning Pengpeng shot him a glare and replied directly. "Aunt, this is merely your nephew's thought. One matter should not trouble two parties. Might I trouble you to speak with Master Su and assist us in finding a teacher for our village?" Ning Yoji rubbed his hands together, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and said to Ning Pengpeng, "Good gracious, this lad is taking advantage of Master Su without fear of exhausting him. Grandmother, I know where we might find a teacher." As Ning Pengpeng pondered whether to continue exploiting Manager Su's resources or to devise an alternative strategy, a small head peeked out from the doorway of the living room. Timidly, it addressed Ning Pengpeng. "You are Chun'er? Come in quickly and tell grandmother how you found out where a teacher could be hired." Upon recognizing the small face, Ning Pengpeng was momentarily taken aback before recalling that this was the daughter of the eldest branch of the family. A warm smile spread across her face as she beckoned to Ning Chung. Encouraged by the gesture, Ning Chun'er gained a bit more courage and scampered in, settling beside Ning Pengpeng and gazing up at her with admiration. Previously, her father had sought a teacher for her younger brother in the town, and they had agreed that the fee would only be 2 taels of silver for the year. However, this plan fell through when Mr. Chen seemingly broke his leg, and the matter was left unresolved. The local private school was run by a scholar, yet he did not teach there himself. Instead, he hired a number of less distinguished scholars to instruct the young children in need of education. After all, it was quite an inappropriate use of a scholar's talents to have him teach 4 or 5-year-olds. Those scholars were willing to work at the private school primarily because of the satisfactory wages provided, in addition to the school's salary. Each scholar had the opportunity to select one student of their choosing to tutor for free, essentially allowing these educators to earn supplementary income. It was understood that teachers could not truly offer their services without compensation. The amount they charged depended on their own abilities, as the school did not interfere with such arrangements. Upon hearing Ning Chun'er speak of this, Ning Yoji furrowed his brow in concern. Since the gentleman has broken his leg, how can he possibly come to our village to teach? It seemed like a futile statement. Nevertheless, Ning Pengpeng appeared to be deep in thought, her fingers gently tapping on the table. "If only someone from our clan could attend to the gentleman's daily needs, and perhaps we could construct a wheelchair for him. Then Mr. Chan would surely have no further concerns. After all, given that Mr. Chan is willing to accept students for a mere 2 taels of silver, he must be in dire financial straits. Now, with his leg broken and confined to his home, not only is he struggling to move, but he has also lost his income, exacerbating his monetary woes. If the Ning family could alleviate his inconveniences, the matter would naturally resolve itself." Indeed, Ant's thoughts are quite perceptive. Ning Yoji's eyes brightened instantly as he exchanged a glance with Ning Pengpeng, then turned to Ning Chun'er. "Chun'er, where is your father?" Upon hearing this, Ning Pengpeng's brow arched in surprise. Unexpectedly, the seemingly timid girl resembled a toothless rabbit, yet she harbored quite a few clever ideas. However, her demeanor suggested a desire to please, indicating that her actual living conditions at her maternal grandparents' home may not be as favorable as Lu Shur had portrayed. "Aunt, please continue to enjoy your breakfast. I shall go to the fields to find Yofu." After speaking to Ning Pengpeng, Ning Yoji dashed off. The sooner he resolved the gentleman's situation, the sooner they could secure the education of the village children. Ning Yofu followed closely behind Ning Yolu, nodding in satisfaction at the purple yams planted in the fields. After all, these yams could not only be harvested and sawed for consumption, but could also be chopped to feed chickens, pigs, and cattle. After tilling the land, burying these purple clover will render the soil more fertile. "My dear brother, I have not touched that acre of dry land. Primarily, our new houses were constructed upon that arid plot, all situated together. I refrained from planting anything there, fearing you might change your mind and wish to build, thus avoiding the waste of seeds. Once we conclude our business here, I shall take you to see our new houses." When the topic of the new houses arises, a radiant glow illuminates Ning Yuru's face. From the moment the foundation was excavated, he has watched the walls rise gradually, and they have now reached a height of over 2 meters. To Ning Yuru, this height seemed sufficient for a roof, yet unexpectedly, his mother instructed the mason to elevate the walls to over 3 meters. Consequently, this will incur additional expenses. However, given his mother's insistence, there must be sound reasoning behind it. Observing his younger brother's situation, Ning Yofu cannot help but feel a twinge of envy. Even the usually simple-minded younger brother is erecting a new house, while he himself possesses nothing. Previously, he contemplated purchasing a house in town, but earning money is far from easy. After years of laboring at the Yu family, he has scarcely saved a substantial sum. Reflecting on the meager silver he currently holds, merely the 2 taels his mother allocated to him at the time of the division of the family estate, along with the 3 taels he received from selling sugarcane yesterday, Ning Yofu feels an overwhelming sense of failure. Amidst his despondency, he hears someone in the distance waving and calling his name. Yofu, I finally found you. Your daughter mentioned that the tutor you helped your son find resides somewhere in town. Could you take me there? Ah, tutor? Ning Yofu gazed at the village head who had rushed before him, initially bewildered by the inquiry, only to gradually comprehend the situation. Are you referring to Mr. Chen? He asked. Yes. Your daughter mentioned that it is indeed the gentleman with the surname Chun, who recently suffered a leg fracture, correct? Ning Yoji nodded emphatically, his eyes fixed intently on Ning Yofu. Upon receiving his affirmation, he finally exhaled in relief. However, it struck him as peculiar. Mr. Chen had broken his leg half a month ago and was currently incapacitated. What purpose would it serve to seek him out? Ning Yofu's remarks were overheard by Ning Pengpeng, who was driving a bullock cart to fetch Ning Yoji and Ning Yofu for their journey to town. Teaching is accomplished through words, not by means of legs. Enough of this nonsense. Get into the cart swiftly. Although it is said that an injury to the bones requires 100 days to heal, Mr. Chen's leg would likely take several months before he could walk again. Presently, he was presumably unable to move at all. Yet, once the village school was established, it was anticipated that Mr. Chun would be able to venture out with the aid of a cane, which would be quite timely. Of course, even if he could not walk with a cane, she could always devise a wheelchair. After all, it was merely a chair with 2 wheels attached. Having never seen a pig run, one would still have encountered the concept of it. In a narrow alley on West Street of town, a plump middle-aged woman was standing at a doorway, vociferously berating the world in a manner reminiscent of a teapot. I have witnessed poverty, but never such abject destitution. Especially from a well-read and cultured scholar. Bah, their audacity rivals that of a city wall. The overdue rent is being postponed day after day. How long do they intend to drag this out? Let me make myself clear. If you think you can evade your debts to me, Kai Jinhua, you are sorely mistaken. If your family does not settle the rent today, this matter will not conclude. Then a woman's voice was heard, her tone lowered as she desperately pleaded, Madam Kai. My husband has fractured his leg and has been unable to teach these days, which has led to a delay in our rent payment. I implore you, with your great generosity, to grant us a little more time. I assure you that I will take on more laundry work to repay you. Repay? Retorted Kai. With the meager earnings from your laundry, when do you expect to settle this rent? I tell you, Xia, either summon your husband here so we can openly discuss how a scholar like him owes rent to a mere woman, or you might as well accept that you have no intention of repaying. But my husband cannot move freely now. If he does, he risks becoming disabled. And how could he then pursue the imperial examinations? Humph, since your husband chooses to hide like a turtle and you seem unwilling, do you expect me to believe that you wish to avoid debt? Upon hearing Kai Jinhua's stern inquiry, Xia wore a sorrowful expression. If it weren't for her frail condition, her husband would not be in such a predicament now. Yet, she could only repeatedly beg Kai for a few more days' grace. Actually, I have a solution. Your daughter, Huilan, is 13 this year, is she not? Coincidentally, my eldest grandson has just turned 16. The ages of the two are quite compatible. If we were to become in-laws, the matter of extending your rent deadline would naturally be much easier to discuss. Kai Jinhua had laid the groundwork for quite some time before finally revealing her true intention when she saw that Xia could no longer withstand the pressure. I refuse. Jin Yang, let us move out at once, even if it means sleeping in the streets. I, Chen Wenhe, shall never resort to selling my own kind. With these words, Chen Wenhe's forehead was lined with veins, his body sprawled on the ground. It turned out that upon hearing Kai Jinhua's aggressive demeanor moments ago, he had stubbornly crawled out of bed, dragging his injured leg all the way to the door. Husband, your leg? Xiesher's complexion paled as she rushed towards Chen Wenhe, attempting to assist him. However, with one leg incapacitated and Xiesher unable to lift him, she could hardly help him at all. Oh, scholar, your words imply that I, Kai Jinhua, am forcing someone into prostitution. My eldest grandson desires your scrawny daughter. That is indeed a blessing for your family. Since you deem us unworthy, how about returning the money? Once the money is refunded, you may sleep wherever you please. Kai Jinhua sneered coldly, extending her hand towards Chen Wenhe to demand the silver. She was eager to witness how the Chen family would fare once cast out onto the streets. Rather than allowing them to remain, she would ensure they were expelled first. And once Chen Wenhe's health deteriorated, She would then coerce Xie with threats and temptations. Chen Huilan would be firmly within her grasp, with nowhere left to run. Oh, is this a grand performance? Sister, which opera troupe do you belong to? Your voice is quite resounding. Ning Pengpeng had only listened for a moment before grasping the situation inside. Supporting her elder siblings, she dismounted from the ox cart, approached Kai Jinhua with her chin held high, and with a sidelong glance, inquired. Kai Jinhua was calculating her schemes when unexpectedly, a formidable presence emerged. Who are you? Do I know you? She retorted. Oh dear, sister, I merely offered you a compliment. Why the sudden change in demeanor? The thunderous voice reverberated, akin to rolling thunder, leaving only a buzzing in her ears. I warn you, should you deafen me, I will not let this matter rest. With that, Ning Pengpeng glared fiercely, placing her hands firmly on her hips, thrusting her chest forward defiantly. Just as Kai Jinhua contemplated advancing to shove Ning Pengpeng aside, 3 imposing men appeared behind her. What? The trio, exhaling through their nostrils, glowered menacingly at her. You, just wait. A wise person does not suffer immediate losses. While someone might stand up for the Chun family momentarily, can they do so for a lifetime? Once they departed, she would see how to deal with the Chen family. Kai Jinhua turned to flee, muttering curses under her breath. Xia expressed her gratitude repeatedly, yet her eyes were clouded with concern. Ah, it is Brother Ning. Thank you for your gallant assistance. This matter, sigh. After lying on the bed, Chen Wenha, with a face full of shame, bowed in thanks to Ning Yofu but remained silent, his gaze lowered. There is no need for such formality, Mr. Chen. It is evident to all that the woman was excessively harsh and malicious, attempting to coerce you. Sensing the awkward tension, Ning Pengpeng stepped forward, her smile radiant as she addressed Chen Wenha. And who might this be? Upon seeing Ning Pengpeng, Chen Wenha immediately glanced at Ning Yofu. Look at my memory, Mr. Chen. This is my mother, and this is the village head of Dahuai Shu, my cousin Ning Yoji. This is my third brother, Ning Yoshou. We have come with a request, and sincerely hope Mr. Chen will oblige. After Ning Yofu spoke to Chen Wenha, he cupped his hands and bowed slightly. Upon hearing Ning Yofu's words, Chen Wenha immediately recalled the earlier threat posed by Kai Jinhua, and his expression turned somewhat grim. Indeed, I have heard from Yofu that you are the finest teacher in town. Coincidentally, our Ning family intends to establish a clan school in the village and is in need of a teacher to instruct the children in literacy and learning. Thus, upon receiving this news, we hurried here, hoping that Mr. Chen would not disdain our rural locale and would impart knowledge to all without discrimination. Noticing Chen Wenha's displeasure, Ning Pengpeng quickly realized that he might have mistaken their intentions, thinking they were threatening him like that woman earlier. Therefore, she addressed Chen Wenha directly. We understand that you have grown accustomed to life in town, and moving to the countryside might pose certain inconveniences. However, we are earnest in our proposal. We plan to construct a small residence adjacent to the school for you and your family. Aware of your current mobility issues, we will also arrange for someone to assist you with your daily needs. As for compensation, we offer 40% of the yields from 30 acres of ancestral land we have acquired for sacrificial purposes. Upon hearing Ning Pengpeng's words, Chen Wenha was utterly stunned. They were not threatening him. Rather, they were inviting him to teach the children to read and write. Xia was momentarily taken aback, reflecting on the promises made by Ning Pengpeng, and suddenly found herself overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down her cheeks. If her husband consented, not only could he continue to educate the children, but he could also recuperate properly, free from worries about food and shelter. The remuneration could be saved to provide him with travel funds. When the imperial examinations commenced, they would no longer fear that a lack of silver would prevent him from participating. Chen Wenha, however, contemplated that with this surplus of funds, he could seek proper treatment for his wife's ailment, alleviating the years of postponement that had transformed a minor illness into something more serious. Mr. Chen, if you are unable to make a swift decision, perhaps it would be wise to take some time to consider. We shall await your favorable response. Ning Pengpeng observed Chen Wenha's dazed expression and, unsure of his thoughts, feared that her insistence might provoke his aversion. After a moment's reflection, she addressed him. There is no need for hesitation. I will comply with your wishes. For the sake of our daughter and wife, we must venture into the countryside. Given our current predicament, if he remains in town, it is likely he will soon find himself destitute on the streets. It would be far better to seek refuge in the countryside. Very well. Mr. Chen, will you relocate now, or shall we wait until the school is established? If you choose to move immediately, although our rural abode may be modest, We can certainly offer 2 rooms for your temporary stay. Once the school is completed, you will be able to settle in there. Should you prefer to wait until the school is ready to move, rest assured that if you wish to continue renting here, the expenses will be covered by our Ning family. If you prefer to find another place, that is entirely acceptable as well. Upon hearing Chen Wenhe's immediate agreement, Ning Yoji was instantly filled with excitement and assured Chen Wenhe by patting his chest. There is no need for additional accommodation. I possess a recently purchased residence on North Street, which is currently unoccupied. If Mr. Chen does not mind, you may temporarily reside there with your wife and children. Once our village completes the construction of the schoolhouse, you can relocate there at your convenience. Ning Pengpeng shook her head at Ning Yoji and then addressed Chen Wenhe. In her opinion, the venomous words spoken by that woman earlier indicated that she had long been harboring intentions towards the Chen family. Remaining here could lead to unforeseen harm from her. It would be far wiser to move out promptly to avert any potential disaster. North Street? Chen Wenhe and Xie Shi exchanged glances, both taking a discreet breath. Particularly, Chen Wenhe recalled that Ning Yofu was the manager of the Liu family shop and also their son-in-law. His wife's frequent purchases on credit from the Liu shop had led him to accept Ning Yofu's son as a student. Little did he expect that Ning Yofu's wealthy father-in-law owned a house on North Street, which was utterly beyond his imagination. With the assistance of Ning Yofu and his companions, they first lifted Chen Wenhe onto the ox cart. Then, with Xie Shi pointing out the Chun family's belongings, they swiftly loaded everything onto the cart. Mother, what is happening? Chun Huilan, who had just returned from the embroidery workshop after purchasing thread, was taken aback to find their home in the midst of moving. She hurried forward, grasping Xie Shi's hand in concern. Alongside her was Kai Jinhua, who had also arrived shortly after. Well, Chen Scholar, you have yet to settle the rent. And you think you can escape? Not a chance. Initially, I believe these individuals were merely intervening in an unjust situation, assisting you before departing. To my astonishment, they now intend to take the Chen family away. This simply cannot be permitted. I still have a month's rent deposited with you. We have merely exceeded the payment deadline by a few days. You can deduct the overdue rent from the deposit. We no longer wish to rent your property. Is that not acceptable? Chen Wenhe lifted the curtain of the ox cart, retrieving the rental agreement, and with a stern expression, addressed Kai Jinhua. Upon seeing the agreement, Kai Jinhua was momentarily taken aback. This cannot be. What cannot be? Are you attempting to abscond with money? Ning Pengpeng observed Kai Jinhua shaking her head, eager to retort Chen Wenhe's words, but was swiftly halted by Ning Pengpeng. The scholar has already stated that there is a deposit for the house rented from you. The few days of overdue rent can be deducted from that deposit. Now, return the funds. Oh, surely you are not so shameless as to refuse repayment? You pride yourself on your wealth. If you have money, why not return it? Does it make your family appear affluent if you refuse? Eldest, third. Take her to her home to retrieve the money. If she cannot produce it, we shall sell her precious grandson. Surely that will yield some funds. Very well, mother. You can rest assured. Ning Laosan rolled up his sleeves, exposing his muscular arms, causing Kai Jinhua to gasp in fear. The fist, as large as a sandbag, coupled with arms thicker than her legs, though they are not, could surely send her flying if struck upon herself. Initially, Chen Wen was under the impression that Kai Jinhua had come over to engage in yet another round of disputes, and he had already resigned himself to the fact that Kai Jinhua would not be returning the deposit for the rent. Madam Chen, do take a look. Is there anything missing? If so, my brothers will go and collect it anew. Ning Laosan handed the money he held to Xie Shi, then patted his chest, assuring her, not a bit short, just perfect. Thank you both immensely. Xie Shi gratefully accepted the money that Ning Laosan had offered, nearly moved to tears. Mother, this is Huilan, isn't it? She truly possesses grace. You and your mother should board the ox cart first and accompany your father to the new residence. Once we arrive there, your parents will explain everything thoroughly. Ning Pengpeng smiled as she took Chen Huilan's hand, affectionately patting it before beckoning her and Xie Shi to board the ox cart together. Ning Laosan drove the cart, while she sat beside him. Ning Laodao accompanied Ning Yoji on foot. Although the distance from the West Street to the North Street was not particularly close, it was also not too far, especially since Ning Pengpeng did not have to traverse it on foot. Upon reaching the entrance of the newly purchased shop, Ning Pengpeng retrieved the key from her pocket and unlocked the grand door, revealing a spacious courtyard within. You may make do with this place for now, and Mr. Chen can settle in comfortably to recuperate. Should any urgent matters arise, you may mention my Ning family's name to Manager Su at Chunfeng Tower across the street. Ning Pengpeng. with a beaming smile directed at the Chen family, dropped a shocking piece of news. Entrusting the keys to the courtyard into Xia's hands before waving goodbye and departing with her son and nephews, Chen Wenhe was left in a state of bewilderment. If Ning Youfu was indeed well acquainted with the manager of Chunfeng Building, Su, why would he seek assistance from a mere impoverished scholar like himself regarding his son's education? Surely he could have approached manager Su directly, who would have likely facilitated the matter with the private school's proprietor long ago. Chen Wenhe found himself utterly perplexed. Initially, he had assumed that the courtyard behind the shop in town was reserved for the eldest son's family to reside in. To his surprise, no one from the Ning family occupied it. Instead, it was the family of the teacher invited by the clan who had moved in first. As long as it was not the eldest son's family residing there, Ning Laosan felt a sense of relief. However, Ning Youfu's priorities diverged entirely from those of Ning Laosan, as he was filled with excitement. He could hardly believe that the clan was willing to build a school and invite a teacher to educate the children in reading and writing. This meant that Peng could finally attend school, a dream he had long cherished. Upon returning to the Ning residence, Ning Youfu entered the courtyard alongside Ning Pengpeng and the others, only to find Lu weeping while holding a child. Wang stood nearby, her expression stern. What could have happened? Upon hearing her grandmother's voice, Ning Cheng'er recalled the actions of her mother, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Ning Yongpeng, though merely 4 years old, understood the meaning of shame, burying his head against his chest like an ostrich. Mother! Before Wang could call out to Ning Pengpeng, Lu suddenly stood up, her face a mix of shame and anger. Sister-in-law, why must you be so aggressive? Wang's eyes widened as she pointed to her own nose, gazing incredulously at Lu. Am I the one being confrontational, or is it you who is being excessively domineering? This egg was purchased by my second brother, intended for Mianer and her 3 sisters. Even if Mianer is reluctant to eat it, you should not have deceived her into relinquishing it for Penger. Oh, your son is a son, but our daughter is not a daughter. As the words of the third aunt echoed, Ning Yongping's face flushed a deep crimson. He broke free from his mother's grasp and respectfully clasped his hands together, bowing to Wang and Ning Mianer, as if he were a mature adult. Third aunt. Sister Mianer, I apologize. This is all my fault. Grandmother, I did not prevent my mother's actions, and since her wrongdoing stems from my error, if punishment is due, let it be directed at me. After bowing to Wang and Ning Mianer, Ning Yongpeng turned and knelt before Ning Pengpeng. Lu, your son is merely 4 years old. If he understands such principles at that age, I cannot believe you lack even the slightest comprehension. If you wish for Penger to achieve greatness in the future, you must diligently curb your own flaws. Otherwise, even if Penger becomes an official one day, your shortcomings will hinder him. Reflect deeply in your room on what it truly means to be a good mother. Ning Pengpeng cast a look of mild disdain at Lu before turning her gaze toward Ning Youfu. It is often said that a man instructs his wife at his side. If you do not grasp how to guide your wife in proper conduct, how can you excel in anything else? Fortunately, these 2 children possess goodness and a sense of propriety, honor, and shame. I suspect that they were raised under the guidance of your esteemed mother-in-law, Madame Wang. In the town, what a pity it is that such an intelligent and reasonable person as Madame Wang has given birth to a daughter of lesser merit. I apologize, dear mother. I shall certainly take it upon myself to discipline her properly. You are correct. She is indeed unfit for the upbringing of children. Perhaps it would be best for you to take care of the 2 children instead? I fear that if they are nurtured by someone like Lu, they may gradually develop undesirable traits. Ning Youfu's face was equally flushed. After all, it was just an egg. There was no lack of silver in the household. To deceive a child out of it, only to be discovered by others, is truly disgraceful. Ning Pengpeng was taken aback by Ning Laoda's audacious suggestion. She had not intended to offer her services as a free nanny. I am getting older and lack the energy. It would be better to leave the children in the care of Wang. With a swift glance, Ning Pengpeng entrusted Ning Cheng'er and Ning Yongpeng to Wang. After all, Wang was already tending to her own child and assisting with the 4 children of the second branch. Adding the 2 children from the eldest branch should not pose a significant problem. However, this assistance could not be rendered without compensation. Your second brother provides Wang with 200 won each month as a token of labor. You should do the same. As for if Wang is to prepare meals for the 2 children, remember to provide her with the necessary funds for their sustenance. Of course, I will ensure that. And I thank you, dear sister-in-law. Ning Youfu promptly agreed to Ning Pengpeng's proposal and then spoke courteously to Wang. The previously arrogant Wang family found themselves in a state of utter embarrassment. My dear brother, how politely you speak. How did I address you yesterday? And again this morning? Ning Yofu's voice dripped with reproach. I acknowledge my fault and vow never to repeat it. Ning Yofu's words were laced with bitterness, the weight of past grievances, long overshadowed by Lu Wangkai's dominance, now surged to the forefront of his thoughts. I truly recognize my errors. Please, do not look at me with such disdain. She implored, tears welling in her eyes. The pain in her heart was palpable as she observed Peng's piercing gaze, as if she were but a blemish upon a pristine canvas, eliciting revulsion and hatred from her own son. Lu's tears cascaded freely. Hearing her make such a solemn promise, Ning Yofu's anger momentarily subsided. He released her hand and took a seat beside her, his expression contemplative. You have made this vow. Should there be another transgression, do not blame me for disregarding our marital bond, he warned, his tone grave, instilling a sense of dread. Then, may I not be responsible for Chang'er and Peng's discipline? After all, I am their mother, she pleaded. Let this matter be forgotten. From now on, you shall not interfere in the affairs of the children. Focus solely on managing the household, Ning Yofu responded decisively. Having discerned that his mother was a woman who could not tolerate even the slightest imperfection, Lu has already fallen out of favor with her mother, and it is imperative that Chang'er and Peng do not suffer the same fate. As for himself, ever since the division of the family, it seems that his mother has ceased to regard him with the same warmth as before. Therefore, he and Lu absolutely cannot become a burden to the two children. Observing Ning Yofu's resolute expression, Lu could not help but cover her face and begin to weep, feeling profound regret within her heart. She felt an unjust grievance. Originally, the four daughters of her second brother's household occupied the lowest tier of the family hierarchy. Previously, when Qian treated Ning Mianer and the others poorly, she had never seen Wang speak a word in their defense. Unexpectedly, today, for reasons unknown, Wang had meddled in affairs that did not concern her, provoking a furious outburst from her husband. The glances exchanged between her daughter and son made Lu feel as if they had distanced themselves from her, a sensation that pained her more than death itself. Ning Pengpeng, noticing that the eldest had taken Lu away, glanced at Ning Cheng'er and Ning Yongpeng before speaking. If you find yourselves with nothing to do at home, you may assist Mianer and the others. Upon hearing Ning Pengpeng's words, Ning Mianer immediately stepped forward, beaming a radiant smile at Ning Cheng'er and Ning Yongpeng, then took them by the hand, leading them toward her aunt's quarters. Wang held her belly, feeling a slight unease in her heart. Well done, Ning Pengpeng remarked, casting an appreciative glance at Wang. This praise caused Wang's face to flush with joy. She had known that her actions would surely earn her mother-in-law's approval. In the courtyard of the Anjin County office, Pan Shujia wore a rather grim expression, while the scribe beside him continued to embellish the tale. My lord, the Pei family, though distant in the capital, does not merit such deference from you. Should we acquire the recipe for sugar production, it would yield a veritable fortune in gold and silver. You have heard the words of that old woman. She merely sold a milling cart to the Pei family. As for the sugar recipe, it is nothing but sheer nonsense. Moreover, what do you truly know? Although the Pei family resides far away, my lord's promotion and accolades are firmly in their grasp. Setting aside the question of whether such a recipe even exists, do you truly believe it worthwhile for my lord to barter his esteemed position for it? My 10 years of diligent study were not for the sake of mere trifles. Furthermore, after apprehending the Ning family members and confining them, did you uncover any evidence of sugar production? All that remains is the milling cart mentioned by the old woman. Ultimately, it was the steward Su from the Lu residence who indulged in debauchery here for so long, only to emerge the day Lu Lizhi sold his daughter as a concubine, claiming the Ning family possessed a sugar recipe. Undoubtedly, I have been made a pawn in this scheme. At this juncture, Pan Shujia's expression darkened further. Upon hearing such a lengthy discourse from my lord, the steward could not help but grasp that my lord was not only constrained by the Pei family's influence, but also, as my lord aptly stated, how could a simple country woman possibly possess knowledge of a sugar recipe? It seems that the steward Su from the Lu residence, in light of the incident concerning Lu Lizhi's daughter, has intentionally entangled the old woman from the Ning family in this farce. Regrettably, it was unforeseen that he had entangled himself with the wrong individuals. Although old Lady Ning may be but a simple peasant woman, she possesses the formidable backing of the Pei family from the capital. The steward reached into his pocket to feel the 500 taels of silver notes that the imprisoned manager Su had bestowed upon him, silently acknowledging that he had done all he could. Pan Shujia, hailing from a background of hardship, lacked any significant connections. While he certainly valued wealth, he prized power even more. Previously, he had been deceived into believing that the Ning family was insignificant and that they possessed a secret recipe for sugar production, prompting his misguided actions. Now that he realized the Ning family lacked such a recipe and had a powerful patron, his earlier dreams of wealth and status seemed truly fanciful. However, this situation might still bear fruit. At the very least, the Pei family now owed him a favor. If he could persuade the Pei family in the capital to speak favorably on his behalf, he could secure a favorable position, and ascending the ranks would merely require a wave of his hand. Even if he remained at the same level, it was likely he would be assigned to a prosperous county in Jiangnan, a far cry from the meager opportunities available in town, where one could hardly glean any profit. Yet, before departing from town, he needed to settle accounts with one individual. Did not Manager Su claim he could provide him with the sugar production recipe? Since old lady Ning possessed none, acquiring it from the Liu family should suffice. Meanwhile, Manager Su, confined within the county jail, shivered involuntarily and sneezed forcefully. The prison exuded an eerie chill, leaving him to wonder when the steward would manage to extricate him. News of Manager Su's arrest swiftly reached the Liu family in Mingzhou. Upon learning of Su Guan's arrest, Liu Jiani was consumed by fury, wreaking havoc in his study. That very night, he stormed into Su Yinyang's quarters, delivering several resounding slaps to her face, while vehemently denouncing her as a harbinger of misfortune. Despite being chastised and struck by the eldest young master, Su Yinyang knelt on the ground, desperately pleading for his assistance in rescuing her brother. Liu Jiani, however, was acutely aware that extricating someone from the clutches of County Magistrate Pan would require an exorbitant sum. For the sake of an aunt's brother, he would never entertain such an idea. Little did he know that what Magistrate Pan sought was not merely a substantial bribe from the Liu family, but rather something far more vital to their very existence. After Pan Shujie relayed a message to the Liu household, he was taken aback by their conspicuous silence regarding Su Guan's predicament. This reaction elicited a derisive snort from him, confirming his suspicions. Go. Deliver this letter and this box to Su Guan's wife, instructing her to seek out Su Yinyang. Under severe duress, Su Guan had divulged that his sister was particularly favored by the eldest young master, Liu Jiani. It seemed plausible that she could discreetly steal the Liu family's sugar-making secrets, which should not prove overly difficult. Even if it were a daunting task, she had no choice but to succeed. Otherwise, she could only await the grim news of her brother's demise. After being struck by Liu Jiani, Su Yinyang wept inconsolably in her courtyard. As a woman in a precarious position, she had no means to rescue her brother without the eldest young master's aid. The mere thought of her brother facing execution rendered her nights a torrent of tears. Madam, Su Guan's wife has arrived. Upon hearing this from her maid, Su Yinyang lifted her swollen eyes and gestured for her to enter. Dear Yuliang, you must save your brother. If anything were to happen to him, how could I and your several nieces and nephews possibly survive? Mrs. Peng, in a fit of despair, rushed in, embracing Su Yuliang while weeping and beating her chest in anguish. Upon hearing her words, Su Yuliang could no longer hold back her tears. I had long advised my brother to remain vigilant and execute his duties flawlessly, to avoid any mishap. Yet now, in Anjin, the eldest master has entrusted him with a task, and he has caused such a significant uproar. The eldest master is furious with me. How would he be willing to expend resources and energy to rescue him? I fear I may also be cast aside, losing all favor. The more Su Yuliang reflected, the deeper her sorrow grew, leading her to cover her face and sob once more. Mrs. Peng, taken aback by her sister-in-law's tears, abruptly turned to the maid attending Su Yuliang and instructed, "Look at how your mistress's makeup has run. Quickly fetch a basin of water to help her freshen up." The maid, observing Su Yuliang's reddened eyes, promptly hurried off to fetch water. As the favored companion of the eldest master, Su Yuliang possessed a keen awareness of her surroundings. Sniffling softly, she gazed at Mrs. Peng with confusion. "Sister-in-law, why did you specifically dismiss Chunqing?" It was only then that Mrs. Peng, trembling, retrieved a small box and a letter from her sleeve, and with a thud, knelt before Su Yuliang, weeping, "I implore you, dear sister, save your elder brother. If he remains imprisoned much longer, he surely will lose his life." Su Yuliang, perplexed, accepted the box and casually opened it to take a look. A piercing scream echoed as Su Yuliang knocked the box to the ground, revealing a severed finger rolling out. Upon closer inspection, the finger bore a ring that belonged to her brother, Su Guanshi. Su Yuliang's voice trembled, her face drained of color, devoid of any trace of blood. Sister, sister, you have only this one brother. For the sake of your shared blood, please save him. Pengshi pleaded, tears streaming down her face. Su Yunyang, shaking, took the letter from Pengshi's outstretched hands. As she unfolded it, her heart raced with each line she read, her anxiety intensifying. How can this be? If I were to act upon this, the eldest master would not spare our family, she exclaimed, crumpling the letter into a ball and glaring at Pengshi as she whispered fiercely. Sister, you also mentioned that after this incident, the eldest master will likely discard you as well. If that is the case, why not seize this opportunity to make a declaration of allegiance? As the saying goes, the common folk do not contend with the officials. No matter how formidable Lu Dashe may be, he is merely a merchant. Once that esteemed individual acquires what he desires, the Lu family will hardly endure for long. Upon hearing her sister-in-law's words, Su Yunyang's heart jolted, her fists clenched tightly as she sank into her chair. Let me think this over, let me contemplate. Auntie, wash your face, Pengshi suggested, but as Su Yunyang's personal maid entered with a basin of water, she was left without further words. Chuanqing attended to Su Yunyang, assisting her in washing her face, before quietly circling around Pengshi without uttering a sound. Upon noticing that she was not asked if she wished to wash her face, Mrs. Peng felt a surge of indignation, contemplating the fact that the head of the household was imprisoned, leading even the maidservants to neglect her. However, she knew she could not display her anger in front of Chuanqing. This matter could either remain unspoken, allowing her to live a life of silence, or be conducted discreetly, ensuring that not a soul in the Lu residence became aware. Sister, consider the words of your sister-in-law. Your elder brother can only rely on you. With Chuanqing watching intently, Mrs. Peng could utter no further words and thus took her leave. Su Yunyang, appearing weary, gestured for Chuanqing to escort Mrs. Peng out. Once the room was devoid of company, she retrieved the letter from her bosom and scrutinized it closely. After reading, she found a fire stick and incinerated the letter thoroughly. She then discarded the ashes into a potted plant, mixing it with soil and water until it was indistinguishable. Finally, she opened the windows to let the breeze carry away the scent of burnt paper. Aunt, you must not heed your sister-in-law's pleas. Regardless of her entreaties, do not engage with her. Otherwise, the eldest master will surely be even more reluctant to visit you. Chuanqing earnestly advised Su Yunyang. With her head bowed, Su Yunyang fiddled with the handkerchief in her grasp, remaining silent. At least she was no longer weeping incessantly as before. As darkness fell, Su Yunyang had yet to instruct for the lamps to be lit. It was Chuanqing who could not restrain herself, striking the fire stick and illuminating the room. Su Yunyang seemed to awaken from a stupor, her gaze gradually settling upon Chuanqing. Spring apricot, do you harbor feelings for the young master? Which is why you are concerned about his absence from my side. Surprised by Aunt Su's direct inquiry, Spring Apricot was momentarily taken aback and hastily knelt down. However, once on her knees, she felt a pang of regret. Nevertheless, she was still Aunt Su's maid, with her indenture contract firmly in Aunt Su's grasp. Spring Apricot contemplated Aunt Su's words. Her sole intention was to act in Aunt Su's best interest, devoid of any ulterior motives. Reminded of her contract, Spring Apricot quickly suppressed her thoughts and earnestly declared to Su Yunyang. Su Yunyang gazed at Spring Apricot, her expression somewhat dazed. After what felt like an eternity, as Spring Apricot's legs began to ache from kneeling, Su Yunyang seemed to finally notice her presence and hurriedly approached to assist her up. Silly girl, if you indeed have an affection for the young master, I can arrange for you to attend to him. If you manage to cheer him up, he shall have no reason to be displeased with me. However, should your heart not be inclined towards him, I would never compel you to do something you dislike. Even if we were to remain confined in this courtyard for the rest of our days, having you as my loyal servant would render my life worthwhile. Upon hearing Su Yunyang's words, Spring Apricot was momentarily stunned, pondering who would wish to be confined here for eternity. Auntie, I am willing. I am eager to serve the young master and ensure he does not harbor any anger towards you. Observing Spring Apricot's excitement and the way her eyes sparkled as she looked up at her, Su Yunyang smiled and gently caressed Spring Apricot's face. How delightful. Your skin is so smooth and delicate. I am certain the young master will find it quite appealing. Excited, Chuanqing completely overlooked the glimmer of intrigue that flickered in Aunt Su's eyes. Su Yunyang, amidst the throngs of women vying for Lu Jinny's affection, had managed to carve a path to his heart, undoubtedly possessing her own unique talents. Now, as Su Yunyang assisted Chuanqing in preparing for her appearance, deftly styling her smooth hair, she whispered gentle guidance into Chuanqing's ear. The candid Chuanxing felt her cheeks flush, yet she eagerly nodded in acknowledgement. Go forth, and may you not disappoint my earnest expectations. Chuanxing flashed a radiant smile at Su Yunyang before taking the food box she had prepared and making her way to the young master's study. Upon learning that it was Aunt Su delivering the nourishing delicacies, the guards, noting Chuanxing's hooded cloak enveloping her figure, could not ignore the alluring fragrance that wafted from her. Their hearts raced with suspicion. Surely this girl, under the guise of Aunt Su, intended to entice the young master? In any case, if the young master found her distasteful, he would undoubtedly dismiss her, and thus, the guards offered no significant hindrance, allowing Chuanxing to enter the study. Indeed, once inside, employing the techniques taught by Su Yunyang, Lu Jianyi promptly embraced her. However, Chuanxing's execution of these methods paled in comparison to Su Yunyang's own prowess. Without comparison, there could be no pain. Initially, Lu Jianyi had harbored disdain for Su Yunyang. Yet, with Chuanxing's attentive service, he found himself increasingly indifferent to the pleasures of food. One day, as Lu Jianyi was playfully bantering with Chuanxing, a guard outside reported that Su Yunyang sought an audience. Lu Jianyi pondered for a moment and, to his surprise, allowed her to enter. With the addition of Aunt Su, Lu Jianyi's previous dissatisfaction with his meals was finally satiated. Just next to Lu Jianyi's study lay a resting area, where he was currently lost in a deep slumber, cradling Chuanxing in his arms, utterly exhausted from his exertions. Meanwhile, Su Yunyang slowly opened her eyes and cautiously lifted Lu Jianyi's arm from her chest. Barefoot, she stood up and quietly made her way towards the desk where Lu Jianyi had been seated. She recalled a moment when Lu Jianyi, inebriated, had inadvertently revealed the location of the Lu family's sugar-making recipe. At that time, Su Yunyang had merely listened without giving it much thought. She kept glancing in the direction of Lu Jianyi, her anxiety mounting as she quickened her pace, thoroughly inspecting the bookcases on either side, yet she found no hidden mechanisms. This led her to doubt whether Lu Jianyi's drunken revelations had been mere ramblings. Just as self-doubt began to creep in, her fingers grazed a wooden book intricately carved. The moment she touched it, the bookcase slowly swung open, revealing a square recess behind it. Inside the recess lay a box. Su Yunyang's heart leapt with joy as she hastily reached for it. Upon opening the box, she discovered, to her delight, the sugar-making recipe. With excitement, she spread the recipe across the desk and fetched a sheet of white paper. Swiftly transcribing the contents of the recipe in the manner Lu Jianyi had demonstrated the previous evening. As dawn broke the following day, Su Yunyang humbly knelt in prayer, beseeching Lu Jianyi to allow her to accompany her brother on his final journey to Wanjin. Upon witnessing her tearful, delicate demeanor, Lu Jianyi could not help but soften his heart, nodding in agreement to Su Yunyang's request. That very afternoon, a carriage departed from the rear courtyard of the Lu residence. However, 3 days later, dreadful news arrived. Su Yunyang, eager to see her brother, had hastily traveled through the night, only for the carriage to tragically plunge from a cliff, leaving her shattered beyond recognition. Unbeknownst to him, the Su Yunyang, rumored to be deceased, was presently in the backyard of Magistrate Pan. Holding the sugar-making recipe presented by Su Yunyang, Pan Shujie erupted into hearty laughter, his spirits lifted. Now, with connections in the capital and a profitable recipe in hand, what could bring him greater joy? However, Su Yunyang and the steward Su must not be seen by anyone. Thus, Pan Shujie tested the recipe and successfully produced brown sugar. Once he confirmed its authenticity, he dispatched trusted associates to escort Su Yunyang and the steward's family away. In this world, the most secure secret is that of the deceased. Neither the steward Su nor Su Yunyang could have anticipated that their loyalty would become their death warrant. Indeed, Pan Shujie's orders soon arrived. While not from the prosperous Jiangnan region as he had envisioned, it was certainly a place far superior to in town. Elated, Pan Shujie set off with his clerk for his new post, oblivious to the fact that, as he departed, the entire Mingzhou prefecture and its surrounding towns began to sell the pristine white sugar. This unforeseen blow did not affect Pan Shujie, for he was already preparing to establish a sugar mill in his new locale. For Lu Jianyi, it was akin to a sudden blow. How could this be possible? How could the Pei family produce such exquisite sugar? What to do? The young master, Butler Lu, was equally anxious. If we lower the price, I refuse to believe that they spent considerable resources to create such pristine white sugar. In time, as we sell our brown sugar at a loss, they too will follow suit and reduce their prices. With reddened eyes, Lu Jianyi shouted at Butler Lu. But their white sugar is priced at merely 60 yuan per jean. If we further reduce our price, we would be selling at a loss. Butler Lu could not help but advise Lu Jiani. How could this be possible? At such quality, they cannot possibly charge so little. Lu Jiani gazed in disbelief, his eyes wide open. I do not care, go reduce the price. If they sell for 61, we shall sell for 31. Upon hearing the young master's words, Butler Lu was immediately filled with a bitter smile. If we proceed with such a course, it would be akin to drinking poison to quench thirst, gradually leading to the ruin of the entire Lu household. Yet, if we do not act, suddenly losing all our clients would be like a sharp sword severing all revenue streams, inflicting severe damage upon the Lu estate. It was truly a dilemma for the young master. While the most prudent course of action would be to decisively cut ties with the brown sugar business and concede to others, such a decision would lead to substantial losses for the Lu household but might preserve some capital and offer a chance for resurgence. Lu Jiani understood this logic. Yet how could he rationally enact it? His inability to do so foreshadowed the inevitable downfall of the Lu estate. The rise and fall of the Lu family transpired in a mere month. In the course of the past month, the Ning family's house and school have finally been completed. With its white walls and green tiles, although the interior remains rather empty, the rooms are spacious and filled with light. After Ning Lao Er and Ning Lao Sin took a tour inside, they emerged with red-rimmed eyes, astonished that they could reside in such a splendid abode. Ning Lauda also felt a pang of envy, for the contrast between the old residence and this new home was stark. He couldn't help but regret not having agreed to build a new house in the first place. Eldest brother, why not construct one as well? That way, we brothers could all live around our mother. If she needs anything, she could simply call out, and we would be right there to attend to her. Ning Laoer said earnestly to Ning Yofu. Ning Lauda could only offer a wry smile to his younger brother, remaining silent. He thought to himself, but how could he afford such an expense with his meager savings? The house is complete, a cause for great celebration. Once the furniture is ready, they can move in. This joyous occasion of relocation must be celebrated grandly. Ning Pengpeng caressed the pristine white walls, feeling immensely satisfied. With a grand gesture, she declared that she would cover the expenses for the relocation banquet for several families. When Ning Yoji arrived, he happened to overhear his aunt's proclamation and quickly pledged to take charge of the banquet arrangements, promising to handle everything meticulously. In the countryside, it is customary to hire a master chef specializing in such feasts. Typically, these chefs have several apprentices under their guidance. Additionally, household women and men assist. And if more hands are needed, they may hire a few extra individuals to help with the work. The host family only needs to settle the chef's fee, while they procure the ingredients themselves. However, the master chef is typically acquainted with those who slaughter pigs and sheep, enabling him to procure ingredients at a significantly lower cost. In contrast, the host may only hold a few such banquets in a lifetime. Without the necessary connections, purchasing numerous items, even at marginally higher prices, can accumulate into a considerable sum. Furthermore, the host must contend with the tedious task of washing dishes and tidying up afterward, which is quite exhausting. It would be far more advantageous to have the master chef provide a menu for the host and quote a fixed price for the feast, taking care of all the arrangements. This approach would relieve the host of considerable burdens while keeping the costs manageable. The master chef would also benefit from the opportunity to make a profit and provide some wages for his assistants, resulting in a mutually satisfying arrangement. Thus, when Ning Yoji inquired with Ning Pengpeng about her preferred method, she promptly opted for the latter. However, Ning Pengpeng stipulated that certain ingredients required for specific dishes should be sourced from the village as a priority. Should the master chef find that the expenses for procuring these ingredients exceed the village prices, she expressed her willingness to subsidize the difference. Upon hearing the host's words, the master chef gave Ning Yoji a thumbs up, praising her for her benevolence. The villagers, initially feeling a tinge of envy upon learning that the Ning family was hosting a banquet and had engaged the master chef, could not help but admire Ning Tai Lao, who now appeared transformed and remarkably dignified, in stark contrast to her former self. Those who raised pigs, chickens, ducks, and vegetables were particularly elated. As the banquet was to be a flowing feast, the celebratory gathering was set in the heart of the village, amidst the rice fields. A plump pig, bound at all fours and crying out pitifully, was brought forth and laid upon a bench, several strong men holding it down. In a swift motion, a butcher's knife gleamed and plunged into the pig's neck. As the blade was withdrawn, the crimson blood gushed forth into a basin placed below. Observing that the blood had nearly drained, a woman hurriedly approached. Sprinkling a handful of salt into the blood, and then stirring it before setting it aside to await coagulation into solid clots. With the pig's life extinguished, the butcher proceeded to scald the bristles, followed by a decisive cut to the belly, extracting all the entrails. The viscera emerged steaming, yet the women, beaming with joy, received them, retaining some heart and kidneys while preparing to discard the lungs and intestines. Why discard these? Ning Pengpeng exclaimed in astonishment. The large intestines are quite a delicacy. How could they simply be thrown away? Ning Yang, those intestines are filled with pig feces and are inedible. Why keep them? Remarked a helping woman, equally bewildered, unable to suppress her thoughts. Could it be that the miserly nature of this Ning matron has resurfaced? Why else would she refuse even the foul-smelling pig intestines? Ning Pengpeng was rendered speechless. Fine, you may leave the intestines and lungs for me, and attend to other matters. With that, she stepped forward to collect the discarded parts. She then called for Lu Shi to join her in the kitchen, scooping out a generous amount of wood ash, which they carried to the nearby riverbank. Mother, why are you bringing such foul-smelling items to wash? Can these even be consumed? Lu Shi exclaimed, one hand gripping the bucket filled with ash while the other tightly pinched her nose. Accustomed to life in the town, she was suddenly overwhelmed by the pungent odor of pig excrement, which was quite unbearable. Ning Pengpeng cast a glance at her, emitting a disdainful snort. Once everything is cleaned and prepared, I fear you will be unable to put down your chopsticks. Lu was determined to retort, resolving that she would never consume anything that carried the stench of pig droppings. The mere thought that these intestines had once housed such filth was a mental hurdle she could not surmount, regardless of how thoroughly they were cleaned. This prompted Ning Pengpeng to observe Lu with renewed interest. It appeared that the eldest had been quite diligent in instructing his wife during these days. Holding her breath, she turned the pig intestines inside out, washing away the remnants of excrement on the first attempt. Following this, she meticulously removed any lymphatic tissues. Next, she took the wood ash and applied it to the intestines daily, wrapping them carefully and scrubbing incessantly. After several rounds of this vigorous cleansing, the odor of pig waste was entirely eradicated. Using scissors, she delicately opened the lung tubes, ensuring not to overlook even those that were only slightly larger than a needle. She then applied the wood ash to these lung tubes, scrubbing them continuously. Initially, bubbles formed, but gradually the color transformed into a pristine white, and they were rinsed thoroughly. Lu, who had begun by pinching her nose, eventually found herself agape, watching her mother-in-law's hands move with the grace of a divine being. Remarkably, she had managed to cleanse such a foul substance completely. Curiosity drew her closer, and as she cautiously inhaled, she was astounded to find that there was no trace of the pig excrement scent left. Had she not witnessed the thorough cleaning process herself, she would never have associated the prepared pig intestines and lungs with such an unpleasant odor when they were finally served at the table. Now, she finds herself rather eager to discover what delightful dishes her mother-in-law will create with these two ingredients. She is even more curious about the reactions of those who, unaware of the nature of these dishes, will taste them. With her eyes gleaming with excitement, Lu carries a basket filled with pig intestines and lungs, alongside an empty bucket that previously held wood ash, following Ning Pengpeng with enthusiasm. Naturally, she would not encroach upon the master chef's domain. First, she instructs Lu to boil water and immerse these ingredients in clean water, adding some liquor and ginger to blanch them, eliminating any unpleasant odors and foam. Afterward, they are lifted out, rinsed once more in fresh water, and finally placed in the pot with a variety of seasonings to commence cooking. Oil is added, and the chopped pig lungs are tossed into the pot to stir-fry, followed by the addition of garlic to enhance the flavor. Even before it is ready, Lu cannot help but inhale deeply, captivated by the enticing aroma. The stir-fried pig lungs, rich and savory, are irresistible. Ning Pengpeng picks up a piece of pig lung with her chopsticks and savors it. It is cooked to perfection, neither too tender nor too tough, with a delightful crispness that bursts with succulent juices on her palate. She imagines that with a bowl of rice, she could easily consume 3 bowls. Then, she hears a gulping sound beside her and turns to glance at Lu, who is blushing fiercely but fixated on the pig lung held between Ning's chopsticks. Does she want to try it? Upon hearing her mother-in-law's inquiry, Lu nods vigorously, exclaiming internally that it is simply too fragrant to resist. Ning Pengpeng curled her lips and instructed Lu Shi to fetch the chopsticks herself, then forcefully thrust the plate of stir-fried pig lungs into Lu Shi's hands. Holding the chopsticks, Lu Shi hesitated for a moment before picking up a piece of pig lung, inhaling its enticing aroma. Instantly, she closed her eyes and popped it into her mouth. The moment the flavor burst upon her palate, her body stiffened, and she began to chew voraciously, her eyes snapping open, sparkling as she gazed at Ning Pengpeng. "Mother, how can this be so delicious?" she exclaimed, shoveling several more pieces of pig lung into her mouth, chewing vigorously. Ning Pengpeng glanced at her, then moved to the cooking area, adding a handful of firewood beneath the pot of braised pig intestines. "There's more deliciousness to come." Upon hearing her mother-in-law's words, Lu Shi's bright eyes shifted to the pot of boiling pig intestines. The overpowering aroma wafted through the cracks of the pot's lid and danced into her nostrils like a tiny hand, teasing her heart. Lu Shi's inner turmoil was intense. Just moments ago, she had vehemently declared her refusal to eat the intestines, eager to witness the amusement of others. Now, however, she found herself struggling to restrain her desires. With a slight pursing of her lips, she seized another piece of pig lung and bit down fiercely. Having consumed the pig lung, could she still fear the pig intestines? "Mother, what delicious dish are you preparing? It smells so wonderful." Unbeknownst to her, upon entering the courtyard, she was greeted by the overpowering fragrance. Unable to resist inhaling deeply as she made her way into the kitchen. At a glance, she saw her mother-in-law and sister-in-law standing together, the latter holding a plate, the contents of which were unknown, as she eagerly helped herself, mouthful after mouthful. Wang's gaze was fixed intently on Lu, yet her words were directed at Ning Pengpeng. "Just now, I saw them about to discard the pig lungs and intestines, so I took them, cleaned them up, and prepared this dish. Would you like to try it? If you do, help yourself to the chopsticks." Upon hearing her mother-in-law's words, Wang felt utterly bewildered. What? Pig lungs and intestines? Can those be consumed? However, when her gaze shifted to Lu, all doubt evaporated in an instant. If her mother-in-law asserted that these were edible, they surely must be. After all, she observed the usually composed eldest sister-in-law, now eagerly using chopsticks to savor the dish. If she dared to partake, why should she hesitate? With that thought, any initial queasiness she felt at the mention of pig lungs and intestines was swiftly cast aside. Advancing, she drew a pair of chopsticks from the holder and, with a decisive motion, scooped up several pieces of pig lungs. Lu's eyes widened in astonishment as she watched Wang shove such a generous portion into her mouth. Lu felt a pang of despair. Although the lungs appeared substantial, they shrank considerably once boiled, leaving only a modest amount. Her mother-in-law had stir-fried an entire plate, and just as she was relishing her meal, the third sister-in-law had come to compete for it. With such fervor, Lu feared that Wang would discover how delightful it was and would devour it all, prompting her to hasten her own pace in grabbing food. The two of them, in a lively exchange, each took turns with their chopsticks, their eyes sparkling and hands moving swiftly. Before long, they were astonished to realize that the plate before them had been entirely emptied. "Mother, what delicious dish are you preparing?" Upon entering, the rich aroma enveloped them, drawing them eagerly into the kitchen. Then, they beheld the Lu and Wang families standing together, each holding a gleaming plate. At that moment, Ning Pengpeng had just lifted the lid off the pot of braised pig intestines. The moment it was covered, the overpowering aroma wafted into the courtyard. Now, as she unveiled it, the fragrance enveloped them, compelling everyone to inhale deeply, subsequently swallowing in anticipation. "Mother, what is this delicacy?" Ning Laosan inquired, leaning forward to peer into the pot. Inside, he beheld a collection of twisted, dark red objects, their surfaces glistening with oil, igniting his curiosity. Ning Pengpeng extracted one, placed it on the cutting board, and deftly sliced it into half-inch pieces. She arranged them on a plate, drizzled some sauce over, and presented it before Ning Laosan, casting him a glance. "Would you care to try?" Witnessing her mother-in-law's seamless movements, Lu couldn't help but fixate on the plate of pig intestines in her hands. Desperately swallowing, she had a plethora of thoughts swirling in her mind, yet felt that voicing them now would tarnish the moment. Oblivious to Lu's inner turmoil, Ning Laosan's eyes lit up at his mother's inquiry, and with a beaming smile, he eagerly accepted the chopsticks from Ning Pengpeng, picking up a piece of the succulent intestines drenched in sauce and placing it in his mouth. Why is this so delicious?" Ning Laosan's eyes widened in astonishment. As someone who had always craved meat, he found this dish even more delectable. "If it's good, I want a piece too." Meanwhile, Wang, who had been thoroughly enjoying the pig lung moments before, now found herself envious as she observed her husband savoring the dish. Its enticing aroma wafting through the air and his expression of delight causing her mouth to water uncontrollably. Ignoring the risk of being reproached by her mother-in-law, she tugged at Ning Laosan's arm and gestured for him to feed her. Lu, standing nearby, opened her mouth, her conflicted expression almost tying itself in knots. And that aroma. Oh dear, why did something so foul-smelling turn out to be so enticing? Naturally, Ning Laosan would not slight his wife, seeing that his mother showed no objection. He hurriedly picked a piece for Wang Shi to taste. The couple exchanged glances, each taken aback by the other's astonishment. Ning Laosi, noticing that his elder brother was preoccupied with his own enjoyment, quickly squeezed in, eager to partake. Ning Laodai and Ning Laoer could not resist either, pressing toward Laosan. In no time, the plate of pig intestines, freshly sliced by Ning Pengpeng, was devoured by the four brothers and Wang Shi. Ning Pengpeng observed them with a bemused smile, casting a glance at the visibly uncomfortable Lu. Is there more? But this is pig intestines. Are you sure you wish to continue eating? Goodness. Ning Pengpeng's words left the previously gleeful group utterly stupefied. Ning Laodai was the first to recover, lowering his gaze to the now empty plate that had once held their meal. He couldn't help but swallow hard, perplexed as to why, despite the rancid memories, he felt compelled to swallow again. Ning Pengpeng, with a mischievous grin, retrieved another piece of intestine, chopped it with a series of sharp strikes, ladled it with sauce, and extended it toward them. Will you still partake? The poor Ning brothers were left frozen, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Beside them, Wang was salivating uncontrollably. Suddenly, a pair of chopsticks reached over and picked up a piece of fatty intestine, shoving it into her mouth. The onlookers turned to see who wielded the chopsticks, only to find it was Lu, wearing an expression that seemed to declare, "If I do not enter hell, who will?" Lu, her face a portrait of conflict, felt as though she herself had melted the moment the fatty intestine touched her lips. Once she overcame that initial struggle, she pressed forward with renewed vigor. Hastening her hand's movement to grasp the chopsticks, she aimed to indulge before anyone else could react, wary of being outpaced like a pig's lung, devoured by Wang. Indeed, it wasn't long before the four brothers and Wang set aside their reservations. Captivated by the enticing aroma, it was simply irresistible. Mother, if I could have a plate of this pig intestine every day, I could easily consume 5 large bowls of rice, remarked Ning Laosan, rubbing his still unsatisfied belly after they polished off 2 plates of pig intestines. Ning Pengpeng shot Ning Laosan a disapproving glance, then retrieved another pig intestine, slicing it into a plate before sending it with Ning Yoji. Observing the reactions of her son and daughter-in-law, Ning Pengpeng contemplated the potential of selling braised delicacies. Once Master Chen arrived in the village to teach, that shop could not only offer pickled products but also these braised delights. Do you remember how I prepared this dish just now? Ning Pengpeng inquired casually, glancing at Lu, who was still savoring the taste. Lu, momentarily taken aback by the question, quickly realized the implication. Mother, are you intending to teach me the recipe for this braised pig intestine? Ning Pengpeng shot her a displeased glance. If it weren't for the purpose of teaching you, why would I have you watch this? Lu Shi stood there, momentarily stunned. She had thought. As the realization of her previous thoughts dawned on her, an overwhelming sense of shame washed over Lu Shi. When Ning Yoji received the plate of pig intestines sent by Ning Laosi, he was initially quite pleased, accepting it with a cheerful smile. Unable to resist, he popped a piece into his mouth and was instantly awestruck. He raised his thumb repeatedly, exclaiming how delicious it was. Only then did Ning Laosi, with a mischievous grin, lean in to whisper to Ning Yoji that it was indeed pig intestines, leaving him utterly petrified. The delectable morsel lingered in his mouth, neither easy to swallow nor spit out. Ultimately, he succumbed to temptation and swallowed the delicacy whole, casting a speechless glare at Ning Laosi. Yet, in his heart, he mused that it seemed his aunt had once again come up with a delightful dish. He wondered if Manager Su of Chunfeng Tower would be interested in purchasing the recipe, considering that pig intestines were rarely consumed these days. With only one pig yielding such a small amount of intestines and lungs, Ning Pengpeng, despite having prepared both for braising, reserved them solely for her family and sent a plate to Ning Yoji's household. She refrained from bringing them to the banquet for everyone to sample. One reason was that these dishes were intended for her future restaurant. Another was that, should others learn of the ingredients, some might struggle with their sentiments, making it unnecessary to create an awkward atmosphere during such a joyful occasion. Of course, Ning Pengpeng would never admit that the first reason was the primary concern. After all, when she eventually sold these pig intestines in town, she could hardly avoid disclosing to her customers what they were made of. She could not allow others to know about the items she intended to sell before they were actually sold. Although pig intestines were rarely consumed, the hearts, livers, and blood of pigs were quite popular among many. After the slaughter of a fat pig, it was dismembered, with each cut of meat meticulously prepared by skilled chefs. who then commenced the culinary artistry. Dishes such as braised pork belly, soy sauce braised trotters, clear stewed ribs, black fungus simmered with old hen, duck soup, and braised fish constituted the lavish feast. Additionally, there were various semi-meat dishes stir-fried with shredded meat, accompanied by a large pot of pig heart, liver, and blood stewed with pickled vegetables. Upon careful inspection, one could even find the remnants of lard after the rendering process. In such a banquet, the tables and chairs were predominantly provided by the villagers, who willingly transported them from their homes. It was inevitable that there would not be enough seating. However, it mattered not, for once the first course was concluded, the dishes would be cleared away, making way for a second round. Those who had not had their fill could shamelessly linger for a second helping. No one would mock another, as it was a rare occasion for anyone to indulge in such an abundance of meat. The four brothers of the Ning family observed the continuously revolving tables and listened to the villagers' incessant expressions of joy, feeling both a pang of heartache and a surge of happiness. The grandeur of their mother's banquet attracted villagers, who contributed a handful of greens or a few eggs. Yet none could rival the sumptuous dishes prepared by the Ning family. Typically, affluent families would host such banquets for 3 days and nights. However, Ning Pengpeng, not one to be overly extravagant, naturally opted for just 1 day. The remaining dishes were then shared with the Ning clan the following day. On this occasion, Ning Pengpeng specifically requested the elder Ning to bring Master Chen from the town, who took his place of honor at the table. Accompanied by the head of the Ning family, the clan elders, Ning Yoji, and the 4 brothers of the Ning family, to enjoy a sumptuous feast together. Once they relocated to their new residence, Master Chen and his family would also be able to move into the house behind the school. Upon arrival, Master Chen and his family took a leisurely stroll around the school before the banquet commenced. He expressed immense satisfaction with the green bamboo planted at the entrance of his study and the small pond in the courtyard. Xia, in her heart, repeatedly chanted Ba. The cramped courtyard in the town could not compare to the spaciousness of this place, where even her daughter had her own private chamber. Moreover, the courteous treatment from the entire Ning clan made for a jovial atmosphere, allowing for heartfelt toasts despite Master Chen's mobility issues. In addition to the arrival of Master Chen's family, Manager Su also made an appearance. However, he merely exchanged pleasantries with Ning Pengpeng, handed over the items procured by the owner, and left a congratulatory gift for the housewarming before departing in his horse-drawn carriage. Ning Pengpeng gazed at the Sichuan pepper and beef tallow in her hands, her face alight with excitement. Previously oblivious to the fact that cattle were vital assets for farming and not to be slaughtered casually, she now held this beef tallow, secretly acquired from the northern nomads by someone sent by Pei Yan. With these 2 items, along with chili peppers, she thought, hot pot, here I come. Ning Pengpeng's eyes sparkled, and her smile almost reached her ears. However, when she unwrapped the congratulatory gift from Manager Su, she nearly blinded herself with her triangular eyes. Within a small wooden box, intricately carved with the motifs of plum blossoms, orchids, bamboo, and chrysanthemums, lay 10 silver ingots, each weighing 10 taels, meticulously arranged in a neat stack. In 2 other wooden boxes adorned with ornate designs, the larger one contained a gold headpiece, while the smaller housed a pair of crude gold bracelets. The brilliance of this gold and silver nearly dazzled her eyes. How much wealth must this represent? Additionally, there were several rolls of silk fabric, which Ning Pengpeng dared not touch. Her hands, rough and calloused, made her fear that a mere brush against the silk would ruin its delicate threads. In the eyes of Pei Yan, however, this gift was hardly impressive. After all, among his acquaintances, gold and silver were the most commonplace of items. If one were to give a gift, it should be something of true value, such as ancient jade or renowned paintings. Thus, upon learning of the Ning family's housewarming celebration, he casually instructed Manager Su to present a gift on his behalf. Manager Su, well aware of the Ning family's circumstances, understood that for a family like theirs, gifting ancient jade or esteemed artwork would be impractical. Offering gold, silver, and fabric was far more suitable. Unbeknownst to Ning Pengpeng, had she been privy to Manager Su's thoughts, she would have wholeheartedly applauded him, for she had a deep affection for such material wealth. With matters to discuss with Manager Su, the rest of the Ning family was absent from the room. Previously, in her effort to conceal some white sugar, Ning Pengpeng had excavated a rather large pit beneath her bed. Now, she tucked the box containing the gold headpiece and bracelets into that pit, leaving only the box of silver and the silk fabric on the table. When Mrs. Wang and Mrs. Liu entered after knocking on the door, their eyes widened at the sight of the satin fabric laid out on the table. While silver has its allure, for these young women, it was undoubtedly the fabric that stirred their hearts with delight. Although the satin was exquisite, it lacked practicality. With hands like ours, we dare not even touch such material. Thus, each person in the household could have a new set of clothes to wear. Despite their reluctance to part with the fabric, Mrs. Wang and Mrs. Liu recognized the wisdom in their mother-in-law's words. Unlike the wealthy ladies of the town who were unburdened by labor, they understood that wearing garments made of silk would render them as stiff as corpses, unable to perform their daily tasks. Such an existence would surely lead to exhaustion. Practical cloth was preferable, comfortable and durable, yet affordable. Even while working, donning a layer of coarse fabric over the delicate cloth would protect it from damage. This silver is a gift from others. 10 taels for your family, and the remainder belongs to me. Ning Pengpeng produced 2 ingots of silver and placed them before Mrs. Liu and Mrs. Wang. As for the second and fourth sons, the second still owed her for furniture, so naturally, he would receive nothing. The fourth son, being unmarried, would also leave his portion with her. As for the fifth, she would hold on to it for now. If the girl managed to shed her bad habits upon moving into her new home, it would become her dowry. If not, then she could go to the devil. Although Mrs. Liu and Mrs. Wang gazed enviously at the remaining 8 ingots of silver in the box, they understood that their mother-in-law's offer of 1 ingot per household was already a generous gesture. After all, the manager Sue and her companions were unfamiliar to them. It was solely out of respect for her mother-in-law that manager Sue bestowed gifts. Indeed, upon seeing the 10 taels of silver, their man, a grown adult, was so overwhelmed that he nearly covered his face and wept. The heart of a biological mother still harbors them. Once the celebratory feast was concluded, Ning Pengpeng chose an opportune moment to move into the new residence. Standing in the courtyard, imbued with an air of antiquity, she inhaled deeply. This marked the first step of her long journey. After witnessing her mother and brother settle into the new abode, the old home suddenly felt desolate. Ning Laoda had not sensed this before, but now he was acutely aware of a profound sense of loss filling his heart. Husband, why don't we build a new house beside Mother-S? Liu, Ning Laoda's confidant, understood his demeanor well. After all, she had seen Wang's exhilaration while moving into her new home, which stirred feelings of jealousy and inner turmoil within her. If they truly wished to construct a house in the village, it was certainly feasible. However, after much contemplation, Ning Yofu ultimately shook his head, stating, "The second and third brothers can cultivate the land, and the fourth and fifth are currently under Mother-S care, so there is no rush. I have already grown accustomed to the work in town. It is utterly impossible for me to return to farming. We possess only this limited amount of silver and no other sources of income. If we expend it all on building a new house, how shall we survive in the future?" Hearing Ning Yofu's words, Liu could not help but wear a worried expression. In the new house, Ning Yoshi not only enjoyed her own private room, but also had a small courtyard and kitchen to call her own. As Ning Yoshi touched these items, she had barely enjoyed her joy for 2 days before her mother informed her that there would be no need to gather beans any longer, but from now on, she would have to prepare her own meals. "But I don't know how," Ning Yoshi exclaimed, staring blankly at Ning Pengpeng, who was born with the ability to do everything. "Isn't it all learned? I permit you to observe your third sister-in-law in the kitchen while she cooks. I will ensure that she delivers ingredients to your little kitchen every day. Regardless of whether the food is palatable or not, you will be the one to consume it. So, consider whether you wish to learn diligently. Furthermore, I must inform you that you will not be allowed to leave this courtyard until you can prepare meals that meet a satisfactory standard," Ning Pengpeng stated bluntly. Did she think that the previous punishment of being struck was the most severe? She was mistaken. Enduring days of eating her own poorly made slop would be the true torment. If Ning Yoshi lacked ambition, she would continue to consume that slop until she was married off. In any case, once she was wed, this lenient mother would have fulfilled her duty. Ning Yoshi anxiously turned to her 4 brothers for support, but prior to Ning Pengpeng's arrival, the Ning brothers had never opposed their mother on her behalf. Moreover, with their mother's current formidable presence, they were even less likely to stand against Ning Pengpeng for their younger sister. Thus, in front of everyone, Wang placed the necessary seasonings and the day's rice and vegetables into Ning Yoshi's small kitchen. Ning Pengpeng then locked the small courtyard, declaring that no one could release Ning Yoshi without her consent. In Chapter 83 of The Female Scholar, Wang Shi followed Ning Laosan out of her mother-in-law's house. Upon returning to her own courtyard, the tension in her body finally dissipated as she exhaled deeply. "Ah, I now understand. My mother truly showed us mercy in the past. Previously, she had thought that her mother's punishment of her younger sister was the harshest it could be. To her surprise, this time, her mother was exceedingly strict in shaping her sister's character. She patted her chest, reflecting on the severity of it all. After all, Longshire had been the only girl in the family, cherished since childhood. Her parents had never so much as raised a finger against her. "What nonsense are you spouting? How could my mother be cruel to my sister? She merely asked her to learn cooking in our courtyard. As a young woman, if she cannot even prepare a meal after marriage, it would be a disgrace to the Ning family." Furthermore, her sister was not subjected to any harsh conditions. She was neither cold nor hungry, and was spared from labor. It was as if their mother had cradled her sister delicately in her palms. Where was the cruelty in that? Ning Laosan, however, did not perceive Ning Yoshi's situation as one of suffering. To him, a life like hers was akin to that of a celestial being. Longshire stared at Ning Laosan in exasperation and finally rolled her eyes at him before turning to enter the house. Initially, Ning Yoshi attempted to find a way out, but the wall was too high. Even with a stool, she could not climb it. Even if she managed to scale the wall, she would not dare to jump down for fear of breaking her legs. Moreover, even if she did manage to leap over to the other side, what could she possibly do then? If caught by her own mother, the mere thought of such a possibility sent a pang of pain through Ning Yoshi. She dreaded the idea of being forcibly restrained and beaten once more. After countless attempts to escape, followed by tears and desperation, she found herself driven by hunger to take matters into her own hands. Ning Yoshi was no fool, having watched her sisters-in-law cook since childhood. She may not have actively participated, but she had certainly observed. Thus, she endeavored to replicate their methods. Although the taste left much to be desired, at least the food was cooked, albeit resembling a rather watery porridge. As she consumed the overcooked rice, accompanied by a dish that was slightly burnt and overly salted, each bite brought tears to her eyes, and she lamented her unfortunate fate. In fact, within her original room, she had managed to create a concealed space. At the entrance, Ning Pengpeng had strategically placed a wardrobe. By simply opening the wardrobe and pushing aside a movable panel at the back, one could access the hidden chamber. Inside this clandestine room lay the savings Ning Pengpeng had accumulated over the past few days, along with the gold-headed noodles and bracelets gifted by the shopkeeper Sue. Most notably, it contained the white sugar she had secretly stashed away. If used for her own household, this sugar would last for several years. Calculating the silver she could still access, Ning Pengpeng realized that if she were to open a shop in town, she needed to prepare her inventory. Therefore, in the days to come, she would instruct the third brother to take the fourth brother and scour the village and its surroundings for chicken and duck eggs. The eggs were to be utilized for making century eggs and salted eggs, while tofu would be transformed into fermented bean curd. There was an overwhelming amount to prepare, and it seemed that in the near future, the soles of the third and fourth brother's feet would surely grow weary from all the running. As for the eldest, one wonders whether he will seek her out in the coming days. Should Ning Yofu refrain from visiting her until she has prepared the goods? Ning Pengpeng plans to find someone else within the clan to manage the shop in town, without necessarily relying on Ning Yofu. However, Ning Yofu did not disappoint her. Arriving at her doorstep the very next day, "Mother, Mr. Chin will be moving his family into the school in a few days. I was pondering, does your previous suggestion for me to help manage the shop still stand?" "Of course it stands, but know this, the shop belongs to me, not to any of you brothers. Therefore, while you oversee the shop, it is imperative that you maintain clear accounts each month. Should I discover any discrepancies, you shall no longer remain in this position. Once disloyalty is shown, trust is lost indefinitely. When that time comes, whether your family finds themselves begging or flourishing will no longer concern me." Upon hearing his mother's words, Ning Yofu felt a jolt of apprehension and instinctively glanced at Ning Pengpeng, who sat there, coldly observing him. "Rest assured, Mother, throughout my years at my father-in-law's house, I have never erred in the accounts, and I shall not do so here either." "That is reassuring. Once the goods are ready, you shall take Lu to the shop. You will oversee the establishment while she attends to your meals and laundry. As for Chungur and Punger, they shall remain here to learn their letters and study at the school." Ning Pengpeng, pleased with Ning Yofu's compliance, nodded in satisfaction and then inquired, Chungur can also learn to read? Is Mr. Chin agreeable to this?" Surprised by Ning Pengpeng's question, Ning Yofu responded with astonishment. A father's affection for his own daughter is profound. If she could recognize a few characters, it would be far better than remaining oblivious, thus preventing her from being exploited by others while unwittingly assisting them in their deceit. This would indeed be the most favorable outcome. However, he harbored his own concerns. After all, if Master Chun were to discover that he intended to not only teach the male members of the Ning family to read and write, but also the girls, he might feel some discomfort. Yet, I believe he would not decline such an endeavor. The Chun family arrived earlier than Ning Yofu had anticipated, having just settled in. Ning Pengpeng sought out Master Chun. She inquired, unaware of what guidance the esteemed matriarch of the Ning family might offer. Chen Wenhe was already aware that the most capable individual in the Ning family was none other than the venerable matriarch. During the housewarming festivities, although the esteemed manager Su of Spring Breeze Pavilion had not partaken in the meal, he had personally delivered congratulatory gifts, indicating a relationship that transcended mere acquaintanceship. Thus, upon Ning Pengpeng's arrival, Chen Wenhe greeted her with utmost courtesy. The matron's visit this time was solely to inquire whether Miss Chun possessed the ability to read and write. Naturally, she could. Huilan had been by my side since childhood, recognizing characters by the age of 3 and adeptly reciting 300 verses by the age of 5. As he spoke of this, Chen Wenhe could not help but express a hint of paternal pride. Alas, being a girl, Huilan would not have the opportunity to achieve the status of a child scholar early on, leaving her future prospects uncertain. Miss Chun is indeed exceptionally intelligent, truly. A tiger's offspring cannot be a mere dog. However, now that she has arrived in this village, it is likely that Miss Chun finds it rather dull. Therefore, the matron contemplated whether Miss Chun would be willing to assume the role of a female teacher at the school, dedicated to instructing the girls in literacy. Certainly, I do not expect them to achieve the highest honors. As long as they can recognize their own names, manage simple arithmetic, and take care of their households, that is sufficient. Upon hearing Ning Pengpeng suggest that his daughter become a female scholar, Chen Wenhe was momentarily taken aback. Once he regained his composure, a sharp intake of breath escaped him, for in his excitement, he inadvertently plucked several strands of hair from his own chin. Rest assured, Master Chun. Should Miss Chun be willing, the elderly lady will ensure that her portion of the bride price is compensated elsewhere, so that Miss Chun does not suffer any loss. Ning Pengpeng, having previously assisted the Chun family with their relocation, was aware of their modest means. Even though he taught at the Ning Family Academy, given Chen Huilan's age, it would not be long before she was expected to be courted. At that time, it would likely be challenging to present a respectable dowry, making it difficult to find a suitable match. After all, as an educated man, Chen Wenhe would naturally seek a husband for his daughter who is not a mere boor. If he were to find a scholar, a substantial dowry would be necessary to ensure that his daughter would not have to toil in the fields and endure undue hardship after marriage. Given Chen family's current circumstances, they could offer very little to Chen Huilan. Now that Ning Pengpeng presented an opportunity for Chen Huilan to earn her own dowry, it would be disingenuous for Chen Wenhe not to feel a stir of desire for such a prospect. To solely educate those young girls? Indeed. Just as Master Chen cherished his own daughter, the elderly lady did not wish for the Ning family girls to remain oblivious to the world. Upon hearing Ning Pengpeng's words, Master Chen could not help but feel moved. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "Let me first consult my daughter. If she is willing, we shall proceed. If she is not inclined, then we shall abandon the matter. I am deeply grateful to Master Chun. Your benevolence is a blessing for the offspring of the Ning family." With that said, Ning Pengpeng rose and solemnly bowed to Master Chun. The old lady Ning is far too courteous. It is but a trivial effort on my part. Nothing as grand as you suggest. Flattery may abound, yet it seldom finds purchase. Chen Wenhe, slightly flushed, repeatedly shook his head at Ning Pengpeng, indicating that he did not regard himself as worthy of such esteem. Once Ning Pengpeng departed, Chen Wenhe felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as he realized he had yet to inquire about his daughter's wishes. How could it be that during his conversation with the old lady Ning, she seemed so certain that his daughter would acquiesce? When Chen Wenhe expressed his concerns to Chen Huilan regarding the old lady Ning's request for her to instruct the young ladies of the Ning family in reading and writing, her eyes lit up with excitement. "Father, I agree." In truth, Chen Huilan preferred studying to embroidery. Yet, she was acutely aware of their family's financial struggles. The expenses incurred by her father's studies were considerable. If she were to follow in his footsteps, neglecting household duties to devote herself solely to the scholarly texts, it would burden her mother, Xie, alone. How could she bear such a weight? Her father pursued education with the goal of taking the imperial examinations, but as a girl, no matter how much she studied, she would never sit for such exams. Thus, Chen Huilan had to make the painful decision to set aside her books, instead focusing on embroidery to contribute to the household finances. Now, The opportunity to both study and earn a living presented itself. How could she refuse? She nodded vigorously in agreement. Chen Wenhe never anticipated that his daughter would be so elated upon hearing the news of her becoming a tutor. A thoughtful expression lingered in her eyes. On the other hand, Xie Shi approached with a furrowed brow and gently addressed Chen Wenhe, "My dear husband, in a few years, Huilan will be looking for a suitor. Is it appropriate for her to be so publicly visible?" Upon hearing his wife's concerns, Chen Wenhe, whose wavering resolve had been momentarily shaken, found his determination solidified. "Qin Yang, it is precisely because Huilan will soon be seeking a match that I hesitated to agree." He lamented. "After all, Old Madam Ning has only requested that I teach the young ladies of the Ning family to read, without any expectation for them to master poetry or prose. In return, they will provide Huilan with a portion of her dowry. This period is an opportune time for Huilan to save for her own wedding gifts. It is my inadequacy that has burdened both you and Huilan to endure hardship alongside me." Chen Wenhe pressed his hand against his injured leg, which still hindered his ability to walk, speaking with a heavy heart. Despite her reluctance, Xie Shi fell silent, her tears flowing as she covered her eyes. "Father, mother, this is splendid news. Why must we be disheartened?" Huilan implored. "Mother, I assure you that I will confine my teaching to the inner courtyard, instructing those young ladies in literacy without causing any disturbances. Even as I teach them, I will not neglect my embroidery." She grasped Xie Shi's hand, offering her reassurance. Huilan understood her mother's concerns regarding reputation, but she believed that remaining within the courtyard would shield her from any ill rumors. Upon hearing her daughter's vows, Xie Shi's eyes, once filled with tears, began to dry. She tenderly ran her fingers through Huilan's hair and mused, "If only you were a boy, how wonderful that would be." Upon learning of Chun Huilan's commitments, Ning Pengpeng nodded in satisfaction. She intended to send her children aged 4 and above to school. Thus Ning Yongpeng would be studying under Master Chun, while Ning Yoshi, Ning Cheng'er, and Ning Mianer would be learning to read with Chen Huilan. Indeed, after taking on the responsibility of cooking, Ning Yoshi found herself with yet another task, daily escorting her 2 nieces to the school to acquire knowledge from Chen Huilan, who was of a similar age. Aside from embroidery, the act of wielding a brush to write on paper became Ning Yoshi's most detested chore. Each time she grasped the brush, if she pressed too hard, it would result in a puddle of ink. If she pressed too lightly, the strokes would break, leaving her utterly perplexed about what she had inscribed. In those moments, Ning Yoshi lamented that she would rather be embroidering, for at least with the needle, she could gauge her own strength when it pricked her finger. Hearing her mother-in-law mention that only children aged 4 and above were permitted to attend a clan school, Wang sighed in resignation. Initially, she had hoped her eldest could join the school, only to discover she was still a year too young. The villagers, upon learning that Ning Pengpeng had enrolled her daughter and 2 granddaughters in the school under Master Chen's daughter, had some who brazenly sought to join the class. However, Ning Pengpeng promptly intervened, stating, "If you wish for the master to teach your children, you must provide your tuition fees. My arrangement with young Master Chen for my daughter's education incurs an additional cost. If you expect to benefit without contributing, I regret to inform you that you should swiftly depart." Upon hearing Ning Pengpeng's scathing remarks, those seeking to take advantage found themselves at a loss for words. After all, it was only a few days ago that we attended their lavish banquet. It would be unthinkable to turn our backs on them so soon. There are those who, upon learning that a mere additional fee would allow their daughters to become literate, promptly took action and hastily paid the required amount. For instance, Ning Yoshi's eldest granddaughter, Ning Yuer, is 6 years old like Ning Cheng'er, but is actually older by months. However, in terms of generational hierarchy, she is a year younger, thus addressing Ning Cheng'er and Ning Mianer as aunts and referring to Ning Yoshi as an esteemed elder. In addition to Ning Yuer attending school, the children of Ning Yoshi's eldest and 3rd sons, who are over 4 years of age, must also enroll. Initially, the boys accustomed to the wildness of village life believed that the school would be an amusing place, and since no fees were required for education, many parents were eager to send their children. However, the stern demeanor of Master Chun, a stranger to them, made the previously mischievous children transform into timid quails, especially when they witnessed Master Chun brandishing a long, thick ruler and slamming it on the desk with a resounding crack that echoed through the air. Even the adults stealthily peering from outside the school could not help but shudder, let alone the children. At school, one must uphold respect for teachers and the teachings, embrace humility and caution, foster camaraderie among classmates, and refrain from noise, laughter, and whispering. My surname is Chun. I am your master and the one to impart knowledge and dispel your confusions. Should there be anything you do not comprehend, feel free to approach me after class for inquiries. Do you understand? Understood, esteemed teacher. The apprehensive children, following Master Chun, first bowed 3 times before the tablet of the sage. Due to Master Chin's physical limitations, relatives from the Ning family assisted him in completing the ritual. Once seated, he instructed the students to pay their respects to him. Only then did all the children take their respective seats, placing their hands neatly on the desks. Master Chin requested his attendants to place a copy of the 3-character classic, bound with thread, on each desk. 2 students shared a single book, perfectly suited for their reading. Master Chin read a line aloud, and the children echoed him below. Although their enunciation was somewhat halting, at least there were no cries of distress. However, their joy was premature. By the following morning, the majority of the children were reluctant to attend school. They cried and protested at home, refusing to go, even in the face of punishment. Ultimately, only a few remained. Ning Zhengshan, aged 9, Ning Zhengji, aged 6, Ning Zhengyan, aged 4, and Ning Zhengfei, aged 4 from the elder Ning family. Ning Yongpeng, aged 4, son of Ning Youfu, and Ning Yongla, aged 7, grandson of the Ning clan leader. Additionally, there were Wang Jiai, aged 5, from the second branch of the Wang family, and Wang Dashing, aged 8, the youngest son of Wang Dashan. Wang Dashing, being the late-born child of Wang Dashan, was particularly cherished. When class commenced, the once crowded classroom transformed into a spacious environment. Master Chin did not inquire about the absent students. Instead, he instructed the 8 present to take advantage of the reduced numbers, allowing each to read a personal copy of the 3-character classic. Together, they continued to learn and recite the teachings contained within. Although, in the aftermath, the parents of those students implored Master Chun to continue instructing their children, he resolutely declined. If their hearts are not set on studying, what purpose does it serve even if they sit here? That evening, the village of Dahuai Tree was filled with a cacophony of wailing and lamentation. However, this ordeal would last but a single night, and the children of the village, being inherently resilient, would endure. Despite the relentless cries of despair the previous night, the following day would witness them restored to their spirited selves. Compared to the monotonous droning of lessons in the school, they felt no loss in this experience. Among those who sought to learn literacy from Chun Huilan, only Ning Cheng'er, aged 6 from the Ning Youfu family, and Ning Mianer, aged 4 from the Ning Yolu family, along with Ning Yuer, aged 6, and Ning Yushi, aged 11 from the second Ning Yoji family, attended. The other families, upon learning that Master Chin's daughter was teaching the girls to read, merely chuckled, dismissing it without concern. Yet, these 4 young ladies, save for Ning Yushi, happily returned to the school the next day, each eager to attend. Observing Ning Yushi's downcast expression, Ning Mianer softly spoke to her. Upon hearing this, Ning Yushi's brows furrowed in defiance. "If you dare to tell on me, be wary of my wrath," she exclaimed, brandishing a clenched fist at Ning Mianer. Mianer, wishing well for her aunt, thought to herself that even if her aunt were to strike her, she would still speak the truth to her grandmother. After all, Master Chin taught that one must not become a deceitful child. Instantly, Ning Yushi deflated like a punctured balloon, her anger dissipating. Upon arriving at the courtyard of the academy, Chin Huilan instructed the girls to retrieve the 3-character classic. Ning Yoshi gazed at the characters, feeling overwhelmed. However, attending to her studies was imperative. Without learning, one could hardly step beyond the threshold of their home. Moreover, with Ning Mianer, the ever-watchful ear, present, any occurrences within the academy would be promptly relayed to her mother. Even if Ning Yoshi wished to shirk her studies, she had no such option. With the matter of education arranged, the topic of opening a shop naturally came to the forefront. The preserved eggs and fermented tofu prepared in recent days were now ready for consumption. Additionally, Lu Shi had nearly mastered the art of preparing braised intestines. They decided to send the supplies gathered at home to the town using an ox cart, particularly the braised intestines. Ning Pengpeng requested Ning Laosan to deliver a portion to Manager Su, who was utterly astonished by its exquisite taste. However, upon learning that it was made from pig intestines, he rushed to the lavatory to expel the contents of his stomach for quite some time. Yet, for families with limited finances, the deliciousness and affordability of the dish outweighed any initial aversion. They would soon acclimate to it. Beyond the pig intestines, one could also braise chicken feet, wings, eggs, and intestines, as well as duck feet, pigtails, trotters, and heads. Prior to the grand opening, Ning Pengpeng enlisted the assistance of Mr. Chun and Chun Huilan to produce several hundred flyers, which Ning Laosan and Ning Laosi distributed throughout the town from door to door. They were instructed to inform those who could not read where their shop was located and what products they offered. Furthermore, those who presented the flyers would be entitled to a 10% discount. After several days of diligent distribution, Ning Laosan and Ning Laosi successfully delivered all the flyers. Everything was in place, and Ning Pengpeng took her entire family to the shop in town. After ordering a string of firecrackers, they opened the doors for business. Even before the doors swung open, a crowd gathered outside, drawn by the promotional flyers. As soon as the shop opened, a delightful aroma wafted out, instantly attracting a throng of eager customers. In the private room on the second floor of Chunfeng building, Pei Yin sat facing the alley behind, holding a promotional flyer from the Ning family. He peered through the crack of the open window towards the Ning family's shop. "Boss, should we invite the matriarch of the Ning family over?" asked Manager Su, observing the enigmatic smile playing on Pei Yan's lips. "No need," replied Pei Yan. "I merely wish to see what kind of person can produce white sugar. It seems that one cannot judge a book by its cover. This matriarch appears to have much more wisdom than meets the eye. For someone as astute as her, it suffices to maintain a good relationship. If there is a way to assist her, we shall do so. As for that hot pot she mentioned, I will await her report once it is ready." His elder brother was currently in the capital, navigating the treacherous waters of being a solitary minister. For now, all was well with the emperor's favor. But should that favor wane, the entire family would bear the consequences. Pei Yin had no other means at his disposal but to amuse the nobility with these novel delights, hoping that, should misfortune befall the Pei family, there would be voices to speak in their favor. "Indeed, boss," Manager Su replied respectfully. "Is the fair soul at the Ning family's shop truly delectable? I notice a great many people are purchasing." Suddenly, Pei Yin leaned closer to the window. His curiosity piqued as he observed the individuals sampling the food. Manager Su glanced over as well, his expression rendering him speechless. He then leaned in and whispered into Pei Yan's ear. Instantly, Pei Yan covered his mouth, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him, his complexion paling considerably. The matriarch of the Ning family certainly possessed a rather vivid imagination. One could only wonder how she conjured such unpalatable thoughts regarding pig intestines. Henceforth, such items need not be presented. After speaking, Pei Yin surveyed the untouched array of dishes on the table, his appetite completely extinguished. Unbeknownst to Ning Pengpeng, she had been the subject of scrutiny by a group of onlookers, who then departed with expressions of distaste. Given the modest size of the establishment and the fact that it offered only homemade delicacies, the shop featured a single trapezoidal counter, lined with small ceramic jars containing an assortment of pickled vegetables and preserved delicacies. Additionally, there were jars of century eggs and fermented tofu neatly arranged atop the counter. Above, hooks hung from the ceiling, adorned with freshly made sausages from the Ning family. Alongside this, a large iron pot, requiring the strength of 2 men to close, simmered with various braised dishes. Ning Pengpeng called out to customers holding promotional flyers, announcing, "Our store has recently opened, and in order to ensure you are well acquainted with the flavors of our offerings, we have placed a small dish beside each item containing samples for tasting. Should you find the taste unsatisfactory, feel free to refrain from purchasing. However, if you find it agreeable, we would be grateful for your patronage." Upon hearing Ning Pengpeng's words, the customers who had been craning their necks to buy began to murmur in excitement. Even those who had merely come to observe without the intention of purchasing felt a stirring of curiosity within. "Ladies and gentlemen, I must clarify something. Among our braised delicacies, one item is pig intestines. Our establishment guarantees that the Ning family employs a unique method to eliminate any unpleasant odors, ensuring that the cleaning is thorough and the flavor will not disappoint." She continued, "Of course, if anyone finds this unpalatable, feel free to abstain from purchasing. There is absolutely no pressure." The customers were taken aback by Ning Pengpeng's candid admission regarding the pig intestines. Though some felt a twinge of disgust, their reactions were not overly intense. After all, she had made it abundantly clear that those who disapproved were under no obligation to partake. However, alongside the disdainful, there were also those with a sense of curiosity. Observing Lu's selection of various braised items, she placed some onto a plate, then inserted slender bamboo skewers crafted by Ning Lauer for tasting. Upon taking a bite, the previously closed eyes widened in astonishment. After inquiring about the price and discovering that a portion was merely 10 won, with a promotional discount bringing it down to 9-1 for those with a flyer. They swiftly decided to order several portions. As one person took the lead, the number of intrigued customers multiplied. After sampling, none expressed reluctance to buy. Such is human nature. When one person purchases, others are inclined to follow suit. In no time, the iron pot originally brimming with braised delicacies was reduced to just a small amount of broth, thanks to the enthusiastic purchases of the crowd. Observing the rich broth, Ning Pengpeng gently stroked her chin and addressed Lu. In the future, when you prepare these delicacies, once the entire batch is ready, you can utilize the excess broth to marinate some vegetables. Understood, mother, Lu replied. Not only these marinated dishes, but also the preserved eggs and fermented tofu, each offering a taste to suit different palates. Some relish this, while others prefer that. In any case, the prices are modest, and they can afford it. As the evening approached and the doors were closed, Ning Yofu, with ledger in hand, began calculating with a rhythmic tapping. Taking a deep breath, he exclaimed in a quivering voice, "Today marks our opening. After deducting costs, we've earned over 9 taels of silver. Do not underestimate this sum. If we can maintain such profits consistently, we would accumulate over 200 taels in a month. After all, in the village, 2 eggs can be purchased for a single coin. In the town, they sell for 1 coin each, primarily due to the scarcity of livestock there. Within the marinated dishes sold today, each serving includes a whole egg, and with the assortment of other ingredients, 9 coins per serving feels quite reasonable. The substantial profit this time can largely be attributed to the efforts of the third and fourth brothers in distributing promotional flyers effectively. The novelty of a new establishment piqued curiosity, attracting a considerable crowd. I estimate that once the excitement surrounding the flyers diminishes, our profits may see a decline. Nevertheless, as long as we maintain daily earnings above 5 taels, this shop will prove profitable." Ning Pengpeng placed the silver coins into the money box and handed it to Ning Lauda. "The profits need not be hurriedly given to me. I shall review the accounts once a month, and after fairly distributing the wages among you brothers, it will not be too late to provide my share." Ning Yofu, with the money box in hand, was visibly elated. It is worth noting that for many years in his father-in-law's shop, he would reconcile the accounts with his father-in-law every evening, who would then take away the profits. In the days to come, let the third, fourth, and eldest brothers handle matters. I shall take a step back. Observing the brothers, Ning Pengpeng declared resolutely. This sudden delegation of authority left Ning Yofu in a state of bewilderment. "Mother, you are the cornerstone of our family. You cannot neglect your responsibilities." Upon hearing the eldest brother's words, Ning Lao San and Ning Lao Si nodded in agreement, while Ning Lao Er listened quietly to his mother. In his heart, he believed that if mother had made such a decision, there must be a reason behind it. As sons, they ought to heed her. "Is it so difficult for all of you to manage this small matter? Do I possess 8 hands or 8 feet? Enough of this. Go about your business. Ning Er, come here. I have something to discuss with you." Ning Pengpeng, disinterested in further explanations, shot them a glare before summoning Ning Lao Er. "Remember to come to my room tomorrow and turn over the vacant dry land behind the walls. I need to get started on the chili pepper project." She intended to enhance the flavor of the pickles and marinated delicacies by incorporating chili peppers. "Understood, mother." Ning Lao Er scratched the back of his head, grinning as he agreed. Although the house in town had been tidied up, Ning Pengpeng had no intention of residing there. In the shop, only Ning Yofu and Lu Shi remained. This courtyard, if occupied by a large family, would undoubtedly feel cramped. Yet with just the two of them, it felt remarkably spacious. Back at her maternal home, the couple had squeezed into a small room, with their son and daughter's quarters separated by 2 narrow compartments, leaving little room to breathe. Now, sharing such a generous courtyard with her husband, Lu Shi was overwhelmed with joy, almost to the point of tears. The bitter pangs of envy she once held towards her mother-in-law and the other households building new homes had dissipated completely. By the time Ning Pengpeng and her companions returned home, the moon was nearly at its zenith. It was getting late, and everyone needed to wash up and rest early. Especially the third and fourth sons, who had to rise early the next day to ensure the shop's inventory met the demands of the customers. "All right, mother. You can rest assured." Ning Lao Si, still unmarried, was given a courtyard adjacent to Ning Pengpeng's room. Upon hearing the melodious voice of Ning Mianer, Ning Lao Er felt a pang of emotion, yet his heart was filled with sweetness. After unloading the cart from the ox's back and leading the ox to the barn for fodder and soybeans, Ning Lao Er took his daughter's hand and walked towards the house. "What about my sisters? Ning Mianer illuminated her surroundings with the lantern in her hand, revealing that she was indeed dressed in a new garment of fine cloth, likely made from the silk fabric that the shopkeeper Su had given to her mother, which her third brother had exchanged for. The wife of the third brother had made a set of clothing for each family member, and he too had a share. But Ning Lao Air could not bear to wear it just yet. He preferred to keep the new clothes tucked away in the chest, saving them for the upcoming new year. Mianer looked delightful in her attire. Ning Lao Air couldn't help but stroke Ning Mianer's hair, offering his praise. Upon hearing her father's compliment, Ning Mianer pursed her lips and smiled. Once Ning Lao Air entered the house, Ning Mianer lit the oil lamp and proceeded to the kitchen, where she carried the warm water from the pot into her father's room, assisting him in washing his face and feet. Ning Lao Air accepted the water and urged her to retire for the night, lest she hinder her growth. Just then, Ning Pengpeng entered, followed by Ning Yoshi, who brought hot water to attend to their mother's bathing needs. "You've done well, but one must still prioritize their studies," he remarked, after washing his feet. As Ning Yoshi disposed of the water, she intended to speak, but Ning Pengpeng swiftly interrupted her. As for Ning Laosi, he naturally boiled his own water. Who would be patient enough to serve him? "How was business today, you?" With her growing belly, she refrained from accompanying them to the market, wary of the crowds and potential mishaps. However, being home all day left her feeling anxious, akin to a bucket swinging precariously. With mother around, how could things go awry? Today, they had earned a profit of over 9 taels. This was merely the first day. Mother had mentioned that as long as those few hundred promotional flyers remained in circulation, the profits in the coming days should not falter. Once things settled, Mother had assured her that the minimum profit would still be at least this amount. Ning Laosen gestured with his hand and nodded vigorously at Wang Shi, affirming that this was indeed what their mother had said, and it was beyond doubt. Wang Shi's eyes widened. If they earned 5 taels a day, how much silver would that amount to in a month? She counted on her fingers, perplexed by the calculations. Although she couldn't quite grasp it, it did not imply that she was unaware. Earning 5 taels in a single day equates to 35 taels in a month, which amounts to an abundant sum of silver. Had I known earlier, I would have accompanied my younger sister to the academy, learning to read and write under Miss Chen's guidance. Wang felt somewhat disheartened at her inability to calculate the quantity of silver and then turned to Ning Laosan. "What does it matter? If you wish to go, then go. After all, the tuition fees for Miss Chen are covered separately by mother. Do you think I don't want to go? But look at my age and my condition. Miss Chen is so young. If I sit there and listen, I wouldn't understand and would feel too embarrassed to ask," Wang said, stroking her belly and shooting a glare at Ning Laosan. Ning Laosan neatly placed the cloth on the rack and poured the water from the basin into the foot tub, casually replying, "Ah." Wang said, "Ning Laosan, you are quite clever. To come up with such a brilliant idea is truly impressive." Wang playfully slapped Ning Laosan's arm. Her spirits lifted. "Easy there, that hurts. Are you trying to commit fratricide?" Ning Laosan grimaced, having intended to remove his shoes to wash his feet, when his wife's playful smack caught him off guard. The following morning, Ning Laosan and Ning Laosi loaded their belongings onto the meticulously prepared ox cart of Ning Lar. Subsequently, Ning Laosan drove the cart toward the town, while Ning Lauder set off with a hoe slung over his shoulder in search of Ning Pengpeng. Ning Lao Air knocked at the door, while Ning Yoshi opened it. Ning Pengpeng, still yawning and having just risen, was sipping the thin rice porridge she had prepared after washing her face. "Have you eaten?" "Mother, I have. Mianer cooked it, and even made a few salted duck eggs." "Very well, Mianer is a good child." Ning Pengpeng stifled another yawn, tears forming at the corners of her eyes. To Ning Lao Air, this was a clear sign of a loving grandmother's concern for her granddaughter. "Even if you haven't eaten, don't just linger at the door. Set aside your hoe. Come sit down and listen to me." Ning Pengpeng wiped her eyes and, feeling slightly annoyed by Ning Lao Air blocking the light at the entrance, gestured to the seat across from her, urging Ning Lao Air to sit first. "All right, mother." Ning Lao Air hastily set the hoe aside and cautiously took a seat on the edge of the stool, her hands resting on her thighs, ready to spring into action at the slightest prompt from Ning Pengpeng. "The chili seeds that shopkeeper Su gave me are scarce. I doubt I can plant many in the dry land of the backyard. However, if I sow them now, I can hope for a greater yield of seeds next year. Remember, that land must be prepared in the next few days. We need to plant the first batch of chili seeds and hope to harvest them before the snow falls. It's a pity we lack plastic film. If we had it, we could cover the crops and create a greenhouse." Seeing her mother's earnest instructions, Ning Lao Air promptly agreed, assuring her that the land would be plowed within the next few days. Off you go. After Ning Pengpeng finished speaking, she waved her hand to send Ning Laodi to plow the fields and continued to eat her meal at a leisurely pace. Once she had finished, she rinsed her mouth and brushed her teeth with a willow twig. Given the state of her body, she could not afford to let it deteriorate any further. Stomach ailments and cavities must be banished. The mere thought of her face made Ning Pengpeng unable to resist touching it. When would she be able to diminish the wrinkles that marred her visage? Although the distance to the seaside was not particularly close, it was merely a few days' journey by carriage compared to the capital. Once she had completed her affairs, she could entertain the idea of visiting the coast. To others, the fishermen living by the sea appeared impoverished, struggling to fill their stomachs. Yet, in Ning Pengpeng's eyes, they were akin to beggars clutching golden bowls. Not to mention the abundance of oysters, which grew densely upon the rocky shores, left untouched by anyone. And let us not forget the broth made from oyster shells, simmered into exquisite oyster sauce. The mere thought of oyster sauce made her plain rice porridge lose its appeal. The prospect of the grand lobsters, grouper, and other seafood from the depths of the sea made her mouth water. Of course, the most significant allure of the seaside lay in the pearls. For her aging face, she would likely need to apply a thick layer of pearl powder daily to gradually fade the wrinkles, even if some of the lines were too pronounced to vanish completely. As long as they could be softened, Ning Pengpeng could employ the most miraculous makeup techniques to make herself appear at least a decade younger. However, all of this seemed somewhat fanciful for the time being, especially considering that contemporary pearls were no longer cultivated artificially. They are all pearl divers by the seaside, diving into the deep sea each day to gather shells. Yet, among those shells, it is rare to find even one that contains a pearl. Thus, the value of a fine pearl today is indeed beyond measure. How could Ning Pengpeng, with her limited means, afford to purchase so many pearls for her skincare? Therefore, she can only indulge in her thoughts for now. With this realization, Ning Pengpeng swallowed her congee with a fierce determination, chewing slowly to avoid choking. The dry land in the backyard had not yet been plowed, so after finishing her meal, she retrieved the butter and Sichuan peppercorns that the shopkeeper Su had previously sent. She also gathered other seasonings, reluctantly taking out some chili peppers she had intended to save as seeds. At that moment, Ning Laosan was diligently plowing the backyard. As he concentrated on his task, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, entirely different from the scent of braised delicacies. Previously, Ning Laosan had found the smell of braised pork intestines overpowering, but now, the spicy and fragrant essence in the air was incomparable. The main issue was that, while he was focused on plowing, he suddenly sneezed repeatedly, more than a dozen times, overwhelmed by the enticing aroma of hot pot seasoning. With his nose and eyes streaming, Ning Laosan could only cover his nose and cautiously peek into the kitchen. What was he trying to see? If he wished to observe, he could simply step inside and take a closer look. After this occasion, the shopkeeper Su would hand over the recipe for this dish to his employer. Just as these words left his lips, Ning Pengpeng joined Ning Laosan in a symphony of sneezes. When the vibrant, crimson hot pot broth was finally served, Ning Pengpeng felt her entire face ablaze with heat. After all, the classroom was situated within the village, rendering it unnecessary for the children to dine there. It was unreasonable to expect Ning Pengpeng to cover the cost of their meals. Naturally, the more people who partake in hot pot, the merrier the experience. Thus, pregnant women and children were exempt from the fiery dish, making the chicken broth a suitable alternative for them. The remaining three, Ning Pengpeng, Ning Laosan, and Ning Yoshi, were wholly engrossed in the spicy broth. The charcoal beneath crackled as the pot above bubbled and simmered. They dipped potatoes, taros, tofu, and leafy greens into the broth for a brief moment before retrieving them and placing them into the meticulously prepared sauce. Upon tasting, the explosion of spiciness and tanginess compelled gasps of exhilaration, followed by generous gulps of cool water, only to be drawn back to the enticing red broth for more. Observing the trio, their faces flushed redder than freshly applied lipstick, Wang and several other children swallowed hard, feeling that the flavors in their chicken broth paled in comparison. Particularly for Ning Pengpeng and Ning Laosan, the realization struck that this body of hers had a low tolerance for spice. With each bite, tears streamed down her cheeks. Yet, the exhilarating numbing spiciness urged her to continue shoveling more into her mouth, even as tears flowed. Ning Laosan, sharing a similar constitution, was equally affected, with tears and snot streaming down his face. After finishing their meal, the two exchanged a glance before silently turning away. In Chapter 89, titled A Visit, Ning Yoshi, despite initially struggling with her meal, soon displayed an unflinching demeanor as she continued to eat. The intense spiciness that usually reddened one's eyes and numbed the tongue seemed to have no effect on her. "What kind of pot is this? It's absolutely delicious. Should we continue indulging in this tomorrow?" she remarked, patting her full belly and smacking her lips. Ning Pengpeng, wiping her tears and runny nose with a handkerchief, shot a glare at Ning Yoshi with her reddened eyes. "If it's this good, you ought to learn how to prepare it. That way, not only can you enjoy it, but I can also savor a bite," she retorted. Initially, Ning Pengpeng intended to scold Ning Yoshi, but to her surprise, Ning Yoshi fell silent, contemplating the intricacies of the dish, genuinely eager to learn. This would grant her the freedom to indulge whenever she pleased, a delightful prospect. However, the following day, regret washed over her as she sought out Ning Pengpeng in tears. Upon seeing her, Ning Pengpeng nearly burst into laughter. Ning Yoshi's forehead and chin were covered with numerous pimples. Meanwhile, both she and Ning Laudi, after the fiery sensation subsided, had suffered no such affliction. Realizing that her discomfort stemmed from indulging in the spicy hot pot, Ning Yoshi could only weep, lamenting her culinary choices. Though her craving remained, her desire to maintain her beauty prevailed. She refused to allow her face to be marred. As the spicy hot pot received rave reviews, Ning Pengpeng promptly relayed the news to Ning Laosan, ensuring that Manager Su was informed. Indeed, the following day, Manager Su arrived in a carriage accompanied by the head chef, eager to observe how Ning Pengpeng prepared her dish. However, to Ning Pengpeng's astonishment, Manager Su exhibited no reaction whatsoever to the fiery and spicy flavor, which left her feeling envious. With reddened eyes, Ning Pengpeng served the broth for tasting. Upon sampling it, Manager Su felt as though his taste buds had ignited. After a brief sniff, he continued to indulge, perspiring profusely alongside the chef, utterly unable to resist. Although the dish was thrilling, it came with certain repercussions. Noticing the delight of Manager Su and the chef, Ning Pengpeng could not help but voice her concerns. "What repercussions?" she inquired. The spicy hot pot broth was something the proprietor had specifically instructed her to monitor closely. Any issues would prevent this broth from being brought to the capital. Due to individual differences in constitution, some might find the spicy flavor overwhelming, as was the case for her. Ning Pengpeng pointed to her own reddened eyes, lamenting her plight. "And then there are those like you, who may not react severely to the spice, but by the next day, they could find themselves suffering from heat and breakouts." Ning Pengpeng then beckoned Ning Yoshi over, gesturing to the blemishes on her face, casting a sympathetic glance toward Manager Su. Of course, there is also the possibility of being impervious to such spiciness, without suffering from heat or blemishes. They are truly favored by the heavens. Ning Pengpeng mused with a hint of envy. This time, the method for preparing the hot pot base was imparted to the chef of Chunfeng Tower. Henceforth, should one desire hot pot, there is no need for self-preparation. A visit to Chunfeng Tower suffices, sparing oneself from the arduous task of cooking such a meal. Upon hearing Ning Pengpeng express such sentiments, Manager Su grasped the implications. It appeared that this spicy hot pot could not be presented to the esteemed individuals above. Should any issues arise on their countenances after consuming this fiery broth, the entire Pei family might face dire consequences. Yet, such a delectable dish would be denied to those privileged few. Manager Su, unable to resist, took another bite of the vegetables and sighed in wonder. Upon returning, Su Ming relayed Ning Pengpeng's words to the proprietor and brought the chef to the state capital, where a similar dish was prepared for the master. Pei Yin was taken aback by the complexities surrounding the seemingly simple spicy broth. Gazing at the vibrant red concoction before him, his eyes were mildly irritated. He could not help but glance at the impeccably smooth-faced Su Ming and furrowed his brow, remarking, "I see you have not developed the so-called blemishes she mentioned." "Perhaps it is due to my superior constitution," Su Ming replied. Pei Yin huffed through his nose, skeptical that his constitution could be inferior to Su Ming's. Yet, that accursed competitive spirit lingered. On that day, Pei Yin relished his meal, but the following morning, a minuscule red pimple appeared on his otherwise flawless complexion. Holding the dimly reflecting copper mirror, Pei Yin widened his eyes at the red blemish on his forehead, intrigued. Though he was a grown man, the presence of a single pimple on his visage seemed hardly significant. However, he, who has always been renowned for his beauty, initially found it quite distasteful that others placed such importance on his appearance. Yet now, he suddenly realizes that if he were to be judged on his looks, He would prefer to be deemed handsome rather than unattractive. After teaching others, Ning Pengpeng reached the moment to sow the chili seeds into the ground. Unfortunately, due to her previous mishandling, she had wasted quite a few chilies, leaving her with only enough seeds to plant 2 rows. The remaining land had already been plowed by Ning Laonyo. Contemplating her options, Ning Pengpeng decided to soak the leftover yellow, red, and green beans. And when the seeds began to sprout, she planted them in the freshly plowed soil. Subsequently, she instructed Ning Laonyo to cover the newly sown chili seeds and beans with straw. While it couldn't compare to plastic sheeting, the straw provided considerable insulation. At that moment, Zhao Guangnong, accompanied by Ma Shi and Zhao Wan, arrived at their doorstep. Dear mother-in-law, now that the house is completed and this spacious courtyard is ready, living here alone is rather lonely. Don't you think it is time to arrange the marriage between him and Wan before the new year? Regarding Zhao Guangnong's suggestion, Ning Pengpeng found herself in disagreement. However, she refrained from openly opposing him. After all, for those in love, enduring trials together may strengthen their appreciation for one another. Ning Pengpeng did not beat around the bush. Upon hearing Zhao Guangnong's roundabout proposal, she addressed him directly. Zhao Wan, who had been bowing her head, could not help but glance at Ning Pengpeng. Previously, she harbored a profound disdain for herself, yet eventually, she managed to persuade Ning Yukai to change his mind and continue to embrace her. Furthermore, her relentless flattery towards Ning Pengpeng led her to feel that this prospective mother-in-law had displayed considerable tolerance towards her in recent days. Initially, Zhao Guangnong contemplated engaging in further discussions concerning the financial matters of the Ning family. Why did you pinch me earlier at the Ning residence, preventing me from continuing my words? Upon stepping outside the gates of the Ning household, Zhao Guangnong glared furiously at Ma Shi, questioning her. If you were in business and old lady Ning approached you to inquire about your dealings, what would be your thoughts? Would you truly divulge your business secrets to old lady Ning? How could that be possible? What is old lady Ning to you that you would share such knowledge? Given your stance, why should she divulge anything to you? Let me make this clear. If this marriage proposal for my daughter falls through, I will not rest until I settle the score with you. Previously, Ma Shi had adopted a strategy of gentility towards Zhao Guangnong, but this time, she confronted him with a fierce glare and a resolute warning. In recent days, it has been evident to all but the blind in the village that the Ning family is on the rise. Although Ning Laosi currently resides in old lady Ning's house, Ma Shi had secretly visited the new house he had constructed. The bricks and tiles, the spaciousness, there would surely be enough room for her daughter to bear 10 or 8 children, accommodating the entire family. In such circumstances, how splendid it would be to live without a mother-in-law overseeing everything. Moreover, in the past, when Ning Laosi had but a singular countenance, she did not express any disdain. Now that Ning Laosi has acquired the means to earn, she, as the mother-in-law, finds herself increasingly delighted. Upon hearing Ning Pengpeng's words, Ning Yukai momentarily found himself in a state of bewilderment. Mother, regarding this matter, I shall heed your counsel. However, Ning Yukai swiftly turned to Ning Pengpeng and said, the bride is yours to wed, not mine. Why should I dictate your choices? I shall grant you 2 days to contemplate the situation thoroughly, whether to marry or not. Should you choose to marry, I will assist you in setting a date and arranging the banquet in 2 days' time. If you decide against it, kindly inform the young lady promptly, lest you squander her fleeting youth. A girl's prime years are but a few. If you delay, what will you offer in compensation? Upon hearing Ning Yotsai's words, Ning Pengpeng nearly bent down to remove her shoe sole and strike Ning Laosi. After all, the bride was meant for her to marry, was she not? Although she held a low opinion of Zhao Wan's character, that did not grant Ning Yukai the liberty to dangle hope before her, thereby wasting another's youth. Moreover, the comfort of a shoe can only be discerned by the wearer. Her disdain was her own, for she would not be living with the Laosi family. Whether this bride is virtuous or not is solely Ning Laosi's affair. He alone shall determine that. 2 days later, Ning Yukai approached Ning Pengpeng with a sense of hesitation to convey his decision, marriage. After spending 2 sleepless nights flipping pancakes, Ning Yukai resolved to wed Zhao Wan, for they indeed shared a foundation of affection. Given that the parties involved had made their choice, Ning Pengpeng naturally refrained from further comment. She summoned the previous matchmaker and preparations for the betrothal commenced. At first, Zhao Guangnong believed that with the Ning family's newfound prosperity, the bride price for his daughter would certainly be more generous than what had been offered for the previous 3 daughters-in-law. However, to his astonishment, Old Madam Ning insisted on adhering to the same bride price as before, presenting it with the justification of fairness. This nearly caused Zhao Guangnong to choke with indignation. Yet he found himself unable to reprimand Old Madam Ning for her actions. After all, a bride price of 2 taels of silver is considered quite substantial in rural areas. Furthermore, Ning Yukai had commissioned Wang Dashan to furnish the new house entirely. The furniture, upon completion, was placed at the Zhao residence, awaiting the wedding day to be moved into the new home alongside Xian Yang. Essentially, Ning Yukai had generously provided a dowry for the bride, enhancing Zhao Wan's reputation. Such generosity is rare in rural locales, where few families would go to such lengths. The new house was spacious, thus requiring ample furnishings. When Wang Dashan delivered the completed pieces to the Zhao household, they nearly overwhelmed Zhao Wan's modest room. Eventually, it was Ma Shi who cleared out a storage room in the back courtyard to accommodate these furnishings. During this period, Ma Shi garnered many envious gazes as she ventured out. Consequently, when she learned of Zhao Guangnong's gloomy demeanor, she insisted on engaging him in a meaningful conversation. The following day, Zhao Guangnong emerged to dine, his face partially concealed, no longer daring to be pretentious. As for the honor bestowed upon Zhao Wan by Ning Laosi, Ning Pengpeng refrained from voicing any opposition. With their future as husband and wife now certain, she would soon be calling him father. Once she moves in, as long as she refrains from creating unnecessary troubles, Ning Pengpeng believes that she, as a mother-in-law, is quite reasonable and seldom resorts to unreasonable accusations unless provoked. With the family preparing for a joyful occasion and Wang Shi's pregnancy becoming more apparent, Ning Yoshi's cooking is only palatable for her. A sense of melancholy envelopes Ning Pengpeng. Although she is capable of cooking herself, she has grown accustomed to being catered to, and the transition back to cooking proves somewhat challenging. Meanwhile, Ning Yukai is thoroughly delighted, never having anticipated that his mother's cooking could be so delectable. Although the vegetable is the same, his mother's preparation is remarkably more flavorful and delightful. Observing Ning Yukai enjoying his meal so heartily, Ning Pengpeng feels a sense of distaste. With everyone bustling about, Wang Shi occasionally lends a hand. As Ning Yukai prepares for his wedding, there are numerous tasks that he must undertake, leaving Ning Laosan somewhat overwhelmed. Fortunately, Ning latter steps in to assist, taking over the daily deliveries to the town. Naturally, as Ning Yotsai's mother, Ning Pengpeng cannot remain idle. She diligently prepares all the necessary items and extends invitations to those who should attend. The most joyous of all are the villagers of Dahuai Tree Village, who have barely finished celebrating Ning's recent housewarming when news of another festivity arises. After all, the banquets hosted by the Ning family are renowned for their mouth-watering delicacies. Equally pleased are the skilled chefs who previously assisted in organizing Ning's banquets. Although they earn a handsome profit from their work, opportunities to cater weddings are not an everyday occurrence, especially when the hosts are generous and prompt with their payments. I present to you the latest updates of I Am a Supreme Elderly Lady in Ancient Times by the esteemed author de Shun Er Guliang. To ensure that you can access the most recent chapters in the future, please remember to bookmark this work. Chapter 91, The Wedding Regarding the Ning Family. The reputation of Old Lady Ning was not particularly favorable. Initially, when the master chef arrived to handle the banquet, he felt a twinge of anxiety. However, upon hearing that a wedding was to be held, he promptly nodded in agreement. On October 24th, a day deemed auspicious for marriage, groundbreaking, bed-setting, and house-moving, Ning Yukai awoke early, groomed himself, donned a vibrant red outfit, and mounted a donkey adorned with a large red silk flower, setting off towards the Zhao family to fetch the bride. Following closely behind was Ning Laojiu, also dressed in new garments, guiding an ox cart in pursuit of Ning Yukai. Accompanying Ning Yukai were several sons of the village head, Ning Yoji, along with a troop of drummers and gongs. They clutched a cloth bag filled with pastries, candies, and coins, scattering them along the route to share joy with the children running about. The sight of coins raining down attracted not only the children, but also many adults eager to join in the scramble. Madame Ma observed her daughter, whose face had been delicately powdered, in the mirror. Wiping her eyes with a handkerchief, she murmured, "Juanzi, from this day forth, you shall be a lady. All I ask is for you to live harmoniously with Yukai." Over the past days, she had come to realize that although her mother-in-law had been somewhat difficult, she ultimately sought to gather resources for the family. Moreover, despite past favoritism, with her sons having divided their households, such biases could no longer hold significant weight. It is not merely a matter of treating her as you would me. She deserves your utmost respect. Refrain from any mischief and do not incessantly heed your father's words, causing unnecessary trouble. Do you understand? Mother, I understand. Zhao Wan's eyes were slightly reddened, her nose tinged with sorrow, yet she valiantly suppressed her tears. After all, having applied makeup, she knew that crying would ruin her appearance. If Kai can promise to marry, it signifies that he holds you dear in his heart. Moreover, come nightfall, when only you and Kai are together, remember to observe him closely. With that, she tucked a few sheets of paper into her daughter's embrace. Her own face flushed as red as a monkey's rear, before hastily exiting her daughter's chamber. This matter should have been addressed the previous night. However, after marrying Zhao Guangnong for so long, she had rummaged through the house for an entire night, nearly turning it upside down, before finally locating it beneath the bedpost. The bed had been somewhat shaky, and Zhao Guangnong had not examined the contents, using it merely as a footrest. Over time, the original manuscript had developed some mildew, leaving only the first few pages still legible. Thus, Ma tore off the initial pages and handed them to her daughter, believing that even if her daughter and son-in-law only glanced at these few sheets, they would certainly understand. Zhao Wan, with an expression of bewilderment, opened the papers in her hands and immediately felt her face burn with embarrassment, nearly letting out a loud scream as if holding a hot potato, discarding the papers in haste. By the time the groom, Ning Yukai, arrived to fetch her, Zhao Wan felt a diminished sense of sorrow at parting. With her head bowed and her cheeks aflame, her mind was consumed entirely by the images depicted on those sheets of paper. Lost in a daze after the wedding ceremony, Zhao Wan finally regained her senses as she entered the new abode, her heart ablaze with warmth. The following morning, Ning Yukai, brimming with affection, gently guided the somewhat bashful Zhao Wan to pay respects to Ning Pengpeng. The eternally single Ning Pengpeng soon perceived a subtle shift in the atmosphere. Casting a discerning glance at her youngest son, she noted the harmonious bond shared between him and his wife last night. As she accepted the tea offered by Zhao Wan, Ning Pengpeng took a delicate sip before setting it aside. From her bosom, she retrieved a silver bracelet, presenting it to Zhao Wan. This unexpected gesture astonished Zhao Wan. The bracelet was remarkably thick, weighing heavily in her palm, certainly not hollow, but rather substantial, perhaps even a couple of taels. Just ensure that you both live well together. All I require is that you maintain a good faade, Ning Pengpeng remarked, disinterested in instructing Zhao Wan on how to navigate life, for at her age, one's nature is often immutable. As a mother-in-law, voicing too many opinions could be tiresome, so it was better to be forthright. Ideally, one would possess the perceptiveness of the Wang family. If not, then akin to the Liu family, it would be wise to limit interactions. As long as they did not emulate the Qian family and invite their own downfall, she would bear no responsibility. Speaking of the Qian family, Ning Youcai's wedding had not escaped her attention. She had watched discreetly from the crowd. Particularly striking was Ning Yolu, adorned in fresh attire, radiating joy, an image that rendered Qian in a state of shock. Years prior, when Ning Yolu married her, he too had displayed a face full of delight. And despite bringing no dowry to her new family, he had never uttered a word of reproach. Despite being scorned by her mother-in-law, her husband always offered her solace during the night. Contemplating this, tears streamed down Qian's face uncontrollably. What had driven her to such a state of separation from Ning Yolu? Qian felt utterly lost as she wandered into the Qian household, only to be struck by Luo with a stick on her arm, causing her to nearly leap in pain. What are you doing? You haven't tea washed the clothes or prepared the meals. Where have you been? And those pastries, don't you hurry up and make them? Or do you wish to starve? As the matriarch of the Ning family had imparted the art of pastry making to Wang's maternal family, Luo had initially been pleased. Thinking the Ning family would no longer compete in the pastry market and she could finally showcase her skills. However, she had not anticipated that the Wang family would take to the town to sell pastries instead. With many sons, the Wang family not only sold in town, but also ventured to Feng Town. The novelty of their pastries captivated the customers, leaving Luo astonished at the dwindling sales of her own family's goods. Consequently, she was compelled to continue selling the pastries the next day. As days turned into weeks, the pastries grew stale, some even developing mold. Naturally, the business and reputation suffered, and no one was inclined to purchase pastries from the Qian family. This spiraled into a vicious cycle, where the Qian family's pastry venture ultimately relied on deceiving the occasional passerby. Yet, the town was limited in size. with only a handful of people traversing in town. Thus, Luo devised a scheme for Qian to sell the inferior pastries by the roadside. As long as they could sell even a few, it would count as a profit. Therefore, despite the lackluster business, Luo stubbornly compelled Qian to continue making pastries for sale. In pursuit of this pastry recipe, the Qian family has invested so much. If they ultimately abandoned the endeavor of selling pastries, it would be a source of ridicule for the entire village. Thus, regardless of the lack of profit, she is resolutely committed to the pastry business. The impact of Luo's reprimand struck Qian deeply, leaving her in tears. It was uncertain whether her tears arose from witnessing the spirited Ning Yulu or from the pain of the blow. Why are you crying? How can you still have the audacity to weep? It is your fault. You claimed this pastry business would be profitable, yet after investing so much silver, there isn't even a whisper of success. The family's good fortune has been squandered by your lamentations. Seeing Qian in tears only intensified Luo's fury, prompting a barrage of scolding aimed at her daughter. Enough. It is difficult for her as it is. Cease your tirade, urged Qian Daong, emerging from his room with a sigh, as he attempted to counsel Luo while discreetly signaling Qian. Wiping away her tears, Qian silently retreated to the kitchen. With your misguided kindness, one might mistake me for a stepmother, Luo snapped, pointing an accusatory finger at Qian Daong. He hunched his neck, silenced by her tirade. Meanwhile, Qian, upon hearing her mother's harsh words, found her tears flowing even more profusely in the kitchen. After enduring a scolding from Mrs. Luo, her ire gradually subsided, allowing her to approach Qian Daong with a few measured steps. In a lowered voice, she remarked, Guifan is merely 20 this year, and given that the pastry business is hardly profitable, we must also sustain her idleness at home. As for Chunsheng, he is already 14. Is it not unreasonable for Chunsheng to marry while Guifan remains an old maid at home? Upon hearing his wife's words, Qian Daong gazed up at Luo in a daze. He murmured, Does Guifan agree? Luo shot him an indignant look and retorted, Why wouldn't she? I am doing this for her own good. What reasonable girl should linger at her parents' house indefinitely? Even if I were willing, what about Chunsheng's future wife? As her own mother, would I wish her ill? Enough of this. I am merely informing you that I am seeking a suitable match for her. Once I find one, she will be married off. Do you understand? Qian Daong, upon hearing Luo's declaration, nodded in agreement, his face etched with worry. Unbeknownst to Qian Shi, lost in her sorrow, her parents were casually arranging her future in mere conversations within the courtyard. By the time news of Qian Shi's marriage reached the Ning family, a month had already passed. As she was a widow, the groom's family did not come to make a grand entrance, but rather, they placed Qian Shi on a cart and took her away. It was rumored that the previous husband had been beaten into a state of paralysis and lingered for over a year before succumbing. This time, the family sought a modest affair for the remarriage, mirroring the Qian family's sentiments, though the bride price demanded was substantial. Fully aware of the mistreatment towards his wife, it was nonetheless surprising that Qian Daong and the Luo family would stoop to marrying off Guifan, their own flesh and blood, without a hint of remorse, as if they were untroubled by the heaven's judgment. The bearer of this gossip to Ning Pengpeng was Yang Shi. As the wife of the village head, Yang Shi lived a life of relative ease. When Ning Pengpeng heard her words, she merely smiled, choosing not to engage in the gossip surrounding Qian Shi. The latter had already divorced the second son, and whether she lived or perished was of no concern to the Ning family. Furthermore, any comments Ning Pengpeng made about Qian Shi would only serve as fodder for ridicule. After all, even though the Ning family had parted ways with Qian Shi, she remained the biological mother of Mianer and her siblings. In Ning Pengpeng's eyes, her eldest nephew Ning Yoji still possessed a modicum of intellect, whereas his wife Yang Shi seemed to have been rendered somewhat naive and oblivious by her advantageous marriage. Fortunately, Ning Yoji was still capable of keeping Yang Shi in check. Once Yang Shi departed, Ning Pengpeng immediately donned a stern expression, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud to deter any further unwelcome intrusions that might disrupt her peace. Engaging in idle chatter with the villagers was far less appealing than counting the silver she had earned in her shop last month. The business at her shop had proceeded largely in accordance with Ning Pengpeng's expectations. Once operations stabilized, the daily net profit averaged around 6 taels. By the end of the month, her earnings exceeded 200 taels of silver. On the day of reckoning, upon calculating the profit, Ning Pengpeng rewarded Ning Yoshi with 6 taels as his wages for managing the shop. Similarly, she compensated Lu Shi, who had been diligently preparing and selling marinated delicacies at the back of the shop, with 3 taels for her labor. Thus, the monthly wage for the large house amounted to a substantial 9 taels of silver, reflecting on the relentless toil at his father-in-law's home. Where he earned a mere 2 taels, Lu Wangkai felt a wave of despair wash over him, as though he had been granted a pittance. The couple embraced, nearly overwhelmed by tears. The remaining sum was a staggering 200 taels. Ning Pengpeng promptly sought out the intermediary from whom she had previously purchased a shop, requesting assistance in locating arable land for sale in the vicinity of Anjin, land that would rightfully belong to her. Upon hearing Ning's intentions, the intermediary readily agreed to assist and set about making arrangements. As fate would have it, the former county magistrate Pan had instructed that the lands he had acquired over the years surrounding Anjin be sold off before his departure. After all, he was to assume a new post far removed from Anjin, and leaving someone behind to manage the fields would be rather inconvenient. It was far better to entrust the intermediary with the sale of the properties. With sufficient funds, even in a new locale, he could easily purchase fertile land. Thus, Ning Pengpeng's timely arrival proved fortuitous. The intermediary possessed precisely the parcels of fertile land that Magistrate Pan had commissioned for sale, encompassing several dozen mu. Upon learning that it was a contiguous expanse of 50 mu, albeit at a steep price of 11 taels per mu, she inspected the land and found it indeed desirable. Promptly agreeing to the purchase, the silver she had accumulated diminished significantly in her hands. Yet, on this occasion, the entire family felt no discontent regarding Ning Pengpeng's decision. After all, they were, at their core, farmers, and for farmers, the land is of utmost importance. The intermediary counted the silver, his face aglow with a beaming smile. After counting, he could not help but say to Ning Pengpeng, "Madam Ning, since your family has acquired so much land, it is only reasonable that someone should tend to it." The intermediary, having tucked the silver from the land sale into the hidden pocket of his sleeve, assured Ning Pengpeng, "I promise to find you a capable and reliable household, and the price will not be exorbitant. Look at your vast tracts of land, which are rather distant from home. Even if you hire someone to harvest, you will still need someone to oversee the operations, correct? It would be most prudent to purchase a family of 3 or 4. The man can drive the cart, guard the premises, and assist with various chores around the house. The woman can handle cooking, laundry, and cleaning, if they are all daughters. The eldest can attend to you, Madam Ning, while the youngest could serve your esteemed daughter as a personal maid, which would elevate their status. If they are all sons, they could help with herding cattle and gathering firewood. Rest assured, you will not suffer any disadvantage." Ning Pengpeng found the intermediary's reasoning quite sound. However, as a soul from the modern era, the suggestion to purchase servants for her service left her momentarily bewildered. "Perhaps not," she mused. "I can always acquire help when the workload becomes overwhelming. After all, we are farmers at heart. We are not accustomed to being served. Madam Ning, such a sentiment is misguided. You have purchased them, thereby saving their lives. It must be noted that many families, when sold apart, endure the agony of separation, never to reunite in this lifetime. The kind-hearted lady knows that if she can buy a family as a whole, she would accumulate immense merit, and they would be eternally grateful." Upon hearing Ning Pengpeng's words, the intermediary was taken aback, as if he were the one who could rescue the family from peril, performing a noble deed. "From what you say, it seems you must have such a family in your possession. Indeed, you are quite perceptive, Madam Ning. I do have a family in my hands, 2 spouses, an elderly mother, and a pair of children. They were formerly servants in a prominent household in the prefecture. Unfortunately, the former master fell into disgrace, and the entire household was sold off by the authorities. Their only request is to remain together as a family, which has made it exceedingly difficult to find a buyer. I am not running a charitable institution, and if they are not sold this time, they will inevitably be separated." The intermediary did not conceal the truth and spoke candidly. He had already shown considerable kindness by keeping this family for so long. Since no one was willing to pay for them as a unit, their fate of separation was beyond anyone's control. While the intermediary's tale was indeed sorrowful, Ning Pengpeng did not hastily agree. Instead, after a moment of contemplation, she instructed the intermediary to bring the family out for her to see before making any decisions. After all, the villagers remarked that the couple was accompanied by an elderly mother. If this matron were to be significantly older than herself, would it be she who tended to her, or the other way around? Upon hearing the villager call for them to step outside, Lu, whose family felt a surge of anxiety and anticipation. Although they had been purchased by the villagers some time ago and had received visitors, none had expressed a willingness to buy them. Lu Hu was acutely aware that if no one came forward to purchase them soon, the villager would likely disperse their family and sell them off individually. The mere thought of such a fate brought moisture to Lu Hu's eyes. His wife, Zhu Zuihua, shared his trepidation and fear. Lu Hu's mother, Aunt Tan, took a deep breath, stepped forward, and followed the villager outside, with her son, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren trailing behind. Madam Ning, observe, the villager began. Though Aunt Tan is 41 this year, she has maintained her health remarkably well. Previously, she worked in the kitchen of the household ahead, showcasing exceptional culinary skills. Her son, Lu Hu, at 26, is in the prime of his life, adept at fieldwork, and perfectly capable of handling tasks such as carting goods. This is Lu Hu's wife, Zhu Zuihua, age 25, a master of needlework, whose embroidery comes to life with vivid detail. Their son, Lu Chun, is 9 years old, clever and astute. Their daughter, Lu Zhen, is 8, having already learned etiquette in their previous household. The villager pointed out each member of the Lu family as he introduced them. Ning Pengpeng listened intently to the introductions while carefully observing the Lu family members. Particularly noticeable were the crevices beneath their fingernails, as well as the cuffs and collars of their garments. It was evident that, despite their servitude, the members of the Lu family maintained a commendable cleanliness. Their fingernails were meticulously groomed, and although their clothes bore the marks of age and wear, the cuffs and collars remained impeccably tidy. With these observations alone, Ning Pengpeng felt a sense of satisfaction. However, she was not so affluent as to squander her provisions on such a multitude. Despite her contentment, Ning Pengpeng could not restrain herself from engaging in a bit of haggling with the intermediary. Furthermore, the contract they had signed was irrevocable. Even if she chose not to pay them their monthly wages, it would not pose a significant issue. After all, it was merely a few additional mouths to feed. The elderly matron had just acquired a considerable expanse of farmland, and it was inconceivable that anyone, least of all her, would endure hunger. The intermediary's words dripped with deceit, showering Ning Pengpeng with insincere flattery. Narrowing her eyes, she raised her hand to halt his flow of vacuous praise. Since you have spoken so boldly, I implore you to share an honest truth with me. How much silver would it take to purchase this entire family? Not much, he replied. For the children and the elderly, it would be 8 taels of silver per person. As for Lu Hu and Zhu Zuihua, counting them together brings the total to 19 taels, amounting to 43 taels of silver altogether. 43 taels? She exclaimed. That amount could allow me to acquire 3 or 4 additional acres of land. Let us not indulge in unnecessary discourse, she continued. For this entire family, I offer 35 taels. Should you accept, I will procure the funds immediately. If not, it shall be a testament to our lack of compatibility. With that, Ning Pengpeng withdrew 3 10-tael ingots and 1 5-tael ingot from her pouch. As Ning Pengpeng gazed at the 35 taels of silver in her hand, the intermediary's heart wavered. After all, it was a rare occurrence to purchase so many servants at once, especially an entire family. Selling them individually might yield results, but parting with flesh and blood inevitably weighs heavily on one's conscience. Alas, who could blame him for his compassion? Upon hearing that Ning Pengpeng was willing to buy their family, Aunt Tan, accompanied by her son and daughter-in-law, immediately knelt before her, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. Thank you, noble benefactor. Thank you. Considering it akin to hiring a domestic worker, Ning Pengpeng felt considerably relieved. Fortunately, during the construction of her new house, she had designed 2 rows of guest rooms at the entrance, perfectly accommodating the Lu family. Initially, as they rode in the ox cart towards the village, they harbored concerns about where the new master would assign them to reside. To their astonishment, not only was the new master's courtyard spacious, but their living quarters were also bright and airy, with walls painted a pristine white. They were allocated 4 rooms for the 5 of them, which meant Lu Chun and Lu Zhen each had their own room. Since Aunt Tan had previously worked as a cook in the kitchen, she would henceforth be entrusted with the culinary duties of the household. Meanwhile, Zuihua would take care of the courtyard's cleanliness and laundry, especially since my 3rd daughter-in-law was quite pregnant and likely to give birth by the end of the year. In your leisure time, you often craft garments and socks for children to keep on hand. Besides the needlework I assign you, should you wish, you may create embroidered pieces to sell in town, retaining the proceeds for yourself. As for Lu Hu, you should have heard that I recently acquired 50 acres of fertile land from the intermediary. However, It is situated not near the village but adjacent to the town. Therefore, when engaging laborers for sowing, tilling, and harvesting, you must oversee the process. Additionally, assist the third brother and the others in delivering goods to the shops in town. Lu Chun and Lu Jun shall accompany Brother Peng and Yoshi to their studies. After instructing them, Ning Pengpeng allowed them to tidy their rooms. Upon hearing her arrangements, Aunt Tan was overwhelmed with emotion, her eyes brimming with tears. "Thank you, madam," she expressed gratefully. Lu Hu and Zhu Zuohua, along with their 2 children, also bowed in respect to Ning Pengpeng, repeatedly offering their thanks. Ning Pengpeng waved her hand, signaling them to proceed. "Your kindness prevents our family from being separated. You must always bear this in mind. Now, as you extend such generosity towards us, you should also understand what is permissible and what is not. Always prioritize the needs of the household. Do you comprehend?" "Yes, mother, grandmother." Lu Hu and Zhu Zuohua responded with a bow. Aunt Tan instructed her son and daughter-in-law to tidy up while she took a large cloth to wrap her hair, then proceeded to the kitchen. This kitchen, as per Ning Pengpeng's directive, was quite spacious, featuring 4 main stoves. Not to mention, there were 5 smaller stoves available for keeping dishes warm while preparing larger meals. Today, yet again, she spent several hundred taels, causing Ning Pengpeng to feel a pang of regret. Clutching her money box, she counted the silver ingots within it time and again, letting out a deep sigh. Yet no additional wealth appeared. Although her shop was indeed profitable, it was insufficient. Relying solely on its earnings would not suffice. She needed to devise alternative strategies, striving for a flourishing array of opportunities, and set a modest goal for herself. Only then could she afford to journey to the seaside and procure those exquisite pearls. In truth, if she could find suitable shells, pearls could be cultivated artificially. Alas, locating appropriate shells nowadays proved to be quite a challenge. Moreover, even if pearls could be artificially nurtured, it would require at least 2 years of diligent effort. Consequently, Ning Pengpeng would have to wait 2 long years. She touched her weathered face, reflecting that distant water could not quench her immediate thirst. Aunt Tan, at 41, 2 years her senior, appeared slightly haggard yet undeniably more robust. If one were to declare her younger than Ning Pengpeng, no one would contest it. However, when it came to pearls, Ning Pengpeng felt an irresistible urge to stroll along the shoreline. Regrettably, with the chill of winter approaching, her frail body could scarcely endure such exertion. It would be wiser to postpone until spring. Furthermore, the sight of Wang's noticeably large belly was rather daunting. Indeed, thoughts of others often lead to unexpected consequences. Just days earlier, Ning Pengpeng had been pondering Wang's alarming pregnancy, only to have Wang soon announce the onset of labor. When Ning Laosan hurried to inform her of this development, her mind was left utterly blank. After all, she had never given birth herself. What use was such information to her? Observing an unusual pallor in the madam's countenance, the astute Mrs. Tan promptly dispatched Ning III and Greenflower to procure a midwife with utmost haste. She then escorted Ning Pengpeng to the adjacent courtyard of Ning III, seating her near the birthing chamber's threshold. Mrs. Tan then proceeded to the kitchen to attend to the preparation of hot water, shears, and cotton cloth. In her heart, she castigated Ning III for his perceived negligence, lamenting his tardiness in securing a midwife despite his wife's evident agony. In truth, Ning III was undeserving of such censure. The village midwife's abode was situated at a considerable distance from the newly erected Ning residence, one lying to the east and the other to the west. Upon arriving at the midwife's dwelling, Ning III, breathless from his frantic sprint, exclaimed, "My wife is in labor." However, the midwife could scarcely match Ning III's velocity, and she stumbled along, nearly succumbing to gravity on several occasions. From the outset, Greenflower had been left far behind by Ning III's rapid pace. Upon reaching the village's center, panting and exhausted, she beheld Ning III bearing the midwife upon his back, charging towards her. Greenflower could only turn and join their return journey. As Ning Pengpeng silently recited countless prayers, Ning III, drenched in perspiration and gasping for air, arrived at his doorstep. "Alas, young man, you seek to be the death of this old woman," the midwife exclaimed, steadying herself. The preceding jostling had nearly caused her viscera to be expelled from her oral cavity. However, mindful of Ning III's understandable anxiety for his spouse, she refrained from uttering a harsh rebuke, offering only a brief remark before entering the house. Upon hearing Wang's cries of agony, the midwife's expression shifted. Without pausing to greet Ning Pengpeng, she thrust open the birthing chamber door and urgently issued commands. Do not shout in pain. Endure it, lest you lack strength when the time to give birth arrives. Furthermore, hurry and prepare 3 bowls of sweetened eggs for the expectant mother to consume, so she does not become too weak to cry out later. In the narrative of the extraordinary old lady in ancient times by the esteemed de Shun Er Gu Liang, the urgency of the situation is palpable. Upon hearing the midwife's instructions, Aunt Tin promptly complied. Only Ning Pengpeng hesitated, stretching her neck in curiosity, yet feeling a pang of fear. Ultimately, her trepidation overpowered her curiosity. She withdrew, pretending to see and hear nothing. Then, she witnessed basin after basin of blood being carried out from the delivery room by Aunt Tan, who was called by the midwife to bring in the sweetened eggs. Ning Pengpeng's head swam, realizing that childbirth entailed such loss of blood. Thankfully, she was seated, otherwise, she would have surely collapsed in fright. Ning Laosan, however, remained unfazed, accustomed as he was to the sight, having witnessed the birth of 3 children with Wang Shi previously. To him, this was a natural occurrence in the process of childbirth. Ning Pengpeng pressed her racing forehead, striving to divert her gaze from the basins of blood, enduring the anxious wait outside. Suddenly, a resounding cry echoed from the delivery room. Ning Pengpeng leapt from her chair, her face alight with joy as she exclaimed to Ning Laosan beside her. She has given birth. Indeed, mother, Mei Shui has finally brought forth a child. Ning Laosan responded with equal exuberance, sharing in her delight. Before long, the midwife emerged, having carefully cleaned and wrapped the newborn in a delicate blanket, placing the infant gently into Ning Pengpeng's arms. Congratulations, Madam Ning. Your daughter-in-law has presented you with a healthy, chubby grandson. However, Ning Pengpeng scarcely absorbed the midwife's words. As the soft, fragile form settled into her embrace, she froze, acutely aware of the weight of the tiny being. Her hand felt utterly misplaced, as if any inadvertent movement might extinguish the life she cradled. Laosan, Laosan, come hold him. She called out to Ning Laosan, her arm rigid with apprehension. After all, this was his son. Why should she bear the responsibility of holding the child born into the Laosan household? Previously, when the midwife had placed the infant in the arms of his mother, Ning Laosan had gazed longingly, but dared not seize the child from his mother's grasp. Hearing his mother now offer him the chance to hold the baby, he eagerly nodded in agreement, as Ning Laosan skillfully took the infant into his arms. Cradling him with a beaming expression, Ning Pengpeng finally exhaled the breath she had been holding. Moments earlier, the midwife had entered the delivery room, having delivered the child, and immediately returned to tidy up the aftermath. Ning Pengpeng contemplated for a moment, feeling assured that the troubling signs would not resurface. As soon as Ning Laosan embraced the child, she beckoned Aunt Tan to accompany her into the delivery room. Although the baby had been born, the air within the room still bore the heavy scent of blood. Is she all right? The midwife set aside the bloodstained mattress, tidying up the bed before carefully covering Wang with the quilt to shield her from the draft. Observing Wang's pallid face, Ning Pengpeng's voice instinctively dropped an octave as she inquired, Is everything all right? Yes, quite smoothly, the midwife assured with a warm smile. Hearing this, Ning Pengpeng finally exhaled in relief. After a moment's contemplation, she retrieved a pouch from her bosom and presented 100 copper coins to the midwife. Thank you, dear lady. Otherwise, I would have been utterly at a loss, she said, her tone tinged with sincerity. The midwife's smile deepened upon receiving the coins. If the baby cries later, remember to bring them in so that the new mother can nurse. We wouldn't want the child to go hungry, she advised before taking her leave with the money. Aunt Tan, you do know how to prepare food for the new mother, don't you? Perhaps you could start making some and simmer it on the small stove for when the third wife wakes, Ning Pengpeng gently suggested. And tell the third son to come in and check on his wife. Instead of just fussing over the child, she added with a stern expression, her tone now more curt. The delivery room was hardly soundproof, and Ning Laosan was standing outside, cradling the baby. Upon hearing his mother's words, he dashed inside without waiting for Aunt Tan to call him, his face etched with concern as he gazed at the unconscious Wang. Mother, will Wang be all right? He asked, worry evident in his eyes. Do not frighten yourself. The midwife has clearly stated that, given her previous experience with childbirth, this time has proceeded remarkably smoothly. Ning Pengpeng cast a glance at Ning Laosan and then at the child cradled in his arms. After speaking, she supported Aunt Tan's hand and walked towards her own courtyard. Madam, are you well? Despite Ning Pengpeng's brave attempt to maintain her composure, throughout the journey. Aunt Tan could still sense the slight tremor in her hands and the weakness in her legs. "I am fine. You may go about your duties." After taking her seat, Ning Pengpeng poured herself a glass of water and drained it in one go, instructing Aunt Tan to leave. Once the room was empty, she exhaled deeply, pressing her hands firmly against her eyes. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for having inhabited the body of this elderly woman. At least she was spared the burden of a husband and the agony of childbirth. All the hardships had been borne by the original owner of this body. The thought of being in the shoes of Wang sure sent a shiver down her spine. Just imagining it was terrifying. The following day, Ning Laosan entered the room with a beaming expression, addressing Ning Pengpeng. "The fourth child's name is Ning Yongyin, with the nickname Dandan." Ning Pengpeng nodded in acknowledgement, indifferent to the name as long as she was not required to attend to Wang Shi during her confinement. After all, her soul still belonged to an unmarried woman, devoid of any children or even a partner. To expect her, a complete novice, to care for someone during their postpartum period would be nothing short of cruel. "By the way, Wang Shi wishes for my mother to come over, so I need to inform her to prevent any misunderstandings." "Not at all. We are grateful for the efforts of Wang Shi's family. Please go to the large kitchen and ask Aunt Tan to bring back a basket of eggs. Also, take the nourishing food to your wife to restore her strength, lest the child suffers from a lack of nourishment." However, it seems that Ning Pengpeng has worried unnecessarily. The milk of Wang's is quite ample. Ning Yongyin only consumed half, yet he began to burp from the fullness. But if he refrains from drinking, the discomfort of fullness is unbearable, leading him to weep and request his mother, Zhao, to apply a warm towel to soothe him. Afterward, some was expelled and discarded. And when the child grew hungry once more, the discomfort was alleviated swiftly. Wang finally breathed a sigh of relief. "It appears that your mother-in-law is quite pleased with you." Upon seeing the bowl filled with eggs sent by her son-in-law, and hearing that they were a gift from Ning Pengpeng, Zhao nodded in satisfaction. "Moreover, I believe that if I were to bear a daughter this time, my mother-in-law would perhaps be even more pleased with me." Upon hearing her daughter's words, Wang immediately retorted loudly. Then, glancing at her little son lying beside her, she could not help but express her affection. What nonsense is this? What mother-in-law would not wish for her daughter-in-law to bear grandchildren? Zhao, however, felt that her daughter had become rather dim-witted since becoming pregnant and giving birth. "Oh dear, mother, you do not understand." Wang found it difficult to explain to her own mother the changes her mother-in-law had undergone in recent months. At the outset, Wang harbored a lingering sense of wariness and doubt, convinced that her mother-in-law was plotting some insidious scheme against them. However, as the days unfolded, the family's fortunes began to flourish, and Wang's apprehensions dissipated alongside the accumulating wealth. Her mother-in-law had indeed transformed, and this transformation was for the better, much to Wang's delight. Nonetheless, the subtle changes in her mother-in-law's demeanor were primarily perceptible to the brothers of the Ning family and their wives. Discussing such matters with outsiders felt inappropriate. Thus Wang felt no inclination to elucidate them to her own mother. Upon hearing her daughter's remarks, Zhao shot her a disapproving glance before turning to joyfully engage with her newly born grandchild. The Ning family was prospering, and Wang was enjoying a bountiful life. Unlike the times when she bore Kong and Hong, when the children appeared as frail as skinless rats. Yet, when it came to business, her two brothers were now earning significantly more and had their own aspirations. At this point, Zhao could not restrain a heavy sigh. Wang, however, curled her lip in discontent and retorted, "My mother-in-law shared the profitable strategies with our family to ensure we thrived and that her nephews do not go hungry. Yet now, while they are no longer starving, each of them seems to harbor a multitude of ulterior motives. Mother, which sister-in-law is orchestrating mischief, the eldest or the second? Oh, it is none other than your eldest sister-in-law who believes that this family has not been fairly divided. Your second brother's son, Wang Yi, has gone to study at the Ning family's academy, and she feels that her family has suffered a loss. Sun Dynasty, as the matriarch of the Wang family, has diligently fulfilled her duties after marrying into the Wang clan, bearing 5 grandsons for them, truly making her a significant contributor to the family. Therefore, even after the arrival of the second daughter-in-law, Zhu Qiaoer, who bore 2 sons for the Wang family, she remains overshadowed by Sun Dynasty. If one were to accuse Sun Dynasty of harboring ill intentions, such claims would be unfounded. During times of poverty, when the main household faced hunger, the secondary household experienced the same plight. In the absence of resources, there existed no grounds for conflict. As for Wang Dijin, the eldest son. He harbored no desire to engage in commerce unless compelled by his parents' wishes. In his view, the uncertainties of business, where meals are not guaranteed and tomorrow's prospects remain unknown, could not compare to the security of farming. Consequently, his younger brother, Wang Dan, who was willing to invest effort into his pastry sales, managed to achieve greater success, reaping more financial rewards. In contrast, Wang Dijin's sales paled in comparison, amounting to only 2/3 of his brother's output. Nonetheless, the Wang family's circumstances have significantly improved compared to before. While they may not feast on rice and meat at every meal, at the very least, all the children can enjoy a full belly. With the establishment of the Ning Family Academy, Wang Dan sought every means possible to ensure that his eldest son, Wang Yi, would attend. Despite Wang Yi's protests on the evening before, expressing his reluctance to pursue education, he was still compelled to attend the following day. As a child of the impoverished, he had matured quickly and was aware that the Wang family had invested a considerable sum in hiring a tutor for his education. However, Wang Dan resolutely opposed his son not pursuing his studies. He reassured his son, urging him to remain at ease, stating that the family's earnings were sufficient to support his education at the academy. With this assurance, Wang Ji finally felt a sense of relief and frequently received praise from Master Chen at the school. This news brought a broad smile to Wang Dan's face, as he deeply believed that sending his eldest son to the academy was indeed a wise decision. However, this endeavor incurred considerable expenses. Sun Didi, who was already discontented with Wang Ji's education, wore an even longer face in the days that followed. Just recently, she had quarreled with Zhu Qiaoer over trivial matters. Yet, Zhao Shi was well aware that this was merely a manifestation of Sun Didi's dissatisfaction with the considerable sum spent on Wang Ji's education. Upon hearing her mother's remarks, Wang Shi was incredulous. How could her sister-in-law think this way? The Ning family's academy had never refused others. If she felt it was an unfair burden, why not send Jia Yi and the others to the academy? Zhao Shi, however, disagreed, stating that Jia Yi was already 10 years old and the youngest, Jian, was 6. What more could they possibly learn at this point? Furthermore, in a few years, Jia Yi and the others would be marrying. It would be more prudent to work diligently while they were still young and save some money. Upon hearing her mother's words, Wang Shi widened her eyes in confusion. If it were not for her own Kong, being only 3 years old, she would certainly have sent him to the academy. How could reading and writing be deemed less important than merely earning a meager sum? Since her sister-in-law was unwilling to send Jia Yi and the others to study, there seemed little left to discuss. It is not that they are not being sent. Rather, it is their own reluctance to go. One cannot claim that just because they refuse, it is reasonable to prevent the family member from the second brother's household from attending. Wang was quite irate, feeling that it was one thing for her sister-in-law to lack clarity of thought, but it was entirely perplexing that their own mother would side with her. Upon hearing her daughter's words, Zhao's expression darkened. She was well aware that such unreasonable behavior was unfathomable. However, her lack of education, coupled with the family's hard-earned money that finally allowed them to stave off hunger, weighed heavily on her mind. The second brother had previously spent a considerable amount on those scholarly implements, costing several taels of silver. Now, with the child so young, the expenses for education were already daunting. As the years progressed, the annual payments to Master Chen for his tutelage would be quite alarming. In her home, Zhao felt that it was unwise to speak in favor of anyone. Thus, she kept her grievances bottled up. Now that she had finally arrived at her daughter's residence, she could not help but confide in Wang, treating her as a sounding board for her frustrations. To her surprise, however, her daughter chose to defend the second brother's family, causing a pang of discomfort within her. Ultimately, was it not the case that the sister-in-law's discontent stemmed from their previous poverty? During times of severe hardship, the sister-in-law had never raised such a fuss. Now that everyone was well fed, why did it breed such discontent? Never mind, I shall refrain from discussing these matters with you. During this period of confinement, focus on remedying any previous shortcomings. That is what truly matters. As for the household affairs, do not burden yourself with them. Zhao was deeply pained by her daughter's words, casting a fierce glare at Wang, and then retorted with irritation. Wang, not one to be easily fooled, realized that her mother likely shared the same sentiments as her elder sister-in-law, which made her purse her lips in silence. After all, she was a married daughter, and her ties to her natal family were severed. Meddling in family matters could only incite resentment from her mother and elder sister-in-law. While her younger sister-in-law would hardly express gratitude, She had already voiced her opinions and offered her counsel. If her mother chose to ignore them, there was little she could do. Just then, the baby began to squirm and cry, prompting Wang to seize the opportunity to take the child from her mother's arms. After tending to the baby, she fed him, assuring her mother, "I have Shou here. He can manage the diapers. You need not worry about my health." Once the child was satisfied, she gently patted his back until he burped, then laid him down in the bed. Turning her gaze toward Zhao, who appeared restless, she said, "I'm perfectly fine. You've just given birth. I should stay by your side for a few days to ensure you don't end up like I did." Burdened with ailments that seemed to afflict me now, seeing her mother's stubbornness, Wang refrained from further argument and engaged in light conversation. "Your mother-in-law is truly something else. We are but simple folk. Why do we need assistance from others? The cost of hiring help must be considerable. Wouldn't it be wiser to save that money? And think of those who would need to be fed. How much food would be wasted?" Zhao Shi was not intent on appropriating the Ning family's wealth. Rather, she simply believed that Ning Pengpeng's extravagant spending was unwarranted. To squander such a considerable sum of silver while providing for an entire household, consuming vast quantities of grain daily, how much sustenance must that entail? As for the tasks of laundry and cooking, Zhao Shi even thought that once her daughter completed her confinement, assisting Ning Pengpeng with these chores would be entirely reasonable. In contrast, Wang Shi did not share this sentiment and felt quite envious. If given the opportunity, she too would desire to acquire a maid to attend to her needs. After all, who wouldn't wish for fine clothing and ample food? Moreover, in Wang Shi's eyes, her mother-in-law would not engage in trivial pursuits. Since she chose to purchase servants, there must be substantial reasoning behind such a decision, undoubtedly aiming to benefit the household. "Mother, my mother-in-law is now a woman of stature. She must associate with the gentry of the town, and it would be unseemly for her to do so without attendance. I have heard that in the affluent families of the town, it is customary for every household to be filled with servants. Those esteemed matrons and ladies always have numerous maids attending to them. My mother-in-law has merely acquired a few individuals. How can that be deemed wasteful? Furthermore, my sister-in-law is currently in town and cannot tend to mother-in-law. I am in confinement and certainly cannot serve her. As for the wife of Little Four, she has just entered the family and has already been separated, so I have no expectations of her attending to mother-in-law." Upon hearing her daughter's rebuttal, Zhao Shi opened her mouth, then closed it again. Indeed, Old Madam Ning was no longer the same as before. It seemed that hiring a few servants was not such a grievous fault after all. After all 4 sons had taken wives and had established their own households. In the present moment, the courtyard of Ning Pengpeng is solely occupied by her and her daughter, Ning Yoshi. Without hiring servants to assist, managing such a vast space seems rather overwhelming. I merely utter this observation. Zhao sighed deeply before speaking. "What are you doing? Are you using the bed as a griddle for pancakes? Wang Dahai must rise early tomorrow for work. How can he possibly sleep with you making such a racket?" She frowned, clearly displeased. "Tell me, has Mei Shui's mother-in-law not secured a more comfortable life than ours? Not only does she avoid the grievances caused by her daughters-in-law, but she has also employed several servants to attend to her. I have heard it said that these servants are bound by death contracts. Even if old Lady Ning were to strike one down, the authorities would not trouble her." Upon hearing Zhao's envious remarks, Wang Dahai felt utterly perplexed. "Are you unwell? Why would the mother-in-law kill her hired servants for no reason? Moreover, among the daughters-in-law you mention, our daughter is included. What is it? Did you visit her today and become envious of her good fortune? It is their own affair that Mei Shui's mother-in-law lives comfortably. Why should you covet that? Or perhaps you wish to follow her example and separate from the eldest and second sons." Zhao, hearing her husband's words, became agitated. "Separate? Our family is not like the Ning family. It has taken years for my daughter-in-law to ascend to the position of mother-in-law, and now that several grandsons have grown up, they will soon establish their own families. How could she possibly agree to such a separation so easily? Moreover, even if a separation were to occur, she and her husband would likely remain with the eldest son, while the second son's family would be the ones to part ways. However, the mere thought of the second son's wife's face made Zhao feel that orchestrating such a division would not be a simple matter. Contemplating this, a headache began to plague Zhao. If she wished to avoid a division, she ought to cease indulging in such daydreams. "I must tell you, in the days ahead at the Ning family, your sole responsibility is to care for Mei Shui and refrain from entertaining any frivolous thoughts." Wang Dahai shot Zhao a fierce glare before turning over and soon fell into a deep slumber. Listening to her husband's snoring, Zhao recognized the truth in Wang Dahai's words. With a long sigh, she closed her eyes, forcing herself to refrain from further contemplation. At this moment, Ning Laosan was conversing with Wang. Upon hearing his wife mention matters concerning her mother's family, he fell silent for a moment before responding. Mother may have her own thoughts on the matter. There is no need for you to concern yourself too much. Your priority now is to tend to your health and ensure our little treasure is well fed. By the way, Mother mentioned that Aunt Tan should come over to assist with preparing postpartum meals for a month. Wang's eyes widened in confusion as she asked, "What are postpartum meals? Aren't you the one in confinement?" Surely, postpartum meals refer to the food consumed during that period. After pondering for a moment, Wang concluded that this reasoning seemed plausible. Oh, thanks to my mother's blessings, I find myself fortunate enough to indulge in these postpartum delicacies in my lifetime. I can scarcely fathom the fortune accrued over several lifetimes. Worry not, for as long as I am here, when our circumstances become a tad more prosperous, I shall procure a maid to attend to you. Observing his wife's envious musings, Ning Laosan grasped her hand and spoke earnestly to Wang Shi. Though the fulfillment of his promise may be shrouded in uncertainty, it did little to dampen Wang Shi's spirits. Such idle chatter. Your mother once remarked that we country folk are of modest means. We can manage our own cooking and laundry without the need for hired help. If you were to bring someone into our home, I fear my mother would berate me for squandering our resources, wasting food. Upon hearing his wife's words, Ning Laosan's demeanor momentarily soured. But Wang Shi turned to check on Dandan, who was nowhere to be found. She first attended to Ning Pengpeng, placing the purchased supplements and fabrics upon the table in the living room. Mother, I have heard that this bird's nest is sourced from the provincial capital. It is renowned for its nourishing and beautifying properties. Despite its small quantity, it is quite valuable. Upon hearing Lu Shi's words, Ning Pengpeng leaned in to glimpse the few pieces of bird's nest contained within the box. It is true that this delicacy is merely the saliva of swallows. Yet its nutritional benefits are indeed remarkable. In this modern age, one might encounter imitation products made from gelatin, but in this ancient time, it would likely be a challenge to discern the counterfeit. Satisfied with the nourishing properties of the bird's nest, Ning Pengpeng's smile towards Lu Shi became all the more genuine. Indeed, Mother, in the past 2 months in the town, the business of the shop has transitioned from an initial surge of prosperity to a state of stability, and Lu's previously anxious heart has finally found solace. However, although the shop remains operational, it is managed by her mother, Wang, and her aunt, Pan. Upon receiving this news, Lu wept bitterly in her mother's embrace. Wang's eyes merely glistened with tears, lacking the depth of sorrow displayed by her daughter. Now that your mother-in-law's shop has established its foothold in the town, you and your husband should diligently assist her, regardless of whether you have separated your household. Your husband will always be your mother-in-law's own son. If the shop flourishes, you shall not be deprived of your share. As for your father's matters, it would be best if you remained oblivious. Thus, should you give him money, it would be tantamount to harming me, Wang admonished her daughter with fervent insistence. Having absorbed Ning Pengpeng's enlightening words, Wang experienced a profound epiphany. Why should she continue to subject herself to unnecessary hardship? After all, she had both sons and daughters. What need was there to cling to a burdensome and aging man? As long as he did not impede the family, he was free to roam as he pleased. Consequently, Wang gradually took control of the shop's operations, consciously setting aside a portion of the earnings for safekeeping. Regarding Lu Wangcai's withdrawal of funds, she refrained from engaging in disputes, strictly retaining the operating and procurement expenses while allowing Lu Wangcai to manage the remaining finances at his discretion. Observing Wang's adeptness in handling matters, Lu Wangcai was pleasantly surprised that his wife could seamlessly assume the role of a shopkeeper he had initially intended to hire. Although Lu Wangcai believed that a woman's lack of talent equated to virtue and did not wish for Wang Shi to step into the limelight, finding a capable shopkeeper, particularly one who could operate without corruption, was indeed a rare fortune. With Wang Shi overseeing the shop and no significant issues arising in recent days, Lu Wangcai set aside his reservations about her public appearance. Most importantly, Wang Shi seemed indifferent to his withdrawals from the shop, which he found quite advantageous. However, should Lu Wangcai exhaust his funds, Hongsij would inevitably expel him, insisting that if he wished to continue residing there, he must return with silver. Despite Wang Shi's tireless efforts to sustain the shop's operations, Lu Wangcai's withdrawals grew increasingly substantial, eventually contemplating taking the capital for inventory. Wang Shi fiercely guarded that silver, vociferously admonishing him, "If you dare to spend the capital for restocking, once the goods are sold out, be prepared to close the shop for good. Should you persist in your reckless pursuits, I shall say no more. After all, you are the head of the household and must heed your own decisions." Although Lu Wangkai had neglected the shop's affairs over the years, he had once engaged in trade and recognized the validity of Wang Shi's warnings. Unfortunately, Hong Sij valued silver far more than individuals. Without funds, should he attempt to enter, he would likely be unceremoniously cast into the street by the thugs of Hong Sij, which would be an even greater humiliation. In desperation, Lu Wangkai sought refuge in Pan Shi's quarters. However, Pan Shi deceitfully claimed to be unclean and unable to attend to him, prompting Lu Wangkai to express his dismay before being unceremoniously ushered out. Upon being cast out by Lu Wangkai, Pan felt a sense of relief. Clutching the discarded quilt and pillow, she made her way to the mistress's chamber, where she spread her bedding on the footboard of Wang's bed and settled in for the night. Wang was taken aback by Pan's unexpected intrusion, glaring at her before turning away to avoid further confrontation. In their youth, they had been rivals, had it not been for her bearing a son, Lu Shu. While Pan only managed to produce a daughter, Lu Yu, their positions might have been precarious. Surprisingly, in their later years, they found a semblance of peace in their coexistence. An outcome no one could have anticipated, especially with Pan now sharing the same room. Lu instinctively acquired a bounty of goods, dividing them into two portions, one of which she thoughtfully delivered to her mother-in-law. When her mother-in-law requested her to visit Wang, Lu obediently complied, prompting Ning Pengpeng to eye her retreating figure with curiosity. Glancing at the overcast sky, she couldn't help but murmur to herself, noting that the dreary weather hinted at impending snow, contrary to her initial belief that the sun had risen in the west today. "Congratulations, sister-in-law," Lu exclaimed as she exited her mother-in-law's courtyard, turning to enter the yard of Ning's third brother. With a smile, she brushed off her sleeves and hem before stepping into Wang's room to set down her belongings. Outside, the magpies chirp, prompting me to wonder who it may be, only to discover it is my sister-in-law. She has come to visit, and yet she carries with her such an abundance of items. With a discerning gaze, Wang scrutinizes Lu, her expression transforming into a feigned smile to navigate the encounter. On such a frigid day, surely it should be sparrows, not magpies? Nevertheless, considering Wang has recently given birth, I shall not dwell on the matter. The rosy complexion of my sister-in-law suggests that my brother has been quite attentive to her needs. Sister-in-law, you jest. There is no one to tend to me. I owe my gratitude to our mother, who, understanding the challenges of my confinement, has ensured that only Darun, a single man, is at home. Thus, she has arranged for Aunt Tan to come daily to prepare nourishing meals for me. Mother truly cares for both our family and me. Upon hearing Lu's words, Wang could not help but smile, her hand instinctively rising to caress her slightly rounded face, a gesture filled with pride. Lu thought to herself, feeling as though she had been struck hard. Conversing with Wang felt utterly futile. Yet, she bit down on her back teeth, feeling a pang of bitterness as she reflected on why her mother-in-law had not shared a few words with her before impatiently sending her to visit her sister-in-law. Oh, mother is indeed concerned about us. Alas, the day is drawing to a close. Chung and Peng should be returning from school. It has been some time since I last saw them, and I must take a moment to truly observe them. However, I am certain that mother is equally attentive to their well-being. Lu strategically retreated, but not without delivering a subtle counterattack. As she hastily departed, Wang could only roll her eyes at Lu's retreating figure. It is imperative that she restores her health promptly, so she may attend to her mother-in-law without delay, lest the matriarch be swayed by that Lu woman. As Lu Shi emerged from the home of the Ning family's third son, she spotted her daughter and son approaching from a distance. "Chinger Punger," Lu Shi exclaimed, her heart brimming with joy as she hurried towards them. Enveloping both children in an affectionate embrace, her eyes glistening with emotion. It had been over 2 months since her mother-in-law entrusted Wang Shi with the care of the children, and she had missed them dearly. "Mother," Ning Cheng'er murmured softly, nestled in Lu Shi's arms. However, Ning Yongpeng, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment, quickly wriggled out of his mother's embrace, adopting a serious demeanor as he respectfully greeted Lu Shi. "Mother, your son is now a grown man. Such displays of affection are no longer appropriate." At these words, Lu Shi felt a pang of sorrow, as if in the blink of an eye. Her son had matured and no longer required her nurturing. Aunt Ning Mianer, trailing behind Chinger and Pinger, observed Lu Shi's reddened eyes and dutifully bowed in greeting. You are me honor? Lu Shi, upon hearing the call, turned her gaze to the figure behind her children, momentarily taken aback. The formerly timid and reserved Ning Myanmar now stood before her, devoid of any semblance of shyness. Sister-in-law, how is it that you only see Chung-er and Peng-er, yet overlook Myanmar and me? Ning Yoshi remarked playfully, pouting at Lu Shi. It was then that Lu Shi noticed her sister-in-law, Ning Yoshi, walking behind the three children. Oh, Yoshi, I heard from your elder brother that you have begun attending school to learn to read and write. I wonder how you are faring? Upon hearing the words of Lady Lu, Ning Yoshi's expression instantly shifted, and she shot a fierce glare at Lady Lu, as well as at Ning Myanmar and Ning Chung-er, who stood before her, before hastily retreating home. What? Did I say something wrong? Lady Lu, taken aback by her sister-in-law's sudden anger, was bewildered, realizing that her mere casual remark had provoked such a reaction. After speaking, she turned and pushed open the door. Entering the house, Lady Lu was left in a state of confusion, her face a mask of perplexity. Mother, Aunt Yoshi failed to memorize her lines today. Is your inquiry not merely reopening old ones? Ning Chung-er gazed at her mother, her voice barely above a whisper as she sought to explain the situation to Lady Lu. I had no idea. Lady Lu had not anticipated that a simple comment could strike a nerve with her sister-in-law, feeling utterly wronged. The thought that her sister-in-law might be rushing in to report her to their mother-in-law sent a wave of urgency through Lady Lu, who quickly grabbed a child with each hand and hurried toward her mother-in-law's courtyard. Upon entering, she was greeted by the sound of her sister-in-law weeping, which caused her heart to clench involuntarily. Why are you crying? Do you even have the audacity to weep? Your two elder nieces are but children. How old are you? The material that Chung-er and Myanmar can memorize is hardly formidable. As Lady Lu stood there, anxious and with her head bowed, bracing herself for the inevitable reprimand from her mother-in-law, she was unexpectedly met with the sight of her mother-in-law chastising Ning Yoshi instead. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that the reprimand pertained to the matter of the memorization exercise, suggesting that her sister-in-law had yet to lodge a complaint against her. Lady Lu breathed a sigh of relief. As her biological mother scolded her, Ning Yoshi, her face flushed, retorted through her sobs. Mother speaks so lightly, teaching me today, yet it is impossible for me to recite it from memory on the same day. If you were to attempt it, you might not succeed either. Upon hearing these words, Ning Pengpeng let out a cold laugh. If I could recite it, would I still be saying this? If Mother could recite it, then whatever she says would be the truth. Ning Pengpeng, with an expressionless face, extended her hand upon hearing Ning Yoshi's remark. Ning Yoshi, taken aback, was unsure of what her mother meant. Observing this, Chung-er hurriedly retrieved the first 8 lines of the 1,000-character essay they had studied that day from her bag and respectfully handed them to her grandmother. Ning Pengpeng casually flipped through the pages, noting the intricate traditional characters. Although she recognized the characters, there were many additional radicals, prompting her to quickly close the book and return it to Ning Chung-er. Chung-er, recite these lines for grandmother to hear. Then grandmother would repeat them to see if she recalled them accurately. Grandmother? Ning Chung-er widened her eyes in disbelief, realizing that her little aunt had been unable to recite it after a day of study. Could she really manage to recite it after hearing it just once? If she failed, it would be exceedingly embarrassing. However, Ning Pengpeng shot her a glare and thrust the notebook into Ning Chung-er's hands. Recite. Heaven and earth, profound and yellow, the cosmos vast and boundless. Sun and moon. Ning Chung-er nervously completed the first 8 lines of the 1,000-character essay, cautiously glancing at her grandmother again and again. Ning Yoshi pouted, listening to Ning Chung-er finish reciting, and then playfully complained to Ning Pengpeng. How could something so simple seem difficult to you? Pay attention. Heaven and earth, yin and yang, the cosmos in its vastness. Once Ning Pengpeng completed her recitation, everyone present gaped in astonishment, their expressions filled with disbelief. Ning Chung-er, even more excited, exclaimed to Ning Pengpeng, Grandmother, you recited it perfectly. Hearing this, Ning Pengpeng proudly lifted her chin. Well, do you see? I can recite it after just one listen. As my daughter, how can you struggle to memorize it even after a whole day? Ultimately, you must be slacking off and not studying diligently. At that moment, Ning Yoshi's mouth was agape, large enough to fit an entire egg, her face a portrait of shock, and her eyes brimming with admiration. Mother, how are you so remarkable? Humph. If I had been born into an affluent family, I would undoubtedly have been a talented woman. Unfortunately, your grandfather was a farmer, and I am left here in the countryside, illiterate. Now, I spend so much silver merely to ensure you learn a few more characters. Yet you still complain daily and fail to study properly? Ning Pengpeng looked heartbroken, causing Ning Yoshi to hang her head in shame. Mother, I realize my mistake. Seeing her daughter in such a state, Ning Pengpeng nodded with satisfaction and casually remarked, 50 times? Ning Yoshi's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief as she stared at Ning Pengpeng. What? Is that too few? Shall I add another 50 times? To transcribe so many times. And I must prepare dinner myself. She must hasten her pace. Otherwise, she fears she may toil until dawn, yet still fail to memorize the material. Alas, why is it that her mother managed to recite it with such ease? Mother, I never imagined you possessed such remarkable ability. Lu was equally astonished by her mother-in-law's prowess. After raising an eyebrow at her, Ning Pengpeng reached out to caress the adoringly gazing Ning Chung. Humph, our Chang'er is equally extraordinary, is she not? Upon hearing Ning Pengpeng praise her sister, Ning Yongpeng, who had been puffing and panting for quite some time, finally managed to utter, Grandmother. I can recite the 1,000-character classic too. Oh, impressive. Look, all of this brilliance comes from our Ning family, just like me, clever and astute. From now on, you two siblings must devote yourselves to your studies. One to become a talented woman, and the other to excel in the imperial examination. Ning Pengpeng observed the little carrot-headed Ning Yongpeng, who, despite his flushed cheeks, wore an air of maturity, and burst into laughter, addressing them. Upon hearing his grandmother's words, Ning Yongpeng looked up earnestly and vowed, all right, grandmother, just wait for me to request a title for you. Though it was the innocent chatter of a child, Ning Pengpeng could not help but feel a sense of comfort within. Upon hearing her son speak of seeking a title for his grandmother while omitting any mention of herself, Lu felt a pang of bitterness. Unexpectedly, her mother-in-law invited her to join for dinner, which brought her joy. However, upon hearing the subsequent question, Lu hesitated. In response to Lu's words, Ning Pengpeng nodded. Very well, once we finish dinner, I shall have Lu who take you to the town. In recent days, the weather has grown increasingly frigid, and it is likely that snow will soon grace the ground. After Ning Pengpeng spoke, Lu Shi appeared somewhat disheartened. The new house constructed by her mother-in-law is quite spacious, and with the fourth son now married and residing in his own abode, several rooms have become vacant. If the old residence is uninhabitable, they could easily take up residence in this new dwelling. Perhaps Lu Shi's expression betrayed her feelings too overtly. As Ning Pengpeng cast her a sidelong glance, what is the matter? Are you displeased with living in the old house? Lu Shi abruptly came to her senses, shaking her head repeatedly, and replied awkwardly, how could that be? I am grateful to you. There is no need to thank me. It is not I who will be cleaning and tidying up, Ning Pengpeng scoffed, instructing Aunt Tan to bring forth the meal. She wished for Lu Shi to finish her food promptly and depart. Standing at the doorway, she accompanied Ning Cheng'er and Ning Yongpeng as they watched Lu Shi dab her eyes and climb onto the ox cart, gradually receding from view before Ning Pengpeng turned back into the house. Have the children gone to sleep? They have already settled down. Aunt Tan reached out to assist Ning Pengpeng, but she gently declined the offer. Taking a seat by the edge of the bed, she grasped the brass stove that Aunt Tan had prepared with coal, warming her hands. Previously, Cheng'er and Peng'er had been under the care of Wang Shi. However, with Wang Shi needing to rest after childbirth, Ning Pengpeng, as their grandmother, had no choice but to take the two little ones into the courtyard that originally belonged to the fourth son. Fortunately, Ning Pengpeng had secured Aunt Tan's family to assist her. Otherwise, she would have been burdened with the care of two additional children. I wonder why I hold such disdain for the eldest daughter-in-law, she mused, recalling Lu Shi's recent demeanor, and could not help but curl her lip in discontent as she spoke to Aunt Tan. I present to you the latest updates of I Am the Supreme Elderly Lady in Ancient Times by the esteemed author de Shun Er Guliang. To ensure you can access the latest updates of this book in the future, please remember to bookmark it. Chapter 101. It snowed in truth. The temperament of the eldest lady is somewhat advantageous. Aunt Tan smiled softly and poured a cup of warm water for Ning Pengpeng, placing it beside her. Is it advantageous? Ning Pengpeng lifted the cup for a sip and glanced at Aunt Tan. Indeed, at the very least, her emotions were clearly displayed on her face, allowing the old lady to immediately discern her thoughts. Unlike the scheming wives and concubines, who concealed their emotions, Lu Shi was refreshingly candid about her feelings. There were times when Aunt Tan felt she was destined for demise, yet surprisingly, she managed to navigate her way through the intrigues of the Lu household. She had once believed that she would inevitably fall victim to those machinations. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Pengpeng surmised that Aunt Tin must have been reminiscing about her previous masteress affairs. In modern television dramas, the portrayal of affluent families often includes numerous concubines and a plethora of disputes. Reflecting on this, although Lu Shi has her minor flaws, she is not as disagreeable as one might think. However, this does not imply that she is entirely agreeable. Why don't you stay at home and keep your mother company? Lu Shi, after disembarking from the ox cart, playfully tugged at Ning Yofu. I was worried that when you opened the door tomorrow morning, there would be no one to prepare your breakfast. Lu Shi stamped her foot, visibly annoyed. What do you wish to ask me? Ning Yofu gestured for Lu Shi to enter the courtyard before continuing their conversation, noting the chill of the night air. As Lu entered, Ning Yofu hastily secured the courtyard gate and then stifled a yawn. In Ning Yofu's view, the prosperous business of his dear mother could only be attributed to the blessings of their ancestors. The following morning, Ning Pengpeng was roused from her slumber by the chill in the air. She donned her clothing and stood up, pushing open the window halfway, only to be greeted by countless snowflakes gracefully descending from the sky. It was snowing. Ning Pengpeng extended her hand to catch the flakes, which floated down like goose feathers into her palm. At first, the intricate shapes of the snowflakes were distinctly visible, but within mere moments, they melted into droplets of water from the warmth of her hand. Madam, you mustn't open the window, lest the cold winds chill you. Upon hearing the commotion from Ning Pengpeng's room, Aunt Tin knocked and entered, only to find Ning Pengpeng standing by the window, exposed to the breeze. She quickly approached and wrapped a thick coat around Ning Pengpeng's frame. Look at me, I've forgotten to mention something important. Ning Pengpeng exclaimed. Aunt Tan, there is a fire pit in this room. Just add some firewood, and the entire space will be warm. Aunt Tan appeared somewhat surprised at Ning Pengpeng's words. A fire pit. Ning Pengpeng nodded, donned her clothing, and then bundled herself up like a ball before leading Aunt Tan outside to point at the spot where the fire was burning. In the future, whenever it gets cold, we can simply use this fire. Aunt Tan, having been a cook, may not have been familiar with the concept of a fire pit, but upon observing that the fire area lacked a chimney, she quickly deduced its purpose. What a clever idea! Who could have thought of this? Such ingenuity is truly remarkable. I shall fetch some firewood for the stove at once. With that, Aunt Tan hurried into the kitchen to gather the firewood. Observing Aunt Tan's retreating figure, Ning Pengpeng felt a surge of delight from her unspoken flattery. When it snows, nothing pairs better than a hot pot. Once Aunt Tan had lit the stove, Ning Pengpeng summoned her to the kitchen, directing her on how to prepare the hot pot base. Most of the people here are somewhat averse to spiciness. Thus Ning Pengpeng did not add an excessive amount of chili peppers. Mother, fortunately, I heard you mention a snowfall a few days ago. So I inquired with the villagers and purchased 2 carts of straw to cover those chili seedlings. Otherwise, with today's snow, the seedlings would undoubtedly have been damaged by the frost. As Ning Pengpeng and Aunt Tan were busy with the preparations, Ning Lara rushed in, calling out to Ning Pengpeng. However, he came to an abrupt stop in the courtyard, still quite a distance from the kitchen, covering his nose with a hand. Mother, are you making that hot pot again? Seizing the opportunity, Ning Pengpeng dashed out of the kitchen and shot Ning Lara a glare. What's wrong? Don't you want to eat? I do. Although it's spicy, it's quite satisfying. These days, you must take good care of those chili seedlings. Since they were planted late, by the time the peppers grew to about 2 inches, the weather turned cold. Then, they inserted bamboo strips into the edges of the field where the chili seedlings were planted, forming an archway, and at night, they covered it with a thin layer of straw to create a makeshift shelter. This was primarily to protect the seedlings from the frost that could kill them once the temperatures dropped. During the day, the seedlings are typically uncovered to bask in the sunlight. A few days ago, Ning Pengpeng observed the deteriorating weather and mentioned to Ning Lara that if it were to snow, a mere thin layer of straw would not suffice. A more substantial covering would be necessary. To her surprise, Ning Lara took her words to heart. Without hesitation, he inquired among the villagers and procured 2 carts of straw, covering the several rows of chili seedlings in the barren land of Ning Pengpeng's backyard with a thick layer. Last night, snow fell, and this morning, Ning Lara discreetly parted a small gap to peek inside. The chili seedlings appeared vibrant and showed no signs of having been damaged by the frost. I understand, Mother. Ning Lara nodded in agreement. After breakfast, you should speak to the villagers and see if anyone is willing to use straw to make straw mats. I will teach them how to do it and take care of the collection. As Ning Pengpeng walked to the backyard, observing the tightly covered area, she pondered for a moment before turning to Ning Lara and saying, making mats from straw? Ning Lair was somewhat perplexed. He was familiar with making straw ropes, but what exactly were straw mats? Nevertheless, since his mother had suggested it, there must be sound reasoning behind her words. After giving her instructions, Ning Pengpeng also lifted a small patch of straw to take a look. The chili seedlings were thriving, but once they bloomed, pollination would be necessary. For now, the straw merely served to shield the seedlings. To facilitate pollination, the straw would need to be removed. In that case, it is highly likely that the chili seedlings will perish from the frost if not properly tended to. If one wishes to cultivate chili plants through the winter, the most effective solution would indeed be to construct a greenhouse. Although we lack plastic sheeting, we can certainly substitute it with straw curtains. In doing so, not only can we grow these chilies, but we can also cultivate a variety of other vegetables. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Ning Pengpeng noticed that Ning Lair had already arrived at the doorstep. She called out loudly, "I understand, mother." Before long, Ning Yoji arrived with a group of villagers, each carrying a bundle of straw and a bundle of bamboo. "Aunt, I heard from Yulu that you're teaching people how to make straw curtains." "I asked a few who were interested in learning and brought along some bamboo as well," he said. Ning Pengpeng was pleasantly surprised that Ning Yulu had directly sought out Ning Yoji, with him leading the way. The villagers had eagerly gone to gather bamboo without Ning Lair needing to chop it himself. There was more than enough for the dry land in the backyard. "Thank you so much. By the way, has everyone eaten yet? If not, why don't we enjoy the hot pot I just prepared? After we finish, we can begin learning how to weave the straw curtains," Ning Pengpeng suggested, glancing at the villagers brought by Ning Yoji, who were among those who had accompanied her when she purchased the sugarcane field. Realizing this, she welcomed everyone to join in for the meal. "Aunt, there are so many of us," Ning Yoji remarked, suddenly feeling a bit embarrassed. He had hastily called the villagers to come and learn upon hearing about the project from Ning Lair, without considering that it was indeed lunchtime. "No worries. A hot pot is best enjoyed with many people," Ning Pengpeng reassured him. "Aunt Tan, please remember to slice more lamb." Ning Pengpeng welcomed everyone into the kitchen, and an overwhelming aroma filled the air. Some guests, unable to withstand the pungent scent, began to sneeze repeatedly. Fortunately, Ning Pengpeng's new kitchen was spacious enough. A long rectangular table allowed a group of people to sit comfortably without feeling cramped. Those who could tolerate spiciness sat on one side, while those who preferred milder flavors occupied the other. Aunt Tan prepared 2 types of broth, and there was an abundance of ingredients for everyone to indulge in. Upon hearing Ning Pengpeng's words, the guests assumed she was merely being polite, for in these times, who could afford to waste food? It seemed unreasonable to gorge oneself when visiting someone else's home. However, to their surprise, 2 steaming pots were placed on the table, along with 2 large round copper basins. One basin contained a broth made from hen and fish, while the other, a vibrant red, was infused with chili peppers. Ning Yoji and the villagers blinked in astonishment, realizing there seemed to be nothing substantial to eat in the pots. Were they merely expected to drink the broth? As they exchanged puzzled glances, contemplating whether they were meant to fill their bellies with just soup, Aunt Tin suddenly brought forth thinly sliced lamb, pork, pig intestines, and brain. In addition, there were sausages crafted by Ning Pengpeng and her younger siblings, along with duck intestines, gizzards, feet, chicken livers, claws, and wings. Furthermore, there were delicate slices of fish and a large bowl brimming with river shrimp. The vegetables consisted solely of Chinese cabbage, bean sprouts sprouted from yellow and green beans, along with radishes, asparagus, and pumpkin. Although the variety of vegetables was limited, the quantity was abundant, with each type served in 2 large plates, placed on either side of the spicy and non-spicy options. "It's raw," Ning Yoji exclaimed, somewhat taken aback as he picked up a slice of lamb and turned to Ning Pengpeng. "Indeed, it must be raw. Just watch," Ning Pengpeng replied as she selected some harder-to-cook items and placed them in the pot. "Oh, where's my dipping sauce?" she called out. It's coming," Ning Pengpeng exclaimed, retrieving the meat only to realize that the condiments were not prepared yet. "Aunt Tan," she shouted. Aunt Tan hurriedly poured chopped garlic into a bowl of sesame oil, then brought it over to Ning Pengpeng. "And fermented tofu. Don't forget the fermented tofu. It makes everything taste exquisite," Ning Pengpeng urged. Aunt Tan quickly turned around and retrieved a piece of prepared fermented tofu from the corner of the kitchen, placing it into Ning Pengpeng's bowl. Ning Pengpeng plunged the lamb into the bowl of condiments, ensuring it was generously coated with the fragrant garlic-infused sesame oil and fermented tofu, before taking a hearty bite, her face lighting up with satisfaction. "Hurry and eat. By the way, If you want any dipping sauce, just tell Aunt Tan and she will get it for you. Observing Ning Pengpeng's effortless technique, everyone else requested the sesame oil with fermented tofu and garlic. Following her lead, they began to dip the raw meat and vegetables into the pot. Once the dishes were cooked, they carefully dipped them into the sauces before savoring their flavors, and suddenly, everyone's eyes sparkled with delight. Delicious. Yes, yes. I never knew that cabbage could taste this good. In no time, the dishes on the table visibly diminished. Ning Pengpeng observed the hearty appetite of everyone around her and urged Aunt Tan to prepare some more food. It was only when the pot's broth was nearly depleted that they finally paused, their appetites momentarily sated, only to realize that the bountiful spread before them had been entirely devoured. Reflecting on their earlier restraint, they were now taken aback by their indulgence, and a blush crept onto their faces. Ning Pengpeng, feeling the fullness in her own belly, exhaled and remarked, "Since we are already seated, let me teach you how to weave straw mats. In the future, when you're at home with nothing to do, you can sit by the fire and craft these mats. As long as your work is satisfactory, I will gladly accept them." With that, she instructed Aunt Tan to bring over the straw that the villagers had previously gathered, and she began to weave. The others gathered around, watching intently, and those who had questions were met with Ning Pengpeng's patient explanations. "It's surprisingly simple. Had I known, I would have invited my wife and children to learn alongside me," exclaimed one villager, slapping his thigh in realization. Ning Pengpeng shot him a sidelong glance and retorted, "What? As a grown man, you can't learn this? No. It's just that if it's so easy, wouldn't it be better to have everyone at home learn together? So we could make more?" The villager stammered, feeling a sudden chill under her gaze and hastily clarifying his intentions. Though it may appear simple, in practice, only a handful of individuals manage to weave effectively. The rest produce straw that is loose and flimsy, easily pulled apart. Ning Pengpeng shook her head and addressed the few capable ones, suggesting that if they struggled, they should summon others from their homes to learn. Indeed, women's dexterity surpasses that of men in such tasks. After imparting her knowledge, Ning Pengpeng dismissed them. "What is this for, mother?" Ning Lauer asked, bewildered, as he held the bamboo strips he had fashioned. "Are we to make bows and arrows? But surely, they need not be this large. The length of these strips is 3 times that of ourselves. Come here, replicate how you tended to those pepper seedlings. Now we shall create something grand." Ning Pengpeng instructed after crafting several bamboo strips. She led Ning Lauer to the backyard, pointing at the pepper seedling patch covered with straw. "A larger version? Very well, mother. I shall attend to it," Ning Lauer replied. Though he was perplexed, he obediently followed Ning Pengpeng's guidance. To his credit, he worked with remarkable speed, soon filling a row of land with the bamboo strips. Ning Pengpeng then indicated the nearby uncultivated dry land, saying, "Since we are at it, let us complete the task in its entirety. Once finished, we shall have Lauer turn the soil once more." "Understood," Ning Lauer nodded readily. By the time all the bamboo strips were roasted and inserted, the sky was nearly dark. "Let us dine here tonight, and summon Mionner and the others. Remember to check on the households we visited today to see how their grass mats are progressing. If any are completed, we shall bring them over. By the way, do inquire with third and fourth about whether they wish to proceed similarly with their backyard. The snowfall is not particularly heavy at present, and I hope it does not intensify tomorrow. Otherwise, we shall have to clear the snow from the ridges before we can cover them with straw mats." "Very well, mother." Ning Lauer nodded. Irrespective of whether third and fourth choose to partake, he is resolute in his decision to do so. He placed the remaining bamboo in his own courtyard, preparing to establish similar arrangements for the ridges in his backyard the following day. "Father, this task is quite straightforward. I shall have Xianglan learn alongside me." Ning Yoji cast a glance at third before calling for Yang to summon eldest and second, along with his youngest daughter, Ning Tenner, to join them in the living room. Earlier, Uncle Lu had come to discuss the matter of crafting straw mats, and only third expressed interest in learning with me. Now that both third and I have mastered the technique, if any of you wish to learn, we shall be glad to teach you. However, should you choose not to learn and later witness third's family profiting, do not privately accuse me of favoritism towards third's household. Eldest, Ning Yongjin, glanced at his wife, Zhou Hui, and upon meeting her gaze, promptly lowered his head in silence. Second, Ning Yongwan, appeared more indifferent. After a moment's contemplation, he addressed Ning Yoji, saying, "Father, let us have Cui Jing learn as well. After all, we are utilizing our own rice straw, which incurs minimal expense." Upon hearing second suggestion, Zhou Hui lifted her head to regard him, after some consideration, smiled and added, "Second brother is right. Since it costs little, I shall learn alongside as well." Ning Pengpeng, however, lowered her head in silence, shaking it to express her unwillingness to learn. At the tender age of 17, she was on the brink of marriage. If she were to toil with straw, it would only roughen her hands. Where would she go to weep? Moreover, her fiancé hailed from the town. Deep down, she harbored a sense of inferiority, feeling she could not compare to the town girls, who were fairer and possessed softer hands. Although she was not required to work in the fields, she had been responsible for various household chores since childhood. Ning Yoji, recognizing his daughter's reluctance, understood her sentiments and did not press the issue. He nodded towards the women of the Zhou and Cui families and called for them to bring the straw over. The third one, "You shall teach your wife yourself." As Zhou Hui went to gather the straw, Ning Yongjin could not help but approach her. "Didn't you previously say that making straw mats wouldn't yield much profit? Why the sudden willingness to learn?" In their household, all three of his sons were occupied with their studies, leaving no one to lend a helping hand. While they might not be spending money now, what would happen if they were required to contribute financially in the future? Their eldest son was already 9. In a few years, they would need to arrange a betrothal for him. They could not afford to be left empty-handed. "I've thought it over. After all, the straw costs us nothing. Every little bit we can earn counts." Upon hearing his wife's reasoning, Ning Yongjin nodded in enlightenment, realizing how astute she was. Meanwhile, Ning Yongwen and Cui Jing were engaged in hushed conversation. Cui Jing, with a playful expression, whispered to her husband, "You can weave the straw mats if you wish. But why insist that I learn? I refuse to learn. Don't think I'm unaware. What you call weaving straw mats is merely twisting straw ropes. Look at my hands. Would you really want to see them covered in calluses?" It must be said that Cui Jing's hands, despite often working in the fields alongside her husband, remained somewhat plump and soft to the touch, akin to the fluffy texture of doughy buns, devoid of any roughness. This is entirely due to her diligent care, frequently soaking her hands in rice-washing water. She meticulously treats the areas where calluses typically form, immersing them in the rice water and gently massaging those spots to keep the flesh relaxed. Thus, her hands do not bear the marks of labor. "My dear wife, father has said so. It wouldn't be right for us to shirk this task. Moreover, Auntie is now a veritable source of income, and by inviting Uncle Yulu over to discuss these matters, she could potentially earn quite a sum. Besides, it doesn't require us to spend any money. Just observe for now, and if it proves too difficult, we need not pursue it further," Ning Yongwen coaxed Cui Jing. Upon hearing her husband's words, Cui Jing reluctantly nodded in agreement, pouting slightly. Ning Yoji and Yang were in the living room, waiting for the daughters-in-law to arrive. Once they did, Ning Yoji patiently began to instruct them. Initially, Zhou Hui and Cui Jing were not particularly invested, but as the lesson progressed, they found themselves unable to resist the allure of the task. After producing a length of grass mat, joy illuminated their faces. "Father, is it really this simple?" "Indeed. If it continues to snow, staying indoors to weave grass mats isn't such a bad idea," Zhou Hui replied eagerly, confident that by the end of the day, she would have crafted a considerable length of matting. "I present to you the latest updates of the esteemed work I Am a Supreme Elderly Lady in Ancient Times by the remarkable author, Deshun Guliang. To ensure you can access the most recent updates of this book in the future, kindly remember to bookmark it.